Frequent calamities besiege the world, heralding the apocalypse. A sudden blizzard ushers in an unrelenting series of natural disasters, earthquakes and tsunamis, scorching eternal nights, typhoons and acid rains. For 5 arduous years, Wei Chen has struggled to survive alone in this desolation. Yet fate seems to have ordained a tragic end for him. However, in this rebirth, he possesses an infinite spatial divine ring, compelling him to resolutely amass all resources across the realm. Poultry, fish, meats, sauces, and teas. He purchases them all outright. Construction materials and household goods. He pays in full. Clothing, footwear, bedding. He gathers as much as he can. While others cower in hiding, he leisurely enjoys wine in the comfort of his home. While others gnaw on tree bark, he feasts on lobster and abalone in abundance. Wei Chen sets a resolute goal. In this lifetime, he must stockpile resources, gather all his brothers and companions in a sanctuary, and meticulously reckon with all his enemies. The world's wealthiest declare, "They'll give you all my money. As long as you provide food, he'll do anything you ask." The apocalypse expert wonders, how do you always foresee the future? Chapter 1. Returning to the pre-apocalyptic world, vowing for a comeback. In the heart of Tianhai City, the sun shines brightly. The dazzling light, imbued with warmth, casts upon the man's face, marred by suffering. I refuse to accept this. Wei Chen jolts awake, suddenly sitting up in bed. The clean and fresh room, infused with a familiar yet somewhat foreign fragrance, envelopes him. Is this not my original home? In disbelief, he surveys his surroundings, then pinches his thigh forcefully. A sharp pain jolts him back to reality. He has truly been reborn. Excitement courses through him, shaking his very being. The painful memory of being corroded by acid rain still lingers, yet the astonishing new reality before him overwhelms him anew. He reaches out to touch the sunlight. That long-forgotten warmth nearly breaks his composure. In his previous life, disasters were rampant. The sky was perpetually devoid of sunlight, and the earth lay shrouded in darkness. Life itself rendered increasingly mute. This moment, however, brings a flicker of solace to Wei Chen's lips. It has been so many years since I last saw the sun, it has finally returned. Buzzing, his phone incessantly receives new messages, and as he casually opens them, he is struck with alarm. In the next 3 days, a powerful cold wave will sweep across the nation. The onslaught of blizzards and extreme cold has plunged many regions into their lowest temperatures in a century, causing all transportation to come to a halt, leaving numerous towns isolated, with power outages and gas shortages persisting. In some domestic areas, temperatures have already plummeted below -10 degrees. A barrage of weather alerts mirrors the ominous warnings from his past life. This means he has a mere 3 days before the onset of the frigid apocalypse. A pang of dread and agitation wells up within Wei Chen. Extreme cold, earthquakes, tsunamis, eternal nights, pestilence, acid rain. Would he have to endure these calamities yet again? Since he has been reborn, he cannot afford to be passive. After a brief moment of refreshing himself, Wei Chen gazes at his right hand, still untouched by the brutalities of a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. Everything remains perfect for now. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the ancestral jade ring adorning his index finger, instantly rekindling memories. In the second year of the apocalypse, this ring had been given by his former girlfriend, Wang Qianqian, to the dandy Zhang Jun. While everyone else was struggling to survive amidst the trials of the end times, Zhang Jun continued to live a life of comfort and ease. On one occasion, he even had the audacity to extract a cup of coffee from the ring right in front of him, enjoying it leisurely. Could it be that the ring harbored some secret? Wei Chen pondered, then bit his finger, attempting to follow the narrative of a novel by letting his blood drip onto the ring. In an instant, he was enveloped by a white light and transported into a magnificent villa. After wandering through the expansive space, he discovered a seemingly endless supply of water and electricity. Yet the villa appeared deserted, lacking in furnishings save for some basic equipment. The villa comprised 3 stories, and on the rooftop terrace was a greenhouse, abundant with fertile soil, basking in ample sunlight. At the entrance of the grand hall hung a clock, which read 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 13 seconds. At that moment, he finally comprehended why that unscrupulous couple could thrive so effortlessly in the apocalypse. It was the space contained within the ring. Stepping through the door, Wei Chen was swiftly returned to reality, yet his consciousness retained the essence of the villa, allowing him to access everything within it with mere concentration. Having recently discovered the potential of this extraordinary space, Wei Chen devoted his thoughts to exploring its utility. After numerous experiments, he concluded that anything placed within the spatial villa would maintain its temperature and freshness, regardless of its location. He could also retrieve items from the space with his mind, and when he entered the space, time on the clock would gradually diminish. With urgency pressing upon him, Wei Chen vowed that if he was granted a second chance in this life, armed with the advantage of the spatial realm, he must alter the original outcome and ascend to the pinnacle of existence in the apocalypse. The immediate priority was to seize the time, stockpiling resources before the calamity struck. After years of hardship, his once pure gaze had transformed into one of resolute determination. Only through such resolve could he secure an invincible position. Abandoned by his parents at a young age, Wei Chen had long been accustomed to the sufferings of the world. During his schooling, he worked tirelessly to support himself, and after graduation, he continued to juggle multiple jobs. He had ventured into factories, started businesses, and dabbled in food delivery, sales, and real estate. Over the years, he had cultivated a meticulous mind and amassed nearly 500,000 in hard-earned savings. Initially planning to settle in Tianhai City and purchase a home, now, with disaster looming, all those plans were dashed. He could only continue residing in the rented apartment, determined to invest every last penny wisely. In the apocalypse, beyond mere sustenance, there was another critical need: medication. The calamity persisted, and many refugees perished due to illness. Unable to find even basic remedies, even a trivial cold could claim countless lives. Recognizing the gravity of this situation, Wei Chen seized his phone and meticulously crafted a list of medications and their quantities, subsequently sending a detailed table to his friend in the pharmaceutical business. "Old Hu, I urgently need this batch of medicine. It is crucial for me. Could you possibly give me a friendly price?" Upon uttering these words, Wei Chen heard his good friend respond, "Brother Chen, what do you need so much medicine for? Are you planning to sell it?" Time was of the essence, and he had no time to engage in banter. He retorted, "Don't ask too many questions. Just send it over quickly, the more, the better." After hanging up, he promptly transferred a deposit of 30,000. With so many items still needed, Wei Chen resolved to go out and procure them himself. As he stepped out, he noticed a beautifully crafted handbag sitting in his wardrobe. This limited edition designer bag was worth over 10,000 yuan. Usually, he meticulously calculated discounts even for takeout, but to win over his goddess, Wang Qianqian, he had splurged on this extravagant birthday gift. In return, that ungrateful woman not only accepted the gift, but also took the ring he had given her and passed it on to some pretty boy. Even more outrageous was that after the apocalypse had begun, she continued to exploit him, consuming all his stored food and draining him of every last resource. In retrospect, Wei Chen couldn't help but feel the urge to slap himself. If given the chance to choose again, he would rather set that handbag ablaze than gift it to that wretched woman. "I want to see how you can thrive in this world without my resources and provisions." Wei Chen gritted his teeth, a fierce hatred gradually etching itself onto his resolute face. Chapter 2. Frenzied Stockpiling, Buying Spree. The cold wave had gripped Tianhai City. For some time the streets were filled with people clad in thick down jackets. Yet the biting wind was relentless. Wei Chen braved the penetrating cold, occasionally wincing as his face felt as if it were being sliced by a knife. His first stop was the luxury goods store, where he demanded an unconditional refund for the handbag. "Sir, our store has a policy: once it leaves the shelf, we cannot accept returns." The attendant began to explain, attempting to dissuade him. However, Wei Chen's eyes glinted with menace as he fiercely declared, "I don't care, refund my money now, or he'll smash this black shop to pieces." The ferocity and killing intent honed in his previous life surged forth unabashedly. He resembled a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell, causing the attendant to tremble in fear. With a disaster looming, he disregarded all regulations. In the face of survival, everything else was mere triviality. The attendant stuttered as she opened the drawer, fumbling to retrieve the cash while saying, "Please, sir, don't be angry, let's talk this over calmly." Wei Chen seized the thick stack of banknotes and left the store without a backward glance. He then made his way directly to the wholesale grain market, not pausing for a moment to rest, and headed straight for the grain store owner. "Oh, look at you, a handsome young man. How many bags of rice would you like to buy?" The owner, having a moment to spare, greeted Wei Chen with enthusiasm. I could see that moment. He responded with unwavering certainty, "I will take all the goods you have here." Upon hearing this, the owner of the warehouse was utterly taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. The entire granary boasted an array of rice varieties, each exceeding 100 pounds, alongside various raw flour and cooking oils that nearly filled the entire space. The audacity of this young man, demanding to purchase everything outright, seemed rather excessive. I will transfer a deposit of 100,000 now, and once all these goods are transported, I shall settle the remaining balance, Wei Chen proclaimed with generosity, pulling out his phone to make the payment without a moment's hesitation, showing no signs of regret. He understood well that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, currency would become mere scraps of paper, and even gold would lose its value. Only food would remain the true currency of worth. As it was the off-season approaching year-end, the owner had been worried about selling the warehouse's stock valued at over $1 million. Thus, the arrival of such a significant client was a tremendous boon. The warehouse owner, overwhelmed with joy, scarcely considered why he would acquire such an extensive quantity of food, and instead, her spirits soared. Then it's settled. Here are the keys to the warehouse. I will return in 3 days to collect the final payment. With that, she confidently handed the keys to Wei Chen. Upon entering the granary, he observed the eastern side brimming with grains and oils, while the western side housed an assortment of agricultural products such as eggs and sweet potatoes. The abundance of rice and noodles suggested he could sustain himself for over a century. At that moment, he unexpectedly discovered that a corner cabinet was filled with an array of processed foods. Sugar, salt, sauces, and vinegars were in abundance, alongside countless spices like MSG, cumin, and pepper. These essentials would prove invaluable in the apocalypse, and Wei Chen was elated by this unforeseen treasure, akin to discovering a hidden dimension. Once he regained his composure, he seized the opportunity to transport these items into his space when no one was watching. By the time dusk fell, he had successfully moved the entirety of the warehouse's stock into a spatial villa, all by himself. The vigor that had once coursed through him was now depleted, leaving his stomach growling in protest. Nearby, he sought out a restaurant and ordered a feast. Hand-pulled chicken, roasted lamb chops, Peking duck, seafood rice, and fried shrimp. In a world where decent meals were a rarity, indulging in such a delectable array was akin to entering paradise. Gazing at the bountiful spread before him, Wei Chen mused, since the space can preserve food, he'll have these prepared dishes packaged to take inside. Even in the apocalypse, I can enjoy a grand feast. Resolute in his decision, he approached the restaurant's chef and proposed, "Please prepare 100 portions of each dish. I will return shortly to collect them." The chef stared at him in disbelief, astonished. "That's a quantity meant for thousands. Are you certain you're not mistaken?" Given Wei Chen's youthful appearance, he hardly resembled a grand magnate. With a resounding thud, Wei Chen slammed a thick stack of red banknotes onto the table, exclaiming with bravado, "Go ahead, money will not be a concern." The sight of such a fortune left the chef in awe. "Of course I shall prepare it for you immediately," he stammered, hastily summoning his assistants to whip up dishes for the generous benefactor. Meanwhile, Wei Chen, with a smirk, settled back into his seat to dine, though inwardly he felt a sense of wistfulness. At present, their eyes were solely fixated on the money. Yet in a few days' time, these once-coveted items would merely be a pile of worthless paper. While the restaurant's chefs busily prepared meals, Wei Chen took a leisurely stroll through the nearby food street, his eyes gleaming with delight at the plethora of his favorite treats. Shopping was a mere formality. Money was no object. Bubble tea, cakes, hamburgers, candied hawthorn, sweet pastries, spring rolls, rice dumplings, tofu pudding, and a complete set of savory pancakes. She traversed the entire food street, nearly depleting every beloved snack and drink. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he swiftly stored these delights in his private space for preservation. Before departing, he made a point to purchase all his favorite snacks from a retail shop. Items like spicy strips, squid jerky, beef jerky, cat ears, crab yolk rice crust, and assorted cookies were tossed onto the counter without a second glance at the prices. He even bought out dozens of boxes of beverages. The cashier, a bewildered young girl new to the job, was left speechless, as if he intended to empty the store. "Do not be alarmed, I am not short on funds," Wei Chen reassured her with a smile, as he continued to carry box after box of snacks out. Having secured the snacks and beverages, he knew he could not neglect the fruits. In a post-apocalyptic world, the lack of vitamins from fruits could easily lead to illness, and thus it was imperative not to overlook them. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a large fruit store, where, as per usual, he purchased every item within, once again leaving the shopkeeper in shock. Apples, bananas, cantaloupes, grapefruits, oranges, and large mangoes. Over 30 varieties of vibrant fruits filled the shop, costing Wei Chen nearly 10,000 yuan. Before heading home, he also made sure to pack all the freshly prepared dishes from the restaurant into his storage space. The villa within his private realm was already piled high with a mountain of diverse foods. A quick estimation revealed that this bounty would sustain him for several lifetimes. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. Upon reading the caller ID. A smile crept onto his lips. At last, it has arrived. Chapter 3: Not hoarding goods. Just on the way to hoard them, the call came from my good brother Lao Hu, who said the medicine had arrived. Upon hearing this news, Wei Chen hurriedly took a taxi back to the building where he lived. A total of 30 boxes of medicine had arrived, including anti-inflammatory, pain relief, antibacterial, and other special medicines, as well as traditional Chinese medicines for headaches, diarrhea, and colds. Additionally, there were boxes of alcohol, iodine, gauze, and bandages for treating external injuries. Besides these, there were also 2 boxes of the vaccines you wanted, which I managed to get through connections. Hu Tianyuan, holding his waist with one hand, casually said, I really don't understand why you're buying so much medicine. It's the first time I've seen someone hoard this much. Wei Chen was not vague either, immediately transferring him another 50,000 yuan, thanking him. You've worked hard, brother. These will be of great use to me. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hu Tianyuan was ready to leave. With time being tight, Wei Chen didn't want to keep him longer, so he reminded him, if you have time, stock up on some supplies at home. The weather might be strange in the coming days. Hu Tianyuan chuckled and dismissively said, we'll see. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and got into the car, leaving the community without looking back. Seeing his reaction, Wei Chen could only sigh. Even if he told everyone that the apocalypse was coming, they would probably think he was crazy. When disaster strikes, one can only take care of oneself first. Night fell, and Wei Chen finally returned home, directly entering the space. After buying so many items throughout the day, they were piled up in the villa, which was quite chaotic, and needed to be sorted and organized. After tidying up for a long time and finally placing everything properly, he was suddenly kicked out of the space by a strange force. Shocked, he quickly tried to re-enter the space, but no matter what, he couldn't succeed. What the hell? Did the ring eat all my hoarded goods? Wei Chen's eyes widened, his face showing a hopeless expression. Once he calmed down, he closed his eyes and used his willpower to probe the space, only to suddenly find that the clock had reset to 0. At that moment, he realized that after 5 hours, no one could stay in the space to move around. Understanding this function, Wei Chen felt much more at ease as long as those items were still there. After taking a hot shower, he looked up at the time and found it was already past 1 in the morning. Checking the clock in the space again, it had reset to 5 hours, allowing normal entry and exit, which finally eased his anxious heart. Crawling into bed to rest, he couldn't sleep soundly, as his closed eyes constantly replayed the cruel images from the apocalypse, being abandoned by a loved one, betrayed by friends, humiliated by enemies, and those unwilling memories kept recurring. No, Wei Chen shouted, his eyes fixed on the chandelier on the ceiling, breathing heavily, cold sweat covering his face. Turning his head to look out the window, the sky was dark and gloomy, with the cold wind howling, not much different from the apocalypse. Having lost all desire to sleep, Wei Chen washed his face and immediately went out to take a taxi to the largest supermarket in the city. The supermarket had just opened for business, with only a few customers, making it look quite deserted. Just right, it wouldn't delay my shopping. Wei Chen looked at the incredibly fresh vegetables and felt very satisfied, picking a lot in one go. Cabbage, radishes, cucumbers, broccoli, sweet potato leaves, and a bunch of fresh vegetables were all bought with cash. He then continued to the hot food area, dry goods section, and fresh produce section. Almost everything edible was cleared out by Wei Chen. When he reached the meat section, the stall owner had already heard about this young man's strong purchasing power and was frantically promoting his business. Little brother, the meat here is the freshest in Tianhai City. Choose any pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, or fish you want. The stall owner actively introduced his products, hoping to get him to buy more. Wei Chen carefully examined the meat on the stall and said, I can buy it all, but I have a request. The stall owner felt a bit intimidated under his gaze and weakly asked, what do you want? Tell me how to buy piglets. Wei Chen spoke calmly, his purpose quite strong. The so-called piglets refer to newborn piglets, puppies, rabbits, lambs, and other young animals that can be raised. So, although he bought a lot of meat, there would eventually come a day when it would run out. In order to achieve self-sufficiency as soon as possible, Wei Chen was putting in a lot of effort. Hearing this, the stall owner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, so it's this matter. No problem, I can arrange that for you. How many do you want? Wei Chen narrowed his eyes and slowly said, as many as you have, I'll take them all. TSK, TSK, TSK. If this guy isn't just a fool, then he is definitely a spendthrift. All right, I'll help you arrange it. The stall owner began to pack up all the meat while glancing at Wei Chen. Why are you stealing glances at me? Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Wei Chen directly expressed his dissatisfaction. The stall owner explained, "Don't misunderstand, I'm just curious. There hasn't been any major incident lately. Why are you buying so much stuff?" Wei Chen casually replied, "Hoarding is useful." "Hoarding? Is it necessary to hoard so much?" Ignoring the stall owner's shock, Wei Chen picked up the goods and went on to buy a lot of vegetable and fruit seeds. Since there is a greenhouse in the space, he can grow vegetables and fruits inside to achieve self-sufficiency without relying on anyone. Since he was going to grow vegetables, the necessary nutrients and tools like shovels and watering cans were naturally essential. He also planned to buy some daily consumables, like shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, soap, face wash, laundry detergent, and perfume, which would be hard to find in the apocalypse. The apocalypse was already prone to frequent natural disasters, supply interruptions everywhere, and production could not continue, directly leading to a decrease in the number of these items. Faced with such daily consumables, Wei Chen was also quite willing to spend money, essentially clearing the shelves of all stock. Passing by a tobacco and alcohol store, he suddenly stopped. Although he was interested in these, there were certainly quite a few people who liked tobacco and alcohol, so Wei Chen decided to buy dozens of special cigarettes and over 10 boxes of fine wine. He had reason to believe that these items would definitely help in the future. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing for the people. For Wei Chen, food was definitely a top priority. As for food, he had already prepared most of what he could in advance. However, to survive steadily in the apocalypse, just preparing food was definitely not enough. The impending first natural disaster was a severe cold wave with temperatures dropping to over -40 degrees. Remembering his previous life, he had lived worse than a dog, huddled in an underground air raid shelter with a bunch of refugees for warmth. Every day, people died from hunger and cold. And Wei Chen barely survived the first natural disaster relying solely on the belief in his heart. If the first hurdle was so difficult, I absolutely want to repeat the same mistakes this time. Wei Chen vowed silently, then headed straight to the clothing and hat section on the second floor of the supermarket. As long as it could keep warm, whether it was clothes, pants, quilts, or even hand warmers, he would buy them all frantically. After shopping, he still felt it was never enough. After leaving the supermarket, he rushed to the next new location. Chapter for the strongest cold wave in history. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wave, accompanied by wind and snow, occasionally battered the doors and windows on the street. Wei Chen tucked his head into his collar, walking quite briskly. When he finally found a locksmith shop, he immediately made a request to the owner. "I want to install the sturdiest anti-theft door and wall at home. Please get it done as soon as possible." After briefly explaining the basic situation of his residence, the locksmith frowned. "This is a suite in a community. If you install it, won't it disturb others?" The boss felt that it was somewhat inappropriate, but Wei Chen was very clear that installing a security door was absolutely necessary. In the years following the apocalypse, many refugees acted as if they had gone mad, constantly going from house to collect food, rather than collecting. It was more like looting. In the face of hunger, the most basic humanity would be completely obliterated. In his previous life, Wei Chen had left some food at home. But because the door wasn't sturdy enough, a group of refugees broke it down and rushed in, watching helplessly as they took all the food away. Since there was still some time left now, he had to make up for it. Wei Chen placed the money on the table and said, "I don't want to hear any doubts. Just tell me how long it will take to get it done." Seeing the large stack of cash, the boss could only nod vigorously and promised, "Don't worry, it will definitely be taken care of today." After speaking, he immediately took the renovation workers to the apartment complex where Wei Chen lived to get to work. After addressing the safety concerns, he specifically went to the nearby most famous outdoor equipment store. "If you have the items written on this paper in stock, please get them for me according to the quantities listed." Wei Chen had already written down all the supplies he wanted, such as flashlights, chargers, generators, inflatable boats, life jackets, protective suits, multifunctional tools, etc., almost too many to count. The boss saw that the list was very professional and couldn't help but lift his head to examine the young man in front of him. "It's not the end of the world. What are you preparing for?" Suddenly faced with a strange person, the boss naturally had doubts and curiosity about his identity. Wei Chen had encountered too many people doubting him, so he made up a line. "Actually, I'm preparing to conduct research in Antarctica, so I need to prepare more supplies." After hearing this, the boss immediately came over and recommended, "I see, besides the items on your list, We also have some cold-resistant and warm-keeping items that you might find useful. Soon after, the store owner brought out a top-notch cold-resistant suit from the back warehouse. He introduced, "This is one of the few pieces of black technology in my store. I don't need it, and since you're going to such a cold place, I'll just sell it to you." Suddenly, the boss seemed to think of something and casually reminded, "If you're going that far, there are definitely many dangers on the way. You might also want to buy some self-defense items from a military supply store." Wei Chen smiled and replied, "That's exactly what I intend to do." The military supply store wasn't far from there, and after walking a few steps, he arrived. The moment he stepped inside, he was attracted by the many items on the walls and shelves. Military knives, combat boots, bulletproof vests, helmets. After buying a lot of goods from the military supply store, he spent nearly 80,000 yuan, but he felt no pain in spending it. Not long ago, he had just borrowed hundreds of thousands from the bank, and now Wei Chen was in a state of not lacking money at all, indulging in purchases that were just trivial to him. More importantly, these protective gear and weapons would definitely come in handy in the future. Money is nothing in the face of life. After putting all the purchased items into his space, he took some time to tidy up so that the villa and his space wouldn't look messy. He had already bought a lot of things, and there shouldn't be anything missing. Wei Chen walked alone on the road, mumbling to himself. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell on a gas station in the distance. Right, diesel and petrol are also very important. The machines I bought all need fuel to operate. After thinking this, Wei Chen hurried to the gas station and bought several hundred liters of diesel. The gas station staff were somewhat puzzled by his actions. What would a person without a car need so much oil for? However, Wei Chen didn't care about the strange looks from others and was focused on doing what he deemed very important, looking at the many supplies stored in his space. He always revealed a sense of satisfaction, and the feeling of contentment grew stronger. As he walked back to the apartment building, he saw a man and a woman waiting at the entrance from a distance as if waiting for prey to arrive. Wei Chen recognized them at a glance, and his brows involuntarily furrowed into a frown. They were Wang Chanqian and Zhang Jun, and for Wei Chen, he would never forget the humiliation they had inflicted on him in this lifetime. "Oh, we've been waiting for you for so long. Why are you only coming back now?" A woman with an exaggerated figure and heavy makeup stepped forward, her words full of complaints. If this were before, Wei Chen might have apologized, seeking the goddess's forgiveness. But now, seeing this vile person only made him feel disgusted. "What time I come home is none of your business," Wei Chen expressed his disdain, not caring about the other person's feelings at all. Wang Qianqian had always thought that he would obediently follow her like a sycophant. But now that he had such an attitude, it immediately choked her up. "Cough, cough, cough." After a few awkward coughs, she quickly said, "Didn't you say you would buy me a handbag? Where is it now?" At this moment, the pretty boy behind Wang Chanqian leaned against the doorframe, a cigarette in his mouth, one hand in his pocket, looking quite arrogant. Seeing this, Wei Chen felt even more displeased. "Gift? Are you still dreaming in broad daylight? It seems we are not very familiar with each other." Wei Chen's words were sharp, leaving a bitter expression on their faces. Wang Chanqian was also surprised, not expecting his attitude to change so drastically in just a few days. In fact, she was originally too lazy to come over. If it weren't for her boyfriend Zhang Jun wanting to come see what a sycophant looked like, she would never have taken the initiative to meet him. At this moment, Zhang Jun noticed something was off and immediately stubbed out his cigarette, slowly moving closer. "Bro, there's no need to be so confrontational in your speech." Before Zhang Jun could finish, he was directly interrupted by Wei Chen, who said, "Who are you calling, bro? Don't try to get close." Such a cold attitude made both Wang Chanqian and Zhang Jun very awkward, not knowing how to respond. However, their faces were thick-skinned, and even when faced with such a response, they still stood their ground, showing no intention of leaving. Wang Chanqian continued, "It's so cold outside. Are you really going to let me freeze here? It's getting late. Why don't you invite us up for a cup of hot tea? We can talk about any misunderstandings inside." Wei Chen had long been accustomed to Wang Chanqian's attempts to be friendly. This woman only spoke sweetly when she needed something from him. Once she lost her value, her face would change immediately. "You think you can summon me at will and dismiss me just as easily? What do you take me for?" The more Wei Chen thought about it, the angrier he became, and he said in a deep voice, "You want to come in? Get lost. Talking to you makes me feel sick." After being shouted at, the couple was shocked, not knowing how they had offended him. Wang Chanqian crossed her arms and said, "Why has your tone changed so much?" Wei Chen did not give her any leeway and directly retorted, "I've always been like this. If you can't stand it, you can leave." After hearing this, Wang Tranqian still confidently raised her head and sneered. I know very well that you're just jealous of me being with another man. How about this? Give me the jade ring in your hand, and we can consider the matter of you disrespecting me as settled. What? Did I hear that correctly? This shameless woman has reached such a level of audacity. I'll say it one more time. Even if the ring is smashed, I will never give it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Chen suddenly took off the ring from his hand and smashed it hard onto the ground. Crash! With a crisp sound. The ring suddenly shattered into pieces. Wei Chen felt no pain. After all, the space that the ring originally provided had already been bound to him, and it had long since turned into an ordinary item. It was merely a worthless decoration, and smashing it to annoy that couple was worth it. You. Wang Tranqian was burning with anger, her brows furrowing, and just as she was about to say something else, she was tightly pulled by Zhang Jun beside her. Forget it. Forget it. It's too cold outside now. We'll deal with him another day. Zhang Jun muttered quietly, and the two turned away in disappointment. Not long after they left, Wei Chen finally felt at ease to go upstairs to his home. The door had been replaced with a metal anti-theft device, which could only be unlocked with Wei Chen's fingerprint. After opening the door, the apartment had also undergone extremely sturdy renovations. The windows and walls were covered with iron plates, and the rebar had been reinforced, giving a strong sense of security. Anyway, the landlord had gone to another province, and before the apocalypse, there was no way to come back, so no one would care how he modified the place. More importantly, many refugees would be breaking in after the apocalypse. What Wei Chen did directly left them with nowhere to go. Outside, the biting cold wind howled, and the dark sky seemed to be about to collapse at any moment, making people feel incredibly depressed. The apocalypse should be coming soon. Everything was basically ready, so we might as well catch up on some sleep. Wei Chen had been busy for a long time and was already exhausted and sleepy. After preparing everything he needed, he felt no more worries and went straight to bed. The bed was warm as spring, while the outside world grew colder and colder. The extreme cold apocalypse had officially begun. Chapter 5. Unexpected gains along the treasure hunt. The icy world should have been covered in white snow, but the sudden arrival of the extreme cold era plunged the entire world into silence. The pedestrians on the streets had long returned to their homes, and even delivery workers, errand runners, and taxi drivers sensed that something was wrong with the weather and dared not wander about. That night, Wei Chen had a good sleep, stretching and slowly getting up. He felt full of energy, with no soreness left in his body. Pulling back the curtains to look outside, it was already past 10 in the morning. But the sky remained foggy, and everything was covered with snow, with thick snow piling up to the point of burying a floor. The frozen ground made Wei Chen feel that the apocalypse had truly arrived. Suddenly, the phone by the bed lit up, displaying numerous unread messages. Besides public weather alerts, there were also many group messages. Opening the community resident group, he was met with wails. I'm freezing to death. I don't dare to go out. It feels like knives are cutting my face as soon as I step outside. The supermarkets are out of stock, and I can't even order takeout. I've never encountered a situation like this. I have no food at home, with elderly and children to take care of. Is there anyone who can sell me some food? The group was full of requests for assistance, with many videos and images showing the impact of the cold wave, all taken by residents peering out through their windows. It was too tragic. It was simply a hell on earth. However, all of this was just the beginning. Things would only get tougher and even more terrifying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Wei Chen's phone rang, and the caller was unexpectedly Wang Tranqian. What do you want? Wei Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered the call. On the other end, he heard Wang Tranqian crying. Brother Chen, I know you are usually the most frugal, so you must have some food at home. Can you lend me some? Wang Tranqian spent money extravagantly every day, and her home was filled with alcohol and cigarettes. When hungry, she only knew to order takeout, completely unaware of the importance of stockpiling food. Having been hungry since last night, she had thought of many ways to cope, but was still left with an empty stomach. So she could only shamelessly turn to Wei Chen for help. In such a situation, Wei Chen thought of everything this woman had done to him in his past life, and an unnamed rage surged within him. We have no relationship now. Even if I had food, I would throw it to the dogs rather than give it to you. Wei Chen remained cold and did not give her a chance. Are you really going to be so heartless? Wang Tranqian's heart felt dead, and her trembling voice revealed her utter helplessness. Wei Chen sneered. You were unfaithful first. Now it's your own fault. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately hung up, leaving behind an echoing silence. In the last life, you betrayed me first, so don't blame me for being rude in this life. Wei Chen knew that after the apocalypse struck, It wouldn't be long before the entire city would face power and water outages, and the transportation network would collapse. Although the space had unlimited water and electricity, he could only stay inside for 5 hours, so he needed to store extra supplies in reality for emergencies. Crap. I forgot to pick up my car. A few days ago, Wei Chen had ordered a top-of-the-line Humvee from the most famous car factory in the city, along with customized modifications. He estimated that it should be ready by now, but now a natural disaster had struck outside. Whoosh. The cold wind whipped around as Wei Chen hurried toward the car factory, his face feeling as if it had been cut by a knife. Damn it. I can't even get a taxi now. Wei Chen walked while trying to use a mobile app to call a ride, only to find that all taxi services had been suspended. On the road, not to mention cars, even people were rarely seen. In such a rare disaster, anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't dare to wander outside recklessly. Enduring the cold, Wei Chen quickly found the car factory. At this time, the factory was already closed, with no one inside. He didn't avoid the surveillance cameras around and directly pried open the door. Inside were countless modified cars, each more luxurious than the last, making it hard for anyone to leave without taking something. All these cars would be useless without armor in a few years after the apocalypse. Wei Chen wandered casually in the spacious parking lot, and soon his gaze fell on an armored enhanced Humvee in the corner. This was the one he had specifically customized for a high price, but unfortunately, with the disaster upon them, he had no chance to pay the factory owner now. Besides the Humvee, Wei Chen's sharp eyes quickly spotted many other modified good cars. There were bulletproof LaFerrari supercars, high-end RVs with autopilot systems, and even military amphibious vehicles right in front of him. Wei Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. Wow, they say the car factory owner's wealth is immeasurable. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. While marveling, he hurriedly began storing all these good cars into his space. This trip was definitely not in vain. Just as he was about to stop, he suddenly heard the roar of an engine behind him. Following the sound, he saw a hot woman bending over a motorcycle, continuously twisting the throttle. Vroom vroom vroom. The motorcycle howled like an ancient beast, and the chaotic atmosphere of the parking lot made Wei Chen forget everything. His gaze fixated on the beauty's face. With a delicate oval face, flawless white skin, and a stunning figure, all of it paled in comparison to her frosty demeanor. What a coincidence. On such a cold day, there's actually someone out here treasure hunting like me. Wei Chen stepped forward to strike up a conversation. However, the other party clearly showed no interest in him and was too lazy to respond. What a unique girl. I like her, Wei Chen thought. Beautiful lady. A motorcycle isn't suitable for you, especially with the weather like this outside. Riding it out would surely freeze you to death. Wei Chen kindly reminded her, but once again, he was met with the beauty's indifference. Just as he was feeling slightly awkward, the factory gate was suddenly forcefully pulled open. A sports car sped in, its high beams making Wei Chen squint, and then the car came to a stop right in front of him. A man in a suit stepped out of the car, hands in his pockets, looking down at Wei Chen and the beautiful woman with an air of superiority. Upon seeing him, the beauty's face turned pale, and her expression became even colder. What do you want? The words, filled with endless annoyance, came from the beauty's mouth. This man in a suit was her ex-boyfriend, Yang Guangping, and the beauty's name was An E. After sizing them up, Yang Guangping spoke with a playful tone. Heh, An E, you little slut. You found a new guy right after leaving me. But your taste is terrible. This poor kid has nothing. At most he can make you happy at night. An E was instantly infuriated by his words, trembling with anger, her obvious cleavage slightly moving. Chapter 6. A first move is the limit of this segment. If you can't talk, then shut your filthy mouth. An E raised an eyebrow and yelled at him. Seeing her get angry, Yang Guangping became even more interested and continued. Oh, you still want to play the innocent girl? Look at how you're dressed so provocatively. I can't be bothered to waste words on you. Hurry up and bring out the food and drinks, or you'll regret it. Hearing someone demand food so entitledly for the first time, and he looked at him with disdain. Why should I give it to you? I worked hard to stock it up. Who do you think you are? Yang Guangping instantly became furious, cursing. Damn it, you really are heartless. Since it's come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. I lost a bet to someone else and owe the dealer 50 pounds of food. Today, either you return the food to me, or I'll send you to the dealer to pay the debt. And he was so furious she felt her scalp go numb, and she managed to force out a few words from her throat. Dream on, get lost. Yang Guangping's lips twitched. You little bitch. It seems you want to give up until you hit rock bottom. After saying that, he immediately turned to the person in the car and said, Biao Yi. I can't control this bitch anymore. I definitely can't produce the food, so you guys should just take her away. just after he finished speaking. Four strong men came out of the sports car, each one muscular and looking tough. Upon seeing this, Yi's body trembled violently in extreme tension, and her expression became very unnatural. She glanced at Wei Chen beside her, her eyes filled with helplessness and panic. However, she quickly thought that this young man was a stranger to her, so how could he possibly take such a big risk to help her? Moreover, just him alone against so many strong men was tantamount to seeking death. At that moment, the man named Biao Yi glanced at Yang Guangping and spoke in a deep voice. This girl has some looks. Let us take her back to the boss, and this debt will be settled. Yang Guangping immediately beamed with joy and nodded vigorously. That's great. Thank you, Biao Yi. The next second, Biao Yi turned his head and signaled his men to grab Yi and take her to the car. Seeing this, Yi quickly stepped back in fear. And at that moment, Wei Chen stepped forward, standing like a towering rock to protect Yi. Honestly, I've seen disgusting people, but someone as disgusting as you is a first. Wei Chen spat at Yang Guangping disdainfully. Before he could react, a thug swung a metal rod at Wei Chen. Shouting, "Die!" Unexpectedly, Wei Chen swiftly turned, grabbed the thug's metal rod, and effortlessly took it away. The thug's eyes widened in shock. And then the metal rod came closer and closer until it struck his head, causing him to lose consciousness. The other two thugs saw this, and their expressions changed drastically as they charged at Wei Chen together, their momentum quite intimidating, making Yi a bit worried. However, Wei Chen remained completely unfazed. He first used a technique to slap the first thug's head, causing that person to roll his eyes back in shock. Then, he delivered a powerful kick to the thug's vital point, bending him like a shrimp before he fell straight back like a deflated balloon. Biao Yi, witnessing the entire process, narrowed his eyes slightly and pretended to be calm. I didn't realize you're actually a skilled fighter. Wei Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy. As soon as the opponent made a move, he would ensure he could strike back in the shortest time possible. Biao Yi suddenly made a half-meter arc with his leg, accumulating energy in his Tianhai City. Xiao Biao, practicing the Xiao family's man's fist, seeking your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved, charging forward. Motionless until now, he moved like thunder. Xiao Biao's skills were not something the previous thugs could compare to. His slightest move was the limit of this segment. With every gesture, a fierce aura spread, creating an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. This thing can be called Mantis Fist? Don't embarrass yourself, Wei Chen sneered, not hiding his contempt. He had seen too many martial arts masters in his past life, including authentic Mantis Fist fighters, and they didn't fight so flamboyantly like him. Before Xiao Biao could even get close with his fist, Wei Chen kicked him several meters away. The sudden counterattack was extremely swift. Xiao Biao hardly had time to react before he was sent flying through the air. After falling to the ground for a moment and catching his breath, he quickly got up, his eyes filled with awe. Having roamed society for so many years, Xiao Biao clearly understood that this young man in front of him was not simple. Such an unknown expert should definitely not be provoked. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. It was better to retreat for now. Seeing that his capable helper had left, Yang Guangping also had the urge to escape. Just as he turned around, wanting to sneak away while no one was paying attention, he was suddenly stopped by Wei Chen. Your matter isn't over yet. Why the hurry? Hearing this, Yang Guangping felt a sudden chill in his heart and looked at him nervously. What do you want to do to me? Wei Chen raised his chin, looking down at him. Just as the other party was filled with fear, Wei Chen reached out and grabbed Yang Guangping's neck, pulling him up forcefully. Whoosh! The sudden attack threw Yang Guangping into disarray. A suffocating feeling spread throughout his body. If you dare to bother Yi again, next time I'll let you come in standing and leave lying down. Wei Chen's tone was filled with an infinite killing intent, sending chills down one's spine. In his previous life, he survived in a brutal world, forced to shed much blood, and that killing intent emanated from him without the need for deliberate disguise. At this moment, Yang Guangping was already scared out of his wits, continuously begging for mercy. After being thrown to the ground, he weakly glanced at Yi and then hurriedly fled the factory. The way these people had come in so arrogantly was now a pathetic sight as they fled. Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she sincerely thanked him. Thanks to your help. Otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. Wei Chen awkwardly waved his hand, feigning politeness. It's only natural to help when seeing injustice, especially since it's a beauty. I can't stand to see women being bullied. Seeing the firm look in his eyes and his chiseled profile, Yi's delicate face unknowingly flushed with a tinge of red, even feeling a bit hot. For some reason, She felt that the masculinity radiating from him was particularly intense, a sensation she had never encountered before. Annie quickly lowered her head to avoid showing her shy appearance. Wei Chen suddenly thought of something and changed the subject. By the way, you'd better give me your phone number. If this guy comes to bother you again in the future, you can always come find me. Chapter 7: The Best Way to Deal with Hungry Ghosts. Annie felt a sense of fear about what had just happened. Having such a strong backing was something she naturally desired. Without thinking, she gave him her phone number. I have other things to do. Let us meet again when there's a chance. After a brief farewell, Annie got into a sleek sports car and drove away. After all, in this apocalypse, anything visible could be claimed as one's own. Watching her graceful figure gradually fade away, Wei Chen pondered for a long time. Luckily, there was this heroic rescue. Otherwise, it would have been hard to win the heart of this cold beauty. He drove back to the community alone. And the journey back was indeed different from when he arrived. The car's heating was turned up to the maximum, and there was not a hint of cold, making it somewhat dry. Outside, heavy snow was falling, and the whole world was cloaked in white, as if the city had hit the pause button. Besides the sound of the wind, no other noises could be heard. After parking the Hummer in the underground garage, Wei Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets, buried his head in his collar, and hurried home. The outside temperature was extremely cold, dropping below -40 degrees. Even with his cold-resistant clothing, sweaters, and down jackets, he still couldn't fend off the biting chill. As he approached his apartment door, Wei Chen saw over a dozen people sitting in the corridor, both men and women, all quite young. The men were dressed in trendy styles, while the women wore heavy makeup, with a few wearing nothing but cloaks or leather jackets. Their fair and smooth long legs clad in branded black stockings, shivering in the cold wind. Wei Chen immediately spotted Wang Qianqian and Zhang Jun, the pair of dog lovers. Knowing without a doubt that this group was brought by them, it was just like the previous life. This pair of dog lovers had become even more brazen, inviting many friends who had stockpiled supplies to come to Wei Chen's place to eat. However, there was a deviation this time. The apartment door had been replaced with a new one, and the previous password no longer worked. Even trying to force it open wouldn't break the anti-theft device. With no other options, they had to wait, lingering in the corridor for Wei Chen's arrival. He is here. This guy has finally come back. If he didn't I would freeze to death here. Damn it, running around in such cold weather. Hurry up and open the door. Get some hot water and hot dishes for my brothers and sisters. A group of people rushed towards Wei Chen like hungry ghosts, and their attitude was not very friendly. Their tone filled with commands. Seeing this situation, Wei Chen's brow instantly furrowed. He coldly said, "Who gave you the courage to say such things? And who allowed you to come here and act wild?" As he spoke, his entire aura changed abruptly, resembling a Shura that had just crawled out of hell, making people feel an involuntary chill in their hearts. In fact, in his previous life, Wei Chen encountered the same situation. However, he had been soft-hearted due to their pleas. And with Wang Qianqian constantly instigating him, he ended up giving all his stockpiled supplies. As a result, Wei Chen quickly became a pitiful person with nothing left. Seeing the surprised reactions from the others, they all turned their gazes towards Wang Qianqian and Zhang Jun, wanting to see how they would respond. After all, it was their idea to bring everyone here from the beginning. Now that such an awkward situation had arisen, it was only natural that these two would have to step forward to resolve it. Wang Qianqian twisted her body and walked forward casually, sweetly saying, "Brother Chen, give me some face and let everyone in to eat something." While speaking, she also reached out to playfully tug at the buttons on his chest. Originally thinking that a soft approach would win him over, she didn't expect Wei Chen to swat her hand away with one hand and take a step back, his face full of disgust. Seeing this reaction, Wang Qianqian was also a bit surprised. "What's wrong with you? Why are you treating me like this?" Wei Chen scanned the crowd, then turned his gaze back to her and revealed the truth. "You all came here from so far away just to eat my food and use my place, to squeeze out my last value. Do you really think no one can see through it?" Everyone exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Jun stepped forward to play the peacemaker, saying, "We're all good brothers. At this time, what is so bad about helping each other out? When the weather gets better outside, whatever you want, we can give you." Encountering such naive and foolish comments, Wei Chen felt both amused and saddened. Since the apocalypse had already come, even he didn't know when it would end. This group of people actually still naively believed that they would soon get through this natural disaster. Haha. Wei Chen didn't explain further. Pulling out the climbing stick he carried at his waist, giving it a shake, and the stick instantly extended to a meter long, transforming into a sharp and handy weapon. He looked down at the crowd and bellowed, "Get out, don't make me say it a second time." Everyone was startled by his reaction and took a few steps back. However, one bold man didn't take it seriously and instead laughed loudly. "Stop pretending here. We're in a society governed by law. I don't believe you dare to commit violence with so many people here." Before the man could finish his sentence, he saw a shiny climbing stick jab towards him. Uft! The blade pierced into flesh, blood quickly flowed out, and a scream echoed throughout the corridor. Wei Chen gritted his teeth and said, "This is your last warning. If you dare to speak again, I'll make it so you can't breathe anymore." "Do you believe it?" Seeing his fierce and menacing appearance, the man trembled in fear, but the intense pain made him unable to make a sound. The other companions around, witnessing this, also feared that such a fate would befall them, hastily retreating to the corners. At this moment, Wang Chanshan and Zhang Jun finally realized Wei Chen's terror. They didn't know when he had changed so much. He was no longer the easy target he used to be. Let us go, let us go. I don't want to die here." A few of them murmured quietly and hurriedly fled against the wall. Wei Chen slowly pulled the climbing stick out from the man's body, casually saying, "Get lost." The remaining few no longer lingered and hurriedly ran towards the exit of the corridor. After this group of annoying people left, Wei Chen finally relaxed and opened the apartment door, returning to his home. The room was still filled with cold air, so he immediately took out various heating devices from his space, such as wall-mounted boilers, quick heaters, and electric oil heaters, along with underfloor heating and small heating lamps. In less than half an hour, the entire room was as warm as spring. He turned on a small desk lamp in the dim room, barely illuminating every corner. Currently, the community had notified of a temporary water and electricity cutoff, and during this period, he could only live off the stored electricity. Although Wei Chen had saved energy using solar panels during the day, in the apocalypse, conserving was the true survival rule. Once he warmed up, Wei Chen set up a table and a tablet in the living room. He took out skewers and drinks from his space, preparing to turn on a recently followed comedy to relieve the fatigue of the entire day. The food had just been taken out of the space and, originally steaming hot, the skewers quickly lost their luster in the room temperature, gradually turning pale. It seemed the room temperature wasn't warm enough, freezing his grilled meat. Wei Chen, heartbroken, hurriedly placed the skewers back on the stove to roast, and soon, the skewers began to sizzle and ooze oil, filling the room with the fragrant smell of barbecue. Holding a skewer in his left hand and a cola in his right, his eyes were glued to the comedy on the screen. Surrounded by a pile of heating devices in operation, he felt as if he were untouched by the disasters outside, living in a world apart from the apocalypse. After eating and drinking his fill, he contentedly cleaned up and tossed everything into a corner of the space. That was his pre-prepared garbage corner, filled with a large box of trash, which he would take out to dispose of once the box was full. With the apocalypse upon them, he intended to stay indoors as much as possible. After all, in this freezing weather, no normal person could stand it. He quietly sat on the sofa, gazing out at the dim sky, where he could faintly see the vast white snow world outside. The once vibrant scene of countless lights was long gone. Aside from the solar street lights still shining on the streets, there were hardly any other places emitting light. After seeing this, Wei Chen pulled up his curtains to prevent any light from escaping the house, so as not to be discovered by others. In the apocalypse, the best choice was to maintain a low profile and develop quietly. Now, he had basically bought everything he could, and with the apocalypse just arriving, he had nowhere to go for the time being, so he might as well enjoy staying at home. Wei Chen turned off the desk lamp, closed his eyes, leaned back on the sofa, and began to plan for the future. In his previous life, he experienced many years and had a deep understanding of the apocalypse. Knowing that months after the disaster struck, the government established many bases across the country to provide survival for countless refugees. Back then, Wei Chen was one of those countless refugees, running to a provincial shelter, and even then, he was tormented in the base. The harsh conditions and the cruelty of human nature made him suffer time and again. He crushed the empty cola bottle in his hand and murmured in the dim room, "But now I have grown up. I absolutely will not allow anyone to bully me again." In this life, he had only one principle. If others do not wrong me, I will not wrong them. If others wrong me, I will kill them to the end. Chapter 8. Late at night, the beautiful neighbor knocks on the door from today on. Wei Chen decided that he would not go out unless absolutely necessary. After about 4 or 5 more months, the first comprehensive base would be established in the south, which he knew was the largest and most well-equipped base. He planned to stay at home for half a year, and once he heard that the base was built and open, he would rush there as quickly as possible. That was a pleasant decision. Wei Chen got up and went to the bathroom to take a hot shower before going to sleep. However, when he turned on the shower, there was no response at all, and after tapping it a few times, not a single drop of water came out. It seemed the water and electricity had been cut off completely, but this did not affect him. He had anticipated this day and had prepared in advance. He took out a bucket of hot water from the space, using the water heating device to keep it warm, and before long, it was bubbling with steam. After enjoying a hot shower, he washed away the fatigue of the entire day, stored the water in the space for later use. Although the used water couldn't be used for cooking or drinking, it could be used for flushing the toilet or other purposes. In short, it absolutely should not be wasted. Just as he finished his shower and stepped out, he felt that the air in the room was a bit off. Although warm air was rushing in, it felt incredibly dry and uncomfortable when inhaled. Wei Chen quickly realized what was wrong and couldn't help but slap his forehead. Oh no. I almost forgot to turn on the humidifier. Earlier, to keep warm, he had turned on all the heating devices but neglected the humidity. Now, with the cold wind blowing outside, he had sealed every corner to prevent even a slight draft from entering. In this already dry environment, heating the air for a long time would make it impossible to stay in the room for too long. He hurriedly took out 4 humidifiers and set them up in the bedroom. With the power supply running efficiently, he didn't have to worry about electricity and could just go all out. As night fell, the weather would only get colder, even dropping to -60 degrees. Enough to freeze someone to death in a short time. Only after turning on all those heating devices could he maintain a semblance of normal temperature. Yet he still felt a chill. He spread a heavy quilt weighing over 10 pounds on his mattress, which he had specially purchased from the countryside. Sewn meticulously by some old ladies, the quality was simply unquestionable. On top of the quilt, he laid an electric blanket, and finally topped it with a cashmere duvet cover. This setup was undoubtedly the best insulation against the cold. Wei Chen also prepared 2 hot water bottles and stuffed them into the bed, warming them for a while before daring to take off his clothes and burrow in. How cozy. He curled up in the blankets, instantly entering hibernation mode. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he had fallen asleep, a series of urgent knocks on the door jolted him awake. Who is it? So annoying. Wei Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and climbed out of bed. Although he didn't know who it was, the thought of someone standing at his door made him uneasy. As soon as he got out of bed, he felt a chill spreading all over his body and hurriedly layered on several clothes, put on thermal gloves, and wore the plush shoes specifically designed for extreme cold. Once he was dressed, he cautiously stepped out of the bedroom and walked towards the front door. As soon as he entered the living room, the temperature made him feel uncomfortable all over. The suffocating cold sensation crept from the air down his throat to his organs, as if cement had sealed his nostrils, making it impossible to breathe. Who is it? Can't anyone let me sleep at this hour? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he shouted irritably toward the door. In this world, he had no relatives or friends, and anyone who would come looking for him at such a late hour must have some demands of him. Cautiously peeking through the peephole, he saw a petite woman standing at the door. The woman had big wavy hair and looked kind and harmless. But only Wei Chen knew in his heart that this person was very bad. This woman, named Jolie, was his neighbor across the hall. In his previous life, Jolie had repeatedly asked him for help, and the soft-hearted Wei Chen had lent a hand every time. He thought that helping more people during the apocalypse would earn him more friends, but unexpectedly, in this dog-eat-dog world, there was only the law of the jungle, and no real friendship existed. Kindness could never be a meal. Moreover, kindness could either be a disguise or be seen as a sign of weakness by others. In his last life, Wei Chen regrettably fell into the latter category. This woman liked to use him, and what was worse, this wretched person would team up with her scoundrel husband to bully him. He absolutely could not let the tragedy repeat itself. The evildoers must be eliminated. Wei Chen took a deep breath and reluctantly opened the door. The even colder air rushed into the house. Despite being mentally prepared several times, his body had never endured such extreme cold, and he couldn't adapt to this harsh climate immediately. The woman outside the door instantly felt the warmth inside the house and couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise, looking at him. "Chengge, how come your house has heating?" Upon hearing such a question, Wei Chen couldn't help but frown. He had wanted to hide his strength, but now it was exposed so quickly. "What does it matter to you whether my house has heating?" Wei Chen replied impatiently, his face showing an unwelcome expression. After all, being disturbed at such a late hour was something anyone would find intolerable. Jolie was momentarily taken aback, unable to imagine that the boy next door, who usually obeyed her every word, had now changed his attitude completely. Not only had he matured in demeanor, but his tone and attitude had also become more stern and rigid, making her feel strangely unfamiliar. After a moment of silence, Jolie mustered her courage to say, "My house is just too cold. I originally wanted to borrow some winter clothes and blankets from you, and now it seems your place is quite warm. Can I move in with you?" Faced with such an extremely rude and shameless request, Wei Chen naturally wouldn't give her any room for negotiation. "Get lost." Wei Chen lazily spat out this single word from his throat to refuse her. Such a decisive rejection left Zhou Li feeling surprised and disappointed. "Chen Gu, how have you changed like this? You used to never refuse me." She always spoke in a high-pitched voice, which used to make Wei Chen find her cute, but now, thinking back on what she had done, he felt increasingly disgusted. "I don't want to repeat what I said. Don't force me." Chapter 9. A small lesson. Wei Chen's face darkened, appearing particularly eerie in the dead of night. Jolie was indeed startled, quickly taking a few steps back, and was so frightened by his gaze that she hurried back to her own house. "Humph, just you wait, I'll get you one day." At this moment, Jolie finally revealed her true nature, showing her fierce side. After saying this, she slammed the door shut, and with a loud bang, she saw the door across the way close. After witnessing this, Wei Chen only found it amusing. Someone like her was merely an insignificant character who couldn't stir up any waves and couldn't pose any threat to him. After sneering, he closed his door again and returned to his bedroom. Not long after returning to his bedroom, Wei Chen suddenly remembered something very important. Although Jolie was very capable, this shameless woman had a cunning mind. Their earlier confrontation had clearly torn apart any pretense and given her temperament. She would surely think of ways to take revenge that very night. He had to be on guard. Moreover, her husband was a notorious thug in the area, so they would definitely come after him together. It seemed tonight would be a sleepless night. Wei Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, then deliberately left the front door unlocked, even leaving it ajar. He knew very well that according to Zhou Li's habits, if she felt even slightly wronged, she would think of ways to retaliate the same day. As long as he waited in the living room, he was sure to wait for the couple's arrival. Around 3 in the morning, as expected, the woman, lacking any patience, soon returned with her husband to seek revenge. "Keep your voice down, don't wake him up." Jolie bent down, sneaking in like a thief through the hallway. Her husband, Wang Xiaojia, was also a bit surprised. That bastard is so careless. He didn't even close the door. Before they could celebrate their luck, they quickly noticed a dark figure standing still behind them. This discovery immediately scared them out of their wits, and they couldn't help but scream. "Damn it!" Wang Xiaojia trembled as he pulled a controlled knife from his pocket. However, his movements were too slow. The moment he reached into his pocket, he was kicked away. The force of this kick was as if Wei Chen had used all his strength, and he turned to kick Zhou Li as well. Though he disliked hitting women, this kind of shameless person was a different story. The two of them crashed hard against the wall, and even though the wall had armor protection, it still created a shallow dent. Following this, Wei Chen turned around and locked the front door, looking down at the two people sprawled in the corner. Wang Xiaojia was at least a young and strong guy. Although he was knocked down suddenly, looking disheveled, he still had some remaining strength to struggle to get up. Holding his painful abdomen, he glared at Wei Chen and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, are you tired of living? How dare you kick me? Do you know who I am?" In his anger, he rolled up his sleeves and charged directly at Wei Chen. Before he could get close, Wei Chen threw him over his shoulder, slamming him down hard on the ground. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Wang Xiaojia hit the ground. And before he could even process what had happened, he saw the dark figure approaching him. "Don't come over." Before he could finish his terrified warning, he heard a cracking sound from his arms, and a hand tightly covered his mouth. Wang Xiaojia's arms were painfully dislocated. He wanted to scream, but his mouth was covered and he couldn't make a sound. Zhou Li, seeing this, trembled in fear. Wei Chen didn't care about this scene at all. Instead, he placed his foot on Wang Xiaojia's face. In such extreme humiliation, Wang Xiaojia's face turned red with anger, veins bulging at his temples, and his breathing became increasingly labored. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, Zhou Li quickly got up from the corner, trying to sneak away. But before she could get far, she was pulled back. "Aren't you afraid I'll call the police and have you arrested?" She looked at him in fear, struggling continuously. But that hand was like a mechanical arm, tightly restraining her, not allowing her to move. Wei Chen sneered coldly. "You might as well go ahead and report it. I'd like to see what happens if you break into someone else's home in the middle of the night." Hearing this, both Wang Xiaojia, who was rolling on the ground, and Zhou Li, who was in the corner, had their expressions changed drastically. They seemed to have no advantage in either reason or emotion. Then Wei Chen added, "Also, look at what the outside has become. Even if you call the police, it won't do any good. They can't be bothered with such small matters. After the apocalypse, the so-called order would collapse, and such things became too common. Moreover, there probably wasn't enough food in the station, so they wouldn't want to arrest more people and add to their burdens." With just a few words, Wei Chen easily broke Zhou Li's defenses. She slumped in the corner, lowering her head and repeatedly begging for mercy. "We were just momentarily blinded by greed. Please let us off, Chen Gu. Even if we die, we won't disturb you again." As she said this, she deliberately put on a pitiful look, trying to elicit sympathy. But Wei Chen remained unmoved, glancing at Wang Xiaojie. "Even if you know to beg for mercy, what about this guy?" At this moment, Wang Xiaojie was already in so much pain that he couldn't speak, trembling all over, not knowing if it was due to the cold or the pain from his injuries, which was causing his nerves to act up. Zhou Li was determined to escape this place of turmoil as quickly as possible, so she hurriedly said, "No, no, no. He's already realized his mistake. Just let us go." Tears as big as beans kept rolling down from the corners of her eyes, and Zhou Li continued to kneel and knock her head to the ground, her demeanor extremely humble. Wei Chen's lips curled up, having achieved the effect he wanted. He naturally wouldn't continue to torment them. 5 seconds, disappear completely. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Li was seen supporting Wang Xiaojie, fleeing in a disheveled manner like a drowning dog, and before leaving, she didn't forget to close the door behind her. Chapter 10, Pursuit? Counterattack. After the two left, Wei Chen's eyes gradually became sinister. He certainly wouldn't easily forgive them. He wasn't foolish. Although Zhou Li's apology was sincere, it was all about survival. And she would undoubtedly think of every possible way to take revenge in the future. Right now, this was a residential area, and if he acted here to silence them, the consequences would be severe. He could only wait for the two to come up with a series of revenge methods later on, at which point they would definitely take action outside. Wei Chen could also take this opportunity to execute a counterattack. By the time the two walked out of the apartment building, it meant their death wasn't far off. Unknowingly, a week had passed. Wei Chen had not noticed his neighbor across the hall had gone out, but unexpectedly found that the entire Tian'ai city had completely run out of water. Natural disasters were becoming more severe, with the temperature plummeting to minus 70 degrees. People found it increasingly difficult to survive. In such an environment, the water supply lines of the Tian'ai city water plant had all frozen, and even after briefly being cleared, it soon returned to its original state. As a result, the water plant was completely rendered inoperable. After the citizens heard the news that the water plant announced a long-term water stoppage, the already anxious society became even more chaotic. If people did not eat, they could barely last about a week, but without water, they would likely perish in 2 or 3 days. Moreover, this premise was under normal conditions. In the current extreme cold apocalypse, the situation was naturally much worse. Under such harsh conditions, lips would dry and crack in just a few seconds, and throats could easily become parched. Even though many people had some stored water at home, that water would eventually run out. On this day, the apartment residence group suddenly became lively, with everyone discussing when to go shopping. Many shops on the street had already closed down, leaving only a few supermarkets still standing. Nowadays, the supermarkets had truly been taken over by the higher-ups, with armed soldiers guarding outside, making general chaos unlikely. Despite the cold weather outside, many people still braved the strong winds to rush into the supermarket to buy supplies. "I can't hold out any longer. If this continues, my family will definitely die of thirst. I don't care, even if the sky falls. I must go to the supermarket to buy some water to stock up. Trust me, there's no limit on mineral water now. Who knows if we'll be able to buy it in the future." After much discussion in the group, the residents decided to go shopping together. In these days, social order had completely collapsed. Some residents could go out alone without issue, but after just a short while outside the supermarket after shopping, they would find themselves robbed, left with only thin clothes, shivering in the cold wind. From then on, anyone planning to go out to buy something would choose to go in groups, refusing to act alone. After all, the more people there were, the more helpers there would be, and others would have to think twice about whether they had the strength to rob. Wei Chen also planned to take this opportunity to check the supermarket for any supplies he needed to buy. Even though the supplies in his space were already quite sufficient, he wouldn't mind buying more to stock up. After all, hoarding things could become addictive. Once he donned a mask and sunglasses, fully armed from head to toe to ensure he was airtight, he finally felt safe enough to go out. As soon as he stepped out of his apartment, He coincidentally saw his neighbors Zhou Li and Wang Xiaojie also carrying garbage and preparing to go downstairs. They exchanged glances and were instantly frightened, stepping back a few paces with terrified expressions. Seeing this, Wei Chen merely snorted dismissively and turned to walk toward the stairwell. Currently, the elevator was completely out of power and unusable, so he had to walk down 20 floors. Watching Wei Chen leave, Zhou Li and Wang Xiaojie exchanged a glance and followed him. This was a godsend opportunity that they absolutely could not miss. When Wei Chen went downstairs, he encountered many residents of the apartment, meeting several along the way. It seemed that everyone had started to move after hearing the news about the water stoppage. However, many people looked at Wei Chen's outfit with surprise, unable to believe that after so many days without water, his clothes could still look so brand new. Naturally, he paid no mind to these odd glances. Almost everyone directly walked out from the first floor, except for Wei Chen, who headed straight for the underground parking lot. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he found it dimly lit. Aside from a little weak light, there was basically no sound and no one else in sight. But this was normal, after all. Even if someone was willing to drive out, their economic situation likely wouldn't allow it. After the apocalypse struck, all transportation routes were cut off, and gas stations in various places had run out of supplies, making gasoline extremely expensive. As a result, even if one had money, they might not be able to buy it. Wei Chen drove the Hummer out of the parking lot quickly, but he did not head toward the supermarket in the city. Instead, he drove to another location. The car was moving slowly, almost at a pace where anyone running could keep up. He was intentionally letting Zhou Li and Wang Xiaojie catch up. However, Wei Chen was overthinking it, in their quest for revenge. Zhou Li and Wang Xiaojie had racked their brains and suddenly brought a bicycle, pedaling hard to get closer to the Hummer. Zhou Li was riding the bike, while Wang Xiaojie sat behind, holding a shovel in his hand. The bike was moving very fast, getting closer to the Hummer and through the car's rearview mirror. Wei Chen could clearly see the anxious expressions on their faces. Wang Xiaojie's face turned fierce as he shouted, "Bastard, you dared to break my arm before. Today you'll see how many eyes the king of horses has." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the shovel in his hand and swung it violently toward Wei Chen's window. Noticing the opponent's every move, Wei Chen remained unfazed. He simply lightly pressed the gas pedal, and the Hummer instantly shot forward. Wang Xiaojie's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking his plan was about to succeed, only to find it had failed. He had exerted too much force when swinging down, causing the shovel to dangerously come close to hitting himself. Fortunately, he managed to let go of the weapon just in time to save his own life. Zhou Li was clearly startled by this turn of events and quickly tried to stop the rapidly moving bicycle. Chapter 11. Remove the roots with the grass. However, Zhou Li had pedaled too vigorously just now, and now that she suddenly wanted to stop, it was difficult to do so immediately. She struggled to control the bicycle's direction, swerving left and right before finally falling to the roadside. When they got back up, they were completely dumbfounded. After all that time, the Hummer had disappeared without a trace, clearly missing a great opportunity. But if they didn't act quickly today, it would easily raise the opponent's vigilance, making it much harder to take action next time. Just as they were about to sigh and stomp their feet, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "You both still want revenge, right?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Li and Wang Xiaojie quickly turned their heads to look back, pressing the flashlight in their hands. They saw Wei Chen standing not far away, hands in his pockets, as if he had returned after a long absence. Realizing that this guy had come back, Wang Xiaojie quickly regained his composure from his surprise and burst into laughter. "You chose to walk into hell when there was a path to heaven. You came looking for death today, so don't blame me for being ruthless." Wang Xiaojie snorted coldly, then grabbed the shovel from the ground again, shouldering his weapon and stepping closer to his opponent. Each of his steps was heavy, making a clattering sound, thinking that this would instill fear in the other party. "Before, I was careless and didn't dodge, but today, I'll let you see just how powerful I really am." As he said this, Wang Xiaojie deliberately twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds, feeling that this would enhance his imposing presence. However, upon seeing the clownish demeanor of the person in front of him, Wei Chen found it hard to suppress his laughter. There are always people in this world who are inherently weak and incompetent, but insist on pretending to be powerful. Since that's the case, let reality slap him in the face. Teach this kid a lesson. Before long, Wang Xiaojie approached Wei Chen, shovel in hand. Seeing the expressionless face of Wei Chen, who showed no intention of fighting back, he was momentarily taken aback. But then he continued to raise the shovel and swung it fiercely at Wei Chen's head. However, Just as the shovel was about to strike, Wei Chen quickly shifted his body and disappeared from sight. Wang Xiaojia, faced with this situation, became very tense, shaking his head to search for Wei Chen, trying to figure out where he was. But it was all too late. Before he could spot any movement, a sudden pain coursed through his body, and he couldn't help but look down at his stomach. There, a long knife was protruding, glinting coldly even in the dim light. It was definitely a good knife. At that moment, Wei Chen, standing behind Wang Xiaojia, slowly pulled out his dagger, his face showing no emotion, as if he were doing something meaningless. The moment the dagger was withdrawn, Wang Xiaojia finally lost all consciousness and fell backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. This entire sequence of actions didn't even take a minute. It was incredibly fast. Jolie, who witnessed everything, had a very complex expression. She wanted to shout out, but the words were stuck in her throat, and she ultimately couldn't say anything. She saw Wei Chen slowly approaching her, and fear made her legs go weak, causing her to drop to the ground. "Don't come near me. Go away. Shingu, believe me, there will definitely be no next time. Spare me this last chance," she pleaded. "If you want to blame someone, blame Wang Xiaojia. He was the one who instigated me, and now he's dead. So you don't need to look for me anymore." Unfortunately, no matter how much Jolie begged, Wei Chen did not slow his pace at all and soon stood before her. Just when Jolie thought there might still be a glimmer of hope and was preparing to speak again, the dagger flashed in her line of sight, and a bright red line suddenly appeared on her throat. Her eyes widened in terror as she looked at the person in front of her, her consciousness gradually fading away. Thud. As she collapsed onto the ground, blood quickly spread across the floor. Wei Chen couldn't be bothered to take another look and turned to walk away. A dog will always be a dog. As long as the heart is wicked, no amount of words can wash it clean. No matter how much Jolie apologized, even if she spoke beautifully, it was useless, because letting her go would be like giving oneself a ticking time bomb that could bring trouble at any moment. The only way to be worry-free was to ensure her death. Since he chose to cut the grass, he had to eradicate the roots. As Wei Chen slowly left the scene, the cold wind around him dispersed the dark clouds above, revealing the remaining moon in the sky. The moonlight, seemingly still carrying remnants of frost, fell perfectly on Wei Chen, casting a lonely shadow. Originally, he was a kind-hearted man, but after being tormented by reality time and again, he realized that only by being decisive in killing could one survive in this apocalypse. Wei Chen leisurely walked into the Hummer and drove forward. In his memory, after the water supply from the water plant was cut off in his previous life, the entire Tian'ai city never had tap water again. People had to rely on melting snow to survive, and in the upcoming extreme heat disaster, let alone snow, just the drought would be painfully unbearable. At this moment, all the citizens were lined up in long queues at the designated supermarkets, their main task being to buy water to take home. Initially, the supermarket manager didn't pay much attention, but soon realized something was off. These people were all rushing for bottled water. At this rate, not only would the bottled water on the shelves be cleared out, but the entire supermarket's water stock would likely be wiped clean. Before long, the supermarket changed its strategy, limiting each person to just one small bottle of mineral water per day. This small bottle was barely enough to keep one from dying of thirst. Cooking, doing laundry, or bathing were out of the question. Those were nearly impossible tasks. In fact, it wasn't just the supermarkets. Water supply trucks appeared everywhere daily, and just like here, people still had to line up for water. Moreover, the prices were not as cheap as in the supermarket, at least 3 or 4 times higher. The water obtained was only enough for simple daily washing, and even thinking about bathing felt extravagant. Wei Chen hadn't been out for a long time, and upon learning that the situation had reached this point, he decided that he would need to conserve resources related to water and electricity as much as possible in the future. Chapter 12. And Yi's true identity. After buying a few items in the supermarket, Wei Chen didn't linger outside, but chose to go home directly. The weather was gradually warming up from the extreme cold. Faced with a temperature that was somewhat acceptable, it was recognized as a recovery period. Wei Chen knew very well that this so-called recovery period wouldn't last long, and that a colder time was approaching soon. Now, the outside temperature was finally not as cold as before, and it was even possible to see a hint of green on the streets. Even though those plants had already withered from the frost, the melting snow on the surface brought joy to people as hearts. Finally, they no longer had to see a vast expanse of white all day. Everyone could come out and move around a bit. Yeah. Don't just stay cooped up at home all day. I told you this disaster would pass quickly. They finally made it through. Winter was over, and spring wouldn't be far behind, right? The residents group in the community became lively again. They were no longer limited to sending messages on their phones, but directly took to the streets and alleys. The streets of Tianhai City were bustling again with people and cars, and the previous vitality seemed to have returned. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Wei Chen watched the situation outside. The sounds of children playing and laughing came from downstairs in the community, and many elderly people were out, practicing Tai Chi or playing chess just like before. The tide of returning to work and school was gradually starting, and many shops were reopening as if the apocalypse had never happened. Wei Chen knew that this was an extremely short-lived illusion, but he was unwilling to spread this important news. After all, he understood that true wisdom is to survive and develop independently. This is not selfishness, but a golden rule taught by the apocalypse on how to become strong. He no longer stayed in his room all day, but chose to go out to buy some food or daily necessities. Although he had plenty of things in his space, he still had some cash on hand and planned to spend all of it before the apocalypse fully arrived. Even if he didn't spend this cash, it would eventually become worthless paper, so he might as well take the opportunity to be active. After having lunch, Wei Chen changed into a regular down jacket and simply prepared to go out and see what new things there were. Walking to the nearby street, he found many people setting up stalls, selling all sorts of strange items. Most of them were secondhand goods, but there was one thing missing: food. In a small alleyway around the corner, Wei Chen, with his keen eyes, almost missed it. In that deep corner, there was actually a small stall selling weapons. He walked closer and found that it was a pile of cold weapons, daggers, long swords, double halberds, and Amei daggers. These weapons looked exquisite, and the prices were quite tempting. Not very expensive at all. Curious, he glanced at the stall owner sitting in the corner. Most stalls chose to set up under streetlights to promote their goods with free light, but this stall owner was strangely set up in such a remote corner. However, thanks to the nearby light, Wei Chen could vaguely see that the weapon stall owner was a stunning beauty, although he couldn't see her exact appearance. Her full and proud figure was enough to identify her as a girl, even though she wore a baseball cap to shield her face. Wei Chen could see that her profile looked somewhat familiar. She was undoubtedly a refined beauty. The weapon stall owner seemed to be troubled by something, but it was easy to guess. After all, this small stall selling unusual items in a corner naturally wouldn't have much business. Moreover, even though citizens were living a bit more difficultly now, at least order still existed, and no bad people were frequently appearing. Who would think of coming to buy cold weapons in such a situation? Ridiculous. Wei Chen squatted down, casually picked up a knife, and drew it out to examine it. Unexpectedly, the moment the flame blade was unsheathed, he was instantly dazzled by the brilliant sparks before him. It was simply breathtaking. The flames accompanied the blade, and a wave of heat suddenly hit him. Wei Chen quickly put the flame blade back into its sheath and turned to look at the beautiful stall owner, casually asking, "This is a treasure, right? Are you willing to sell it?" The beautiful stall owner slowly raised her head, and, upon seeing that the buyer was actually Wei Chen, her expression momentarily froze, but she quickly adjusted herself. "Are you sure you want to buy it?" Her voice was soft and pleasant, like the sound of a guqin. Wei Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. That voice sounded so familiar. He focused his attention on the stall owner and boldly reached out to lift her baseball cap. With a swish, her long hair cascaded down, revealing her pretty face. "Isn't this an E?" Wei Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, how come you are here? And selling these peculiar things?" And he knew she couldn't escape being recognized by an acquaintance, so she could only force a wry smile. "Life's necessities. This is the only thing I can sell." While speaking, she helplessly rubbed her stomach with her long hand. It had been too long since she had eaten a proper meal. She was really hungry. She was so hungry that she didn't even have the strength to continue talking. And her expression looked quite forced. Having been setting up her stall for so long, she hadn't made a single sale. Anyone would be upset in her position. Thinking of this, and he couldn't help but sigh again. Who would have thought that someone as famous as her, a weapon merchant from another planet, could end up in such a dire situation? When she crossed through time and space, she unexpectedly fell into this strange world. It was only then that she realized that the apocalypse was about to arrive. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, although the apocalypse was coming. It seemed it hadn't fully arrived yet, still giving people some time to prepare. However, order still existed, and the law was still effective. Even though Annie possessed extraordinary abilities, they were of no use now. She had pretended to be a weak girl, faking a relationship with a scumbag, disguising her identity as an interstellar weapon merchant. But now that the scumbag was gone and the apocalypse truly arrived, there was not a single grain of food left. Her space was almost entirely filled with weapons, as nothing else could fit into it. The coins she brought along could only be used on the alien planet and were just worthless stones here. During the day, an E braved the cold wind, curling up in a corner while starving. After enduring until dark, she wanted to learn to set up a stall like those people outside to earn money and then buy food with the money earned. But after waiting so hard for a customer all day, not a single one came. What went wrong? Now that a customer had finally appeared. Even if it was an acquaintance, she definitely couldn't let this opportunity slip away. This should be the flame blade, right? It looks pretty good. Wei Chen really liked this knife and couldn't help but play with it in his hand. He didn't think too much about why an E was here selling goods. After all, everyone had their own way of survival, and he naturally couldn't interfere too much. However, a treasure like this blade he had only dreamt of before and had never seen elsewhere. He definitely didn't want to miss such a handy weapon. How much is it? Upon hearing Wei Chen start asking for the price, and Yi's eyes clearly brightened, as if she saw a glimmer of hope for making money. This knife is 80,000. And he didn't plan to give a discount just because he was an acquaintance. After all, she needed money too much right now. 80,000. Wei Chen was too surprised and couldn't help but repeat it. Do you think 80,000 is too expensive? How about 60,000? And he softened her tone, not wanting to miss this business opportunity. Wei Chen shook his head, non-committal to her words. A mere few tens of thousands was something he could afford. But for such a good knife to be sold for that price was indeed a bit of a shame. If sold as an antique, perhaps some big shots might want it. However, this was now the apocalypse. What everyone needed most were food and drinking water. Even weapons had to be firearms. A knife like this probably wouldn't have much market value. Do you want it or not? And he became a little anxious after seeing him lost in thought. This flame blade was a treasure. If it weren't for her lack of money, she wouldn't be willing to sell it at such a low price. Now, he was taking so long to consider, which was simply intolerable. 80,000 it is. It's not like I can't afford it. With that, Wei Chen flipped over and took out 8 thick stacks of cash from his backpack and handed them directly to an E. After receiving the heavy cash, an E was incredibly excited. After so many days, she finally made a sale, as if she could see the dawn of hope. Finally, I can buy food. Goo goo goo. Unable to hold back, she let out a series of strange sounds from her stomach. She shyly covered her belly, but couldn't resist Wei Chen's gaze. You must be hungry. I didn't expect that just a few days apart would leave you starving. Wei Chen, naturally unwilling to see a beautiful girl go hungry, quickly pulled out a steaming meat bun from his pocket and handed it over. In these times, having a meat bun was quite rare. Upon seeing the fragrant food, and he was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but snatch it and shove it into her mouth. After not having eaten for so long, suddenly having such delicious hot food in her stomach warmed her up significantly. Can you tell me how you ended up in this situation and even started selling weapons? Wei Chen asked, crouching down while casually slinging the newly bought flame blade behind him, looking curiously at the beauty in front of him. After pondering for a moment, Annie was reluctant to reveal the truth. She bent down to tidy up the weapons on the ground and casually replied, I have other things to do. Let's talk another day when I have time. Seeing her in such a hurry, Wei Chen understood that she didn't want to talk further and discreetly said goodbye before leaving. After Wei Chen left, he didn't rush home but wandered around various places on the street. Unknowingly, he spent 2 to 3 hours outside, but this time wasn't aimless wandering. Besides trying to let his body adapt to the cold outside as much as possible, he also listened to what the passersby had to say about the latest news. Even though he had stockpiled a lot of supplies, he didn't plan to live alone. He couldn't stay away from the crowd for too long. Occasionally gathering information from nearby was also quite important and would definitely be of great benefit to him. However, after listening for so long, he found that the news he received wasn't particularly advantageous. It was mostly about where things were being sold or someone passing away, which were hardly useful to him. After realizing this, Wei Chen finally headed back to his apartment building. When he returned home, it was just around dinner time. The first thing he did was turn on all the heating appliances. He wasn't in a hurry to eat. After walking around all afternoon, he had already worked up a bit of a sweat and needed to take a shower first. Wei Chen walked into the bathroom and took out a large bathtub filled with warm water, eagerly lying down in it. The warm water in this cold winter was the best, and he instantly felt as if he were floating, all his fatigue vanishing in an instant. He couldn't just pour out the bathwater, he could save it for flushing the toilet, which was also a way to conserve resources. Wei Chen wasn't particularly dirty. He only had a bit of sweat, and soaking in the bathtub merely washed away some dead skin. After soaking for half an hour, he slowly emerged from the bathroom, at which point the temperature in the living room had already reached the most comfortable level for the human body, making it feel completely warm. He casually dried himself off with a towel and knew that in this extremely cold world, taking a shower didn't need to be too frequent. Showering 2 to 3 times a week was sufficient, especially since being able to take a shower was already quite a luxurious thing, something many people could only dream of. Wei Chen didn't head straight to the bedroom to rest, but first took a few warm patches from the drawer and stuck them on his thermal shirt before turning to walk into the bedroom. Leaning back on the sofa, Wei Chen leisurely opened his tablet and randomly found a documentary about wilderness survival to watch, enjoying it while munching on popcorn chicken. Next to him, there was a cup of hot bubble tea. That was a hot drink he had specifically bought earlier, and after putting it in storage for so long, it was still at the same temperature as when he first bought it. Being able to enjoy hot snacks and delicious hot drinks on such a cold night was definitely worth it. Wei Chen felt very satisfied, slowly enjoying himself for over an hour until the documentary ended, and then he got up to tidy up the house. He threw the empty bottles and some leftovers into a garbage bag, which he then put into storage. He was used to waiting until the trash can in storage was full before finding an opportunity to take it out and throw it away outside the community. After turning off the documentary, Wei Chen leaned back on the sofa, still holding the tablet. With his legs crossed, he searched for some instructional videos. The things he watched were quite varied, but they were all related to survival skills. Even though he had already survived for many years in his previous life and was quite experienced in this area, he didn't mind learning more knowledge. Being prepared was always something he believed in. After studying for a long time, he finally set the tablet aside and went back to the bedroom to rest. When he woke up the next morning, he didn't prepare to eat or wash up. Instead, he directly took out the barbells and power rack from storage and began his daily training in the spacious living room. The apartment where Wei Chen currently lived was relatively high-end housing in the entire Tianhai city, and its various configurations were quite good. For instance, the soundproofing was excellent. Even if he turned the speakers up to the maximum, he wouldn't have to worry about disturbing anyone else's rest. If he wanted to survive in the apocalypse and live comfortably, he needed to have a strong physique and high combat power. In his previous life, he never gave up on exercising even in such harsh conditions. The current conditions were unimaginably better than in his past life, so he certainly wouldn't abandon such a habit. If he remained complacent and only enjoyed life, he would probably just be waiting to die in the apocalypse. But now things were completely different. He was very clear about the benefits that exercise could bring him. While he still had time and the conditions allowed him to do so, he had to cherish every moment. Panting and sweating profusely, his muscles were increasing day by day, and his progress was astonishing. Chapter 14. Must be ruthless. Until the east began to glow with dawn, and the morning light spread across the land, a beam of sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling window and into the room. At which point Wei Chen finally stopped training. After resting for a moment, he took a towel to wipe the sweat off his body, quickly washed up and brushed his teeth, and then took out the heated milk and sandwich from the induction cooker to eat. In the early morning, many people continued to go out to buy supplies. Wei Chen thought that since the natural disasters outside weren't too severe yet, it would be good to go out and breathe some fresh air. He put on his warm clothes, then donned his mask and gloves, skillfully dressing himself in a way that was completely sealed off before turning around and walking out the door. For him, the 20 floors were already something he was used to. He treated it as practice for running, and in no time at all, he arrived at the underground parking lot. He drove his Hummer straight to the supermarket near the community to shop. However, just as he approached the supermarket entrance, he saw that the streets were already filled with long lines of citizens waiting to buy supplies. Nowadays, resources were becoming increasingly scarce, and the money in people's hands was starting to devalue. No one knew when that money would become worthless, so everyone was anxious to spend it quickly. Seeing this, Wei Chen immediately dismissed the idea of shopping. After all, he wasn't lacking in supplies. Even if he queued up, the things he could buy wouldn't be much. So there was no need to expend that much effort. He just wanted to take a casual stroll outside to see what the city looked like now, and then head back home. However, shortly after he started driving, he noticed a gray sedan in the rearview mirror, following him at a leisurely pace, clearly coming for him. Nowadays, very few people could afford to drive, especially with fuel prices skyrocketing. Most people couldn't even afford to eat, let alone buy gas to drive. Seeing the gray sedan trailing him, Wei Chen's lips curled slightly upward, and he immediately pressed the accelerator, speeding down the road ahead. The Hummer suddenly accelerated, the engine roaring like a lion in the wilderness. The car kept going without stopping, and before he knew it, he had reached the outskirts. Noticing there was no one around, Wei Chen finally brought the Hummer to a stop. As he got out, he also closed the door tightly. leaning against the Hummer and quietly waiting for the gray sedan to approach. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the gray sedan followed him, parked nearby. And 5 people swaggered out. They were all well-prepared, tightly wrapped up, and judging by their burly figures, it was clear they were not ordinary individuals. One man stood out with a remarkable presence, likely their leader, who kept staring at Wei Chen after stepping out. He was bald. And his tone was fierce. "You little brat, you actually don't want to run away and are just here waiting for us. Are you tired of living?" After noticing he was being followed, instead of trying to escape, he had led them to this secluded area. His thought process was indeed quite peculiar. Wei Chen remained silent, his eyes carrying a hint of killing intent, then glanced at him. Being ignored only fueled the bald man's anger, feeling that his authority was being massively challenged. "If you want to live, it's fine. Just take us all back to your house and hand over all your supplies. And that Hummer too. Only then will we consider letting you go." The bald man's fierce words seemed to shock even himself, as if he believed the other party would definitely comply. "Big brother, this guy looks pretty good. He might know a lot of pretty girls. Why not make him hand over his girlfriend too? Haha, that's right. Since we're robbing him anyway, he definitely shouldn't miss out." Exactly, not many people care about this kind of thing nowadays. The weather is only going to get worse. Let's go big or go home. The robbers were making increasingly outrageous suggestions, completely disregarding Wei Chen, thinking he was just a wealthy young man who knew how to drive a Hummer. After hearing this, Wei Chen decided it was time to stop being silent. He drew the flame blade hanging on his back. The blade felt heavy in his hand, but brought a sense of security. More importantly, its stunning design not only looked beautiful, but also instilled an inexplicable fear in his opponents. Wei Chen had chosen this blade not just for its appearance, but because its inherent charm was compelling enough. At this moment, he slowly pulled the blade from its sheath and pointed it directly at the men in front of him. "No need to babble here. If you want to come up, come together and die. It would save me the trouble of chopping you all one by one." The bald man, referred to as the boss, couldn't he help but burst into laughter at Wei Chen's bold stance and arrogant words. "You must be out of your mind. Kid, you think you can act like a hero with a toy knife? In that case, I'll have to teach you a lesson today." The bald man signaled his subordinates, and they all understood, rushing forward. Wei Chen had been practicing martial arts since childhood, and using cold weapons was second nature to him. Coupled with his experience of surviving alone in a post-apocalyptic world, facing numerous life and death challenges, when he finally drew his blade, he was exceptionally ruthless, targeting their vital points. Each strike was straightforward, with no unnecessary moves or tricks. The bald man and his subordinates were just a bunch of thugs looking to steal supplies to survive the winter. And when they saw how fierce Wei Chen was, they were momentarily taken aback. They had never formally trained in martial arts. They relied solely on brute strength, making it impossible to compare with Wei Chen. At that moment, although the flame blade was long and narrow, it was wielded with remarkable skill, each strike landing accurately on the bald man and his gang. Their weapons were just iron rods and daggers, which were hardly a match. Within minutes, the bald man realized they were no match for Wei Chen. Immediately, the bald man changed his tone. "Brother, wait a minute. Just let us go. And we promise to leave far away and never show up in front of you again." But it was too late. Wei Chen acted as if he hadn't heard the bald man's plea. He swung his blade, chopping one down, blood and flesh flying everywhere. And soon it was the bald man's turn. At that moment, the bald man looked at his fallen comrades who were now lifeless on the ground, trembling in fear. His eyes filled with terror as he looked at Wei Chen. "You dare to kill? Aren't you afraid of being caught?" Facing the bald man's question, Wei Chen merely sneered, then didn't he give him another chance to speak, delivering a fatal blow. The bald man lay in the cold pool of blood, his eyes wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. He could never have imagined that in this seemingly calm era, this strikingly handsome man could be so ruthless. Truly terrifying. Wei Chen, holding the flame blade, walked over to the gray sedan that the bald man and his gang had just brought, and after confirming that no one was inside, he opened the door with ease. He completely destroyed the car's dashcam and cameras. Even the recording chip was not spared, leaving it in ruins. Wei Chen had no interest in rummaging through the gray sedan's contents. After all, he had plenty of supplies and didn't care for their worthless items. He took out a clean towel from the car, wiped the blood off the flame blade, and carefully sheathed it before driving away from that cursed place. After this, Wei Chen remained emotionally stable throughout the ordeal. For him, eliminating these social scum was no different than squashing ants. Whether these people had followed him by coincidence or had been stalking him for a long time, he would never allow them to live. If he showed even a hint of mercy today, they would undoubtedly bring him immense trouble in the future. Rather than that, it was better to eliminate potential threats now. Having survived for so long in the post-apocalyptic world, Wei Chen was certainly not one to show mercy. Chapter 15. The city. After a month before heading back to the apartment, Wei Chen first took care of everything in the outskirts, retrieving new clothes from his space and replacing the bloodstained ones. The discarded clothes were wrapped in a garbage bag and casually tossed into the space. Wei Chen ensured that the place where he acted was far out in the outskirts, in a remote forest area with no one else in sight. Since there were no traces left, Wei Chen was confident that he wouldn't leave behind any incriminating evidence. Coupled with the current situation, he was even less worried about being discovered. However, his clothes were already stained with blood, so he couldn't just throw them away carelessly. To be safe, he decided to store them in his space. It was more reassuring than burying them in the ground. After driving back to the underground garage, Wei Chen deliberately took out some supplies from his space. He didn't take much, but he needed to put on a show for the residents of the community. From that day on, Wei Chen lived as he did before, consistently going downstairs to take out the trash every day. Each time he walked out of the apartment, he carried a backpack and held a trash bin. After throwing away the trash, he would continue to reuse the bin. There were actually many others who behaved similarly to Wei Chen. In fact, he didn't have that much trash to throw away. He mainly did it to avoid drawing attention to how different he was. However, continuing like this for a long time wasn't a solution. The news about the refuge base had yet to be announced, and Wei Chen could only wait patiently. A month had passed since the water supply in Haishur had been cut off, and incidents of street robberies and follow-up thefts began to occur frequently. Those who went out to buy supplies often returned with nothing, and even some citizens staying at home were robbed. Of course, such events had also occurred in Wei Chen's previous life. In his last life, he spent almost all his time thinking about how to acquire more water, ignoring many messages online. When he heard about the robbery incidents, it was already too late. Someone in his community had been robbed. The robbers were mostly burly men, many of whom were unemployed ruffians, but more and more people began to join the ranks of robbers. Initially, they waited on the street to rob wealthy individuals who had just returned with supplies. Gradually, they became dissatisfied with the meager pickings, feeling that such thefts brought no sense of achievement. Eventually, they shifted their targets to high-end communities, believing there would be plenty of wealthy individuals with abundant supplies. The unfortunate victims found reporting the crimes useless. After all, the weather was too harsh, and very few people would bother with such trivial matters. Even if someone wanted to intervene, there was little they could do because the robbers were experienced, always covering their faces with masks during the thefts. As a result, those who observed from the shadows saw that criminals faced no punishment and were encouraged to join in the looting. Spending their limited money on supplies required waiting in long lines, only to end up with pitifully small amounts. However, choosing to rob resulted in a completely different outcome. They faced no punishment and could seize a pile of survival supplies, making it a win-win situation. Many honest people didn't want to be robbed, so they decided to band together to resist and firmly oppose such situations. But that was a very small part of the population. More and more people chose to join the ranks of looters. The remaining order was quickly shattered in just a few days. In his previous life, Wei Chen was unwilling to steal from others and certainly didn't want his possessions taken, so he could only navigate the chaos of the apocalypse alone, protecting everything he had. Some people noticed his exceptional skills and actively invited him to join forces, even hoping for his assistance. However, once they received his protection, those individuals were unwilling to contribute anything. When he faced danger, they would turn and flee without hesitation. Because of the hurt caused by these experiences, Wei Chen vowed never to interfere in others' affairs again. What did the lives and deaths of others have to do with him? Having understood this truth in his last life, Wei Chen was determined not to meddle in others' business in this life. Every day, he would simply close the door and enjoy his little life, eating meat one day, vegetarian the next, and indulging in hot pot or barbecue the day after that. Regardless of his mood, there was no problem that a cup of milk tea couldn't solve. After finishing dinner, he would take a hot bath, then lie on his bed warmed by an electric blanket, enjoying a movie for a good while. His little life was simply too enjoyable. Time flew, and January arrived. The past month had been very cold, but people were still wearing cotton jackets and might even break a sweat. However, now, daytime temperatures had dropped to over -50 degrees Celsius. Even at night, when it got dark, the temperature showed little change, still feeling extraordinarily cold. After such a long period of cold, People transitioned from initial irritation to a gradual collapse of their spirits, becoming increasingly numb. Just 3 days ago, Haisher announced a complete power outage. Prolonged cold weather rendered the electrical circuits inoperable, and no amount of repairs seemed to work. First, there was a water outage, and now a power outage. Some residents living on higher floors found it very uncomfortable, and even descending the stairs became a hassle. Many residents took supplies and negotiated with those on lower floors, directly moving down to live there. On the 20th floor where Wei Chen lived, he was basically the only one left. Everyone else had already moved down. During this time, Wei Chen had gone out at night and found himself being followed. After all, he appeared to be a lone person living in the city, making him seem like an easy target. However, one day, in front of those openly robbing in the community, Wei Chen directly took down a man who tried to rob him of water and even disabled the man's hands. From then on, no one dared to bother him again. Living on a high floor was indeed troublesome. But Wei Chen was unwilling to move into someone else's home and didn't want to interact with too many people. At least living alone on a high floor afforded him some peace. Aside from needing to go downstairs every day, Wei Chen felt that living alone was quite nice. As December progressed, Wei Chen noticed that order was becoming increasingly chaotic. Whenever he stepped outside, he would be targeted, and just one glance would tell him that those individuals had blood on their hands. Given that, he felt no need to show mercy to such people, often dealing with them directly and swiftly. When night fell, there would always be people dying for no reason. Authorities noticed something was off and began sending patrols to suppress and manage the situation, but the effects were still not very apparent. Chaos continued unabated. After all, survival had become a luxury, and it was impossible for anyone to willingly submit to management. With the new year approaching, people felt no joy at all. Instead, they were becoming increasingly stifled. The extreme cold made it difficult for crops to grow, and many poultry had either frozen to death or suffered from viral infections, leading to a dwindling supply of edible meat. Some people even opened their grain bags to find them filled with wriggling weevils, instantly losing their appetite. It wasn't the sight of the little bugs that scared them, but the despair of running out of food. Originally, food was hard to come by, and finding a bag full of bugs was enough to drive anyone to despair. The once lively community chat had grown quiet, with no one continuing to talk or chat anymore. Previously, when Wei Chen went out at night, he could still see groups of people going to buy supplies. But now they all kept their distance from each other, indicating that various conflicts have arisen. This is actually quite normal. They are all people who were temporarily living together. And if any conflicts of interest occur, it's not surprising that they would separate again. This is the fundamental reason why Wei Chen doesn't want to interact too much with others. It's just too troublesome. On the night of the spring festival, the streets were very quiet, with no firecrackers and no one celebrating. Wei Chen sat alone in his warm living room, having taken out a stir-fried kidney dish, a pork and vermicelli stew, grilled oysters, and a sirloin steak from the space, simply spending the new year in the living room. This was the first new year he spent alone after the apocalypse. He remembered that in his previous life, during the same time, he celebrated the new year with other residents in the apartment building. A dozen people sat together. At first, there was a bit of festive atmosphere, even though they all shared just a pot of instant noodles, but the vibe was still nice. However, when it came time to divide the noodles, they almost got into a fight over unequal distribution, and everyone was in an uproar, with children crying and the elderly worried, while the adults continued to argue. And the spring festival ended on a sour note. But at this moment, Wei Chen was alone, yet he felt that he had a happy and fulfilling new year. As long as he could celebrate like this every year, he would be content. After the new year, the power was completely cut off, and the water supply truck had not appeared again in the community. The goods in the supermarket gradually dwindled, and even though it opened every day, some people would stand in line all day without being able to buy anything. The small rivers and lakes in the city had long frozen solid, and all the plants were wilted by the cold winds. Such a life made people see no hope, and a sense of despair gradually spread among everyone. Some people, still having connections in the countryside, felt they couldn't stay in the city and planned to develop in the rural areas. However, there was no gasoline left now, and it was impossible to walk there in less than 10 days or half a month. Moreover, even if they reached the countryside, life might not be better than in the city. In the high-end community where Wei Chen lived, many people had moved away. The number of people leaving was countless. But Wei Chen was not among them, because he was still waiting for news from the refuge base. Chapter 16. No one can stop me. Long ago in his previous life, Wei Chen had tried to live in the countryside, following other residents from the apartment building to the countryside. but life there was not necessarily better than in the city. The few deep wells could barely yield some water, but it was only enough for a few hundred people, while other wells or small rivers had already completely frozen over. More importantly, there were no places in the countryside to sell supplies, even if villagers hoarded some food. It was only for their own families. If someone wanted to snatch supplies, it was almost impossible. Every household was tightly knit, and they all banded together. If there was even a hint of looting, everyone in the village would come out to resist, resulting in very serious consequences. As a result, looting was virtually non-existent in the countryside. At that time, Wei Chen and a few companions could only choose to dig up grass roots and eat tree bark. Not giving up on anything edible, and just when they were on the brink of starvation, they heard that there was actually a base in this world. And they immediately headed to the nearby base, which turned out to be a small refuge. However, even the small-scale base was not much better than the outside. Life inside was still very oppressive. A few days after arriving at the refuge, they began to experience a severe heat wave, and the true hardships of the apocalypse began, making the days ahead even harder to bear. In this life, Wei Chen did not want to take any detours. He planned to continue waiting in the apartment. As soon as he heard news of the first base opening, he would rush to the official base as quickly as possible. There was still the first base in this world, which he heard about from others in his previous life. And they said that life in the first base was very comfortable, almost isolated from the apocalypse. Wei Chen had no idea when the news about the base would be announced, so he simply stopped wandering around and chose to check the news on his phone regularly, waiting for updates about the base. The satellite signal was in the sky, so it was not affected by natural disasters. And he didn't have to worry about his phone signal failing. Moreover, he had specifically prepared a dozen of such new phones, and even bought many accessories. The main reason was that he was afraid that if his phone broke, it would affect his life, so he stocked up a lot. Unconsciously, half a year passed. And it was already May. Wei Chen was still exercising at home when he suddenly heard a message come through on his phone. When he saw the words base appear in the message, Wei Chen instantly jumped up from the bed, excitedly grabbing his phone and scrolling through the information. This was an official announcement, so it was clearly not false. The content said a lot. But the main point was that the first refuge base had officially been established and was open to the public, inviting those in need to enter in an orderly manner, with a consultation phone number and address included below. The first safety base was less than 100 kilometers away from Tianhai City, where Wei Chen was located. Given the close distance, he had to go. Wei Chen estimated the distance. With his Hummer, he could rush there in just over an hour without much effort. After waiting for so long, he finally received news of the base, and this time he didn't hesitate to plan to set off right away. It was just past 3 in the afternoon, and there was still plenty of time until dark, so there was no need to rush. Wei Chen planned to use this free time to pack up everything he could take from the apartment. Naturally, he couldn't leave behind the furniture and appliances. So without a second thought, he put them all into the space. He also carefully collected the solar panels outside the window and the black cloth used to block the sun into the space. After a simple tidy-up, the apartment, which originally had many items, quickly became empty. Ensuring that no other items were left behind in the apartment, Wei Chen then fully armed himself, solemnly locked the door, and headed to the underground parking lot. There were many cars in this high-end community, but these luxury cars had not been driven for a long time, clearly showing that no one had used them for a while. Wei Chen didn't interfere too much with this. He directly took out the Hummer from the space and then jumped into the car and drove away. Besides this Hummer, Wei Chen's space also stored several other vehicles. All these cars were carefully selected by him at the dealership, including off-road vehicles, RVs, and heavy trucks, since these good cars were no longer wanted by anyone. And the apocalypse was about to arrive, it would definitely be a waste to leave them there, so he might as well make use of them himself. The moment the Hummer drove out of the underground parking lot, the roar of the engine almost echoed to the skies, immediately alerting the residents of the community, who all poked their heads out to see what was happening. Wei Chen noticed through the rearview mirror that someone rushed out of their home, and there were even people chasing after him, trying to block the road and rob him, while others were cursing behind the car. They thought that such a wealthy person must have a lot of supplies hoarded, and it was simply outrageous that he was still surviving in this apocalypse so low-key. However, Wei Chen had no opinion on these people at all. The car did not stop, but instead, he stepped on the gas and sped out of the community as fast as he could. In fact, these people had thought about robbing Wei Chen, but their strength was limited, and they couldn't overpower him, so they could only give up. On the surface, Wei Chen and they seemed to be getting along well. But he knew very well that once these profit-driven individuals caught even the slightest opportunity, they could very likely swallow him alive. Wei Chen wasn't a fool. He naturally wouldn't share the news about the opening of Base 1 with them, let alone allow them to get in the car and leave together. After leaving the upscale community, Wei Chen had no intention of stopping. Instead, he gripped the steering wheel and drove towards the highway. Although Tianhai City appeared very calm now, behind that calmness lay unpredictable dangers. No one knew if there were even more terrifying conspiracies brewing behind the scenes. Too many people were hiding in the shadows. And once they seized an opportunity, they could jump out and cause trouble. He had to be on guard. At this moment, Wei Chen did not want any more unexpected developments. He just wanted to leave this city as soon as possible. Before reaching the highway, many people on the street heard the sound of the Hummer starting up. Without thinking, they ran into the road, lying down on the ground to threaten Wei Chen into stopping. However, they clearly underestimated their opponent. Wei Chen stepped on the gas, and when he was just a few meters away, those lying on the ground quickly jumped up in fear, scrambling to dodge to the side. In the face of death, anyone would be timid. Wei Chen had long seen this. Not long after leaving the urban area of Tianhai City, Wei Chen noticed a supercar appearing behind him. It was clear that such a supercar could not be driven by anyone without a certain status. But who was it? Did such a rich person really want to follow him? Wei Chen did not think too much about it. He shook his head and continued to step on the gas and rush forward. The performance and speed of the supercar were simply no match for his vehicle. Once on the highway, Wei Chen quickly left the supercar far behind. He had already thoroughly figured out the route to Base 1 while at home, so he didn't need to think at all. He drove confidently along the familiar path. Now, no one could stop him from going to Base 1. Chapter 17. Arriving at Base 1 back at home, he had memorized those routes, so Wei Chen was not afraid of going the wrong way. He drove at full speed almost the entire way, becoming increasingly eager to reach the base. In just an hour, Wei Chen exited the highway and soon arrived in Jiangjing City. Base 1 was built in Jiangjing, which could be considered one of the top 5 cities in the country in terms of economic ranking, where almost all resources converged. Whether in terms of economy or historical culture, Jiangjing was indeed a well-known large city. Most importantly, the weather here was suitable, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and even had natural conditions that made winters warm and summers cool. Therefore, it was not surprising that Base 1 was located here. Wei Chen did not spend much time searching for Base 1. After all, this place was built near a tourist attraction, and water resources were definitely abundant. Since the apocalypse and natural disasters arrived, the authorities had invested a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources here, making the infrastructure quite complete. On his way to the tourist attraction, Wei Chen specifically found a place to stop and began to take things out of his space. He took out comforters, clothes, various toiletries, solar charging panels, heaters, small portable refrigerators, cooking utensils, electric kettles, rice cookers, and even pots and pans, nearly filling half of the Hummer's trunk. Seeing that there was still space in the trunk to fit more items, Wei Chen decided to take out all the vacuum-packed rice. Each bag weighed 100 pounds, which was quite heavy. In addition to the rice, he also took out many vacuum-packed foods, such as noodles, dumplings, and some dehydrated vegetables, hot dogs, sausages, jerky, ham, and many uncountable pickled goods, braised items, and dried foods. All these items were just the tip of the iceberg in his space. He also placed a huge backpack in the passenger seat, filled with some daily necessities and ready-to-eat foods. With so many items packed in the car, it looked like he was moving, which would not raise any suspicions about space-related matters. Wei Chen felt relieved and continued driving towards the base. When he finally saw the entrance to Base 1 in the distance, he let out a sigh of relief. Remembering the difficult wait at home for more than half a year to finally hear the news of the base's opening, seeing the base appear before him naturally made him feel quite excited. He was not the only one arriving at the base. Countless cars were heading there as well. As he got closer, Wei Chen noticed that there were many luxury cars outside the base, indicating that there were quite a few people of high status among them. They were lined up in a long queue, estimated to have hundreds of vehicles. Just as Wei Chen parked his car at the end of the line, he heard commotion behind him. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw many cars approaching from a distance. It was evident that everyone in the world was not a fool. As soon as they received news about the opening of Base 1, anyone nearby would flock over. In no time, even people from far away would drive their cars closer to gather here. While waiting in line, Wei Chen kept observing the base in front of him. He wasn't quite sure what the tourist attraction had looked like before, but now he could see only a long wall, uninterrupted and seemingly endless. It was impossible to visually gauge how far it extended, but it was at least 7 or 8 meters high, surrounded by electric fences, countless surveillance cameras, and many armed guards patrolling the area, making it nearly impossible for anyone to climb over the wall, not to mention anything else. Just this wall alone provided a strong sense of security. It seemed that coming to Base 1 was indeed the right choice. Although the convoy was long, it moved quite quickly. Initially thinking it would take a long time, Wei Chen was surprised when, after just half an hour, it was his turn. "Hello. Please show your identification." A young lady in uniform approached with a sweet smile and politely said. Wei Chen had been to a base in his previous life. Although he had never come to such a luxurious and high-end Base 1, he knew the procedures and rules for entering a base. He handed over his prepared ID and other relevant documents all at once. The uniformed lady quickly glanced over them and then handed them to the leader sitting in the office behind her. The leader took out his phone and continuously took pictures, even verifying them. A few minutes later, the uniformed lady returned and handed back all the documents. "By the way, I need to remind you that if you want to enter the base, each person must pay 5 kilograms of food." The uniformed lady bent down and leaned towards the car window to say. In fact, many people were already aware of this rule, as everyone received a text message before entering the base, clearly stating the requirements. This was the most basic threshold, and many could comply. Upon hearing this, Wei Chen was not surprised at all. After all, in his previous life, he had visited many small bases, and each time he had to pay a fee, which naturally meant food. For a large base like this, the food requirement would certainly be even greater. Wei Chen opened the backpack placed in the passenger seat and took out a small bag of vacuum-packed rice. This bag of rice weighed exactly 5 kilograms. The uniformed young lady then accepted the rice and handed Wei Chen a note and a map of the base. "This note is your pass, and you can report to the service hall using the map inside." After Wei Chen acknowledged with a sound, he took the items and continued driving. After circling a few times, he soon arrived at a spacious parking lot. The parking lot was specifically planned by the officials and could accommodate many vehicles. The scale was naturally impressive. It appeared that tens of thousands of cars were already parked inside, but there were still countless vacant spots. Under the parking lot, thousands of spotlights were suspended, all connected to solar panels, capable of shining light at any time. After parking his car in a designated spot, Wei Chen did not rush to get out, but instead opened the map. The map only contained basic outlines of the base, with descriptions of some important locations, while other details were not written down very clearly. On the back of this map, there were also regulations and rules regarding entering the base, clearly stated. After memorizing this information, Wei Chen finally shouldered his backpack and slowly got out of the Hummer. After tidying everything up, he looked at his watch and realized it was already past 11 at night. Wei Chen unexpectedly felt a wave of drowsiness. He decided he must find a place to sleep tonight. Just as he exited the parking lot, before he could get his bearings, someone suddenly rushed towards him from the shadows. Seeing the person charging at him, Wei Chen instinctively reached for the flame knife at his waist. However, at that moment, he saw the figure standing in front of him speaking. "You just arrived, right? Do you need me to be your guide?" Wei Chen then relaxed and quickly lowered his hand. Upon taking a closer look at the person, he recognized it was a young girl around 17 or 18 years old. The girl had a sweet appearance and a nice figure, but her fair face was smudged with dirt, and her hair also had a lot of dust, indicating she had likely come from a difficult situation. Perhaps seeing Wei Chen's stern expression and silence made her feel a bit awkward. She asked, "Big brother, don't you need a guide?" After hearing her inquiry, Wei Chen came back to his senses, realizing that someone who actively offered to be a guide likely wanted to gain something in return. "Of course, no problem. How do you charge?" Wei Chen squinted slightly and asked, "A sausage or a biscuit, anything edible will do." The little girl maintained a smile. Her innocent demeanor was endearing. Wei Chen was a bit puzzled. "Why not water?" The girl bit her lip and explained, "We have water supplied in our base. There's no worry at all." Upon hearing this, Wei Chen felt relieved. The base relied on tourist attractions, surrounded by mountains and water, so there was certainly no need to worry about water resources. Nowadays, he would not have to sneak around for water anymore. Wei Chen turned to the girl and said, "It seems you know this base very well." The girl immediately replied, "Of course. There's no place in this base that I don't know. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime." Wei Chen nodded and continued to ask with satisfaction. "That's great. I happen to have a question for you. How do I rent a house in the base?" There's a housing rental center in the base, and they have all kinds of houses. You just need to state your requirements. Where's the housing rental center? Can I drive there? Of course you can. I'll lead the way for you. Hearing this, Wei Chen turned around and walked towards the car. Noticing the girl hadn't followed and urged her, "Keep up." The girl hurriedly followed, but when she reached the car, she hesitated a bit. After urging her again, she finally awkwardly got into the car. With the girl guiding him, Wei Chen drove, and within just a few minutes, they arrived at the housing rental center. The first base was originally built based on tourist attractions, so there were already ticket halls, service halls, and other places, which hadn't changed much. Now, this housing rental center was just the ticket hall with a new title. The hall was clean and bright, with many people walking around, clearly busy with their own matters. And the noise level was quite high. Chapter 18. Finally having a home here, seeing the busy scene in the hall. Wei Chen couldn't help but feel as if he was in another world, as if he was still in the time before the apocalypse. Big brother. This is the center for renting houses. You can handle your business at the front desk. Hearing the girl's words, Wei Chen came back to his senses and quickly looked in the direction she was pointing. After walking over to line up, it wasn't long before it was his turn. The person attending to Wei Chen was a man in a dark green uniform, who maintained a cold expression and handed a tablet to Wei Chen. The red ones are occupied, and the green ones are not. You can choose which room you want to stay in. Taking the tablet, Wei Chen examined it closely and found it was a map with numerous red and green dots, making it hard to discern anything else. Wei Chen was very aware of the underlying dynamics. After all, wherever there are people, social intricacies are inevitable. He casually took out a sandwich from his backpack and, while no one was paying attention, quickly slipped it into the man's hand. "Brother, I just arrived and don't know much about the base. Could you give me a brief introduction?" Wei Chen was very skilled in navigating such situations, and his cheerful demeanor made the other person lower their guard. The staff member acted even faster than Wei Chen, quickly stuffing the sandwich into his pocket and putting on a smile. All right. What kind of house do you want to live in? You can state your requirements, and I'll give you some references." Wei Chen blurted out, "I want to live on a higher floor. If it's a suite, that would be best. The surrounding environment should be nice." After thinking for a moment, the staff member said, "That's simple. How about this one?" These were originally commercial buildings, and they have all been converted into apartment residences. Recently, many small buildings have been built nearby, with the highest being 10 stories, all with suites. You can choose any floor, as there aren't many people living here right now. Wei Chen thought for a moment and quickly said, "Then I'll take the 7th floor. 7 is a lucky number," he thought. The staff member immediately responded, "No problem. I'll select a 7th floor unit for you. In a moment, my colleague will take you to choose the room. Once you've made up your mind, just go back with them to pay the rent here and have it entered into the computer records." Wei Chen didn't expect that renting a house would be resolved so quickly, so he was naturally very excited. He quickly beamed with a smile and continuously thanked. "That's great. Thank you for your hard work, brother. It's nothing, just part of my duty. You can rest assured, we're happy to help." The staff member found the conversation with him quite enjoyable and was willing to assist further. After a while, a beautiful woman came over and took Wei Chen to see the house. Just as Wei Chen was about to follow her, he turned around and saw a girl looking at him with eager eyes and immediately understood what was going on. He quickly took a compressed biscuit out of his backpack, handed it to the little girl, and said, "You can go back now?" The girl gratefully accepted the biscuit, repeatedly saying thank you, covered her instant noodles with her clothes, and then ran outside. Once the girl left, Wei Chen followed the beautiful woman out of the housing rental center. "Let's take the electric car over. There are tools right here." The electric car the woman mentioned was the 4-wheeled electric vehicle in the scenic area, which could carry quite a few people. Wei Chen looked at it and couldn't help but marvel at the resourcefulness and efficiency. It was quite good, as it made use of the tools available without wasting anything. The base was very large, and the woman drove the electric car quickly, taking about 10 minutes to reach the destination. The small building was a 10-story residential building, with 2 units per floor, resembling the ordinary apartment buildings outside. When the woman took out a flashlight, Wei Chen also took one out of his bag and followed her upstairs. Upon reaching the 7th floor, the woman used a key to open the security door, and they both entered the apartment. As they walked inside, the woman introduced the place. It had 2 bedrooms and a living room, over 80 square meters, with a kitchen and a bathroom, and it was already connected to water and electricity, although the utility bills would need to be paid monthly. Wei Chen used the flashlight to examine the entire apartment and quickly familiarized himself with the layout. The apartment was a bare shell, with doors and windows, but the walls were only smoothed with cement and had not even been putty-coated, so it hardly counted as simple decoration. It was practically unrenovated. As for furniture and appliances, there were none at all. Considering the current situation, the windows were not floor-to-ceiling but normal-sized. The lighting was decent, allowing light to come into the room. The bathroom had a squat toilet and a simple wash basin. The kitchen only had a faucet, and basically, everything else had not been properly installed. Each room had a very rudimentary light bulb on the ceiling, indicating that not much time had been spent on the interior decoration. Looking at the apartment, Wei Chen truly understood what a bare shell apartment meant. However, even so, he was quite satisfied. How much is the rent for this place? The base's general currency was contribution points, and the rent for this apartment was 50 contribution points per month. If one didn't have contribution points, they could also use food. The woman briefly introduced this while showing him around the apartment. Wei Chen did not inquire much about the contribution points, and simply mentioned that he would rent the apartment with food. As for whether he would actually rent it, that was unrelated to anyone else, so the woman did not comment on it. When they returned to the housing rental center, Wei Chen directly took some white rice and vegetables out of the car to cover 2 months' rent. This was mainly because his rice and dehydrated vegetables were of good quality. Otherwise, with just this quantity, it would only be worth 1 month's rent. After Wei Chen finally got the keys to the apartment and left the housing rental center, he got into his car. It was already around midnight, and it was pitch black outside. Wei Chen planned to move all the items from the car to his new home on the 7th floor before dawn and find a place to park the car. He drove to the entrance of the small building he rented and took a deep breath before starting to move things upstairs. This building only had the 7th floor without lights on, indicating that it was likely unoccupied, while the other floors still had lights on. Although it was late, everyone seemed to still be busy with moving in. Perhaps there were people hiding behind curtains, secretly observing him. Wei Chen intended to stay long-term at Base 1 and did not want to raise any suspicions upon arrival. If people thought he had something valuable, he might not be able to stay in the base for long, so he dared not use his storage space to transport items. Instead, Wei Chen kept taking things out of the storage space, placing them in the car, and then taking them back out, making multiple trips upstairs. The more trips he made, the more items he would eventually have access to in front of others. He had this thought in mind, so he had to do it honestly. Since it was dark outside, Wei Chen parked the car in a place without any lights. Even if someone peeked out from the window, they wouldn't be able to see how many items were in his car. Fortunately, Wei Chen had learned martial arts since childhood, and his endurance and physical strength were many times greater than an average person's, allowing him to carry items upstairs and come back down repeatedly. Although it was a tremendous test of his physical strength, he was ultimately able to endure it. After moving almost everything from the car to the 7th floor apartment, Wei Chen parked his Hummer in the underground parking garage next to the apartment building. In fact, not only was there a spacious parking lot upon entering, but there were also many corresponding parking spaces next to each residence. Given the large area of the base, it would not be practical for one person to walk everywhere, so having a vehicle was a necessity for many. Although the parking spots looked somewhat rudimentary, it was better than having none at all, solving a significant problem for the residents. After parking the car, Wei Chen thought for a moment and finally took out a barrel of oil from his storage space, then drained all the fuel from the Hummer. This was necessary for precaution. Although the base provided gasoline, if someone with ulterior motives secretly siphoned fuel here, it would certainly affect him, so he needed to guard against that. By the time Wei Chen returned to the 7th floor, the sky was starting to brighten. Even without turning on the lights, he could see some of the room's arrangement. Wei Chen did not immediately change anything, but instead went to replace the security door lock with his own. Only by doing this could he truly feel at ease. After all, if others also had keys to his door, it would be too easy for them to enter. Upon closer inspection, the current door was still a bit too flimsy. Wei Chen planned to familiarize himself with the base environment and then take out a dedicated security iron grill from his storage space to reassemble the door. With such arrangements, he would be able to sleep more soundly at night. After thoroughly locking the door, the first thing Wei Chen did was take out a bunch of tools from his storage space and nail all the windows shut, adding curtains and blackout cloth to give himself a sense of security. After covering all the windows, the sun rose just in time. The weather was not very cold at the moment. In fact, it was trending upwards. He was very aware that June was approaching, marking the arrival of the extreme heat apocalypse. By then, the whole world would be engulfed in unbearable heat, and he needed to take precautions in advance. He made sure that every window was tightly covered to prevent even a sliver of light from getting in. Then, he deliberately plunged the entire room into darkness and used his small flashlight to carefully check every corner to ensure there were no surveillance cameras before finally feeling secure. Wei Chen has already used some snacks as payment for water and electricity, so the entire room now has access to water and electricity. However, even so, he still has to understand the importance of saving. Otherwise, the resources he has stockpiled will dwindle. Nowadays, when going out, one must be cautious about everything. Moreover, he has too many secrets, and he absolutely cannot let a second person know about his spatial secret. Therefore, while living in this base, he has to be on guard. Even when he is inside the house, the blackout curtains must always be drawn, ensuring that no one outside can see what is happening in the room. After being busy for a few hours, he was initially a bit tired, but after moving to the new home, he felt extremely excited and didn't he feel a bit of fatigue. Wei Chen kept walking around the room, becoming quite familiar with the size and layout. There are 2 bedrooms in total, both facing the sun, with one being slightly larger and having a balcony. However, Wei Chen ultimately chose the smaller room as his bedroom. After all, the space in this small bedroom is not very large, and if he uses some heating devices, he can adjust the room temperature in the shortest time. Wei Chen first swept the empty floor with a broom and dustpan. A lot of dust wouldn't rise after getting wet. After cleaning for over an hour and confirming that the room wasn't too dirty, he finally dared to take out wooden flooring from his space and began laying it down. Long before the apocalypse, he had already thought through various matters and taken care of every aspect. Now, he can almost get anything he wants from his space at any time. To save his existing resources, he only laid wooden flooring in the small bedroom, while the other areas remained in their cement form. After cleaning the bedroom again, he found a suitable spot to place the mattress and arrange some basic items on the bed. In just a short while, the entire room became exceptionally cozy. In addition, he specially took out the heater. Although the weather outside was too cold, it was still below -20 degrees, and he needed it when the time came. Once the heater started running, his hands, which were initially a bit numb from the cold, gradually felt much better. He took out all the solar panels to ensure a continuous power supply. After all, he has the ability to produce and sell electricity on his own. So there is no need to use the base's electricity and risk having to pay extra bills later. Wei Chen sat in the small bedroom to rest for a while. And when he no longer felt so tired, he got up and went to the bathroom. He hadn't liked taking baths in a tub before. But using a tub allows the used wastewater to be perfectly retained, which can be reused later, besides flushing the toilet. This water can also be used for mopping the floor, making it quite useful. Wei Chen soaked in the bathroom for a long time, and after cleaning himself, he felt particularly relaxed. After stepping out of the shower feeling refreshed, he noticed the room was still a bit messy. But it wasn't as dirty as when he first arrived. Everything was now spotless. The rooms needed to be rearranged, but there was no rush. Now that it was morning, it was naturally time to eat. No matter how tough life gets, one must fill their stomach. Wei Chen took out a can of 8 treasure porridge from his space, heated it briefly in the microwave, and sat at the dining table, eating it with great enjoyment. After sticking to this routine for nearly half a year, he had successfully shrunk his stomach. He didn't need to eat much daily, just a little food was enough to satisfy him. He closed the blackout curtains tightly, and the only sound in the small bedroom was that of the heater running. However, the sleepiness that came after eating made him want to rest. And lying in the warm bedding, surrounded by quietness, he soon fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for a full 8 hours, Wei Chen stretched and got up from bed. After catching up on sleep, he felt full of energy and his strength had been replenished. Having eaten so little in the morning and sleeping for so long, his stomach immediately started to rumble. After all, he had just moved into a new home and should celebrate a bit. With this in mind, Wei Chen took out many dishes from his space, along with a bowl of white rice. Although his appetite wasn't too large now, he still wanted to have a good meal, with stir-fried mushrooms, oil-braised prawns, and braised beef on the table. These dishes were pre-ordered from a restaurant before the apocalypse arrived. He had directly placed them in his space for preservation right after cooking. And surprisingly, when he took them out, they were perfectly warm. With rice and meat, plus some extremely delicious side dishes, Wei Chen ate very contentedly. After solving his hunger, he began preparing to tidy up the house. Moving into a new house is always very busy. He had many things to do. The beginning is always difficult, but tackling it step by step will eventually lead to completion. Now the entire area had successfully been covered with wooden flooring, but he wasn't quite satisfied with this, as the walls still needed to be improved. It's not just an aesthetic issue. Living with cement walls also brings many inconveniences. Wei Chen had already bought plenty of wallpaper that could be used to cover the walls, with all sorts of styles available. After selecting for a moment in his space, he finally decided on blue wallpaper, as it would look quite cozy once applied. If he gets tired of it later, he can always change to another wallpaper. which wouldn't be a problem. His ability to work alone was impressive. Holding the wallpaper, he compared it throughout the room, determined the dimensions, and began applying it. The small bedroom isn't very large, so he was able to cover it quickly, finishing in no time. He cleared the positions of the switches and sockets, and then stood on a ladder to apply the blue wallpaper to the ceiling as well. He simply added some decorations in the bedroom, such as houseplants, a clothes rack, and some simple furnishings. After arranging everything clearly, it looked exactly like his previous apartment in Tianhai City. Pulling back the curtains to look outside, he was surprised to see that it was already dark, but that was just right. He still had one task left to do. He needed to install the thermal insulation film, as the coming extreme heat apocalypse could be terrifying. Without the thermal film for protection, staying indoors would also be hard to avoid the effects. Wei Chen almost covered all the windows with thermal film and thoroughly wrapped the blackout cloth. This way, he could ensure absolute safety. However, with a suite this size, at least 70 to 80 square meters, it would be quite difficult for him to finish everything in just 1 or 2 days. He could only rely on accumulation over time to get the house sorted out. Fortunately, he now had plenty of time to utilize. As long as he got this small bedroom done, he could take his time with the other rooms. After finally tidying up the small bedroom, he looked at his watch and saw it was already past 9 in the evening. In the base, it was surprising how they managed to make the outside climate not so cold, reaching levels around -4 or 5 degrees. Many people started to move around outside, either taking walks or busy with their own affairs, and everyone was able to go out normally. The sounds coming from outside were not small, and soon they caught Wei Chen's attention. After hearing the commotion, he became curious and decided to take a look outside. After all, he had plenty of time to organize his living space, but he had only just arrived at the base and still needed to familiarize himself with many places quickly. Although the weather outside was no longer as cold as before, he still made sure to wear everything he needed. He put on a thick sweater, a down jacket, a mask, a face shield, and gloves, all dressed up properly. Since arriving at the base yesterday, he hadn't really seen what it looked like. Now that he stepped outside, everything was green, unlike the white piles of snow outside before. Although the apocalypse still had its effects, it was clear that many obstacles had been reduced. He had a strange premonition that the base must have invented something to raise the temperature of the entire environment. Otherwise, how could it be so suitable? He was just wandering around slowly, not thinking too much, trying to familiarize himself with everything around him as much as possible. There were many plants near the base that made him stop and admire them closely. However, while he was browsing everything around, many passers-by hurried past him, each looking very busy as if they had urgent matters to attend to. Noticing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but frown. He was interested in what was happening, but he held back, not wanting to attract attention too early, so he did not randomly approach a passerby to ask. He continued walking forward, trying to remember the route he took to avoid getting lost in the vast base. After walking for a short while, he heard a noisy commotion ahead, as if many people were gathering. Unable to resist, Wei Chen quickened his pace and soon saw many people setting up stalls, selling a variety of goods with a wide range of styles. It was already past 10 at night, but he didn't expect it to be so lively here. They clearly weren't newcomers to setting up stalls. There were many items on display, including pots, bowls, and some stationery, as well as clothes and shoes, with nearly everything except food available for sale. Among the items, there were some brand-name goods, but they were priced very low. In this apocalypse, whether brand name or ordinary, as long as it was usable, it was considered good. Shoes that used to cost over 10,000 yuan could now be taken for just 1 contribution point. And calling it a fire sale wouldn't be an exaggeration. He wandered around the stalls for a long time, looking at many items. But he had no intention of buying anything, as these things were of no use to him. However, he did inquire about how to exchange for contribution points. A kind-hearted old lady, hearing his question, couldn't help but respond. If you want contribution points, you need to go to the service hall to exchange them. Whether you bring food or seeds, even a piece of compressed biscuit, anything related to food can be exchanged for contribution points. Young man, I advise you to consider that the base is also hiring, and the pay is in contribution points. Now that you have arms and legs, going to do some work to earn contribution points is also a good option. After hearing the old lady's words, Wei Chen was quite surprised. It seemed that this order had been quickly established, and it must have taken a clever person to come up with such a method. Using contribution points as cash could motivate many people. Chapter 21 Going out contribution points are very useful in the base. You can use them to buy daily necessities in the official supermarket, rent, utility bills, and and car rentals also require exchanges using these points. In summary, besides food, contribution points are the hard currency in the base. Those who come to the base and want to live in a good house have to rely on food. Just like Wei Chen, who can use food to cover all expenses. However, those without any means can only live in the official large dormitories. There, the food quality is poor, the living conditions are average, and they have to follow rules and work from morning till night. Nonetheless, this is still a good way to survive in the apocalypse. However, the quality of life is certainly not high. The work to be done is also very complicated, including building houses and growing vegetables, which are tasks assigned to those unable to fend for themselves. In fact, the room where Wei Chen is currently staying is the result of the work done by those people. Wei Chen felt that such work must be very hard. As there was so much to do, it couldn't just be about building houses. Now that some people are already working, they must also be organizing others to plant and raise livestock, and there are even other tasks that can be tackled. As the base continues to explore and invent in this regard, after more than half a year of cooling, most crops had frozen to death. But there were still many people in the base, and they had specifically set up a greenhouse to cultivate enough vegetables and rice to feed thousands of people. Wei Chen was not particularly interested in these matters, but after hearing about them, he gradually began to develop a favorable impression of the base and was filled with hope. There are always some people silently bearing the burden and moving forward. As long as they are around, it gives a sense of confidence. Having gathered enough information, Wei Chen decided not to linger outside any longer and chose to return home to rest. However, he also needed to seize the time to earn more contribution points since his rent could only last for 2 months. If he kept using food to cover it, it would be quite painful to think about. If there were a one-time solution to earn contribution points, then not only would his rent be settled, but it would also be convenient for future travel or long-term living here. Although he had a lot of food in his space, it was not infinite, and he still needed to save when necessary. Wei Chen thought for a long time and ultimately decided to tidy up his room first and then look for opportunities to earn contribution points later. Currently, besides the small bedroom, the other rooms were only simply cleaned with minimal furniture. The bathroom contained a wash basin and some ordinary toiletries. While the kitchen had not been used yet, it only had some pots, bowls, and utensils, enough to wash the things he used to eat simply. As for the larger bedroom, no one was living there, but Wei Chen felt that it would be a waste to leave it idle. Especially since it was rendered with precious rice, it should not be wasted. He installed 5 or 6 solar panels there, storing all the charged electricity in that large bedroom, which was quite empty and perfect for storing power. The base could indeed supply electricity, but one had to pay for it. However, now that he was solving the electricity problem himself, it saved him a significant amount of expenses. Moreover, he had previously wandered around the base, seemingly idly, but he was actually observing everywhere. He noticed that many people were already using solar power charging panels, so using them here wouldn't seem out of place. His home had been tidied up neatly, and Wei Chen washed up and rested. By noon the next day, with some weak sunlight shining on the ground and the temperature not being the coldest, he drove his Hummer out of the base. The first base wasn't very strict. Basically, anyone inside could go out at any time without needing to apply for permission. However, upon returning, he would need to present relevant documents to be allowed back in. Of course, he only needed to pay for food once, without needing to pay repeatedly. Not long after he drove out of the base, Wei Chen saw that there was still a long queue of cars outside. It was clear that these people wanted to go to the polar regions for survival, and they all had vehicles, likely having come from farther away. The news about the first base being open had been communicated to everyone nationwide, and they were now flocking in this direction. More and more people would likely gather here. Wei Chen didn't pay much attention, as he couldn't control how many people would eventually come, so he just chose a direction and continued driving forward. His purpose for this outing was very clear: to find some food to exchange for contribution points. The fresh food in his space was only for his own consumption. He would definitely be reluctant to hand it over for public use. However, if he managed to procure food through his own efforts, he wouldn't mind putting in a bit more thought. In addition, Wei Chen specifically took out an iron fence from his space, planning to install it once he got back. If he were to pull out the iron fence for no reason, it would definitely raise suspicions from others. But coming back specifically from the outside with the iron fence wouldn't seem too strange. His original plan was to wait until dark to drive back. After all, this was his first outing, and he didn't have much experience. It would likely be impossible to get food all at once. However, he was thinking too early. Opportunities can come like a pie falling from the sky and hitting him on the head. Wei Chen didn't even expect that just after he turned a corner. He noticed a dense array of iron nails laid out on the road ahead. This was clearly a trap set up by someone to blow out tires. After noticing this, Wei Chen hurriedly stepped on the brakes and immediately shifted his gaze to the rearview mirror. In his line of sight, he noticed a truck parked at the corner behind him, completely blocking the entrance. Seeing this scene, he didn't need to think twice to know it was definitely an attempt to rob him. Chapter 22. Blocking my path. I see you value your lives in the apocalypse. Roadblocks and robberies were not uncommon. The main issue was that he had only just left the base, and it hadn't been more than 10 minutes before such an incident occurred, which was indeed a bit excessive. The road was cleverly designed, with a large mountain on one side and a sheer cliff on the other. If one encountered such a situation and wanted to escape, driving would be impossible with no third route to take. If it were someone else, they would probably be scared in the face of such a roadblock robbery. But encountering Wei Chen was a different situation. With no other way to escape, he could only stay and see how things unfolded. Just as he thought this, 6 burly men walked out from a few dozen meters in front of him. It was evident that there were also people in the truck behind. And soon 2 bald men emerged from it. These 8 men were mostly bald, after all, in this apocalypse where water was scarce. Not being able to bathe for a long time made it hard to keep hair, so they had all shaved it off. This had become a norm in society. Not only men, but even children, the elderly, and women would shave their heads for convenience. After all, if hair wasn't washed for a long time, it would breed bacteria and have a very negative impact on health, which was also for their own good. In the face of such major issues, many people naturally no longer cared about their appearance. Wei Chen squinted slightly, looking at the 8 men in front of him, clearly calm inside but not saying anything. Using the faint light in front of him, he could almost see the appearances of these men. However, what he was mainly concerned about was not their looks, but the weapons they carried. If they had firearms, that would be tricky, but fortunately, these men were all holding controlled knives, which seemed easier to handle. He reached over to the passenger seat and took out his flame knife. The 8 men slowly approached him, grinning as if they were getting closer to their prey. Feeling a sense of pride, Wei Chen stood by his car, carefully observing their movements, his mind as calm as an ancient well. If the enemy did not move, he would not move. If they wanted to cause trouble, he would let them experience what terror truly meant. Seeing Wei Chen alone get out of the car, the group of bald men burst into loud laughter. It seemed they had found an easy target. They figured a man driving such a nice car must be an easy mark. Seeing his delicate skin, they knew he would be easy to bully. There was no need to think too much. If he dared to resist, they would all go for him together. The bald men discussed among themselves, but when they smiled, their intentions were far from good. A young man like Wei Chen still had some value in front of these rough men. Wei Chen silently unsheathed his flame knife, which glimmered with fire. Anyone who saw it would secretly marvel that it was definitely a treasure. The bald men were also taken aback that Wei Chen would draw a knife, their mouths agape in surprise. However, it was clear that the moment of surprise was very brief, and more laughter and mockery followed. You with your delicate skin think you can play with a knife? You probably can't even lift it. One of them sneered. I advise you to put the knife down now. Otherwise, when we come over, we will definitely teach you a lesson. Don't think about resisting. The more you resist, the more excited we get. The laughter of the other bald men was almost deafening. Upon hearing these words, the murderous intent in Wei Chen's eyes intensified. The last person who dared to speak to him like that had already been dealt with in the wilderness. He didn't mind sending this group to their next life, allowing them to be reborn. It seemed these bald men had reached the end of their lives. He might as well send them off on their final journey. Wei Chen held the flame knife in one hand and reached for the car keys hanging on him with the other, directly turning off the car lights. Now that it was getting dark, the surroundings were pitch black, making it hard to see where anyone was. As the Hummer's headlights went out, the area immediately plunged into darkness. Even though the truck at the intersection had its lights on, it was too far away for its light to be of any use. Suddenly, everything went dark in front of them, and the bald men started to panic, unsure of what to do. Before they could fully react, they began to hear the sound of rapid footsteps approaching them. One man sensed that something was off. He felt a flash of cold steel in front of him, and suddenly a wave of heat washed over him, followed by the sensation of his body separating from himself. Without any hesitation, Wei Chen knocked one person to the ground and then turned to deal with another bald man. It was as if he were chopping watermelons with each strike. He dispatched them cleanly and efficiently. After taking down 5 people in quick succession, the remaining men were both shocked and terrified. They realized that before they even had a chance to strike, so many of their companions had already died, and they were filled with rage. Once their eyes adjusted to the darkness, they brandished their weapons, using the faint light in the distance to locate Wei Chen and charge towards him. Wei Chen was incredibly agile, moving at a speed that left the others unable to react. More importantly, the long flame knife in his hand, with just a slight movement, prevented any ordinary person from getting close. In just a minute or two, he had eliminated several more individuals, leaving only one bald man remaining. Even the last one was not spared. He had been slashed once and was bleeding profusely from his abdomen, yet he continued to back away, enduring the pain. Seeing the man in front of him, who looked like a demon crawling out of hell, he was so frightened that he felt a rush of heat throughout his body, and he immediately dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy. Big brother, I was just a bit anxious earlier, and I accidentally offended the great Lin Zhejiang by flooding the Dragon King temple. My brothers didn't understand either, and now they've all paid the price. Please spare my life. The man trembled as he spoke, repeatedly bowing in hopes of receiving forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Wei Chen indeed stopped and did not continue his assault. Seeing that Wei Chen had halted his actions, the bald man couldn't help but smile, but just as he managed a bitter smile, the knife overhead came crashing down. Wei Chen swung his right hand, and the tip of the flame knife sliced across the man's neck. He fell to the ground, convulsed twice, and then fell silent. Wei Chen, holding the knife, slowly walked towards the truck blocking the road. When he approached the side of the truck, he did not rush inside because he was unsure if there were any more people hiding inside. Considering this, he immediately took out a smoke grenade from his space and without a second thought, threw it into the truck. The truck was not small, but it wasn't particularly large either, and the smoke grenade quickly took effect inside. Once the smoke enveloped the area, anyone would struggle to endure the choking smell. Sure enough, his assumption was correct. Within a few seconds, two bald men rushed out from the truck. Chapter 23. Exchange contribution points. The two burly men who burst out of the truck were aggressive, ready to fight Wei Chen. They charged at him, but unfortunately for them, they were met with two swift knife strikes. It wasn't that they were too weak. Rather, Wei Chen was far superior. After all, he had been surviving in the apocalypse for many years, fighting for his life countless times, crawling out from piles of dead bodies. More importantly, he no longer relied on basic martial arts. Every move he made was a deadly technique. As soon as he struck, someone was guaranteed to bleed. Moreover, he now had a very effective weapon, and with daily training, dealing with this group of thugs who only knew how to talk tough was naturally effortless. If he couldn't handle these thugs, he might as well find a hole to hide in. He wouldn't have the face to continue surviving in the apocalypse. Once the smoke inside the truck cleared, he confidently stepped inside to see what was there. Upon entering, besides the smell of smoke, he saw many discarded cigarette butts and liquor bottles. The inside could only be described as dirty and messy. There were many supplies stacked in the back of the truck. And although it looked disorganized, there was quite a bit of stuff. Wei Chen's expression changed as he hurried closer to inspect. To his surprise, he found unexpected gains. In the back of the truck, there were a total of 7 boxes of alcohol and 5 boxes of cigarettes, mostly off-brand, with all kinds of styles available. Most importantly, there was a lot of food. 3 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of canned meat, 5 boxes of sausages, and, crucially, 8 boxes of mineral water. There were even more bags of rice and grains, totaling at least 20 bags. These supplies were a considerable amount, but it couldn't be considered a lot. If those bald men consumed it, it would likely be gone in 10 days to half a month. Wei Chen estimated that these food supplies were probably what they had brought for themselves. As road robbers, they likely had plenty stored. If he could find their hideout, he might be able to obtain even more food. From what they had done today, with nails scattered all over the road and their vehicles blocking the way, it was clear they had considerable experience. They had probably robbed many people, so their food stash wouldn't be limited to just this. Unfortunately, since he left no survivors, he had no idea where their bulk supplies were hidden. Despite feeling a bit regretful, Wei Chen had no regrets at all. After all, these people all deserved to die. If he didn't eliminate the root of the problem, it would leave endless hidden dangers for him, a principle he understood better than anyone. Moreover, he had countless supplies in his own space, far more than he could use, and he didn't covet their meager stash at all. He then collected all the supplies into his space and searched every corner of the truck again to see if there were any other gains. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a large, heavy bag. When he opened it, he found it was filled with gold jewelry. It seemed these guys had robbed a jewelry store. This bag must weigh around 40 to 50 pounds. Wei Chen looked at the large bag in front of him and couldn't help but murmur to himself, Aside from these items, there were no other valuables in the truck, just used toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels, which he naturally found worthless. After exiting the truck, he first cleared all the nails from the road and then disposed of the 10 men over the cliff. It took him half an hour to make the road look as if nothing had happened. Driving the Hummer, he headed towards the first base, and within half an hour, he saw the base buildings. At that moment, Wei Chen took out all the supplies he had just acquired from his space and stacked them back in the truck's rear compartment. To his surprise, it didn't take many items to completely fill the back of the truck. Wow, it looks like this time I really hit the jackpot, Wei Chen thought to himself. Looking at the supplies, he was sure he could exchange them for a lot of contribution points. The opponents he faced this time weren't strong, so there were no unexpected incidents, but it was still dangerous. To avoid taking risks in the future, Wei Chen planned to stay indoors as much as possible. As he was about to return to the base, he took out the iron gate and placed it on the roof of the truck, securing it with some steel wire before driving back to the first base. Like Wei Chen, who can come and go from the base without needing to queue like newcomers, there is a special passage for him. As he drove his vehicle into the base, he headed straight for the service center without a second thought. It was just past 8 in the evening, not too late, and indeed the busiest time in the entire base. "Sir, may I ask what service you need?" At that moment, a staff member in uniform approached him and politely inquired. Wei Chen didn't hold back and said directly, "I came specifically to exchange goods, and the cargo is right at the entrance. Can you call a few people to help me bring it in?" Hearing that there was a lot of cargo, the staff member was pleased. After all, their job was to serve the public, and if someone needed to exchange goods, they certainly had to assist wholeheartedly. Of course. "No problem. I'll bring my colleagues over to help right now." After saying this, the staff member called a few security guards to follow Wei Chen out of the hall. As Wei Chen opened the car door, the staff members gasped at the sight of the full boxes inside. They had mentally prepared themselves when they heard there was a lot, but seeing the entire vehicle packed still surprised them. Where did this seemingly weak young man get so much food? However, upon meeting Wei Chen's indifferent gaze, the staff members quickly dismissed their doubts. After all, it had nothing to do with them. They just needed to safely deliver the goods to the service center. Soon, the staff members began counting the supplies. As for how Wei Chen acquired these supplies, it was none of their business. However, the cigarettes and alcohol among them were in high demand. Many had longed for these items during the past half-year of the apocalypse. Storing them in the service center would definitely come in handy. There were a lot of items, but they were all in boxes, and with a few people counting them together, it didn't take long to finish. Wei Chen's batch of supplies was exchanged for nearly 4,000 contribution points. His small apartment only cost 50 contribution points a month. This meant that with the contribution points Wei Chen had now, he could live in that apartment for 5 to 6 years. Now that he had so many contribution points, Wei Chen wasn't in a hurry to spend them. After all, he had just arrived at the base not long ago, and if he suddenly had so many contribution points, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Since there was still plenty of time, he would have many opportunities to spend these contribution points later. Once Wei Chen left the service hall, he felt exceptionally happy. Chapter 24. New Neighbor, Old Acquaintance. After parking the Hummer in front of the apartment building, Wei Chen opened the sunroof and climbed onto the roof. He independently untied all the steel cables, casually flipped over the iron gate, and let it fall to the ground. The ground was all natural and hadn't been hardened, so there was no worry about damaging it by placing the iron gate down. Wei Chen jumped off the car, and before he even looked up, he heard someone speaking behind him. "Do you need any help?" The sudden voice from behind was a bit surprising. Was it talking to him? When he turned around, he found a beautiful woman standing behind him, and her familiar appearance caught him off guard. After all, with such a stunning figure, he recognized who she was at a glance. She had previously sold him the flame blade, which had become an essential weapon for him. Is that you? I didn't expect to see you here." Wei Chen knew that a woman like her must have impressive skills. After all, if she could suddenly appear at the first base, she must have her abilities. However, there were thousands of people in this first base, and with such a large area, what were the odds of running into her right at the entrance of the apartment? If it was just a coincidence, it seemed a bit too coincidental. But if he thought she had been following him, that was impossible. After all, Wei Chen was quite alert. If someone was secretly watching him, he would definitely notice right away. However, during this time, there hadn't been any unusual signs. It didn't seem like he was being followed. Seeing that Wei Chen remained silent, and smiled and asked again, "Do you really not need my help?" With such an innocent and pure smile, any man would let down their guard. But Wei Chen was still cautious. "It's strange. How did you suddenly appear here?" Because I live here. And he replied while pointing to the building behind her, I live on the 7th floor. Wei Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. If their earlier encounter was a coincidence, then living in the same building now couldn't he possibly be a coincidence too? He wasn't a fool. Such a blatant situation made it hard not to be suspicious. Are you following me? Wei Chen's expression darkened, and his attitude shifted, appearing a bit unfriendly. Please don't misunderstand. And he quickly waved her hands and explained. I just arrived at the base this morning. When I got to the rental center, I happened to see you coming out of the apartment building and learned that you had no neighbors, so I rented it right away. Hearing an explanation, Wei Chen felt slightly reassured, but he remained vigilant. Then why do you want to be my neighbor? And he put on a thoughtful expression and replied. I didn't think too much at the time. I just thought that since we know each other, it would be nice to be neighbors. Old acquaintances? Wei Chen was stunned, not knowing how to respond to that. Including this time, they had only met a total of 3 times. Could that really be called an old acquaintance? But thinking it over, there were only 2 apartments on that floor. And the one opposite would eventually be rented by someone else. Rather than having a complete stranger, an was indeed a pretty good choice. Most importantly, an had already rented the apartment, so he had no reason or right to ask her to leave. Looking at the iron gate lying on the ground, Wei Chen had a thought. Since that's the case, I was originally planning to install the iron gate at my door. But now I might as well install it at the corridor entrance. What do you think? Of course, that's fine. And he knew it would also be quite convenient for her and immediately agreed. Installing such a gate would prevent others from coming directly to their door, adding a layer of safety. After a pause, and he continued, although we're neighbors now, you're sharing the gate with me. So I want to take advantage of you for nothing. What supplies do you want? Why don't we lift the gate upstairs first? After it's installed, you can come to my place and see what you want. You can take whatever you like. Hearing these words, Wei Chen couldn't help but be intrigued. Wow, this girl really is generous, speaking so boldly. He remembered when she was so hungry that her stomach was growling. Now she was so lavish. However, Wei Chen also understood that people change. After not seeing each other for over half a year, this beautiful girl seemed capable. So it was surprising for her to say such things. What was truly puzzling was how she had fallen to the point of being unable to afford food in the first place. Wei Chen didn't have the time to pry into others' private matters, so he immediately lifted the iron gate with an and took it upstairs. Their strength was clearly considerable. Carrying over 100 kilograms of iron, they climbed directly to the 7th floor without taking a break along the way, and even upon arrival, they weren't even out of breath. Even Wei Chen, a man with such good stamina, was a bit surprised. Although he wasn't too tired, he was at least sweating on his back. In contrast, an beside him seemed completely unfazed. I have tools for installing doors at home, just wait a moment. As soon as Wei Chen finished speaking, he rushed back to his apartment, not forgetting to close the door behind him. He initially thought he was the only one on this floor, so the door installation would take a few days. However, he didn't expect that an would now be a neighbor, and she seemed to be a helping hand. But he had to be cautious while working, as he had to be careful in many aspects. Just like now when he went to get something from his space, he had to avoid being seen. Wei Chen came out with the tools, just as he was about to install the door when an took the lead. I've installed this door before. You just need to assist me, and I'll take care of the rest. And was quite skilled. So much so that Wei Chen suspected this little beauty must have been a door installer before the apocalypse. I didn't realize you were so independent. Wei Chen observed her closely, feeling a mix of emotions. Looking into Yi's alluring eyes, he realized that it was the charm radiating from this woman, both inside and out. By the way, you must have moved here for a while, right? Are you familiar with the base? I want to get to know this place better. Can you show me around? And he couldn't help but chat while installing, making Wei Chen feel a little uneasy. He recalled the first time he met this girl. He was sitting in the corner and couldn't tell she had such a lively personality. She spoke very little, and her demeanor and aura exuded coolness, making her seem completely unapproachable. But now, she seemed like a different person, talking nonstop like a machine gun. Although her tone was crisp and charming, Wei Chen had always preferred quietness. Suddenly having someone chat beside him was a bit hard to get used to at first. Wei Chen didn't say much, but he could easily carry on the conversation without any embarrassment, while Wei Chen felt a bit awkward for not speaking. Surprisingly, it took less than an hour to assemble the iron gate at the hallway entrance. Wei Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and took all the tools back home. You've worked hard. Go rest well. I need to move my car from outside to the parking lot. As he said this, he prepared to head downstairs. However, just as he opened the iron gate, he noticed an following him. Before he could ask what she was doing, Yi smiled and explained. I have things to bring up too. Sure, let me help you carry it up. That would be great. Thank you. No matter what. Yi had helped him with the door installation, which was a big favor, so he felt the need to assist her as well. When they got downstairs, before Yi could say anything, Wei Chen saw her car. It was an extended off-road vehicle, although it didn't look particularly outstanding. A knowledgeable person could tell at a glance that it was a top-notch vehicle in the apocalypse. Not only did it have armor protection, but it also consumed little fuel and had a substantial cargo capacity. Yi walked up and opened the trunk, revealing a full load of supplies. A dazzling array of items, basically everything one could think of. Seeing so many things, even Wei Chen, who had a space, couldn't help but gape. If it were just one person, how long would it take to move all this? He wasn't quite sure how to get all these things to the 7th floor by himself. He had experienced it firsthand. It took 2 people 3 hours to finish the previous move. He lost count of how many trips he made up and down. But he knew his legs felt like they were about to break. After moving all of Yi's things into the living room, it felt like a junkyard, with no space to even step inside. With so many supplies and miscellaneous items, he couldn't imagine how long it would take to organize everything. Wei Chen also noticed that when he first entered Yi's room, there were already many boxes inside, which must have been moved in before he arrived. Yi's vehicle could easily hold half a store's worth of supplies, and all the miscellaneous items had basically been transferred to the 7th floor room. Once everything was moved, the two of them parked their cars in the parking lot. By the time they returned to the apartment, it was nearly midnight. Wei Chen suddenly felt particularly tired. What he had planned to be a simple installation of an iron gate had turned into a workload that had more than doubled due to Yi's presence. He first declined Yi's invitation for a late-night snack, wanting nothing more than to rest quickly. And Yi, being a natural optimist, showed no signs of disappointment. Always wearing a grateful smile. I understand. Today was indeed too tiring, and it's so late that eating doesn't make much sense. Let us wait for tomorrow. I'll come to call you for dinner tomorrow night. Yi didn't seem to have any hidden motives and quickly changed the topic, continuing to extend the invitation. Just as Wei Chen was about to refuse again, the little girl suddenly made a pitiful expression that made it hard for him to turn her down. You helped me a lot today. I thought it would take several days to sort out all these things, but now it's all resolved in one go. I must treat you to a meal, otherwise I will feel guilty for a long time. Since the conversation had reached this point, Wei Chen knew there was no need to pursue it further, so he said, all right, just let me know when the meal is ready. It's settled then. Wei Chen, feeling utterly exhausted, waved goodbye and said, if there's nothing else, I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow. After saying that, he turned and walked into the apartment, locking the door behind him. As he closed the door, he leaned against it, finally feeling relieved and let out a long sigh. In truth, with his decisive personality, even if he really wanted to refuse someone, regardless of whether the person was male or female, he would likely stick to his stance. However, it wasn't that he was being soft-hearted now. Rather, he had other considerations. After thinking it over, he realized that he had helped Yi with the door installation. So it made sense to help her move her things too. There is give and take. That is human nature. Just like him, who didn't want to owe anyone a favor, and Yi likely felt the same way. As long as they had this meal together, there probably wouldn't be any awkwardness between them. With this thought in mind, Wei Chen strode towards the bathroom. He took out all the hot water-filled bathtubs from the space, loosened his clothes, and suddenly plunged into the bathtub. Originally drenched in sweat, after soaking in the bathtub for a while, all the fatigue disappeared, and blood flowed through his veins, an indescribable comfort. While lying in the bathtub, Wei Chen kept thinking that it had been 8 hours since he last had a meal. With such a large physical expenditure tonight, he felt empty in his stomach after soaking. After Wei Chen finished his bath and got out of the bathtub, he wrapped himself in a bathrobe and quickly walked into the small bedroom, turning on the heating equipment first. Since it was already early morning, there was no need to eat too well. He could just grab something to fill his stomach. Wei Chen directly took out a plate of garlic stir-fried shrimp with vermicelli from the space, along with 2 oil-braised chicken legs and a bowl of thick and spicy soup. After devouring all this delicious food, he felt fully satisfied. Chapter 26, Yi's invitation lying on the sofa. Wei Chen had some free time and decided to check the supplies he had stored in the space. The other items weren't particularly important, but he needed to see how much food he had left, especially the cooked food. After all, during the past 6 months since the apocalypse began, he had been too afraid to cook in the upscale community in Tianhai City, fearing that the aroma would attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, for the past 6 months, He had been consuming the cooked food stored in the space. Although there was indeed a considerable amount, it was still limited, and after half a year's consumption, only 3/4 remained. The remaining cooked food seemed like a lot, but he felt it was far from enough. After all, he knew the apocalypse would last a long time, and this amount would last at most 2 years. Anyway, now that the apartment had been rented long-term and the kitchen was organized, he could definitely start cooking those foods in the coming days. It was time to speed up the process of cooking. After thinking for a moment, he felt extremely tired and unknowingly fell asleep. Not knowing how long he had slept, he suddenly lowered his head, and his body was jolted awake by inertia. Realizing his sleeping posture was uncomfortable, he hurriedly stumbled to the bed and laid down to rest. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the time on his watch showed it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He forgot exactly what time he had fallen asleep, but vaguely remembered it should still be early morning when he went to bed. He didn't expect to sleep until the afternoon. After a quick wash in the bathroom, Wei Chen prepared to eat something before exercising. However, just as he was about to take out some hot buns from the space, he remembered he had promised An to go to her house for dinner that evening. Since it was almost dark, it would be better to save some appetite for a good meal later. With this thought, he immediately dismissed the idea of taking food from the space and grabbed his fitness equipment in the living room to start training. After almost 3 hours of exercising in the room, Wei Chen felt it was almost time for dinner, so he stopped, turned around, and went to take a shower. As he walked into the living room, still drying himself with a towel, he heard a knock on the door. Then An Yi's voice came through. "Brother Chen, what are you doing in there? I've already prepared the food. Come eat." "Okay, I'll put on some clothes and be right there." Wei Chen hung the towel on a rack, put on a sweater and a down jacket, and shook the water droplets from his hair before opening the door. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by An Yi's sunny smile. Wei Chen felt a bit strange. This girl seemed so happy every day. What could possibly make her this cheerful? Not thinking too much about it, he locked the door and felt relieved to head to An Yi's house. The moment he pushed the door open and looked inside, he was stunned. After just sleeping for a morning, the originally messy room was now so clean and tidy. The efficiency was astonishing. He had previously thought the living room looked like a dump, but now it was as clean as his own room. Countless boxes had vanished, and he didn't know where An Yi had put them. Now, the living room only had some sofas and simple furniture, with a folding dining table in the corner, decorated with some items that made it look less monotonous. Especially in the corner of the room, there was a relatively large heater that was always running, preventing the room from being too cold. Wei Chen was attracted by this heater and couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Not to mention its peculiar shape. He had never seen such a large heater before. But there was no need to be overly curious. After all, there were too many things in this world he had never seen, and he couldn't appear so inexperienced. At this moment, there was nothing on the dining table, and Wei Chen still couldn't figure out what he was invited to eat. Would it be a feast or just a home-cooked meal? "Don't worry, I've already made it. I'll bring it over now." An Yi, seeing his expression, knew he was getting impatient and immediately said so. Worried that the food would be affected by room temperature, she had kept it on the induction cooker in the kitchen. As soon as she finished speaking, An Yi hurried to the kitchen. After she left, Wei Chen couldn't help but feel curious and looked around, quickly being drawn to the refrigerator not far away. He clearly remembered that he had never seen this baking box when moving supplies, but now it had appeared out of nowhere, which was really strange. Moreover, this baking box looked quite high-end, and it seemed to have a roasted duck inside, with the iron rack inside constantly turning. An Yi paused the baking machine, then took out the roasted duck with oven mitts. In an instant, the room was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. "I made other things too. Just wait a moment." Saying this, An Yi turned and ran back to the kitchen. When she came out again, she was holding a large bowl of egg-fried rice. The plump egg-fried rice looked very appetizing, with each grain distinct, and the golden color made it hard to resist drooling. Then, she also specially pulled out 2 bottles of juice from her pocket. "It's still warm. If you're thirsty, you can drink it first." And he sat down opposite Wei Chen and casually handed him a bottle of juice. Wei Chen took the drink, opened the cap, and heard a crisp pop as the cap fell to the ground. As the warm juice flowed down his throat, his appetite significantly increased. Seeing this, An Yi also took a sip of her hot drink and then divided the bowls and chopsticks. "This is my first time having dinner at someone else's house. If there's anything lacking in hospitality, please don't mind." At this moment, An Yi inexplicably became shy and couldn't help but say that. What's there to worry about? Of course, it's fine. Wei Chen came to eat with empty hands and directly sat down waiting for his meal. It would be too much to say anything negative here. Chapter 27. Let us buy you some weapons. And he specifically used a spoon to divide the fried rice into small bowls, and also placed a freshly cooked steak in Wei Chen's bowl. The freshly roasted duck was also sliced into pieces, with one duck leg directly stuffed into Wei Chen's bowl. Seeing the full bowl of food, Wei Chen felt it was incredibly generous. In this apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy such a feast was truly rare. However, when he took a bite of the steak, he felt something was off. It should be the pre-packaged steak bought from a supermarket. But after a fleeting frown, he returned to calmness. In fact, Wei Chen had stockpiled a lot of such packaged steaks in his own space, but he simply hadn't found the time to cook them. What puzzled him was where an E had obtained this packaged steak, as they weren't easy to come by. While Wei Chen was pondering this, he heard an E speak. To be honest, I sold some weapons to the base today, and they gave me a lot of contribution points, so now the house is directly under my name. They also gifted me some household appliances, like a heater and a refrigerator, along with countless steaks, which are my favorite. Hearing this, Wei Chen, who was chewing meat, suddenly paused. He had worked hard to deal with those bald men just to acquire some supplies, which could only cover 4 or 5 years of rent. But now he sold some weapons to the base and directly received a house, plus countless contribution points. What kind of weapons were they? And the roasted duck, steak, and heater, such generosity was indeed impressive. Wei Chen wouldn't simply think that the official base had only these items left. There must be other good stuff. However, what kind of weapons did an E sell to the base to receive such a rich reward? It was truly curious. It probably wasn't the cheap goods he had displayed earlier, although the cold weapons he had sold were good. The base likely wouldn't offer such a high return for them. Therefore, there must be more powerful weapons. Thinking of this, Wei Chen's gaze towards an E began to turn complicated, filled with confusion. But since they weren't very familiar yet, he found it inconvenient to directly ask. At this moment, Wei Chen simply nodded slightly, indicating he was listening to an E while keeping silent and continuing to eat. Before he had even finished half a bowl of rice, and he started chatting again. As you saw before, I'm a weapons dealer. And the base is already aware of my work and wanted to hire me for a high salary. I refused without thinking because I'm someone who values freedom and hates being controlled. Later, the base leader took a step back, saying they would like me to help when needed and would pay extra, so I agreed to their request. After Annie finished speaking, Wei Chen couldn't help but look at her a few more times. He knew this little beauty had sold weapons before, but he didn't expect her to be so impressive. She was actually a specialized weapons dealer. This was a rare profession. Internally, Wei Chen was stirred up in amazement but maintained a nonchalant demeanor, simply responding with a light hem. Suddenly, Annie put down her chopsticks, raised her head, and locked her gaze onto Wei Chen. By the way, do you want to buy some weapons for self-defense? Seeing an E suddenly lean in, Wei Chen became alert, thinking the little girl might be up to something. But when he heard her words, he couldn't help but wonder, what weapons can you sell here? The flame knife he had bought from her before was indeed good, but it was merely a melee cold weapon, which could only slightly enhance his combat power, without any significant effect. However, thinking about it, even the base could afford to pay such a high price for this batch of weapons. There must be a lot of good items. Perhaps there were even firearms. If they could really be bought, that would be a good thing. And he noticed his cautious thoughts and intentionally wanted to keep him guessing. You should finish your meal first. After you're done, I'll show you. Otherwise, the food will get cold and won't taste good. By the way, I must remind you, I only accepted cash from you before the apocalypse fully broke out. But now I need to collect some other hard currency. No problem. Wei Chen simply responded, saying, besides, I can't even take out cash now. The apocalypse had lasted so long that who would still have useless cash on hand? After they finished their dinner, Wei Chen, eager to see what weapons were available, helped clean the table. He sat in his seat, looking like a well-behaved student ready for class, his gaze fixed on Annie, hoping the little beauty would bring out the good stuff. Annie, not wanting to keep him in suspense any longer, turned around and went to her bedroom to fetch the items. Leaning against the heater, the warm air made him feel like a little deer in a frenzy, even more impatient. Just then, Annie came out holding an exquisite solid gold large box. From the quality and design of the box, it was clear that what was inside was definitely not simple. The sound of metal clinking occasionally came from inside the box, indicating there were quite a few items. Annie placed the box horizontally on the table, entered a password for a moment, and then opened the golden box. At this critical moment, Wei Chen couldn't help but get distracted, starting to notice Annie's complexion. The first time he saw her, he knew she had fair skin and was beautiful. However, he had never observed her at such a close distance. Looking closely, Her fingers were long, her nails bright and white, and they were neatly trimmed. Seeing Yi's nails made Wei Chen quite satisfied. He was a person who paid great attention to detail, and he could even tell a lot about a person from such details. Although he wouldn't say he particularly liked women who kept their nails clean and tidy, he certainly wouldn't harbor any hostility towards them. Chapter 28. Transaction. With a crisp sound, the box opened, and Wei Chen quickly directed his gaze inside. He saw a gray compact Colt, short and sturdy, glinting with a decorative sheen. The compact Colt is a small firearm from abroad, with limited production, and the current stock is even scarcer. To see it in this box was indeed a rare find. And he picked up the compact Colt, removed the magazine, and then took out the bullets from the box, loading them one by one into the magazine. Seeing Yi loading the bullets, Wei Chen felt a sense of foreboding and opened his mouth to stop her. After all, if a gun was fired in the apartment, it would definitely disturb others. Making noise doesn't really matter, but if it gets reported to the base officials and they send someone to investigate, that would be a real hassle. However, Yi's movements were incredibly quick. Before anyone could react, she raised her hand and aimed at the empty drink bottle on the table 10 steps away. As Yi pulled the trigger, the drink bottle exploded in an instant. The bottle was made of glass, and instead of a bullet hole appearing after the bullet penetrated, it shattered completely. Nobody expected that such a small thing as a compact pistol could have such terrifying power. But that wasn't the most important part. The key point was that there was no sound at all when she pulled the trigger, even though it didn't have a silencer. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Yi's lips curled up in a smile as she spun the compact pistol on her index finger a few times, finally stopping it with the muzzle facing down and handing it to Wei Chen. Why not give it a try? In his previous life, Wei Chen had survived many years in the apocalypse, but that was through hardship, and he had never even seen a high-end weapon like the compact pistol, let alone touched one. After being reborn in this life, Wei Chen had considered buying one, but unfortunately, these were in high demand. Even if he wanted to buy a regular firearm, he could only dream about it. He never expected that on this day, a compact pistol would suddenly appear right in front of him. After a moment of thought, Wei Chen ultimately chose to accept it. The moment he held the compact pistol, he felt its weight. He hadn't expected such a small weapon to feel so substantial in his hand. But why was it so heavy? The gray body of the compact pistol looked striking, but he couldn't tell what material it was made of. Wei Chen glanced around the room and noticed there was still a drink bottle on the dining table. He had never handled a firearm before, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Just then, Yi stood up and walked behind him, slowly reaching out to help him adjust his grip on the compact pistol. Although Yi was right behind him, she didn't press against his back. There was still a considerable distance between them. This showed that even though the girl was enthusiastic, she also had a sense of propriety and was definitely not the kind of person who would be casual about such things. The corrections throughout the process were spot on, making Wei Chen feel no discomfort at all. And he seemed to have returned to her seat at some point, then flashed him a brilliant smile. Don't be too nervous. You're really smart, and I believe you'll master how to use it in no time. Hearing such comforting words, Wei Chen took a deep breath, calming his complicated thoughts, and then his finger squeezed the trigger. In an instant, the drink bottle was blown to smithereens. Wei Chen felt the recoil when the bullet shot out, but his shoulder held firm, well within tolerable limits. He slowly lowered his hand, watching as the compact pistol still smoked in his grip, filled with a sense of satisfaction. What a great weapon. It's so much more enjoyable to use than the flame blade. Yi, how much is this thing going for? When Wei Chen asked this, his eyes seemed to shine with excitement. Actually, I'm in need of gold right now. I wonder if you have any. If you do, could you give me 5 kilograms of gold? Before he finished speaking, he saw Yi respond excitedly, saying, I just happen to have some. Wei Chen stood up immediately and said, I'll go home and get it right now. Please wait here for a moment. He couldn't wait to turn and rush home, practically leaping to his feet, clearly very eager. But this was quite normal. After all, when encountering something you like, anyone would be anxious to possess it. Wei Chen, who usually appeared cold and unapproachable, unexpectedly showed this side of himself when faced with something he liked. On the other side, Wei Chen hurriedly returned home, quickly retrieving the gold he had stored in his space. He had stockpiled quite a bit of gold himself, knowing that it would still be useful in the apocalypse. In chaotic times, gold remains valuable even in the end of the world. However, he was currently using the gold he had looted from the bald men's vehicles, which was now just right for this situation. Earlier on the highway, there had been too much to deal with, so he had just briefly looked at the gold he took out before tossing it into his space. But now, Upon taking it out to inspect, he found that there was quite a bit of gold, weighing at least 50 to 60 pounds. It seemed that those unscrupulous bald men had raided many pawn shops or wealthy people's stockpiles. However, Wei Chen didn't think too much about it. After all, these things were now in his hands. He immediately carried the bag over to the other side. He had rushed out too quickly, and the door to the opposite room was still open, allowing the cold wind to bluster inside. Wei Chen walked in and hurriedly closed the door, trying to prevent the room from getting too cold. The next moment, he placed the bag he was holding on the floor. All the gold was inside, just now. You only mentioned the price of the compact pistol, but the bullets should be charged separately, right? I plan to buy some more bullets. As he said this, he placed the bag full of gold on the ground, making a dull thud. Just from that sound, one could tell it was heavy. And he didn't rush to respond. She opened the bag and took a look, her expression suddenly becoming very animated. My bullets are sold individually, and I'll charge you 10 grams of gold for each one. Do you agree? And he didn't have the intention of taking advantage. Rather, she was conducting the transaction at the current market price. Wei Chen shook his head and replied readily, of course, that's fine. I'll go along with whatever you decide. If such a good compact pistol doesn't come with enough bullets, it would be a waste. Besides, since this thing is rare, it's only reasonable to charge a bit more. There is no need to get hung up on it. Chapter 29. New plans. They were still in the midst of their transaction, both sides helping to count the quantities. Fortunately, the gold here had clearly marked price tags, so it was easy to calculate its total value. They first counted out 5 kilograms of gold and placed it on the table as the price for the pistol. Then, the remaining gold was converted into grams, amounting to a total of 25,000 grams. If each bullet costs 10 grams, he could buy 2,500 bullets. A faint smile crept onto Wei Chen's lips as he said, if you can't produce that many bullets, then we'll see how it goes. He thought that even if an E was a weapons dealer, there likely wasn't enough space in the room to store that many bullets. Even if there was that much stock, it would probably be impossible for her to produce all of it at once. Hearing this, and he quickly picked up on his concern and said, do you think I don't have enough bullets? There is no need to worry about that. I have plenty of stock. As she spoke, and he immediately turned and went back into the bedroom. In just a few seconds, she emerged carrying a large box. And from its heavy appearance, it was clear that it contained a good amount of items. After placing the box on the ground, she turned around and ran back into the bedroom without pause, bringing out 2 more boxes. In total, these boxes contained 2,500 bullets. If you're not sure, you can take them out and count them first. Indy usually speaks with a smile, but she becomes particularly serious during transactions. Wei Chen simply opened the box and found it filled to the brim with bullets, estimating there were indeed over 2,000 rounds. There was no need to check further. I still trust your character, and I'm at ease collaborating with you. Wei Chen felt that even if the quantity was a bit less, it didn't matter, as he couldn't possibly use up over 1,000 rounds on his own. They were both open and honest with each other, without needing to hide too much. And he smiled and said casually, it's great to deal with straightforward people, so I won't ramble on. And he helped move several boxes into Wei Chen's house. But she was very mindful of etiquette, only placing the boxes at the door and not specifically looking at the arrangement inside the room. There was no offense taken, which made him feel even more comfortable. I don't know if you remember, but yesterday I mentioned wanting to take a look around the base. Can you accompany me later when you have time? After they finished their tasks, N.E. proactively extended this invitation. Meeting her eager gaze, and then looking down at the iron boxes filled with bullets, Wei Chen pondered for a moment before agreeing. No problem, I'll go with you. It's settled then. I'll find you later. It should be less crowded once it gets dark. All right. After their simple agreement, they returned to their respective homes. After closing the door, Wei Chen leaned against it and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What a mess. He initially thought that once they finished this dinner, there would be no more debts between them. After all, he preferred to be alone for convenience, but unexpectedly, their relationship had actually warmed up through their interactions. Having a companion meant he needed to be more cautious. No one expected that he had bought weapons from N.E., which clearly deepened their relationship. After all, it was possible to just disregard a purchase right after buying it. It was probably due to having survived alone for many years in his previous life that he had become particularly indifferent and not fond of getting close to others. However, despite this, he was still quite understanding of human relationships. Although he hadn't figured out an E.'s full identity yet, she definitely had various secrets. But that didn't matter. At least it seemed that this girl was quite nice and worth forming a deeper friendship with. After interacting with her, Wei Chen began to realize that she had many secrets hidden within her, most of which were unknown to others. However, he didn't delve deeper. After all, everyone has their own unmentionable matters, just like he had a hidden space that he didn't need to share with anyone else. Wei Chen's gaze shifted downwards and soon settled on the iron boxes filled with bullets, and his smile gradually spread at that moment. With these items, his strength in the apocalypse had undoubtedly been significantly enhanced. He opened each box to confirm they were all filled with bullets. And then he confidently stored all the boxes in his space for safekeeping. After loading the pocket-sized revolver with bullets and spending some time carefully studying it while sitting on the sofa, Wei Chen reluctantly put it away. As long as he focused, the revolver could instantly appear in his hand, which was incredibly convenient. The most celebratory thing today was that he had purchased the pocket-sized revolver. Although it was a happy occasion, Wei Chen didn't forget his previous plan. He intended to cook all 3 meals himself in the future. But the kitchen still needed further organization. The windows had already been covered with heat-insulating film, and the curtains were specially blocked with wind-resistant black fabric. Even if Wei Chen turned on the lights in the kitchen, anyone outside would not sense a hint of brightness from inside. Although he was in the base, he still wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want the fact that he was cooking to become widely known. The room quickly became steamy. And as soon as he put the ingredients and main dish into the pot, the aroma spread instantly. However, since the windows were tightly shut, not a single breath of outside air could come in, and the smell inside couldn't escape either. Wei Chen thought for a moment and took out a few fans from his space, placing them at the kitchen door to circulate the scents throughout the apartment, making it less overwhelming. He hadn't had noodles in a long time and planned to make some cold noodles and tossed noodles. Given that his appetite hadn't been great these past few days, there was no need to eat anything too greasy. It was better to prepare some simple and convenient noodles. Moreover, these dishes not only tasted great, but also didn't have a strong odor. Wei Chen was unsure about the ceiling of the room, so it was a good opportunity to test it. If he confirmed that the ceiling was good, he could then arrange for stews and hot pot later. Wei Chen made buckwheat cold noodles, and after boiling the noodles in the pot, he specifically scooped them into cold water to soak. He then placed all the noodles into a prepared large bowl. After adding sliced sausages, diced radishes, and bok choy, he poured in a generous amount of sauce. He placed the bowl of noodles by the window, letting the cold air help cool it down. And a bowl of buckwheat cold noodles was quickly prepared. Chapter 30. Chatty Aunt Luo. Wei Chen cooked a large batch of noodles at once, and in no time, he had made over 10 bowls of cold noodles. The finished cold noodles were stored in the cabinet of his space, ready to be taken out and enjoyed any time he wanted. After finishing the cold noodles, he began to boil water again. Once the water was thoroughly boiling, he added the handmade noodles he had taken from his space into the pot. Since the apocalypse began, he hadn't been able to cook in his apartment. But he hadn't been completely idle either. Whenever he had free time, he would take out flour and yeast every day to prepare some dough. For example, after kneading the dough, he would roll it into flatbreads or make it into strands of handmade noodles. And he also made a lot of flour rolls and steamed buns. He even prepared a large pile of dough for scallion pancakes, egg-filled pancakes, and leaven pancakes. After doing all this, he certainly didn't forget to make dumpling skins, wonton skins, and bun skins. He had basically prepared everything he could think of. These items didn't have much smell. And previously Wei Chen had been leisurely making them by hand in the living room. He spent a day making a batch, accumulating over half a year. And even now he couldn't estimate how much pasta he had made. However, now that he had moved to the base and his living conditions had significantly improved, Wei Chen took this opportunity to cook the pasta stored in his space. As for the cooked food, it was all placed in bowls to be stored in the space, ready to be taken out and used anytime he wanted. After all, the space had the function of preserving freshness and warmth when taken out. No matter how long it was stored, it would be exactly the same as when it was first put in. Wei Chen had no intention of stir-frying for now since he was about to go out with someone. If this charming girl, caught a whiff of oil smoke on him, it would inevitably raise a lot of suspicions. Nowadays, most people rarely eat fried dishes. And even those who can eat boiled food are few. If others found out that he had the scent of oil smoke on him, it would definitely lead to quite a bit of trouble. Wei Chen was not afraid of being entangled in disputes. He just preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. Since he chose to come to this relatively safe base, it was clear he did not want to live the hard life of fighting like before. The piles of noodles in the space were certainly not going to be finished anytime soon. Looking at the time on his watch, which had already passed 11 o'clock at night, he figured it was getting late, so he stopped his work and tidied up the kitchen. He had gotten used to being active at night and resting at home during the day when he had nothing to do. After all, there were fewer people at night, making it easier to avoid unnecessary troubles when going out. Annie kept her promise from dinner, and sure enough, when it was completely dark, she came over to call him. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking suddenly broke the silence. By this time, Wei Chen had finished all his tasks and quickly changed into warmer clothes before opening the door and stepping out. He simply said to Annie, "Let us go. I'm taking you out now." While speaking, he did not forget to lock his door. On the iron railing at the entrance of the building hung a metal padlock, and Wei Chen had specifically given Annie a key for convenience when they entered and exited the hallway. Before leaving, he made sure to lock the iron gate, allowing them to descend the stairs with peace of mind. Just as they reached the first floor, a door on the 6th floor suddenly opened, and a plump lady with big ears peered out, her shifty eyes continuously sizing up Wei Chen and Annie. This lady, who appeared to be in her 50s, seemed quite scheming, and many called her Aunt Luo. She had just moved into the building. You young couple must have just moved in upstairs, right? Don't rush to leave. I have a few questions for you. Where are you two from? What work do you do at the base? Aunt Luo immediately began to interrogate them with a rather unfriendly attitude. Seeing this, Wei Chen's expression turned to one of disgust. Why are you asking so many questions? He replied, Oh, I'm just casually asking a few questions. Why are you so rude, young man? Don't you care to listen to an elder? Aunt Luo continued her chatter, and Wei Chen felt increasingly irritated. He was not afraid of bald men robbing him, but he was wary of scheming people like Aunt Luo who were also chatty. It was absurd that she, a complete stranger, would come up to pry into their lives. However, Wei Chen would never resort to violence just because someone was being annoying. Although he was decisive in action, he was definitely not bloodthirsty or mindlessly violent. Just as Wei Chen was feeling frustrated, Annie stepped forward. Annie, what kind of work do you do? Is there a neighborhood committee here at the base that needs to ask everyone about their background? I've never seen this before. Aunt Luo was taken aback by Annie's barrage of questions, unsure how to respond. After a moment, she replied, I mean no harm. Why be so cautious? If you're going to act like this, just pretend I didn't ask. After saying this, Aunt Luo quickly turned and returned to her home, shutting the door behind her. Annie easily resolved the trouble and couldn't help but laugh, saying, This is how you deal with such people in the future. Once they exited the apartment building, Annie kept talking. Actually, encountering people like this is easy. You absolutely cannot remain silent. You need to talk more than they do. As long as you ask enough questions, when they can't answer, they'll just lose interest and leave. It was clear that Annie had experienced a lot and had her own ways of dealing with situations. However, Wei Chen had different thoughts. He kept his hands in his pockets and continued walking silently. Annie noticed his silence and continued. If you ever feel too lazy to deal with these kinds of people, it's no problem. Just leave it to me. Let me protect you from now on. Chapter 31. Has Wei Chen become a homebody? Protect me? Wei Chen felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. Although he knew Annie meant well, it just fell off when she said it. I almost forgot to ask you. Didn't you say you've been around the base? You must have been to quite a few places, right? Annie changed the subject and looked up at Wei Chen. Even though the streetlights were not very bright, they couldn't hide the brilliance in her beautiful eyes. Wei Chen glanced at her and felt his heart racing. He quickly looked away and shook his head. No, I haven't gone too far. You know this base is just too big. There should be many stalls ahead, and there is an official supermarket nearby. Other than that, I don't know what else is around. Oh, I see. That is fine. Let us go check it out. At this point, Annie, like a child just released from school, excitedly pulled Wei Chen along as they jogged ahead. Wei Chen did not let go of her hand, but silently followed her to the small market ahead. There were still many people setting up stalls. Even though it was late, there were no patrols searching the area, making it the busiest time for business. It looked like a night market, bustling with activity. However, Wei Chen was not interested in the goods being sold here. Annie, on the other hand, was very pleased. Her face lit up with a smile as she wandered around the stalls. Yet, she limited her browsing and did not irrationally buy things. After walking through the night market, they continued on. This area was originally a tourist spot with many buildings around. Although it was now the apocalypse, the structures were still intact and protected. As they slowly approached, Wei Chen and Annie suddenly stopped. Not far ahead were several newly built high-rises that seemed out of place compared to the surrounding buildings. These buildings were not meant for living. They resembled commercial buildings and were likely rented out to companies. But in this apocalypse, what companies could still operate as usual? Having such doubts in their minds, they paused to observe the buildings. Although they were by the roadside, they could still hear a commotion coming from inside. It was already so late. Who could still be inside? After pondering for a moment, Wei Chen suddenly realized these buildings were probably collective dormitories built by the base for those who couldn't afford housing. Initially thought to be a large tent. The weather outside was too cold, and the base's management was quite humane, arranging for them to rest in the sealed buildings. However, there were simply too many refugees here, and the living conditions inside were certainly not great. But in terms of supply, the first base was already quite generous compared to other shelters. At least it ensured that the people there would not starve and could support themselves, restoring a semblance of order. If it were like those small bases that Wei Chen visited in his previous life, even collective dormitories like this wouldn't exist. Even if he stayed in the base, survival would have to rely on himself. Wei Chen now hopes to live a good life. As for whether others live or die, he has no time to care. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shift his gaze and asked Annie, "Do you still want to keep moving forward?" Annie seemed to be touched by the environment of the disaster area and replied, "It feels like this is it. It's not interesting anymore. Let us go home first." With the conversation reaching this point, both of them were very tacit, turning around in unison to head back to the apartment. From that night on, Wei Chen never left home again, as if he had entered a homebody mode. Every day, he would cook 3 meals on time, and any excess food would naturally be stored in his space. During his leisure time, he would train regularly, sometimes read books to enrich his knowledge, and other times watch dramas or listen to music. Days passed like this. He also specially prepared items for summer, even though the weather was still very cold at the moment. However, according to the timeline of his previous life, in less than 2 months, this world would experience extreme heat. Suddenly shifting from extreme cold to extreme heat, the temperature difference could reach as much as 50 to 60 degrees. On that night, in his previous life, countless refugees suffered and died from the abrupt change in weather. Wei Chen had thought about informing the higher-ups of the base about the impending weather change. However, this thought was quickly dismissed by him. After all, he had no assurance that the message would reach those higher-ups and that he could retreat safely. Once involved in the center of the stage, withdrawing would require paying a 1,000-fold price. He didn't have that strength yet, so he could only choose to stay at home and endure. Now that he could be reborn, Wei Chen had to be more cautious than before. He had been at home for 2 months, and suddenly one night, he chose to step out for the first time. His phone kept reminding him that the rent was due, and he had to personally go to the housing rental hall to renew the contract. As soon as Wei Chen opened his door, he saw someone in the corridor. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an who was unlocking the iron gate with her keys. Unlike Wei Chen, he had been going out almost every day over the past 2 months. He was well aware of this, as he could hear the clanging sound of the iron gate whenever she went out. However, Wei Chen wasn't curious about why this girl frequently went out. He just wanted to guard his own little piece of land. But he never expected that after so long of staying at home, he would coincidentally run into an The iron gate had already been opened, and an picked up several packages and slowly walked into the hallway. When she looked up, she made eye contact with Wei Chen and quickly greeted him with a smile. "Where are you going?" "I have something to take care of." And heard this and didn't think too much about it. Instead, she deliberately spoke in a lower voice. "You should know that I've been working at the base lately, and I'm quite in the loop about the news. I just learned the latest internal news. The weather is about to get really hot. If you have time, it's best to stock up on some summer items." Chapter 32. Do things discreetly. This was an good intention, completely without any ulterior motives. After hearing this, Wei Chen pretended to know nothing and asked, "Are you sure this news is true?" "It's probably about 80 to 90 accurate." And smiled slightly and continued to advise, "You should stock up some things at home. Having them is better than not having them. If it's really going to get warmer, why has this news been announced yet?" Wei Chen naturally knew this was true, but still acted like a novice, saying it without thinking. "Not yet, but I estimate it will be soon. Once the news spreads and everyone knows, prices will definitely rise a lot." And he felt that he still didn't quite believe it, so she said this very seriously. Wei Chen could see the little girl's thoughts and thanked her. "Well, thanks for telling me this news. I'll go to the supermarket now to stock up." "All right, I'll head home first. Let us talk later." "Okay." After a brief exchange, Wei Chen immediately went to the underground parking lot and took out his Hummer from the space. He hadn't been out for 2 months, and if he left the car outside, it would definitely gather dust. He was a person with foresight and wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. When Wei Chen drove the Hummer, he didn't go to the supermarket first, but went to the housing rental hall. Upon entering the hall, he saw it was crowded with people, probably busier than the supermarket. After all, there was free heating here, and most people were actually here just to warm up. The official staff were already aware of this and mostly turned a blind eye, not stopping them. Although there were many people in the hall, there weren't many queuing to handle business, so as soon as Wei Chen walked in, he was quickly at the front desk. "Hello, sir. What business do you need to handle?" The staff at the counter was a sweet-looking girl, who politely asked. Wei Chen was about to say what he needed when suddenly someone behind him patted his shoulder. "Hey, I'm here to handle business. Go to yours somewhere else." A nouveau riche wearing a gold chain stood behind him, arrogantly barking this order. Wei Chen, sitting there, instantly flashed a hint of murderous intent across his originally indifferent expression. "Are you talking to me?" Wei Chen slowly turned his head, his frosty gaze fixed on the nouveau riche. Many people in the hall noticed this side, and some even pointed and whispered about it. Look, there's excitement again. That nouveau riche is causing trouble again. Thinking he is still in the pre-disaster days just because he has some money. I heard that nouveau riche likes the beauties at the counter but has failed to flirt with them several times. Now, whenever he sees a handsome guy come to handle business, he tries to drive them away. The surrounding discussions were not small, and Wei Chen, with decent hearing, quickly understood the reason for the incident. So it was because he liked the girl at the front desk. Upon realizing this, his gaze couldn't help but linger a bit longer on the beauty behind the glass window. She was indeed quite pretty. Although she was slightly less attractive than Annie, her innocent demeanor could definitely win many men's hearts. The nouveau riche saw that not only did the other person not get up, but he was also gazing at his goddess. Even though nothing happened, he felt that his goddess was being desecrated. "Bastard, where are you looking?" The nouveau riche reached out his hand, wanting to grab Wei Chen's collar. However, unexpectedly, the next second, he grabbed nothing, as the other person suddenly swayed and disappeared like a ghost. Seeing this, the nouveau riche was taken aback. "What is happening? Did I see a ghost in broad daylight?" Wei Chen walked past him with his hands in his pockets, slowly reciting, "Don't force me to get angry. Once I really make a move, it'll only stop when there's blood." This statement is chilling to hear, but the nouveau riche clearly doesn't care. Instead, letting out a cold snort. "What are you trying to show off? You dare to brag here? A poor wretch like you will only live in a relief camp for the rest of your life." At this point, he even tugged at the gold chain around his neck, as if to flaunt his power. There were simply too many people in the hall, and Wei Chen didn't want to resort to violence directly. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching, and he would likely attract attention in the base later. Such high-profile behavior is not Wei Chen's style at all. He ignored the nouveau riche in front of him and turned back to the counter. Never mind him. Just continue with the business. Wei Chen calmed his emotions and, facing the beautiful female clerk, spoke in a much gentler tone. "I would like to renew my apartment lease." The beautiful clerk behind the glass window nodded and quickly asked, "How long do you plan to stay?" Just as her words fell, before Wei Chen could respond, the nouveau riche behind him started interjecting, shouting, "Ha! These days even poor wretches want to live in apartments. It's like a sow trying to climb a tree." The security personnel in the hall remained silent in the corner, clearly aware that the nouveau riche indeed had some power, and even if he caused a scene, they didn't dare to step forward to stop him. After noticing this, Wei Chen regarded the nouveau riche as a mad dog. When encountering a mad dog, the best course of action is to ignore it. If he were to kill him, it would only bring trouble upon himself. It's better to show his strength and let reality slap him in the face. 3 years of renewal, Wei Chen said calmly, as if discussing something very normal. Many surrounding people couldn't help but gasp in surprise, knowing that their contribution points were limited. Renewing an apartment for 3 years would cost over 1,000 contribution points. Such a large amount of points is definitely a huge sum. The question is, can this guy really afford it? I advise you to stop joking around. If you have nothing to do, just hurry back to your camp and carry some sandbags. You can earn some contribution points that way. The nouveau riche continued to mock from behind. If it weren't for his fear of the ominous aura radiating from the other party, he probably would have acted long ago. The female clerk was evidently experienced in handling big scenes. Even with such a ruckus outside the glass window, she remained calm and continued processing business. With the continuous tapping of the keyboard and mouse, the apartment renewal was successfully completed. "Sir, it's all set," the clerk said, handing the new room card to Wei Chen. Her attitude quite friendly. After witnessing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded. They never expected this young man to be so capable. It turned out that the silent one was the real boss. The nouveau riche was completely stunned, standing in place for a long time without speaking, clearly still in shock. These apartments are leased to those with contribution points, and the rent is not low. Being able to rent for 3 years at once is something few can do in the entire base. In short, the nouveau riche wouldn't dare to do this. It's not that he doesn't want to, but his ability simply doesn't allow it. You should speak more cautiously in the future. Otherwise, no matter how rich you are, you might find yourself with a life but no way to enjoy it, Wei Chen said slowly as he walked up to the nouveau riche, patting his shoulder, offering a few words of caution before turning and leaving the hall. His carefree figure left countless people feeling a mix of admiration and regret. Chapter 33, teaching you how to be a person. After Wei Chen renewed his apartment lease for 3 years, his next stop was to drive to the official budget supermarket set up by the base. In fact, this was his first time visiting this supermarket. Previously, he had heard others say that this supermarket is quite similar to those before the disaster struck. It merely changed the pricing to contribution points, and the guards had transformed from regular security to fully armed personnel. Now that he personally walked into the supermarket, he realized that those who spoke to him before were not lying. The large supermarket in front of him was indeed a modification of the original scenic spot supermarket. But the changes were not very obvious. However, the security had been significantly strengthened, and there was no way to simply walk in and browse. The rule here is that customers wishing to buy goods must approach the front desk, tell the salesperson what they want to buy, and then the salesperson operates the machine to process the payment of the corresponding contribution points while handing over the goods to the customer. If someone tries to rob the place, it's basically akin to seeking death. Standing next to the front desk were more than 10 armed combat personnel, ready to draw their weapons at the slightest hint of trouble. As for their weapons, they were certainly not the so-called sticks and shields, but genuine automatic pistols loaded with bullets. After all, this is a supermarket organized by the official organization, and generally, no one would be foolish enough to oppose them. Once he understood how this supermarket operated, Wei Chen found everything quite fascinating. At first glance, it seemed that there was indeed not much difference from the supermarkets before the apocalypse. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the operational model of this supermarket was vastly different. Those older folks might find this very familiar, as it closely resembles the operational model of supply and marketing cooperatives from decades ago. Customers cannot see the items they want to buy. They can only express their needs and then proceed to purchase. Suddenly thinking of this, Wei Chen couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Just then, a fat man swaggered over, eyeing Wei Chen with ill intent, and then started to roar. "What the hell? Do you even want to buy anything? If you don't have contribution points, just get the hell out of my way." Upon hearing such words, Wei Chen immediately frowned. There are always people determined to seek their own demise. But why are there so many this year? When he turned around to look, he found a filthy fat man standing right in front of him. This fat man had a face full of stubble and looked quite fierce based on his eyes. Judging from the foul smell emanating from him, it was clear that he was likely one of the lower-class individuals in the base. They were close enough that they could both distinctly smell each other's odors. In this base, water has never been a problem. If someone can still be this dirty, it definitely has to do with personal hygiene. Wei Chen looked at him with hostility, but the fat man continued, "You little sissy, always dressed in flamboyant clothes. Don't think just because your clothes are clean now that it matters. In this apocalypse, you'll starve to death sooner or later." The fat man's emotional intelligence was practically zero, and his words were full of venom. Wei Chen could feel the terrifying chill in the fat man's gaze. As he spoke, the fat man even publicly picked his nose. "What are you looking at? Never seen someone so handsome before. You, with your flower vase looks, are just skin deep. I despise people like you the most. I wouldn't even bother to glance at you on the street." The fat man was clearly envious of Wei Chen's good looks, and his words were extremely unpleasant, yet he failed to notice that Wei Chen was already angry. "Since you said you don't want to see me, then I'll grant your wish." Wei Chen's face remained expressionless, but he pulled out several steel needles from his pocket and, in a flash, thrust them into the fat man's eyes. "You don't need those eyes anymore." This statement seemed to echo amidst the ongoing attack, followed by the fat man's scream, causing quite a stir at the supermarket entrance. If their previous argument was only between the two of them, it had now escalated into a bloody fight. Coupled with the fat man covering his bleeding eyes and wailing, he quickly attracted a lot of attention. When people turned to look, they found 2 shiny steel needles sticking out of the fat man's eyes, his face covered in blood, and his screams gave everyone goosebumps. Everyone hurried to take a step back, fearing that the clawing fat man might harm them. "Son of a bitch, are you crazy? How dare you do this to my eyes? Where are you? I'm going to kill you." The fat man kept shouting, his mouth never ceasing. Wei Chen stood silently in place for a long time before finally speaking. "I originally thought you just didn't want your eyes. but now it seems you don't want your tongue either. The fat man, who had been screaming madly, was suddenly frightened into silence by this unexpected remark, trembling uncontrollably. Those nearby knew that this fat man was usually not someone to mess with, but today, having encountered Wei Chen, he seemed to have completely turned docile. People began to view him differently, realizing that this young man, who appeared cold and proud, could also be extremely ruthless when he acted. I'm teaching you how to be a person now. In the future, speak to me politely, or next time it won't be just your eyes. Wei Chen stepped forward, deliberately lowering his voice to a tone only the two could hear, uttering chilling words. The steel needles remained in the fat man's eyes, rendering them completely useless. Yet he dared not speak out or harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards the handsome young man in front of him. Wei Chen did not regret being so ruthless in public. Initially thinking it unnecessary to reveal his strength so quickly, he now understood that if he didn't assert himself, everyone would believe he was easy to bully. A wolf in sheep's clothing is always looked down upon. Only a wolf stained with the blood of sheep won't be bullied by other beasts. People might even respect him. At this moment, Wei Chen scanned the crowd, noticing that no one dared to step forward. Everyone held their breath, afraid of being noticed. What expression do you have now? Impatient, right? I think you want to lose your tongue too. Let me help you cut it off. Wei Chen slowly walked closer, each step echoing ominously, sending chills down people's spines. The fat man, terrified, fell to the ground, quickly propping himself up and retreating backward. He dared not utter a word, his heart racing with fear, terrified that the devil in front of him would inflict further harm. Chapter 34. Provoking me comes with a price. At the supermarket entrance, a crowd had gathered. Armed team members guarded the supermarket, yet they turned a blind eye to everything outside. They had witnessed the incident unfold and knew how the fat man got hurt. He had brought it upon himself. It was time to teach this troublemaker a lesson. Just then, the fat man tried to get up, but in his overwhelming fear, his knees buckled as he stood. Thud, with a loud noise. The fat man knelt before Wei Chen, looking utterly pathetic. The onlookers quickly stepped back a few paces, fearing they might be implicated. The scene before them resembled some from before the apocalypse. Even in the apocalypse, such scenes still occurred, and Wei Chen felt that people's hearts had become corrupt. Such scenes were normal at any time. The contempt in his gaze faded quickly. He felt this place was too unlucky and turned to leave. However, before he could take a step, a murmured voice from the corner reached his ears. Look at this. How can there still be such people? Just a few words and he can't take it. He even dares to hurt others in public. There's no law. Though the voice was not loud, it was jarring in the otherwise silent crowd. The fat man, who had already quieted down, perked up upon hearing someone speak up for him. And he began to wail again like a pig being slaughtered. Someone come. This is open assault in broad daylight. Is there no one to manage this? Is there no justice, no humanity? Seeing the fat man revive, Wei Chen smirked. My patience is limited. It seems you love to talk, but I particularly dislike chatterboxes. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a sharp dagger. The dagger shone brightly under the light, clearly a fine weapon. The fat man squinted against the glare, unable to see what was happening in front of him. As the dagger was drawn from its sheath, a metallic clash echoed, sending chills into people's hearts. Those nearby, who had just calmed down, now panicked again upon seeing Wei Chen pull out the dagger. Although he couldn't see, the fat man could hear the chaotic footsteps around him, filled with fear. Oh my God, run. Don't just stand here watching, or you'll be in danger. This guy looks handsome, but he is so ruthless. Hurry up, we can't stay here. I just came to the supermarket to buy some groceries. You all are crowding here. Forget it. I'll come back later. Hearing the commotion, the fat man became frightened again, moving backward continuously. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll... Before he could finish, he felt a mountain press against him, and in the next moment, someone tightly gripped his jaw. Wei Chen remained expressionless. He already had a plan. Today, he was going to teach this guy a lesson. Provoking me comes with a price. Suddenly, a cold object was shoved into the fat man's mouth. Before he could react or decide whether to struggle, the cold object became extremely sharp, violently stirring inside his mouth. The fat man finally felt intense pain, but when he tried to scream, he couldn't make a sound. After finishing everything, Wei Chen casually took out a piece of paper from his pocket and, in front of everyone, wiped his bloodied hands clean. He didn't forget to clean the blood off the dagger as well. Once he finished, Wei Chen raised his head, looking at everyone around him. Is there anyone who wants to intervene? As he scanned the crowd, making eye contact with each person, anyone who met his terrifying gaze took several steps back, shaking their heads frantically. Wei Chen knew what he was doing. His gaze soon fell on a tall, skinny man in the corner. He looked just as dirty as the fat man, as if he hadn't bathed in days. The scruffy man noticed Wei Chen staring at him, and instantly felt guilty. Lowering his head in fear of being implicated, desperately looking for a crack in the ground to hide in. Seeing him in such a sorry state, Wei Chen disdainfully stepped forward. You were the one talking just now, right? It looks like you know this fat guy. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here defending him. Every word spoken now felt like a piercing pain, making people shudder. What I just said was just a casual remark. Big brother, please don't take it to heart. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. The scruffy man spoke in a weak and feeble manner, revealing a sense of desperation. In situations like this, Wei Chen usually looked down on such behavior. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a figure moving not far away, clearly preparing to approach. Do you know where this place is? How dare you cause trouble here? A roar from somewhere abruptly silenced the scruffy man's pleas, and everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Upon closer inspection, they found it was a tall man dressed in dark green. The moment this guy appeared, he emanated an intimidating aura that made people feel an immense pressure, leaving them breathless. The man's gaze swept across the scene, and he questioned again. Who is making noise here? Everyone present tightly closed their mouths, afraid to speak, lest they face retaliation. However, the scruffy man seemed to have found a lifeline and hurriedly ran to the savior. Director Zhao, you finally came. You must avenge me and my brothers. Before he could finish, Zhao Chunwei kicked the man aside. Can you speak properly? Talking like a woman, dragging it out. I already told you. We have plenty of water at the base, no need for you to save it. Hurry up and clean yourself up. Don't come near me with that filthy appearance. Chapter 35. The good brother who fled and disgraced the tall and thin man was kicked to the corner, but still wore a smile, looking very humble. What Director Zhao said is so right. I will clean myself up soon, but my brothers have been bullied. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Zhao Chunhui's brows furrowed in impatience. What do you want me to help you with? Look at Pig Brother. His eyes have been gouged out, and he has lost his tongue. How could someone dare to commit such a crime in broad daylight? This is under your jurisdiction, which is a slap in your face. Director Zhao Chunwei had already seen Pig Brother's condition and indeed felt he was too miserable, so he couldn't help but shout. Who was causing trouble here? Daring to act without taking responsibility? It's this guy. The scruffy man immediately became emboldened, pointing at Wei Chen. Director Zhao, this is not a good person. He must have some big backing, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to act like this in broad daylight. You must punish him severely, and not let any bad person go. As the scruffy man spoke in such a pitiful manner, Zhao Chunwei glanced at Wei Chen a few more times. Wei Chen remained fearless, standing his ground and directly meeting the gaze of the so-called director. In his view, he hadn't done anything wrong, no matter how many people came. He could still face them with cold defiance. After a moment of silence, Zhao Chunwei could not help but say, Did you injure that fat guy? Wei Chen showed no signs of retreat and replied frankly, That's right, I did injure his eyes and tongue. What deep hatred do you have to be so ruthless? Was that ruthless? I feel like I haven't even killed him. I've spared him a dog's life. Hearing this, Zhao Chunwei almost couldn't contain his laughter. This was hardly sparing Pig Brother a dog's life. It was merely giving him a chance to prolong his suffering. Just looking at Pig Brother's injuries. Even in the past, when medical conditions were sufficient, he would end up disabled. Not to mention now, with Pig Brother's capabilities. He absolutely couldn't go to the base's hospital for treatment. His wounds would soon become infected, and as the hot end times approached, such an infection would definitely worsen. By then, Pig Brother would truly experience what it meant to be worse than dead. Unexpectedly, this handsome young man had such a cruel heart. Zhao Chunwei muttered in his heart, but showed no sign of loosening his expression. I see you have some ability. Are you interested in joining the patrol office? When Wei Chen heard this invitation, his face was filled with question marks, and for a moment, he was speechless. Zhao Chunhui's sudden statement not only puzzled Wei Chen but also left the surrounding people incredulous. Even the tall, scruffy man stood there like a statue, dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Wait, Director Zhao, it's one thing not to avenge Pig Brother, but why let this scoundrel join the patrol office? Zhao Chunhui's face darkened instantly. Do you think I just arrived? Or do you think I know nothing about what is going on? I've been here observing silently. From the moment the fat guy provoked, I was already here. Hearing Zhao Chunhui's reprimand, Wei Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, clearly interested in this matter. In fact, at the start of this incident, Zhao Chunhui had been standing in the crowd, remaining silent even when Pig Brother was hurt by the dagger. But he only chose to speak up now. What was his intention? Did he really think he had some skills and wanted to invite him to join that patrol office? Wei Chen looked at Zhao Chunwei with a gaze full of hostility. Until the result was clear, he would definitely not let his guard down. Seeing this, Zhao Chunwei understood everything and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't be nervous. Don't think I would specifically stand up for this law-breaking guy. Zhao Chunwei comforted, casually glancing at Pig Brother on the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. A mindless guy like this just knows how to make enemies everywhere. I can't be bothered to speak up for him. Huh, how did it turn out like this? Director Zhao Yu. The scruffy man was stunned by his attitude, momentarily speechless and unable to form a complete sentence. Zhao Chunwei sneered coldly, saying, I am the director of the First Base's patrol office, not a director specifically protecting you two civilians. Moreover, I've repeatedly warned you not to cause trouble in the base. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers here, which you two cannot provoke. But you just wouldn't listen. Now that something has really happened, you think of me for help, but let me tell you, it's too late. When he got to this point, the smile on Zhao Chunwei's face completely vanished, and he continued to the scruffy man. If I were you, I would immediately take my brothers and leave here. Do you want to leave something behind like he did? Upon hearing this, the scruffy man's nerves tensed, and his mind went blank. He wanted to leave something behind, but what could he possibly leave now? Suddenly, he recalled something and couldn't help but turn his head toward a bloody tongue in the corner. Seeing this scene, he finally understood everything, and his expression became extremely rich. At this moment, he no longer cared about Pig Brother on the ground and fled in panic, hastily pushing through the crowd, and soon disappeared from sight. Seeing this guy abandon his brother without a care, completely disregarding the other's life or death, only thinking about his own escape, was quite shocking. However, Wei Chen didn't seem surprised at all by this. After all, the scruffy man who had just spoken up clearly wasn't doing it to stand up for Pig Brother. He was just looking to gain something for himself. But now that he hadn't gained anything at all, and might even have to pay a painful price, it was natural for him to disregard everyone else. After all, if one does not care for oneself, heaven and earth will punish them. Chapter 36. Let me gift you an ice maker. After witnessing this scene, a look of disdainful mockery involuntarily appeared on Wei Chen's face. On the other hand, Zhao Chunwei remained expressionless, as if he had already anticipated the outcome. Even so, Wei Chen was not at all interested in joining the patrol division. With the weather being so unpredictable and the heat about to become extreme, there was no way he would choose to be outside maintaining public order instead of staying home enjoying air conditioning and eating ice-cold watermelon. That would clearly be like having his head caught in a door. Now, I would like to formally respond to your earlier invitation. I currently do not intend to join the patrol division. Upon hearing Wei Chen's polite refusal, Zhao Chunwei's face clearly showed disappointment. Many had joined the patrol division before, but few had the decisive and fierce abilities that Wei Chen possessed. However, he understood that capable individuals often dislike being controlled by others, so his refusal was quite normal. It's okay, there's no rush to refuse. You can think it over first. When you're ready to join, I'll welcome you anytime. After all, the benefits in the patrol division are quite good. If you change your mind, just come to the supermarket and find any staff member. They will bring you to me. Mentioning my name will be quite effective. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you. My name is Zhao Chunwei. Wei Chen nodded, not taking it too seriously. All right, I got it. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way now. The two parties exchanged simple farewells, and then Wei Chen turned to leave. Wherever he passed by, as long as there were people around, they would quickly avoid him. Seeing how frightened the crowd was of him, Wei Chen actually felt quite pleased. Rather than being looked down upon and considered easy to bully, it was better to make those people see him as a symbol of terror. What those people were thinking didn't concern him at all. He would definitely not let anyone easily harm him. When he got home, Wei Chen paid extra attention to the pedestrians passing by, noticing that many were carrying numerous packages. Some plastic bags were quite obvious, revealing their contents. In addition to some cooling food, some people had also bought fans and other electrical appliances. It was clear that news had already started to spread, and many were preparing for the upcoming heat wave. Wei Chen found it quite normal that the base could predict future weather conditions and didn't feel any particular emotion about it. After all, there are many advanced machines in this world, and with modern times upon us, skilled people are naturally not in short supply. Being able to predict extreme heat in advance and ensure everyone prepares actively would certainly reduce the number of people who might die due to abnormal weather when the actual heat arrives. Previously, Wei Chen had been considering whether to share the news of the impending heat, but now he didn't have to worry about it at all, and the burden in his heart was naturally much lighter. When he returned to his apartment, he was still covered in sweat and having gotten blood on his hands today. He definitely needed to take a shower. During these days, Wei Chen had basically been responsible for cooking and preparing a lot of hot water daily. After all, conditions were now good, with water and electricity supplies, and the apartment had solar panels, so he didn't have to worry about power consumption. He kept storing hot water in his space to prepare for the upcoming heat. After all, during that time, he would inevitably have to exert more energy in the sweltering weather, leading to a lot of sweat, and he would probably need to shower every day. Moreover, Wei Chen was also considering going out of the base to bring back an ice maker. He already had one in his space. But to use it openly in the extreme heat apocalypse later, he needed to think of a way to take it out first. Otherwise, if he suddenly pulled it out later, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. As he thought about this, after dark the next evening, he drove out of the base. Since he arrived at the base, it had been over 2 months, and this was his second time going out. Driving his Hummer to the base gate, he found a long line of people waiting outside, continuously streaming in. It was surprising that so many people were eager to get in. It wouldn't be long before the base was overcrowded. Sitting in the driver's seat and observing the scene outside, Wei Chen felt a surge of emotions. However, anyone with a bit of strength would want to find any way to squeeze into the base once they learned it was open to outsiders. The main reason was that life outside was indeed too tough, and the conditions for survival were harsh. Wei Chen didn't dwell on it any longer. He pressed the gas and drove out of the base, but he didn't go far. Not long after leaving the base, he found a vacant spot to stop. He had already cleared out the trunk of his car, so he directly stuffed the ice maker into the back. Looking at the large ice maker in front of him, Wei Chen suddenly thought of an E for some reason. After hesitating for a moment, he took out another ice maker. This ice maker was not particularly tall. Only the height of a table, with a dedicated water inlet on top and a preparation area for the ice cubes to fall below. This was the model Wei Chen had chosen after comparing various fancy ice makers in the supermarket outside, ultimately opting for a simple and practical one. The fancier they were, the more problems they tended to have. In contrast, this simple design was both durable and convenient. Wei Chen placed all the various components in the passenger seat, while the remaining space in the car was filled with water pipes specifically prepared for connecting to the ice maker. The ice maker was not small and had many parts to assemble, so he had to place other items that wouldn't fit inside on the roof of the car. After stuffing everything into the car, Wei Chen drove the Hummer back to the base with peace of mind. Upon re-entering the base, he drove in without any obstruction, amidst the envious gazes of many. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the apartment building. Before he even got out of the car, he suddenly saw an E walking slowly towards him from outside. As soon as he got out of the car, an E also happened to arrive in front of him. And he glanced at the roof of the car, somewhat puzzled. "What are you doing? I remember you told me it was going to get hotter soon. So I brought back 2 ice makers and some water pipes." Chapter 37. A Sleepless Night Ice Makers? You managed to bring back such advanced machines. You really have some skills. Wei Chen casually asked. "I almost forgot to ask, did you prepare an ice maker?" "No, I only prepared some cooling food, nothing else. I happen to have 2 ice makers now. I can share one with you." "That's great. How about we move the stuff upstairs together now? I still have other weapons here. You can pick one. I really need to thank you properly for this." And E was obviously very happy, almost wanting to hug the ice maker and rush upstairs right away. This is a summer artifact. With this thing, they will definitely not be afraid of the heat in the future. I have to say, E is really quite clever to think of using weapons to trade. Her emotional intelligence is really high. Although E tends to talk a lot, she also gives people the impression of being very approachable, managing distance and boundaries very well, which makes her quite likable. Being neighbors is indeed a great choice. The ice maker isn't light and requires 2 people to lift it at the same time. But their physical strength is clearly extraordinary, and they lifted it to the 7th floor without breaking a sweat. Looking at an E beside him, she was equally unaffected. Wei Chen only took out 2 ice makers, but he took out 4 sets of various accessories, 2 sets for each of them. He is also someone who understands boundaries very well and knows the importance of being prepared. If something happens to this thing in the future, having extra parts will definitely make repairs more convenient. Setting up the ice maker isn't a troublesome task, and since both E and Wei Chen are very capable, they quickly figured it out. They planned a few things in the room and then connected the water pipe of the ice maker. As soon as the extreme heat arrives, they can turn it on right away. Now, it's not long until the extreme heat arrives, so installing the machine now means they can use it anytime, which is also part of his plan. Before he went out, Wei Chen specifically tidied up the bedroom. Anything that shouldn't be there was basically put away in the space. Now, carrying the ice maker into the bathroom with an E, Wei Chen had no worries at all. The bathroom was only about 10 square meters. And now with an ice maker, the room seemed even smaller. But Wei Chen didn't mind this at all. After all, a smaller room is better. When the ice maker is running, it might even cool the room down a bit. Wei Chen moved the bathtub to a different position and left space by the window for the ice maker, ensuring that the curtains would always be down so that no one else could see inside. He centered the ice maker, making sure it wasn't touching anything on all sides to avoid any accidents. After setting this up, the two of them went to Anyi's place to get busy. Anyi lived in a suite as well, but her room was filled with many things, and even the bathroom was piled high with various boxes. Unexpectedly, there was no place to put the ice maker. Wait for me here for a moment, I'll clear these things out. Anyi moved very quickly. Within just a few minutes, she had moved the boxes, and the bathroom naturally had enough space cleared out. After they worked together to set up the ice maker, it took them about an hour. If you need to buy anything, you can come to me. I have quite a few contribution points now. Anyi had mentioned before that the base gave her many contribution points to thank her for her help. Plus, over the past 2 months, Anyi had often been helping the base, so her account naturally had many new contribution points. However, he never expected this little girl to be so generous, wanting to support him. Forget it, I have contribution points too, and I'm not lacking for now. At this moment, Wei Chen appeared very generous and didn't want to owe her any favors. Seeing his reaction, Anyi quickly took out a large iron box. In that case, I'll use a weapon to thank you. After all, this ice maker is indeed very precious. When she said this, Anyi specifically offered the iron box. The iron box in front of them had a unique pattern, was completely black, and was particularly large. When they opened the box, it turned out to be an ice silk vest. It looked plain and ordinary, as if it could be bought at any supermarket. Don't think this vest is ordinary. If worn, it is definitely a summer artifact. I was originally reluctant to take it out, but since you gave me the ice maker, I'll give you this as well. Wei Chen happily lifted the box and said, then I won't be polite. No problem, just remember to wear it often when the time comes, Anyi replied succinctly, clearly feeling satisfied to give away the item. When Wei Chen raised his wrist and glanced at the time on his watch, he was surprised to find it was already past 5 in the morning. He hadn't slept all night. Originally, it was already late when he returned from outside the base, and moving things and installing the ice maker with his beautiful neighbor took a lot of time. Now it was indeed very late, and the sky was gradually brightening. But they hadn't opened the curtains, so there wasn't much light in the room. Now that everything is installed, I need to go back and rest. Wei Chen yawned and simply bid farewell. I won't see you off since it's so close. Take care. Anyi waved her hand and watched him leave. When Wei Chen returned home, he didn't go to rest immediately but first tidied up the room again. As long as it didn't look too messy, he would feel more comfortable inside. Since Anyi had already seen all these things, there was no need to put them away. Wei Chen simply organized them and piled them in the living room. After all, he spent most of his time in the bedroom, and the living room didn't serve much purpose anyway, so it could just be used as storage. After organizing everything, Wei Chen didn't forget to wash up. After cleaning himself, he finally returned to the bedroom to rest. After a busy night, he was indeed exhausted, and Wei Chen was too lazy to enter the kitchen to cook. After taking a shower, he headed straight to the bedroom, sitting on the small sofa opposite the bed, and directly took out a bowl of fried sauce noodles from his space. In addition to the fried sauce noodles, he also specially took out a few skewers of grilled meat and some garlic sauce. Sauces like this are the best to eat at this time. Even those without much appetite would want to eat something when they encounter it. After finishing all his food, Wei Chen didn't rush to go to bed. He quietly sat on the sofa, closing his eyes and thinking about something. For the preparations made to avoid the heat, besides getting the ice maker, he also had fans, air conditioners, and other cooling equipment in his space. Even if he had everything prepared, just thinking about the extreme heat made every skin cell feel like it was about to burst, and this thought made him feel panic. At this moment, Wei Chen's gaze fell on the iron box beside him. Earlier, he was so focused on filling his stomach that he hadn't had the chance to look at the clothes inside the box. Now that he noticed it, Wei Chen hurriedly opened the box and took out the clothes. From the material, it was clear that this piece of clothing was extremely precious. The ice silk felt incredibly cooling to the touch, and wearing it would definitely feel amazing. However, the material felt particularly rare to touch. It was unclear exactly what it was, and it was probably not commonly seen in the market. When he put his hand inside the vest, within just a few seconds, he could feel the chilling sensation. Before the apocalypse broke out, many cooling vests on the market had all sorts of advertisements claiming to use high-end fabrics. But they were mostly just gimmicks. However, the vest he had in his hands was completely different. He could clearly feel the chill when he held it. Thinking of that strange girl, Wei Chen quickly turned all his confusion into acceptance. If anyone else had pulled out this strange piece of clothing, Wei Chen would probably want to investigate how it came about. But since it was there was no need for that. It wasn't because of enough trust, but because they had developed a tacit understanding. It wouldn't be good to pry into each other's secrets. Without a second thought, Wei Chen put the icy vest away in his space. After that, he decided not to go out again. After all, there was really no need to venture out in such terrible weather, and there was nothing worth buying. It was better to stay in and avoid trouble. When he woke up, it was already 7 in the evening. His daily routine had been disrupted. Sometimes he would go out at night and only get to sleep in the morning. Although this didn't happen often, it was something to be avoided. After all, he didn't want to start losing hair so early. Now, it was already dark outside, and his stomach couldn't help but growl. He quickly took out a clean pig's stomach from his space, along with some green and red peppers and other seasonings, to make a delicious stir-fried pig stomach. Excellent cooking skills were essential, but so were good cooking facilities. Wei Chen had made the kitchen very clean, and the equipment was quite advanced. Moreover, there was no one to disturb him, allowing him to fully showcase his culinary skills. He poured all the pig's stomach and ingredients into the pan and continuously stirred with a spatula, quickly filling the kitchen with a fragrant aroma. After about half an hour, Wei Chen completed a stir-fried pig stomach that was rich in color, aroma, and taste. At that moment, he wasn't in a hurry to eat. Instead, he took out a bento box from his space. This box was divided into compartments, one side holding fragrant white rice and the other side holding the freshly cooked stir-fried pig stomach. Just a glance would definitely increase one's appetite, making one's mouth water. He first stored the filled bento box and the half pot of stir-fried pig stomach back in his space, then went to take a shower to wash off the strong smell on him, changed his clothes, and prepared to return to his bedroom to eat. However, just as he passed by the door, he vaguely heard voices coming from outside. On this floor, besides him, there was only How could there be a third person's voice now? Thinking of this, he became even more curious and couldn't help but walk to the side of the house to listen. What are these things you bought? Why did the base staff specifically bring them to you? This voice was very recognizable. It was definitely Aunt Luo from the 6th floor. Wei Chen hadn't seen Aunt Luo from downstairs for more than 2 months, and he didn't expect her to have even found out Yi's name. But this wasn't too strange, after all. Aunt Luo was quite gossipy and could naturally figure out a lot of things. Just as he thought this, he heard Aunt Luo ask again, "What about that man across from you? Why does he stay at home all day? What does he do at home? I saw you two moving things upstairs yesterday. Was it something good to eat? It's really strange. How does he get so much food without working?" When Wei Chen heard her mention him, he felt a bit irritated and was about to open the door when he heard Yi's reply. "Aunt Luo, haven't you heard it's going to get warmer? Since you still have time to ask this and that, you might as well hurry up and store more summer food. What's there to store?" Aunt Luo's attitude seemed a bit indifferent, as if she planned to give up. In this terrible weather, stepping outside could freeze someone to death. It would be great if it could really warm up. After a pause, she continued to shout, "I think it would be best if it warmed up by 30 or 40 degrees. Anyway, when summer comes, just take off your clothes, and it won't be a problem." Hearing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a mocking arc. Warming up by 30 or 40 degrees. Soon enough, Aunt Luo's wish will be fulfilled. Moreover, at that time, not only would her thought be satisfied, but there would also be an extra surprise. That night when the extreme heat arrived, the temperature jumped from -40 degrees to over 40 degrees, making people feel faint from the heat during the day. By the next day, the temperature rose to 50 degrees. Each day after that saw a rise in temperature, but once it reached 60 degrees, it no longer increased. Chapter 39. Final preparations for extreme heat. Wei Chen originally planned to go out, but after hearing Aunt Luo's words, he gave up on that thought. After Aunt Luo's voice completely faded away, and also closed her door, Wei Chen waited a few minutes before taking the bento box out from his space. He actually intended to let taste the food, allowing the beauty to try his cooking. Once he knocked on Yi's door, it was quickly opened. Yi saw Wei Chen and didn't show any surprise, clearly having seen through everything. She smiled and said, "Did you hear Aunt Luo's words just now? There's really no need to pay her any mind." Wei Chen smiled back. "I didn't plan to talk to her anyway. The base has already informed the public that it's about to warm up, telling everyone to prepare summer supplies as best they can. Yet there are still people who don't listen or believe it. For such people, even saying one more word is a waste of breath. Wei Chen directly handed over the bento box, saying, "I made some stir-fried pig stomach and steamed rice, specially brought for you to try." The base's supermarket sold ready-to-eat stir-fried pig stomach, but it wasn't cheap. A box cost 6 contribution points. And he immediately became very surprised and quickly took the bento box Wei Chen handed over, thanking him profusely. "I didn't expect you to be so handsome and kind-hearted." Hearing Yi's words, Wei Chen couldn't help but recall the day they first met, when she seemed to have said something similar. Wei Chen felt overjoyed at the beauty's words. "The food is still warm. You eat first, and if there's nothing else, I'll leave." "All right. I'll wash the box and return it to you later." And he was quite meticulous, able to consider many people's feelings. "No problem." He turned and went back home, returning to his bedroom to eat. He also had stir-fried beef stomach rice, but he added a side of cold tofu and a bowl of sweet pork rib soup. As he ate, his thoughts wandered, constantly wondering when the extreme heat would arrive. After all, he had been reborn. Who knew if the timing of the extreme heat would change? However, according to the trajectory of his previous life, the extreme heat should arrive in a week. But Wei Chen no longer dared to be certain. After he finished eating, Wei Chen simply took out all the cooling items. The air conditioning fan, portable ice maker, and cold wind machine were all set up, facing the spot where he often stayed, and plugged in. As soon as he felt a bit warm, it would be time to use them, but by then he would just need to turn on the switch. Moreover, Wei Chen lifted the bedding. The mattress could be slept on directly, but considering the extreme heat, he placed a cooling mat underneath first. The clothes he would need were neatly packed and placed in a separate empty spot in the space. As long as he thought about it, the cooling clothes would instantly appear in his hands. Wei Chen also cleaned the ice maker and filled it with water, ensuring it could produce ice cubes at any time. Everything was ready, just waiting for the heat to arrive. Fortunately, at that time, people were mostly active at night. Normally, when the extreme heat came, most people would be awake. There shouldn't be many cases of people dying in their sleep from the heat. A week passed like a fleeting moment, and soon it was that night. Wei Chen was too lazy to cook and took out a bowl of fried rice to eat. Just after taking a sip of juice, he suddenly felt sweat starting to form on his back. He was not only sweating, but also felt a bit hot while eating. Wei Chen quickly took out his phone to check the current outside temperature. It had unexpectedly reached 38 degrees. He didn't expect the temperature to rise so suddenly. Wei Chen immediately put away the food and the small table into the space, stood up, and went to turn off the warm air machine while also turning on the air conditioning fan. He didn't forget to run to the bathroom to turn on the ice maker. Turning around, Wei Chen took a few steps to the bedside, lifted the original mattress, and sat on the cooling mat. Surrounded by the air conditioning fan and several other cooling devices, Wei Chen still felt increasingly hot. He quickly took out the prepared ice silk vest from the space and put it on. Once he wore the clothes, he finally felt a bit of coolness. But it was far from enough. He also remembered to take out a cup of iced soda and drank it all at once, feeling an immediate refreshing sensation. Protected by the air conditioning and the ice silk vest, he finally let out a long sigh, feeling alive again. The air conditioning fan started operating at this time. But compared to the rising temperature, its effect was minimal. Wei Chen almost took off all his clothes, shedding the burden, and finally got off the bed. Now, the bamboo cooling mat on the bed could make a person feel completely cool, and combined with the vest's ice silk effect, it was simply refreshing. In addition, he specifically laid a circle of bamboo boards around the bed, trying to cool the area as much as possible. Wei Chen went to the ice maker, put the freshly made ice cubes on his body, and immediately became unfazed by the approaching extreme heat. He was also thoughtful enough to place the ice cubes into a wooden bucket. In the past, when it was cold, he would soak his feet to warm up. But now that it was hot, soaking his body in ice cubes would feel like his temperature could drop instantly. Now that the ice maker was set up, this was the first time he had made ice cubes, and Wei Chen wasn't in a hurry to use them all. He still needed to experiment to see if the ice maker could digest all the ice cubes. If the ice cubes were retained, it would prove that the machine had potential to be used as a refrigerator. He didn't notice how busy he was until he raised the ice maker. And then Wei Chen realized that sweat was starting to emerge again. Wei Chen took out a thermometer and waited a moment before checking, only to see that it clearly displayed the current room temperature was 40 degrees. It's really hard to imagine that just half an hour ago, the temperature in the room was minus 30 degrees. In such a short time, the temperature had risen so quickly. Unlike before when he wore bulky clothes, he was now simply dressed in a vest and walked directly outside. As soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, he was hit by a wave of heat. Chapter 40. Emergency cooling. When he was in the bedroom, the cooling devices were all in use, so the heat was limited. But the heat outside was real. Wei Chen still felt that each breath he took was particularly hot, making his insides feel twisted and the pain increasingly intense. This is just too hot. Wei Chen shook his head helplessly. Even though he was prepared, his body had never experienced extreme heat before, so he naturally couldn't adapt to such weather all at once. Wei Chen continuously waved a fan at himself and hurried towards the door. Before he reached the door, he heard a knock, followed by Yi's voice coming from outside. "Brother Chen, are you asleep?" Listening to her tone, it was clear she was very worried. Wei Chen quickened his pace and reached out to open the door. But as soon as he touched the doorknob, he was burned by the sudden heat. He didn't pay much attention to it and forcefully opened the door. And he stood at the door, dressed in only a thin layer of clothing, with no extra burdens. Wei Chen was almost mesmerized by her appearance. Her figure was indeed stunning. If it were any other man, they would probably have already been overwhelmed by now. He could see that Yi's expression was bright, obviously relieved to see that he was safe and sound. "I'm glad you're okay. I was really worried that you would be sleeping in such hot weather. If you didn't wake up, it would definitely be dangerous." Seeing the concern on this beautiful woman's face, Wei Chen felt very grateful inside. He had just wanted to go out and call her, and unexpectedly they both thought of the same thing. "By the way, did you turn on your ice maker?" Wei Chen didn't engage in small talk and directly asked the important matter. "As soon as it got hot, I quickly turned it on," and he nodded repeatedly, then urged, "You should have turned yours on too. It's way too hot outside. You should go back in and rest for a while." The sudden temperature change can be very dangerous if one can't adapt in a short time. "No problem. You go back and rest well." They exchanged a few words at the door, and beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. After casually chatting with the beauty in front of him, they parted ways. Once he closed the door, the heat was unbearable, and he hurried back towards the bedroom. Originally, when he was in the small bedroom, Wei Chen felt the temperature wasn't dropping fast enough, and the room wasn't cool at all. But after staying outside for a while, when he re-entered the bedroom, he felt a rush of cold air hitting him. Previously, he had felt uncomfortable from the heat, but now he could finally relax. He walked to the ice maker and scooped out half of the ice cubes, naturally putting the scooped portion into an empty bucket. Wei Chen was still wearing slippers, and since he wasn't going outside, it didn't matter what he wore. Though the shoes didn't look great and would be inappropriate outdoors in this situation, they felt very comfortable indoors. The soles were clean, and stepping on the wooden floor felt quite pleasant. Immediately afterwards, Wei Chen specially took out a few air conditioning fans, all directed towards himself, and the temperature in the room gradually began to drop. He also took out a delicate bamboo rattan chair from his space and placed it in a suitable position in the bedroom, ready to sit down whenever he wanted. After being enveloped by the cool breeze for a while, Wei Chen felt refreshed and directly sat down on the bamboo rattan chair to rest. Although the glass windows blocking the heat were securely locked, Wei Chen could clearly see the heat waves rolling outside, indicating that the extreme heat was silently taking effect. The extreme cold lasted for about a year, but the extreme heat had been present for more than 2 years. From this day forward, almost every visible place was scorched by the sun. If the temperature were normal, some crops could still be planted or fruits and vegetables cultivated, but in this hellish weather, people could only watch helplessly as the surrounding life withered away. Along with this, there were many side effects. Some people who frequently went out under the sun's ultraviolet rays could easily develop skin diseases. In his previous life, Wei Chen had heard about many people fainting from the heat as soon as they stepped outside, with ambulances being dispatched frequently, and the emergency room was basically overcrowded. Just thinking about the hardships of his past life made Wei Chen close his eyes slightly, and those unwanted memories involuntarily surfaced. However, that was all in the past. In this life, he vowed never to fall into such a plight again. Wei Chen habitually tidied up the bedroom, and then took out a foldable small dining table from the corner. On the table were some chilled drinks and watermelon, which he had prepared earlier. Although the drinks were already cold, the watermelon was still at room temperature. He didn't mind the trouble and first cut the watermelon open, using a spoon to scoop out the flesh, which he then placed into a large bowl. This ice maker was originally placed in the bathroom, but he found it too troublesome to frequently go back and forth, so he took the opportunity to move it to the bedroom. The bedroom was already small, and adding an ice maker made it even more cramped. However, he didn't care. After all, it was a commonly used item, and a little inconvenience now would definitely pay off later. Wei Chen simply moved the bamboo rattan chair in front of the ice maker and began to enjoy the cold watermelon. He ate the fruit while it was freezing, and in just a few minutes, he had finished the entire bowl of watermelon. However, just eating fruit and drinking beverages wouldn't fill him up. It had been a long time, and if he didn't reward himself with something delicious, it would indeed be unreasonable. However, in this sweltering heat, he didn't dare to casually eat hot dishes, otherwise he would be drenched in sweat. After searching in his space for a moment, he discovered the existence of double-skim milk, so he immediately took it out and put it in the ice maker to freeze. Chapter 41. The sudden onset of high temperatures. The chilled double-skim milk was very smooth and elastic in the mouth, making it a delightful treat for the taste buds. Anyway, his appetite was not very big right now, and after finishing the double-skim milk, he felt nearly full. With food and drink, he felt quite satisfied. But Wei Chen suddenly remembered something very important. Earlier, he had been focused on cooling down and hadn't worried about wasting electricity, extravagantly turning on all the cooling devices in the room, which quickly made the air cold. However, doing this could easily lead to illness or a cold. Although there was a hospital in the base, the costs were quite high. If he got sick, he would have to spend a lot of contribution points, which seemed very unworthy. With that in mind, Wei Chen quickly turned off half of the cooling devices. The room was already cool enough. If it continued to be so cold, he would definitely get sick. He also made sure to put on an extra piece of clothing, although it was just a shirt. It helped maintain a comfortable temperature. The wooden floor kept the excess heat out of the room, and lying on it made him feel instantly relieved of the fatigue of the day. His primary task now was to help his body adapt to the scorching sun. Everything else was secondary. His tablet was on the small table in front of the sofa, still playing an intense and thrilling movie. Wei Chen specifically lowered the volume. Although he knew the sound couldn't carry outside, he still wanted to remain alert. Lying on the long sofa, he watched the scenes in the movie with great interest, perhaps related to the food he had just eaten, combined with the comfortable temperature in the room. He completely forgot about how people outside were struggling and felt particularly free and relaxed. Unknowingly, a wave of drowsiness swept over him, and his eyes slowly closed. Not knowing how long he had slept, he woke up to find that the movie on his tablet had looped many times. He glanced at his wristwatch. It was clearly past 8 in the morning. His schedule was quite chaotic now, although he didn't go out to work. He had various tasks to attend to all day. Since he often kept the curtains drawn, he didn't really pay attention to whether it was bright or dark outside. After resting on the sofa for a while, Wei Chen finally put away his tablet. Now, every time he got up, his first task was to check if there were still ice cubes in the ice maker. This was his lifeline for safely avoiding the heat, and he certainly couldn't neglect it. Suddenly, he felt a strong urge in his stomach, and Wei Chen inexplicably wanted to go to the bathroom. After hesitating in the room for a while, he finally mustered the courage to open the bedroom door. The moment he opened the door, a wave of heat rushed in, the warm air filling his throat and nearly making it hard to breathe. He quickly closed the bedroom door to prevent the cold air from escaping. After resting in the living room for a long time, he finally felt safe enough to walk towards the bathroom. After spending a few minutes inside, Wei Chen came out and quickly jogged back to the bedroom. Every time he got up, he never forgot to wash up, and this time he specifically took out his toiletries from his space. He had to go to the bathroom for that, but washing up didn't require it. He could easily do that in the bedroom. In the comfortable surroundings, whatever he did felt quite pleasant. Even if the temperature in the room wasn't extremely high, he still needed to take precautions. He applied some skincare lotion to his tattoo. Under extreme heat conditions, the body could easily become dehydrated. Besides that, he also needed to fill his stomach, although he felt like he had just eaten before sleeping. That was from the last meal and had nothing to do with this one. Wei Chen had a simple breakfast of rice porridge mixed with salted duck egg and a small bowl of scrambled eggs with chives. Although the portions were small, they were enough to fill him up. After finishing the steaming rice porridge, he felt particularly energized, and his curiosity about the scene outside grew. He walked to the window, pulled back a corner of the curtain, and glanced outside. Nowadays, the daytime temperatures are really high. It's only suitable to go out in the evening or early morning when the sun hasn't completely risen. Even though the base has implemented many measures to keep cool, the temperature remains high. However, despite the heat, Wei Chen can still stay alert at all times. Staying at home, although shielded from the heat and blazing sun, can also be quite uncomfortable due to the prolonged isolation and lack of companionship. As night falls, the living room, while still stuffy, is not unbearable, and there is no feeling of suffocation. Seeing that it has gotten dark outside, people in the residential area of the base start to come out. reminding Wei Chen of Aunt Luo on the 6th floor. The temperature has risen, albeit slowly, and while he once felt confident about it, he wonders how Aunt Luo is feeling now. The following morning, Wei Chen learns some news from the beautiful lady. The base's officials have announced that temperatures will rise, but they haven't specified when this will happen. The sudden rise in temperature that night caused a lot of suffering for those active outdoors. Some elderly and children couldn't withstand the drastic temperature increase and fainted without having the chance to take off their heavy down jackets. There were even reports of many people succumbing to the heat that night. Fortunately, some wise individuals had prepared summer clothing in advance and rushed home to hide. So most were fine. However, those who took the base's notifications lightly and didn't prepare summer clothing suffered from heat-related incidents, and they couldn't blame anyone but themselves. This situation is prevalent in the base, and it's safe to say the outside world is likely similar. It's uncertain how many lives this sudden rise in temperature will claim. However, Wei Chen doesn't dwell on this issue too much. After all, he has been hurt by reality countless times and has grown cold inside. With his limited abilities, he has no thoughts of being a savior for now. He just hopes to live comfortably and not be bullied in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 42. Midnight Door Prying. Days pass by, and even with the drastic weather changes outside, the sun continues to rise over the base. Many people watch the heat waves stirring outside. If raw meat or eggs were left on the road for a moment, they would surely be cooked through. As temperatures rise higher, people have lost any sense of luck. The extreme cold of the apocalypse has just ended, and now the extreme heat has arrived. If someone had said it could be this hot in May, reaching temperatures of 50 degrees, no one would have believed it. This world is no longer suitable for living as it once was, and the temperature is certainly quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, no one wishes to perish in such a pathetic manner. Everyone still harbors a desire to live. They only hope that natural disasters will come to an end soon, allowing them to return to their previously stable lives. When the weather is still extremely hot, just a taste of icy food can provide immense relief, regardless of its effects on the stomach. In these conditions, without the presence of ice makers, it's nearly impossible to get anything cold to eat. Besides the ice maker, Wei Chen has also prepared a double-door refrigerator, storing all kinds of food and drinks inside, which become incredibly cold after some time. Eating these chilled items is just the basics. To survive well in such weather, one must find ways to keep cool. The current base is a repurposed summer resort, with air conditioning and various smart devices only available in the offices. Many other infrastructure facilities are still lacking. For instance, the apartment Wei Chen rented was completely empty when he moved in, and having air conditioning was like dreaming. However, there are various ways to cool down. People used to fan themselves to create a breeze or take cold showers. There are still many methods. It depends on whether one can make use of them. In the evening, Wei Chen sees people starting to move around on the streets. They are dressed in very light clothing. If it weren't for the base's clear rules against being bare-chested, some might have come out with nothing on. The evening weather is not as high as during the day, but it's still quite stuffy. After enduring the heat for so long, everyone's bodies have slowly adapted to the extreme weather. Their purpose is clear. They want to collect water from the lakes in the base's scenic areas to take home. The base still has plenty of water resources, and with many branches providing shade, the water temperature is still not too hot. Surprisingly, there hasn't been any sign of drying up under the sun. Everyone, wanting to protect themselves, is keen to get this water home. After all, they have suffered from the harsh conditions outside and know how painful it is to be without water and electricity. Those with psychological scars are even more fearful. Wei Chen doesn't know how many people are in the base, but the number is definitely quite large. Even if the lake's water resources are abundant, they might not withstand such reckless consumption. Wei Chen, aside from standing by the window to observe, has a vantage point of the overall situation. But he has no intention of intervening or stepping outside. His home is cool, with an ample supply of food and water. He can live a comfortable life at home without needing to go out and frantically compete for resources like others. If he only wanted to go out to show off, it would be completely unnecessary. He remembers months ago, moving so many boxes into his home with except for no one in this world knows what's inside those boxes. Naturally, whatever he claims is inside is what it is. However, what Wei Chen didn't expect was that even if he wished to live peacefully, someone would still come to steal his resources. One night, while resting in his room, he suddenly hears a loud clattering of metal. At first, he didn't pay much attention, turning his head to continue his sleep. But as the noise became clearer and closer, he realized someone was tampering with the iron gate. How strange, could it be After all, She has a key. So why is it taking so long? Confirming the source of the noise, Wei Chen sits up, quickly putting on some clothes. Though he plans to go out, he has no intention of going downstairs, so he slips on his slippers and quickly moves toward the exit. In the late night, with no sunlight, the indoor temperature had dropped quite a bit, but it still felt like it was over 30 degrees. Even so, there was still a sense of heat in the air. Wei Chen reluctantly opened the bedroom door and strode out. Just as he reached his front door and was about to open it, he could clearly hear the voices outside. "Shoo, my son, don't make too much noise, or you'll alert the kid. If he sees us, we won't be able to escape." This was clearly Aunt Luo's voice, followed by a young man's remarks. "Humph, come on, what's the big deal?" "Exactly, my brother and I are two big men. Dealing with just one young guy is easier than catching a chick." "True. But I just don't understand where this kid gets so many contribution points to rent such a place." "Mom, do we even need to ask? Besides being a bit handsome, he's probably useless otherwise, just relying on his looks. Once we take him down, everything he has will be ours." Behind the door, Wei Chen quietly listened to the conversation between the mother and her two sons, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Creak. After hearing the sound of the door opening, the trio outside turned to look and saw that the security door had been pushed open. Chapter 43. You must be taught a lesson. The sound of the door opening wasn't very loud, but in the stillness of the night, any noise could easily attract attention. The trio had just been plotting when they saw the door suddenly open, and they stood frozen in place, unable to react for a while. Especially when they locked eyes with Wei Chen, they were all dumbfounded, clearly unable to believe what they were seeing. The first to react was Aunt Luo, who quickly knew how to handle the situation. She pretended to be calm and chuckled. "Oh, young man, you're still awake so late? Let me introduce my two sons, Big Mouth and Little Eye." After the awkward introduction, she felt she hadn't finished speaking and added, "By the way, we mean no harm. We're just curious about where you bought this iron gate." Wei Chen squinted his eyes, thinking that such an excuse was utterly ridiculous. My God. No need to explain to this brat. Big Mouth was quite aggressive, threatening Wei Chen. "Now that you're awake, hurry up and open the door for me, or you'll regret it." As he said this, he kept banging on the iron gate with his wrench. The two brothers were almost speechless with frustration over this damn iron door. It was just so sturdy. Little Eye chimed in, "That's right. And you also need to hand over all the food and drinks in your house, as well as anything for cooling. I advise you to be a bit perceptive. If you do, we might spare your life. Otherwise, you'll know the consequences." I'm quite curious about what those consequences might be. Hearing these words, Little Eye felt his authority challenged and couldn't he help but fly into a rage. "You really don't know what's good for you. It seems you want to experience our methods firsthand." Little Eye narrowed his already small eyes and said menacingly, "Let me guess. You must be waiting for that pretty girl across the way, right? I saw her leave in the evening, and she hasn't come back yet. She might be dying somewhere in a corner. You better not go against me, or you'll be left with no way out. If you can treat us well, we might consider leaving you some food. Otherwise, you'll just roast to death." Facing this blatant intimidation, Wei Chen stood at his doorstep without any fear. He merely kept a cold gaze on the group, full of disdain. "It seems you all want to come in. I want to make it difficult for you. Isn't that what you want?" Wei Chen shook the keys in his hand and stepped forward. Just as he was a few steps away from the iron gate, he suddenly stopped, focusing on the lock hole of the iron gate. This door was no ordinary one. Its quality and craftsmanship were quite excellent, ranking at the top of the industry. Moreover, when he installed the iron gate, she paid great attention to detail. The three guys in front of him had no suitable tools. After messing around outside for a while, they had only left a few marks on the iron gate. Even if they worked on it all night without anyone stopping them, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. However, he inherently disliked noise and was quite annoyed by anyone disturbing his rest. Seeing Wei Chen actually take out the keys, Aunt Luo felt a bit incredulous. "Are you really going to let us go?" Big Mouth looked smug and sneered. "Mom, do you even need to ask? If he doesn't open this iron door now, he will definitely face a more painful price." Little Eye echoed, even reaching through the gaps in the iron gate. Haha. We have an old saying here. Those who know the times are wise. It seems you're quite clever. Hurry up and... Before he could finish his sentence, Little Eye froze in place. He only had time to see a flash of cold light, and then something fell to the ground. The object that fell made a dull thud, but in the darkness, it was hard to tell what it was. Little Eye stared down in shock. But suddenly a wave of pain spread throughout his body. Thanks to the light coming from Wei Chen's house, he saw what was on the ground. It was his hand. Little Eye's eyes widened in shock, his pupils dilating. "Ah, He couldn't help but let out a scream that echoed throughout the floor. The sound of his scream was so annoying that Wei Chen couldn't help but lift his thigh, and in the next second, he delivered a kick right to the opponent's chest. Then came a thud, and he saw the other party fly backwards several meters. Can you keep it down? Can't you let someone have some peace? Little Eye, kicked backwards, caused Big Mouth and Aunt Luo, who were standing behind him, to stumble and fall to the ground. The three of them were in a very embarrassing position, as they happened to be standing at the stairway, and in an instant, they all tumbled down until they landed on the stair landing. As he stood there, looking at the tangled mess of the mother and her two sons, Wei Chen couldn't help but snort coldly before finally unlocking the door with his keys. Once he opened the door, his whole demeanor surged, as if he had transformed into a demon from hell. Clop, clop, clop. Each step down the stairs seemed to pierce deep into the hearts of those who heard it. I initially thought you were just gossipy and a bit verbose, but I didn't expect your courage to have grown so much. If I don't teach you a lesson now, you might just get too bold in the future. Aunt Luo, seeing him approach step by step, had already tightened up inside, constantly retreating. It's a misunderstanding. Today's events are definitely a misunderstanding. Please calm down. Don't come any closer. We're leaving now. Beside him, Big Mouth suddenly got up and shouted fiercely, no need to leave. We have so many people. We can easily kill him with a slap. What is there to be afraid of? As he said this, Big Mouth charged directly at Wei Chen, shouting wildly. Chapter 44. A better way to handle it. Wei Chen had been ready for a long time, swinging the dagger in his hand with force, slicing through Big Mouth's collar and leaving a cut on his neck. The shirt Big Mouth was wearing provided little protection, and within just a second, a clear line of blood appeared on his neck. Although it was night, it was still very hot outside. In such conditions, it was impossible for a person to stay outdoors for long. If injured, it would become even more troublesome, as wounds are hard to heal, and in such harsh conditions, they would only become more infected. However, the heat made it difficult for people to feel the pain from their wounds, even if they could sense it. It would be after the fact, just like Little Eye, who didn't realize his hand had been chopped off until a long time later. He screamed not because he felt pain, but because it was too terrifying. Now Big Mouth was the same. He was already injured in the neck, but felt nothing, still desperately charging at Wei Chen. Swish. In an instant, the clash was decided. Wei Chen cut off one of Big Mouth's arms, and only then did he calm down. Wei Chen looked at the mother and child huddled in the corner and said in a deep voice, I was still considering how to deal with you just now. But I didn't expect you to give me a good suggestion. To let you roast to death might be the best punishment for you. At this moment, Aunt Luo, who had not been harmed, trembled at such words. Her eyes were filled with fear as she shivered all over. Wait, young man, I think you're still too agitated. Just calm down tonight. Let's end this matter here. After all, we haven't caused you any harm. Let us each take a step back. How about it? Besides, I believe you want to stay long-term at the base. If you do something to us tonight, it will definitely alarm many people. At least everyone in this building will know what happened, and the base will surely send someone to capture you. That won't be good for either of us. Don't you think? Aunt Luo was indeed shrewd, saying such things in hopes of calming the other party and not letting him think too much. Wei Chen silently stared at Aunt Luo, his tone quite rude. Heh, that's because you didn't succeed tonight. If you really broke in, what would you do to me? I shouldn't need to say more. To him, this was simply absurd. If he had been too deep in sleep to hear anything. If he didn't have the ability to respond to such provocations, if the iron gate had unfortunately been opened, wouldn't the person huddled in the corner be him? He had to be decisive, otherwise, he would only become a victim of others. Moreover, if things really developed that way, Aunt Luo might even look down at him, giving a true cold laugh and continuously mocking him for his incompetence. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. This has always been an unchanging law. Only the winner has the right to explain everything. Wei Chen stepped closer to the three, causing Aunt Luo to scream repeatedly. However, this only created a more terrifying atmosphere without any other effect, making it impossible for him to settle down, and he would never show mercy to these despicable people. Big Mouth and Little Eye were both injured, their bodies gradually becoming too hot to move, in so much pain that they didn't even have the strength to speak. They could only glare fiercely at Wei Chen, with nothing left in their eyes but hatred. Wei Chen quickly approached them, bringing the dagger's hilt down heavily on the back of their necks, knocking them all unconscious. These actions were fluid and seamless, encountering no resistance at all. After finishing everything, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes watching him from behind, so he quickly turned around cautiously. He saw an E standing on the 6th floor platform, silent and looking up at him. Wei Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing he hadn't noticed whether she had just returned. Before he could ask, Annie smiled brightly and said, "Actually, I've been standing here for quite a while, but I saw you didn't seem to need any help. So I didn't interfere." Hearing her speak like this, Wei Chen felt quite agreeable. After all, as long as he could solve the problem himself, he certainly didn't need anyone else to meddle. If someone were to chime in, he would find it even more annoying. However, at this moment, Wei Chen did need someone to lend a hand. "Since you're here, help me carry them back home." And he didn't think twice and immediately agreed. "Leave it to me." Wei Chen quickly found the key on Aunt Luo and effortlessly opened the door to her house. The living room was extremely stuffy, but there were very few items inside, not even decent furniture. It could be described as bare walls. There were a few pieces of ice on the floor, but they had melted into a puddle of water, and some crushed ice was also visibly melting at a rapid pace. Wei Chen and an E worked together to carry the three of them into the living room and didn't pay them any more mind. After clapping his hands, Wei Chen nodded in satisfaction. "It's fine now, let us withdraw." And he glanced at the three on the ground and remarked with a hint of emotion, "It seems you still want to let them go." If it were her, facing these disgusting people, she would have chosen to end their lives without hesitation, absolutely not leaving any survivors. Hearing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but chuckle coldly. The notion that he wanted to let these people go was simply too laughable. The term soft-hearted had nothing to do with him. He had personally taken action, using how much force and what kind of effect it would have. Only he could truly understand. These three would definitely not wake up until the next morning. However, the temperature in this room was extremely stifling and poorly ventilated, with the air being quite thin. Even though they were indoors, it was no exaggeration to say it felt like being next to a furnace. Staying in such harsh conditions could drive someone mad in less than an hour, let alone during a long night. Chapter 45. Absolutely not going to that place. If he were to deal with these three guys right now, there would be bloodstains and other troublesome issues left behind. Rather than that, it would be better to leave them in this extremely hot environment and let them roast to death, even if they died. Wei Chen wouldn't have to take care of it. When the lease on this house was up, the base people would come to collect it, and they would naturally handle these heat-dead people. This was simply killing two birds with one stone. Wei Chen was too lazy to explain his reasons. But even if he said nothing, and he would definitely not ask further, the two of them seemed to understand each other perfectly, as if they were a perfect match. Doing anything with a tacit understanding. Just a glance was enough to know what the other was thinking or wanting to do. He and Annie left the living room and conveniently closed the door behind them. When they returned to the stairwell on the 7th floor, they specifically checked the condition of the iron gate. Moreover, the quality of the door was excellent, even after they spent a long time working on it with tools. It showed no signs of damage. Wei Chen was quite satisfied in his heart. After all, it was something he had spent a lot of money on, and it seemed worth it. He then locked the iron gate again and turned to head back to the apartment. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly stopped and turned to Annie, saying, "Now that it's so hot outside, has the base made any corresponding measures? You should have some information on this, right?" Wei Chen firmly believed that since the base could predict the arrival of extreme heat in advance, they would surely take proactive measures to address it. However, there had been no news for a long time. Would they issue an announcement to respond? Was it possible they intended to be passive? Before he could finish his thought, he saw Annie nodding. There is indeed something. The base has installed cooling facilities in the collective dormitory, and anyone willing can move there to live. But they need to pay some contribution points. If you don't have contribution points, that's fine too. You can work like those who originally lived there and follow the base's arrangements every day. After hearing this, Wei Chen continued to ask, "What if someone doesn't plan to live with those people?" And he immediately replied, "If it's like you said, then you'll have to find a way to cool down by yourself. The base will also sell some equipment, but the prices are still quite high." Hearing Annie's response, Wei Chen didn't feel particularly disappointed. After all, the base was too large and without cooling facilities. Trying to provide cooling for the entire base under current conditions was quite unrealistic, if not ideal. They could only select a place that could accommodate more people for cooling and ensure everyone moved there to live. There were also some who were unwilling to live communally. But anyone capable of self-preservation would surely avoid a lot of trouble and relieve the pressure on the base. Wei Chen understood everything and nodded quickly, saying to Annie, "It's already late, and it's so hot. Let's go back and get some rest." "No problem. You should rest well too." When they returned to their apartment, neither of them asked the other whether they should move to the collective environment. It was clear without asking. People as capable as them would naturally prefer to live independently and would be much more comfortable that way. The vest he gave him had a noticeable cooling effect. After putting it on, he immediately felt a cooling sensation on his upper body, even in the stuffy living room. Wei Chen felt very comfortable and wasn't bothered by the heat at all. Once he returned to the bedroom, a wave of cold air greeted him. The cooling devices he had left on blew away much of the sweat, and the remaining warmth on his body quickly disappeared. Wei Chen stayed in the bedroom, took off all his excess clothing, hung them on the coat rack by the door, and changed into comfortable, cool pajamas. Initially, he planned to sleep well that night. But after being tormented by those three people, he found he couldn't sleep at all and didn't intend to return to bed. With no work to do and not needing to follow a strict schedule, he could always catch up on sleep when the sun came up. Wei Chen walked to the bedside and sat down in the spacious rattan chair, maintaining the most comfortable position to rest. He thought back to his previous life, when he had lived in collective dormitories in some small bases. At that time, he didn't have the advantages he had now. Especially after the extreme heat arrived, his ability to be independent was poor, and he couldn't survive, so he had to live in the base's collective dormitory, where there were people to look out for each other. However, although it was called a dormitory, it was essentially a large barracks filled with many beds. The space between the beds was only wide enough for a small aisle, making it necessary to walk sideways to pass by. And one had to be careful not to step on someone else's shoes or bump into them. In the hot environment, it was even worse. It was already cramped. And with the scorching weather, resting was nearly impossible as people tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Moreover, the small base didn't have any central cooling, at most. There were a few small fans running, and on most days, there was no breeze at all. Having them or not made little difference. In that crowded space, there were hundreds of people living together, and everyone's breathing emitted enough carbon dioxide to make the already hot room even more unbearable, especially as more people came in. The room became airtight, and everyone ate and slept together, creating an unimaginable odor. Wei Chen didn't know what the collective dormitory of the first base was like, but he felt there was no need to check. After all, as more people moved in, the situation would surely be the same. Wei Chen lay in the rattan chair and thought for a while, waiting until he saw the sky outside the window gradually brightening before finally standing up to prepare for exercise. The early morning was the most precious time of the day, and he absolutely couldn't waste it. Even though it was very hot now, Wei Chen still didn't give up on training himself. He had to improve his physical strength. No matter what, having extraordinary physical abilities and a perfect physique could provide a way out in critical situations. Chapter 46. Harvest in his small room, which wasn't very spacious. Every time he wanted to work out, he had to move things around to take out the exercise equipment from the space. After training for over 2 hours, today's workout was finally complete, and he was soaked in sweat from head to toe. The sweat made his eyes almost unable to open, and he quickly grabbed a towel to wipe himself, finally stopping the sweat from flowing. The current temperature in the room was nearly 40 degrees, and even if he wanted to take a shower, he definitely couldn't take a hot one. He had many ways to maintain personal hygiene. Previously, when he used the ice maker, he had stored a lot of ice cubes in the space. Now he filled the bathtub with water and added some ice cubes. And before long, the water temperature naturally dropped. After arriving at the base, Wei Chen used the shower water he had previously used in his apartment in Tianhai City to flush the toilet. Now that he had finished showering, he naturally needed to store that water as well. He absolutely couldn't waste it. Once he had everything prepared, he looked at the ice water in the bathtub and felt quite satisfied. He slowly sat down in the bathtub, and a wave of coldness enveloped him. However, he didn't feel very cold. Instead, he felt incredibly comfortable. His bathtub was very large, and if he felt too cold after bathing for too long, he would definitely add more water immediately. The resources of water and electricity in the space are infinite and can never be used up. After cleaning himself thoroughly, he slowly emerged from the bathtub. His hair wasn't very long yet, and he simply dried it with a towel, the water quickly disappearing. Ever since the apocalypse began, he had been cutting his own hair. Although he never learned how to cut hair properly and his skills weren't that great, there weren't many standards in this apocalypse. If it got too hot, he would simply shave it to a buzz cut, and if it was too cold, he would let it grow longer. Wei Chen had no special requirements for his hairstyle. As long as he could barely stand to look at himself in the mirror, that was enough. Besides, as a tall man, he didn't like long hair, which looked unattractive and was quite troublesome to wash. The current length was just right. He didn't even need a hairdryer, just a simple towel would suffice. After putting away the bathtub, he remembered to wipe up the water stains on the floor before tidying up other things. Fortunately, he now had his own space. Otherwise, The constant moving around would be a real hassle. After lunch, Wei Chen even took a short nap. The time passed quickly, and he only spent a little over half an hour. After all, if he kept sleeping, he would have a harder time sleeping at night. Since he was quite free now, and it was hot outside, there was no need to go out. But he still had to be strict with himself at home and not indulge too much. When the sun came out, it became even more uncomfortable. The earth was scorched under the blazing sun, and it was hot in almost every corner, leaving nowhere to hide. The sunlight, filled with high heat, quickly streamed through the window, and seeing this scene, Wei Chen hurried to pull down the curtains made of black cloth. Even so, there was still a hint of light in the room. Indeed, the sunlight was quite fierce. Despite adding so much black cloth, a little still managed to seep through. Wei Chen couldn't help but sigh internally, but he was also a bit worried. Although there was nothing outside, the solar panels were still there. Even though the sunlight was abundant, he was afraid that the energy load might easily damage the solar panels. However, he wasn't overly concerned, as he had purchased a high-tech solar power bank, so no matter how strong the sunlight outside was, it wouldn't break easily. Although the base could still maintain a normal supply of electricity, Wei Chen was still running some cooling equipment, but during the day, he tried to avoid turning on the lights. He had to save wherever possible. There was absolutely no room for leniency. He had watched too many movies and entertainment videos at home, which made him quite annoyed, so he casually took a book from his space to read. The book was about technology, primarily related to greenhouse planting and cultivation. Although Wei Chen didn't have his own greenhouse at the base and wasn't planning to grow vegetables temporarily, he could easily manage to grow some bean sprouts and greens. These could be kept alive even if placed on the balcony at home. Since he thought of it, he decided to take action immediately. Wei Chen took out a container from his space and put some seeds inside. Naturally, the most he had were garlic and soybeans, as these were easy to grow and not too difficult to care for. He poured water into the container and then covered it to keep it from being exposed to sunlight, allowing them to grow and sprout on their own. Wei Chen had his unique way of handling garlic. He strung the garlic sprouts together with iron wire and placed them next to the balcony. He arranged the strung garlic in a shallow dish in circles, making it look like a potted plant, quite aesthetically pleasing. Wei Chen recalled that he learned this stringing method when he was very young. Many people in school would specifically learn how to cultivate green plants with water, and many students would bring their results to school for comparison. Remembering those days, he felt that the knowledge he learned as a child finally came in handy. Although the temperature was quite humid now, the insulated windows helped lower the room temperature significantly. The current room temperature was quite suitable for hydroponic planting. Naturally, Wei Chen had added another task to his daily routine, to take good care of these plants. He believed that in just a few days, these would sprout, and he could easily harvest a bountiful yield. The soybean sprouts clearly had a short maturation period. In just 2 days, they had grown quite a lot. Initially, he had only placed a few dozen soybeans in the container, but to his surprise, there was a whole bunch of soybean sprouts after they matured. Chapter 47. Plans to go out. Seeing so many bean sprouts growing in the container made Wei Chen quite pleased. He took out half of them and then put on some clothes. Once everything was ready, he carried the basin to An Yi's doorstep. After a simple knock on the door, before he could knock again, An Yi hurriedly opened the door. Wei Chen didn't engage in much small talk, knowing that their relationship didn't require any frills. As long as they empathized with each other, they could understand what the other was thinking. He handed over the basin and said lightly, "I was just idling at home with nothing to do, so I grew some bean sprouts for you." And he looked at the bean sprouts in the container with surprise and admiration. "You can grow things. That's impressive." Her tone was very sincere, and her gaze towards him seemed to shine with a hint of brightness. Her excited reaction left Wei Chen a bit flattered. "Ah, I'm not as amazing as you think. No need to flatter me. You know I don't like that. But I do need to remind you to add water to the container with the bean sprouts regularly so they can grow more. And you can also cut some every day to have as side dishes." Although it was just a kind reminder, An Yi shook her head in disagreement. "You're too modest. This looks easy, but it's actually quite difficult to operate. Moreover, keeping these sprouts alive is even harder." It did seem to make sense. So Wei Chen didn't argue further, but directly said, "It's still too hot now. Hurry back and turn on the air conditioning." "Wait a moment." An Yi called out to him, seemingly wanting to say something. Wei Chen was a bit curious and asked, "What do you want?" "In a few days, I want to go out, and I mean leaving the base. Do you want to come with me?" Upon hearing this invitation, Wei Chen was momentarily confused. "It's so hot outside now. Are you really going out?" "What for?" "Actually, I've already talked to the person in charge of the base and borrowed a truck from them." And he didn't directly state the reason. After pausing for a moment, she continued, If it were someone else borrowing, they would have to contribute 5 contribution points a day. But I can definitely borrow it for free. At that time, I plan to go hunting and see if I can get some gains. Otherwise, eating these vegetables every day won't work. Although Annie has plenty of food stored, she feels idle at home, so going out to hunt would definitely be very useful. Even if she can't finish the prey, she can sell it to the base for many contribution points, which would be great. If that's the case, it is indeed quite appealing. However, the world is extremely hot everywhere now. What kind of prey could there be outside? Wei Chen furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before responding. Since I'm idle anyway, I'll go with you. When do you plan to set off? I need 2 days to prepare, and then we'll set off. No problem. Since we're going to be companions, I'll definitely prepare more things too. With you as a helper. Things will definitely be much easier, and I'll remember to call you when the time comes. The two made plans, and Wei Chen said goodbye and returned to his apartment. And he watched him close the door before she closed her own. When she turned back to her bedroom, she went to check on the bean sprouts in the container. They had only chatted for a while, and before long, the bean sprouts were almost wilting from the heat. Seeing this, Annie couldn't help but tap on the bean sprouts with her long fingers. Looks like I need to add a meal at noon. After Wei Chen returned to his bedroom, he took off his shirt while carefully thinking about the plan they had just agreed upon. Since the extreme heat started, he hadn't gone out, and this time, going out with the beautiful girl, there would definitely be many places to pay attention to. He wasn't too worried about the prey. After all, this base was built on the foundation of a tourist spot, and with the mountains and water nearby. The environment was so good that wild animal resources were abundant. Wei Chen had every reason to believe that the prey would only increase because they were better suited to survive in harsh environments than humans. Although he hadn't seen various animals appearing regularly, it didn't mean they didn't exist in this world. If he went out, he might indeed have other gains. Wei Chen had plenty of meat in his space, whether raw or cooked, enough to last him for several years. However, staying at home was indeed too tiring. He needed to go out and witness the effects of his training during this time. Moreover, if he could bring back prey, even if he didn't eat it, he could exchange it at the base for many contribution points. However, going out in such hot conditions meant he had to make thorough preparations. So, during the next 2 days, he was basically preparing for the trip at every moment. First, he found a huge backpack in his space and packed it with a sleeping bag, tent, and some daily clothes. He also took out a lot of ice cubes from the ice maker and stored them in a large bucket, which would definitely come in handy at critical moments. Additionally, he made ice cream and shaved ice. These things were definitely magical in cooling down during the scorching summer. Although it had been hot in the house, he had never needed to take these things out, as it felt a bit like overkill. But now that he was about to go out, these items could be useful at any time. Even if they were life-saving items, that wouldn't be an exaggeration, as ice cream and shaved ice would help with digestion and cool him down all over. Besides these cooling items, the main food for 3 meals a day was also particularly important. After all, when going out in the heat of summer, if one didn't eat some cooked food, they might not only die from the heat but also from hunger. However, it was still unclear how big the truck Annie borrowed from the base was. If it could only fit 2 people, it might be very cramped. But if the trunk could hold many things, he was considering taking out a portable ice maker. Chapter 48. Trying ice cream. Although it was still uncertain whether everything could fit in the car, Wei Chen decided to take out the ice maker first and set it aside. The food he was carrying was either ready to eat or could be cooked in the shortest time possible, definitely capable of replenishing a lot of energy. Of course, energy bars were also essential. If he got too hungry, he could quickly grab a few to chew on and recover a lot of stamina. In addition to food, water was also crucial. He brought a box of mineral water and a few bottles of drinks, enough to last for several days. Although there were various things in his space, he couldn't take them all out. It couldn't be too much or too little. So he could only select a moderate amount of useful items. After taking these things out, as long as Annie saw them, he could openly store them all in the truck. He also specially prepared extra supplies for a few days, as if they encountered any accidents while out. The extra supplies would be enough to sustain them. If they could go and return on the same day, that would be even better. But if they couldn't return that day, it would be beyond their control. He also packed some wound medication and fever and cold medicine, carefully wrapped them in emergency packaging and stuffed them into the backpack. The backpack was almost as tall as half of him, stuffed with various items and already bulging. Unknowingly, 2 days passed like this. Wei Chen casually took a bowl of wontons and a small plate of mixed noodles from his space and had a makeshift breakfast. Just after finishing his personal hygiene and satisfying his hunger, he heard a knock at the door. Wei Chen turned off all the power in the apartment, and the cooling devices naturally stopped running. Then he grabbed his backpack and headed outside. When he opened the door, he found Annie wearing a tank top and extremely short hot pants, her hot figure fully exposed. Next to her long, fair legs, there were several bags clearly stuffed with many items. They simply exchanged a look, and their eyes instinctively fell on the luggage at their feet, both of them breaking into smiles. The truck they just borrowed should be able to hold these things, right? Wei Chen wasn't too sure, so he couldn't help but tentatively ask first. Of course, there's plenty of space, and there's a large trunk in the back. Hearing Annie's response, Wei Chen finally felt relieved. He was also carrying a bucket of things, saying, "This is all gasoline. If the car runs out of fuel, we can refill it anytime. You can rest assured about that. I've already prepared the fuel in advance, but you can also keep this as a backup." Wei Chen said nothing more and just nodded silently. They had prepared quite a bit during this time, and carrying the cargo back and forth in the hallway took them 3 trips to finally move everything into the truck. The trunk of the car was empty, so Wei Chen simply placed the portable ice maker in the back and added a lot of water to it. After thinking for a moment, Wei Chen opened his backpack, pretending to rummage through it, but in reality, he was using his mind to take out all the ice cream from his space. "Wow, you even have ice cream?" And Yi's eyes widened, clearly finding it hard to believe. Wei Chen was quite generous and directly handed one of the ice creams to her, saying, "Yeah, I made all of these myself. Want to try?" Upon seeing this, Annie quickly waved her hand to decline. "No need, it's precious now. It costs 5 contribution points to buy in the supermarket. Just eat it. You don't need to think about its value. This is for you. So don't refuse my goodwill." Since she had already said that, if Annie refused again, it would probably hurt his feelings. She smiled and took the ice cream, then put it in her mouth, saying, "So sweet. I haven't had something this good in a long time." Seeing her delighted, Wei Chen was naturally happy too. And then he took out some extra ice cream and shaved ice and placed them in the ice maker. "If you want to eat it later, just take it quickly. I still have a lot of this." Wei Chen was very generous and didn't care about small gains or losses. Instead, he cared more about the beauty's feelings. And he couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw his actions, "Isn't the ice cream going to melt like this?" "It's okay. At least the ice maker has some effect, otherwise it would melt faster outside." "That makes sense. Let us go." The sun was still high in the sky, and the land was constantly steaming, with heat waves rolling in the distance. There was a water truck passing by the base, and the staff driving it were continuously cooling the road. With these trucks around, Annie and Wei Chen didn't seem so out of place. Wei Chen drove the truck and quickly left the base. On this highway, theirs was the only car moving slowly. The surrounding plants had long since wilted from the sun, and even the lake showed signs of drying up, which seemed quite serious. From this, one could see that the intensity of the sun here was quite severe. Inside the car, with the ice maker running and the air conditioning on, they didn't feel hot at all. It was because they didn't feel the heat that Wei Chen had the mind to look at the scenery outside. Outside the base were scenic areas. Although the weather was very hot, many trees still managed to stand tall and green. If this scenery had existed before the apocalypse, it would have surely made people very happy. If this apocalypse were a dream, then the scenic areas would probably be filled with tourists, and everyone's laughter would fill the surroundings. But now, everyone was struggling to eat and sleep, nearly dying from the heat. No one had the extra thought to travel. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, no one would take the time to look at it more than once. In his previous life, especially during that extremely hot year, Wei Chen felt like he was on the brink of death. Regardless of his thoughts back then or now, he deeply missed the color green in his heart. The lush willows and vast expanses of greenery were almost rare. Chapter 49. Encountering danger. Wei Chen quickly pulled his gaze back from outside the car and then looked at Annie beside him, saying, "By the way, you must have a map for going out." Since they were going outdoors to hunt, they definitely needed to bring a map of the area. Otherwise, what would they do if they got lost? If they drove blindly on this road, it would only be a matter of time before something went wrong. Given the temperature outside, if they drove for too long, there was a high risk of the car catching fire, which would be very dangerous. And he took a piece of paper out of her hot pants pocket and handed it to him. "You need to be prepared when going out. This is the map of the area. I asked the person in charge at the base to get it specially." Wei Chen actually had a map of this area too, but it was an electronic version on his phone. However, those devices couldn't be used in such high temperatures outdoors. If they tried to turn it on, it would easily self-destruct. Now seeing that she had actually prepared the map, he naturally didn't hold back and took it to look at. Once he unfolded the map, he could see every route clearly. Such a map was considered internal information at the base. If it were someone else, they might not even be able to obtain it. He carefully examined the map and found that it was filled with forests and abundant water resources. In the past, such a beautiful place would have been perfect for tourism. But now, as Wei Chen looked around, he couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation wash over him. The sun was still radiating intense heat, making it nearly impossible for anyone outdoors to keep their eyes open. Only by wearing sunglasses could they slightly open their eyes. In his previous life, Wei Chen hadn't heard much news about the first base. After all, at that time he had no resources at all, and after the apocalypse broke out, communication devices were cut off. However, even now, worrying wouldn't change anything, and many problems couldn't be solved. Wei Chen didn't think too much about it. He simply folded the map back up and handed it to An. After sitting down, he covered the ice cream with a few pieces of crushed ice. The effect of the ice maker was still not very noticeable, and it couldn't produce miraculous results in a short time. Wei Chen always believed that since he had made so much cream ice cream before, even taking out 5 of them now would be enough for them while they were out. The truck wasn't going very fast. They had been driving for about half an hour, but they could still see the base in the distance. After differentiating the terrain on the map earlier, he realized that there were mountains surrounding the base. However, when he personally drove the truck into the mountains, he suddenly realized that the mountain roads were not easy to drive on. Fortunately, they had enough fuel, so they didn't need to worry about running out of gas halfway. As the time approached noon, Wei Chen was thinking about opening a pack of self-heating food to eat in the car. Just then, An exclaimed in surprise, "Look ahead." After hearing this, Wei Chen quickly looked up and noticed a dark shadow moving rapidly not far away. The shadow was moving quite fast, and as it moved closer, it became clearer. It was clearly charging toward them. Realizing this, Wei Chen first stopped the car. Since he couldn't see clearly what that thing was, it was better to stay still for now. After all, they weren't entirely sure about the truck's quality. If it got damaged, they would have to compensate. And this was the base's property. If it got broken, it would definitely be a hassle. And he stopped the car but didn't turn off the engine. In a short time, the dark shadow had come alarmingly close. As it gradually approached, Wei Chen finally saw clearly that it was a pig. To be precise, it was a wild boar. This wild boar was as big as a cow, but it didn't look as cute as one might imagine. Instead, it had sharp tusks and looked quite fierce. Wei Chen had never seen such a wild boar in his previous life or even now. It was simply too big. There was barely time to think about where this wild boar had come from when Wei Chen had already pulled out the pocket-sized wild horse from his pocket. As Wei Chen took out the pocket-sized wild Mustang, An beside him also pulled out a dark red pocket-sized wild Mustang. Upon careful observation of the wild boar, they noticed that while its size had grown significantly, everything else seemed to be the same. "Brother Chen, let's get out of the car first. Otherwise, it's too passive for him inside the car, and if this boar goes crazy and damages the car, that would be terrible." Wei Chen naturally agreed with An's words, so without a second thought, he opened the door and got out of the car. The temperature outside was still very hot, completely incomparable to the inside of the car, which fortunately had air conditioning. However, stepping outside felt like their skin was being scorched. Both of them were smart. Although they were dressed lightly, they didn't forget to take protective measures when going out, applying sunscreen and wearing arm sleeves, hats, and other items. The wild boar was gradually approaching, and Wei Chen showed no signs of slackening. He hurriedly dashed to the side. An's reaction was also quite quick. But instead of running with him, she ran in the opposite direction. Before leaving, she specifically reminded him, "Be careful. It's best to climb a tree and shoot from there. Never get too close to the wild boar. That's very dangerous." They were not as agile as the wild boar, and given the beast's immense strength, it was not something 2 people could handle barehanded. In such harsh conditions, close contact was certainly not suitable. Wei Chen was well aware of this, so he quickly replied, "I know, you also must pay attention to safety." As they spoke, they kept running to the side, managing to reach the edge of the trees before the wild boar came charging in. However, touching the tree bark was already hot, making climbing it not an easy task. Wei Chen glanced at the large tree in front of him, feeling that time was tight. He estimated that climbing up would be a bit risky, so he simply gave up. He turned around quickly, raised the pocket-sized wild Mustang, and began to aim at the wild boar. However, he had never shot a gun much before. Even hitting a stationary target required careful aim, let alone a wild boar running at full speed. In that short moment, his breathing became rapid, and his whole body was shaking. In a state of urgent panic, he fired a shot without much thought. The bullet grazed the wild boar's back, ultimately hitting a tree and disappearing only making a muffled sound. Chapter 50. Carrying steel wire rope. The wild boar didn't initially know who to charge at, but now with Wei Chen firing a shot, it quickly adjusted its direction and came rushing towards him. And he saw this scene and understood that the wild boar was being drawn towards Wei Chen to help distract it. But she absolutely could not be ungrateful and couldn't just stand by and watch. So she quickly tightened her grip on the pocket-sized wild mustang, instinctively preparing to shoot. However, before she could act, Wei Chen, without any hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were fired in rapid succession without any pause. Wei Chen's marksmanship was not very accurate, as he had never practiced specifically, but in this case of continuous shooting and at such a close distance. The wild boar was still hit. The wild boar let out a deafening scream. Then its entire body suddenly fell to the side, causing the ground to tremble. After being hit, the wild boar slid several meters forward due to its massive inertia. However, the direction it slid towards was exactly where an E was standing. Quick! Get out of the way, don't get hit by this guy. Upon hearing this shout, Annie showed no signs of wavering. Instead, she directly raised her arm, aiming her gun at the target. At that moment, she was exceptionally serious, without any hesitation, and pulled the trigger in an instant. When the bullet was fired, it accurately delivered a fatal shot to the wild boar. The wild boar, which had been writhing on the ground in agony, soon twitched a few times before gradually stopping its movements. The wild boar's body came to a halt about 3 to 4 meters away from Annie, looking quite dangerous. Annie raised her hand and waved to him. I'm fine over here. Wei Chen was sure that this girl wouldn't get hurt since her abilities were quite comparable to his, if he could handle it. This seemingly icy beauty certainly had her ways. Just now, he had watched an ES shot quite clearly. Quick, accurate, and ruthless spoke for itself. But the key was that her marksmanship was exceptionally precise. It seemed this girl was definitely not an ordinary arms dealer. There must be a more formidable background behind her. After Wei Chen climbed down from the tree, he walked towards her with firm steps, praising her. Looks like your skills are not simple. And he nodded and smiled, saying, Of course, as an arms dealer, one must be proficient with various weapons. Otherwise, how would I sell them? While saying this, and he had no hint of pride or boasting in her tone. She was merely recounting an event. So what should I do to have marksmanship as impressive as yours? And he was a bit unsure how to answer, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, Actually, marksmanship is something that requires practice to master. It might not be something you can achieve in an instant, and it has to be nurtured with bullets. For a good sniper, it takes thousands of rounds to develop their skills. Wei Chen had to admit that Yi's advice was quite reasonable. However, every bullet was worth 10 grams of gold. It was all money, and spending it like that would certainly be painful. He couldn't help but wonder how many bullets he would need to become as skilled as an E. But Wei Chen also understood one principle. You can't catch wolves without letting go of your children. The more you want something, the more you have to give up something. Never think that there's a free lunch in the world. Even if there is, Wei Chen wouldn't dare to take it. Improving marksmanship could actually be postponed. But there was clearly a more pressing matter to resolve. What to do with the wild boar that had just been killed. From a distance, he could clearly feel that this wild boar was not ordinary. It looked much larger than its peers. When he got closer, he realized that it was not just a little larger. It was almost like a mutation, truly exaggerated. Roughly estimated, it must weigh at least 300 to 400 pounds. If not 500 to 600. The back of the truck was already packed with many items, and if they forced it in, it would definitely be quite cramped. Up to this point, Wei Chen still hadn't thought of a proper solution, but soon he heard an E say, Fortunately, I have a lot of steel wire rope in the back of my car. We can just tie the wild boar up and hang it on the back of the truck. And he had also packed a backpack when they set out. And now it was completely full. However, Wei Chen couldn't believe that an E had even thought to bring steel wire rope. How meticulous was that? He had thought he had considered a lot, but now it seemed entirely trivial. Wei Chen thought of this and then planned to wait a bit longer. While packing his backpack, he could secretly stuff some steel wire rope into his own bag to prepare. After all, they might encounter other prey on the road later. So they could take this opportunity to use the steel wire. And he didn't think too much and directly pulled the steel wire out from the back compartment. Then they tied up the wild boar together and secured it to one corner of the truck with the steel wire's buckle. Once everything was ready, they returned to the vehicle. After resting outside for such a long time, they naturally felt very hot, but they could only endure it. After all, the air conditioning inside the car was on, along with the cold air coming from the ice maker. Even so, the temperature difference with the outside was still significant. The moment Wei Chen stepped into the car, he immediately felt a refreshing coolness all over his body. After sitting down and resting for a short while, he unconsciously felt a bit hot again. Wei Chen opened his backpack and took out a thermos. Inside was filled with shaved ice, ready to be eaten right away, providing a sufficient cooling sensation. When a person is too hot, their perception of temperature significantly decreases. Even the coldest food might not feel cold when eaten. However, swallowing it directly could potentially freeze the throat. Moreover, this was a relatively mild symptom. If it got serious, it could leave hidden dangers for the body. After methodically finishing the shaved ice, Wei Chen felt much cooler. He glanced at his watch and noticed it was almost noon. He suggested, "Why don't we have lunch first before setting off? Otherwise, if we get hungry, we probably won't be able to do anything, which would indeed be quite troublesome." Chapter 51. Improvement in marksmanship. Upon hearing this, Annie naturally didn't resist. Instead, she was curious about what kind of meal they could have for lunch. She had prepared a lot of things in advance and now pulled out a large box of cake and a bag of vegetable buns from her backpack. Given the hot weather outside, the vegetable buns had probably gone a bit sour. Thinking of this, Wei Chen couldn't help but look troubled. They had to eat the vegetable buns quickly, otherwise they would spoil sooner or later. "I also brought some cold noodles. Let's eat this first. If you feel like it's not enough, you can have more vegetable buns," he suggested. Annie readily agreed, saying, "Of course, no problem." Being able to eat cold noodles at this time is definitely a huge blessing. Hearing Annie say this, Wei Chen was momentarily surprised. It seemed their understanding of each other wasn't deep enough. He hadn't expected that this girl actually had a pretty big appetite. But it didn't matter. His own appetite wasn't small either. Wei Chen reached into his backpack and took out 2 small boxes filled with cold noodles. Upon opening them, he found that the cold noodles were topped with fried eggs, meat slices, and sausage. The broth was also quite rich. So he grabbed a few pieces of crushed ice from the ice maker and put them into the 2 small boxes, stirring them slightly to create a chill inside. They wasted no time and shared their food, eating together. Although they were inside the car, it was still much cooler than the outdoor temperature. Even so, they had to hurry to finish the cold noodles and vegetable buns. Otherwise, they could easily get warm and spoil. Fortunately, with the ice maker nearby, even a little heat could be managed by adding ice to cool down. They both ate quickly, a skill honed in the apocalypse. They didn't even leave a drop of broth in the last bite of cold noodles, tilting their heads back and drinking it all up. And he looked at the plastic box in her hand and complimented, "This box looks pretty good. If I were to throw it away, I would feel a bit reluctant. Maybe I should wash it. Who knows, I might be able to use it again in the future." After saying this, and he gathered their lunch boxes together and stepped out of the car. However, water resources were extremely precious now, making even washing hands and rinsing difficult, let alone washing dishes. With not enough water to wash, they had to think of other methods. And he always carried a lot of tissues in her pocket. So she took some out and carefully wiped the boxes several times. Meanwhile, Wei Chen sat in the car, watching this scene with warmth in his eyes. He already knew this girl was capable. She really didn't need to be this frugal. But now, it seemed she was even more economical than he was. Wei Chen retracted his gaze, and since there was no one else in the car, he quickly seized the opportunity to take out the steel wire from his space and stuffed it into his backpack. After resolving everything, he heard the sound of the car door opening and turned to look. At that moment, Annie hung her head low, her brows furrowed in disappointment, which puzzled Wei Chen. "What happened? Why are you so unhappy?" If he remembered correctly, she had been quite happy when she went out just a few minutes ago. But now her mood had completely reversed. No wonder people say women are fickle. He was finally witnessing it. Annie pouted helplessly and took out the 2 plastic lunchboxes. "I didn't even use much strength, and they ended up like this." Wei Chen had been curious about why she was so unhappy, but when he saw the cracks appearing on the 2 plastic boxes, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What's up? They're like this, and you can still laugh." Upon seeing his reaction, Annie couldn't help but complain a bit more. Wei Chen maintained his smile but shook his head, explaining, "I'm really sorry, I couldn't hold it in. I took a deep breath to calm myself down and then straightened my face. Actually, it doesn't matter if they broke. After all, the weather is so hot outside. And it could be related to that. I understand, but I still feel a bit guilty. I had noticed the weather before, so I was particularly careful while wiping them." And he helplessly set the cracked boxes aside and shrugged, saying, "Now we have to be frugal with everything. Plastic can still be useful. So let us keep it for now." Before the apocalypse, plastic might have been thrown away as garbage, but now it was a rarity. And it was hard to manufacture by hand, so it was more useful for them to keep it. After hearing her explanation, Wei Chen's gaze towards her changed slightly. She really seemed to want to save everything, and it resembled his own mindset. However, Annie was unaware of what Wei Chen was thinking. Once she settled back down, she spoke up. Anyway, we've eaten enough now, and there is still a long time until dark. Why don't we drive a bit further? If we don't find any prey by around 2 in the afternoon, we can just return to the base. Sounds good. Wei Chen was well prepared for camping in the wild, and he could manage for even half a month. But now the outside was just too hot. So there was no need to stay too long. Returning to the base at night would be more appropriate. The truck slowly started moving, with an taking the wheel, while Wei Chen immediately rolled down half the window. After finally managing to leave the apartment at the base, if he didn't seize the opportunity to practice his shooting skills, it would be a wasted chance. At the beginning, he had little experience, so he was just aiming at the branches by the roadside. However, those trees were all stationary targets, while the truck kept moving forward. Even so, hitting a target while in motion would still be a bit difficult for him. Wei Chen didn't rush to shoot. He took a deep breath, waited for his mind to calm down, and then aimed at the target before firing. After all, the bullets for his compact Mustang were very expensive. Even though he had thousands of rounds in stock, he had to be frugal. Perhaps he really did have a talent for design. Chapter 52. Giving up doesn't mean losing after more than half an hour of self-training. Wei Chen could now aim at a target and hit it in the shortest time possible while the vehicle was moving. The results were indeed good and were closely related to his skills. During this time, he had already fired over 100 rounds. However, even with this significant progress, he didn't feel any regret about the loss. Instead, he felt it was all worth it. And he couldn't help but glance at the guy next to her during the drive. Seeing him maintain an excited state, a slight smile crept onto her lips. She had been silent all along to avoid disturbing him, but now she slowly turned the steering wheel, planning to return to the base. Once the truck changed direction, Wei Chen's gaze shifted outside, and he noticed many shadows moving quickly. However, they weren't heading toward them, yet their speed was still remarkable. It hadn't been long since he had killed the wild boar, and now he had developed a sense of dread towards the fast-moving black dots on the road. Did you see those things? Wei Chen asked. Annie followed the direction he pointed and quickly noticed the many black dots, her expression growing serious. She lowered her voice and said, "Maybe we shouldn't engage." Even without her saying this, Wei Chen didn't want to take the initiative to shoot. He first took out his binoculars from his backpack. At this distance, he could see clearly through them. The fast-moving targets were evidently a group of large wild boars. This was unbelievable. The 30 wild boars were all so huge, looking different from the ones he had seen before. He had thought the wild boar he caught was big enough, but he hadn't expected there to be even larger ones. The group of wild boars ran incredibly fast, and before he could react, they had disappeared from view. Wei Chen put down the binoculars, his expression still grave. Why were there so many wild boars now? It was one thing to see these large wild boars, but in such a hot environment, where were they finding food to survive? Human beings struggled to find food. Yet these wild boars continued to thrive. It was indeed baffling. Thinking from a different perspective, if this group of wild boars couldn't find food, was there a possibility they would come to the base to forage? They had just casually circled around the area and found so many targets. But there must be many more creatures hidden in the dense forest. This thought was quite terrifying. He concluded that there was definitely more than just wild boars in this area. There had to be other creatures as well. Could it be that besides natural disasters, people had to face even more terrifying animals? In his previous life, he had lived for less than 10 years. So he wasn't very clear about the evolution that followed the apocalypse. However, he had often heard about animals attacking people. And now it was very likely that the same tragedy would repeat itself. As he thought of this, Wei Chen felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. In the past, Wei Chen had mostly stayed near the outskirts of cities, where there was no harm and no water, so he rarely saw any animals. Even if there were some chickens or ducks, they would quickly become food for people. Thus, he had hardly seen any animals before. In fact, even Wei Chen himself probably hadn't anticipated that because he had come to this place in this life, his fate was clearly different from his previous one. Seeing Wei Chen sitting silently with a furrowed brow, and he spoke to comfort him, "You really don't need to think too much. No matter how many of these creatures there are or how powerful they are, they will still die from a bullet." This explanation made sense. Even if those animals teamed up to attack the base, the armed forces established at the base were certainly not to be underestimated. Wei Chen nodded, unable to help but agree. "You're right. It seems you have a more open mind about this." In this matter, there was indeed no need to overthink it. The ones who should be concerned were those like them who had left the base, as well as those who had been living outside the base. who could be at risk of animal attacks. Because he had seen so many wild boars, Wei Chen was worried about making too much noise and attracting unnecessary trouble. So, on the way back, he refrained from using his weapon. Sometimes, giving up doesn't mean losing. It's just a temporary retreat to avoid causing disputes. You've been driving for so long. Let me take over. Wei Chen turned his head and said proactively. And he didn't hesitate at all and readily agreed. Okay, then I'll take a break. After the truck came to a stop, they switched places. Wei Chen sat in the driver's seat, and at first, he drove slowly as he wasn't very familiar with it. Driving the truck for the first time felt easy, but once he got into the vehicle driven by an E, he realized that the feeling was an illusion. After getting used to it for a while, Wei Chen finally picked up speed to match an Yi's driving. Initially, both of them had basically given up on the idea of hunting for other prey. However, unexpectedly, after driving for more than half an hour, they spotted a bunch of meat rabbits rushing out ahead. These rabbits were in groups, looking plump and large, moving swiftly down the road. Yi's shooting skills were naturally impressive. She quickly raised her hand and pulled the trigger 5 times in succession, and 5 rabbits immediately fell to the ground. The other meat rabbits, seeing their companions drop and hearing the loud gunfire, scattered in all directions in fright. Yi pushed open the door and got out. In the blink of an eye, she returned to the truck carrying 5 fat rabbits. It was still too hot outdoors, and the rabbits had become quite warm after being shot. Yi placed the meat rabbits in the back of the truck. And Wei Chen didn't think too much about it, nor did he have any comments about it. What he cared more about now was how many contribution points he could earn from all the hunting gains when they returned. Thinking about how an E had been in close cooperation with the base and had almost first-hand information, Wei Chen decided to consult her. Would these creatures be needed by the base? Surely they wouldn't be accepted at a low price, right? And E sighed and said, "It's still unclear now. I should understand better once we get back. But you can rest assured, as long as I'm here, we won't suffer any losses." Chapter 53, Transaction as for such words. Wei Chen naturally recognized them. Moreover, E was never someone who liked to suffer losses. Since she was willing to travel such a long distance, she must have felt there was an opportunity for gain. I want to ask you something. If we need to go out for similar tasks in the future, would you be willing to join? What does that mean? Wei Chen, while driving, couldn't help but look up. What else is there to point out? You should be well aware of this dreadful weather. If we stay outside for too long, the chances of survival won't be very high. The base has been planning this for a long time, and its scale is getting larger, so they plan to conduct rescue operations. However, you should also understand that the rescue capacity within the base is still not particularly strong, so we need help from others. Hearing Yi's words, Wei Chen remained silent, waiting for her to finish speaking. He mentally sorted through what Yi had said and then asked leisurely, "If I participate in the task, does that mean I have to listen to others' commands?" If that's the case, he basically had no thoughts about it. In the apocalypse, listening to others' commands would be like putting his life and property in someone else's hands. With his personality, he would never do such a thing. Don't worry about that. It won't happen. And he immediately understood what he was worried about and smiled. Actually, having spent so much time with you, I know what kind of person you are. You definitely prefer to hear others gossip. Moreover, this task is quite challenging. If we really listen to others, we could be in great danger. Besides, both you and I are capable individuals. There's no need to follow others' orders. Also, I've already clarified with the base that if we are to save people, we can decide whether to take action or not. The decision-making power is in our hands. With the conversation reaching this point, Wei Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up and cast an appreciative glance. His good partner's thoughts were almost identical to his own, as if she were a worm in his stomach. If that's the case, then there is no problem. You can take on tasks from now on. Just let me know when you need to go. Wei Chen had always been very reassured by his partner's opinions. Moreover, since she was someone who worked meticulously, there was no need to worry about suffering losses. Then it's settled. They sat there chatting and laughing, looking at many things with an open mind, not putting the apocalypse in their eyes at all. An hour later, the sky gradually darkened, but they had already arrived at the base's entrance. Nowadays, the sun shines longer, and it usually doesn't get dark until around 7 or 8 o'clock. By 8 o'clock at night, the sky would be completely dark. The roads of the base were lit by many streetlights, illuminating every corner clearly, allowing people from a distance to see everything within their line of sight. However, due to the sultry weather, the queue at the base's entrance wasn't as long as when they arrived. There weren't many vehicles. Now looking around, apart from a few scattered cars still queuing to enter, there was only their truck needing to enter the base. Let's wait a bit before heading back to the apartment. "We need to drop off these goods at the service office first," and he said simply. To this, Wei Chen naturally had no objections, as he knew well that they could exchange many contribution points there. Moreover, with so many prey in the truck, taking them back to the apartment would only bring unnecessary trouble. It would be much more convenient to take them directly for contribution points. Wei Chen didn't refuse and drove the truck straight to the service office. As soon as they entered the hall, Wei Chen suddenly noticed that it wasn't as lively as the last time he came, with the weather getting hotter. Too many people were coming here to enjoy the free air conditioning, which was already hindering those who were there to handle business. Considering this, the office manager had specially strengthened security, keeping idle people out. And he asked Wei Chen to wait in the car and not let anyone else on board while she went inside to find the manager. Wei Chen, sitting in the car, didn't he feel the heat? After waiting for a moment, he saw Annie leading several staff members out from the service hall. They went straight to the back of the truck, untied the steel wire that was binding the wild boar, and together they dragged the massive boar into the hall. In just a few minutes, Annie returned from the hall, but didn't choose to take out the 5 meat rabbits from the back of the truck first. Instead, she found Wei Chen to ask him, "Do you want to keep one of these rabbits to take home and try?" Hearing her question, Wei Chen contemplated for a moment before politely declining. "There's plenty to eat at home. There's no need for me to take one." After all, he had plenty of rabbits in his space, whether they were freshly slaughtered whole rabbits or cut-up rabbit meat. He even had hand-pulled rabbit, roasted rabbit meat, and spicy rabbit heads, among other things, which he could hardly count. Additionally, Wei Chen had stocked up on various rabbit meat snacks customized from different restaurant stalls before the apocalypse broke out. Spicy rabbit legs, pan-fried rabbit meat, 5-spice black bean rabbit chunks. He had them all in his space, but it wasn't convenient to take them out now. He couldn't think about it anymore. If he did, he might start drooling. It was just too tempting. He couldn't resist. Wei Chen looked at Annie beside him, remembering that this girl also enjoyed eating meat. He smirked and said, "Actually, I have vacuum-packed cooked rabbit meat. If you want to eat some, we can trade bullets when we get home." Since she wanted to practice her shooting skills, what she lacked was bullets. Wei Chen initially intended to give her some to eat, but since she was so enthusiastic, there was no need to say more. "Great." After they finished speaking, Annie turned around with 5 rabbits in her hands and said, "Why don't you come with me to the hall? Later, we'll split the contribution points, and I'll directly transfer half to your account." Since she had already said that, Wei Chen naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately got out of the car to follow her. Chapter 54. The gains are huge since they were already at the base. Surrounded by surveillance cameras and with the presence of security patrols, public safety had greatly improved. Naturally, no one would dare to boldly steal the truck. Even if the vehicle was left outside, it wouldn't matter at all. They had just been standing at the entrance of the hall, and the moment they walked inside, they could clearly feel a chill coming at them. Wei Chen stood still for a moment, then realized that it was because there were fewer people inside, allowing the cold air to circulate more quickly. But this was too surprising. After all, the people who could work here were all official personnel of the base, and it was expected that they would have better working conditions. After they weighed the wild boar and the rabbit separately, their contribution points were calculated publicly based on the weight. 1 pound of raw meat equals 1 contribution point, and the weights of both the rabbit and the wild boar were quite substantial, totaling 570 contribution points. They then split the points evenly, ending up with over 200 points each. It was unexpected to have such a large harvest today in the base. Ordinary people only earn about 40 to 50 contribution points a month, so earning over 200 in just one day was a windfall. However, this was not unreasonable, as fighting wild boars was a life-risking endeavor. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. This is an eternal truth. After a day out, having earned so many contribution points was enough for Wei Chen to buy plenty of supplies at the supermarket. It seemed very worthwhile. Feeling satisfied as he exited the service office hall, Wei Chen suddenly realized that the benefits and treatments were so high now, and he became interested again in the task of completing missions. When they got back into the car, and he immediately took the driver's seat and said, "You just rest for a bit. I'll take you back to the apartment first, and then I'll return the truck." Wei Chen was taken aback and quickly replied, "But if you return the truck, how will you get back?" The base was quite large, and the roads were long, twisting for several kilometers. Would he really have to walk back that far? "Don't worry about that. The base officials will send someone to drive me back," and he said. Nowadays, she had considerable influence, so getting a car to pick her up was certainly not a problem. Since he didn't have to worry about walking back from so far away, Wei Chen stopped being concerned about other matters. When the truck stopped outside the apartment building, They both got out and moved their belongings up to the 7th floor together. Once they had put everything in the room, they were thoroughly soaked with sweat. Even though it was late at night, it was still quite hot. After seeing an downstairs, Wei Chen immediately closed the door and rushed back to the bedroom. The first thing he did upon entering the bedroom was to quickly turn on various cooling devices. After aiming the movable air conditioner at the rattan chair, he plopped down onto it. As the air conditioner continued to blow, the cold air spread out, turning the sweat on his body into a chill. After feeling cool for a while, and estimating that he had rested enough, Wei Chen immediately took out rabbit meat from his space. He pulled out boxes of spicy rabbit strips and roasted rabbit meat. All of these were vacuum-packed, making them easy to store even outside of his space. And they wouldn't raise any suspicions. They were perfect for trading with an E for bullets. Wei Chen moved the boxes to his door and began waiting for an E to return home. Just as he was about to head back to the bedroom for a rest, he heard noise coming from downstairs. The mixed sounds of footsteps and loud conversations clearly indicated to Wei Chen that many people had come downstairs. What was happening? His mind raced, and he quickly formed a guess. In this small apartment building, there were 2 units on each floor. On the 6th floor, there lived the recently eliminated mother and her 3 children, and another unit housed a family of 5. Wei Chen had already figured out the details of the building when he first moved in. It was known that the family of 5 was always very quiet and didn't cause trouble. But if it was them, who could it be? Just as he was feeling curious, he suddenly heard a woman's voice. Great. From now on, we can live in our own house. From this statement, Wei Chen quickly understood. It turned out that they had just moved in. This meant that the mother and her 3 children downstairs had been found dead from the heat and had been taken away. It was surprising how quickly someone had noticed them. Wei Chen speculated that the heat had made their smell unbearable for the other residents, leading to a report that revealed the accident. Another possibility was that the mother had not paid rent for long. However, this was a big deal. It could be considered quite normal. After all, contribution points were generally hard to earn, and some people wished they could pay rent daily. Besides the lack of contribution points, the weather was also a significant factor. Under such hot conditions, it was likely no one wanted to go out frequently. Wei Chen stopped his train of thought and did not dwell on it further. After all, they had already been eliminated, and their discovery was of no concern to him. As long as no one linked the incident back to him, it didn't really matter who the new arrivals downstairs were. As long as he could maintain his little piece of land and live comfortably in the apocalypse, he would be content. Wei Chen turned back to the bedroom and made himself a glass of vanilla-flavored iced milk. After finishing a small bowl of iced milk, he heard an ES voice. He couldn't wait to run out, opened the door, and saw Annie standing outside. Annie had beads of sweat on her face, clearly from her time on the road and climbing the stairs. The temperature in the building was not much different from outside, and walking from the 1st floor to the 7th would certainly take its toll. Seeing her like this, Wei Chen couldn't help but frown and said, "Quick. Go turn on your cooling devices. If you don't have enough, I can lend you a few more sets, it's no problem. We need to cool down quickly, or you'll definitely get heat stroke." "Okay," Annie replied with just one word, but the tone was filled with happiness. It was heartwarming to know that someone cared enough to think about her comfort and whether she would be too hot. Chapter 55, Then Let Us Eat Hot Pot at Home. Wei Chen stood in place and did not follow Annie inside. He had never liked others casually entering his territory. As the saying goes, do not impose on others what you do not desire. Hence, he wouldn't casually enter someone else's room either. After a brief pause, Annie strode out of the bedroom and said, "The air conditioning in the room is on. It should cool down in about 10 minutes. Hearing this, Wei Chen nodded and then pointed to the boxes beside him, saying, "The boxes are filled with the things we agreed upon before. You can open them and take a look." They were standing at the entrance of the hallway. And even though they lowered their voices intentionally, it was still likely that the people downstairs could hear them clearly. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Wei Chen didn't mention the words rabbit meat, instead vaguely saying it was things. After all, Annie was smart enough to understand. Annie indeed understood immediately. Stepping forward excitedly and saying, "Let me take a look," Wei Chen squatted down, opened the cardboard box, and revealed its contents. Annie's eyes scanned the items in the box, and she quickly made a decision, saying, "I want everything in here." At this point, Annie suddenly looked at Wei Chen with concern. "You didn't give me everything, did you?" "Don't worry, I still have plenty of stock," Wei Chen reassured her. The space contained so much meat, both raw and cooked, that it was countless. Since the conversation had reached this point, Annie finally let out a sigh of relief. The two of them joined forces to lift the box into Yi's living room. The things inside this box are indeed quite good. How about I offer 200 bullets for it? If I choose to buy with gold, 1 bullet is 10 grams of gold. So 200 bullets would be 2 kilograms of gold. Using so much gold to buy rabbit meat would be enough to buy several boxes. But this has to be under the premise that it's before the apocalypse. Now that the natural disasters have already broken out, food is definitely more expensive than gold. Although gold still has some value now, it would still be quite difficult to exchange gold for food. So in this kind of transaction, neither of them can really be said to be at a loss or have gained something. However, if they feel it's worth it, they can completely trade privately. After they settled the exchange, Yi received a full box of cooked rabbit meat, while Wei Chen got a box of bullets. The number of bullets in the box was just right, exactly 200. When Wei Chen closed the box, he said, "The quantity is perfect. If there's nothing else, you should hurry back. It's quite hot outside." They had spent almost a whole day outside. And even though they were wearing a lot of protective clothing and didn't get sunburned, their skin still felt uncomfortable, fearing they might break out in rashes. Upon returning to his apartment, Wei Chen headed straight for his bathroom. He had been waiting for Yi to return and hadn't changed his clothes. Now that there was nothing else to do, he could wash up without worry. After cleaning up, he returned to his bedroom, took off his outside clothes, and changed into a cool tank top. Since he wasn't going out, he could wear whatever he liked, just as he pleased, as long as he was happy. Wei Chen took out his tablet and opened a variety show to enjoy. He also took out a pot of hot pot rabbit meat and a bottle of drink from his storage. He had been thinking about rabbit meat the whole time he was outside, and he was already craving it badly. After selling a box to someone else, his craving had been further piqued, and he couldn't wait to indulge. This hot pot rabbit was ordered from a restaurant during the apocalypse and was specifically packed in a plastic basin. All of it had just been made not long ago and was stored in his space. Now that he took it out to eat, the taste and color were exactly the same as when it was freshly cooked. The hot pot rabbit was red and the meat was quite tender and juicy, with plenty of chili peppers in the broth. As soon as he opened the box, the aroma of the hot pot filled the entire bedroom. Wei Chen ate bite by bite, careful not to eat too quickly. Although the room temperature had dropped, it was still over 30 degrees, and if he ate too fast, he would probably start sweating again before finishing the hot pot. This was a single-serving hot pot meal, so even if Wei Chen ate alone, he could still finish it thoroughly. If conditions allowed, adding some golden fried rice would be a perfect match. Or using this hot pot broth to cook vermicelli and noodles would also be great. However, cooking would produce too strong a smell, and to avoid drawing attention from others, it was better to keep it low-key. Moreover, his appetite wasn't very large. If he ate any more rice or noodles, he would probably burst. In this extremely hot apocalypse, the air conditioning was almost always on to prevent cold air from escaping, making the room nearly airtight. Therefore, Wei Chen didn't worry about the smell drifting outside while eating in his bedroom. However, being in a closed environment for a long time was certainly difficult. At least he needed plenty of fresh air to breathe. So sometimes he would intentionally leave a small crack in the window to allow for better air circulation. Now, instead of cooking, he was directly taking out delicious food from his space. Although the smell was still strong, it wouldn't be as overwhelming as cooking. However, if he heated up the hot pot rabbit on the stove, the rich aroma of the broth would definitely amplify several times. If the smell wafted out through the crack, it would likely attract a lot of attention. Wei Chen preferred not to attract others' attention, but he hated trouble and would try to avoid any that could be avoided. Wei Chen's current thought was simple. He just wanted to live a peaceful life. If he could avoid certain things, he would do his best to stay out of them. After enjoying this hot pot meal, he was very satisfied, wiped his oily mouth, and simply tidied up the dining table. After restoring the bedroom to its original state, he noticed it was already nearly 10 o'clock. Wei Chen plugged in the foot spa bucket and soaked his feet seriously for more than half an hour. Sitting in a rattan chair to digest, he then laid down on the bed right on time. Perhaps it was because he was too exhausted during the day. Or maybe it was just after eating, but as soon as Wei Chen lay down, he fell into a deep sleep in no time. When Wei Chen woke up again, he found that the sky outside was already bright. He had slept quite well this time, and the fatigue in his body had almost disappeared at this moment. Chapter 56. New neighbor, White Lotus. When he got up, the first thing he did was take out the ice cubes just made from the ice maker and put them into his storage for preservation. If he needed them in the future, he could take them out at any time. A lot of time had passed, and the ice maker was nearly full of whole ice cubes. Now, the cooling equipment was running continuously, but after being in the air-conditioned room for a long time, He suddenly felt that the temperature inside the house didn't seem to change much. Unlike before, when he kept the air conditioning on all day long. Now he would only turn it on for a short while to cool down after coming back from the heat. After simply brushing his teeth and washing his face, Wei Chen, having nothing better to do, decided to take out the training equipment from his space and prepare for today's training. After working out for a full 2 hours, he felt like he was soaked in sweat. He took a towel to wipe himself down and changed into clean clothes. After finishing all these tasks, it was already past 9 in the morning. After putting away the training base, he leisurely took out his breakfast. Generally speaking, breakfast should be hearty. Under no circumstances should he starve himself or skimp on his own needs. A bowl of salty congee, along with a youtiao or a bun, and a boiled egg would be just right for breakfast. However, he didn't have particularly high standards for breakfast. As long as it could fill his stomach and provide some nutrition, it could definitely be considered the best start to the day. It's worth noting that in his previous life, he had never eaten breakfast, as food was so scarce, and life was quite tough. He had to save every bit, even cutting back on rations. But now that he had the means and food was plentiful, there was no need to live like he did before. Just after finishing his meal, Wei Chen noticed a knocking sound coming from the iron gate outside. Upon hearing that, he didn't think too much and quickly cleaned up everything on the dining table. The person knocking was definitely not an E, as she would never be that rude. It was probably a neighbor from upstairs or downstairs. After thinking this, Wei Chen simply threw on a shirt and prepared to go out. After Wei Chen opened the door to his room, he suddenly found an E coming out of her door across the hallway as well. They exchanged a glance. But there was no time for pleasantries as they hurriedly moved a few steps forward. When they reached the staircase, they looked towards the sound coming from the iron gate. They both saw a woman standing outside the iron bars. She was dressed lightly and coolly. Her appearance was only average, but her figure was quite good. Wei Chen took a look and then asked, "Why are you knocking on the door so early? Do you have something to discuss?" "Hello, my name is Wu Shan, and I just moved in downstairs. I'm not very familiar with you yet, so I specifically came to greet you. From now on, we'll be neighbors living in the same building, so let's help each other out if we can. I hope we can get along well," Wu Shan said, looking quite friendly and straightforward. Wei Chen and an E exchanged glances, both seeing curiosity in each other's eyes. Even before the disaster struck, it was common not to know the names of neighbors living just across the hall, and not greeting each other was perfectly normal. Now that they were in the end times, such formalities were even less significant. Hardly anyone would go out of their way to greet a neighbor. Wei Chen had been living there for quite some time, and besides being familiar with an E, whom he had known for a long time, the only other neighbor he knew was the family of Aunt Luo on the 6th floor. However, Aunt Luo had approached him first, always looking to gain something from him, and even dared to break into his place at night to rob him, which ultimately led to her demise at his hands. Seeing Wu Shan approaching him so proactively, Wei Chen instinctively frowned and fell into deep thought. "What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking?" Wu Shan felt a bit awkward standing there alone and couldn't help but say a few more words. After hearing her speak, Wei Chen finally regained his composure and replied, "Okay, I understand. Do you have anything else to say, new neighbor?" "Ah, actually, I thought with my attractive figure and looks, I could win over many people. But it seems you're not interested in me at all," Wu Shan said, feeling a bit disappointed and surprised. "Do you dislike me already on our first meeting?" Wei Chen shook his head and explained, "Please don't misunderstand. I have no interest in you at all, so it's not about disliking you. But if there are no special circumstances in the future, please refrain from coming upstairs or knocking on this door. Otherwise, I won't be polite next time." After saying this, Wei Chen glanced briefly at an E before slowly turning around and returning to his apartment. Once the door closed, he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Like a deflated balloon, his head hanging low. Wu Shan had no intention of leaving. Instead, she looked at an E with red-rimmed eyes and said, "Sister, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Why did you treat me like that? Now that the disaster has reached this point, we need to unite and work together. Otherwise, how can we survive in this apocalypse? Don't you think what I'm saying makes sense?" And he chuckled softly and replied, "Why do you think I'm your sister? Do I look very old?" No, I don't understand." Wu Shan stammered, feeling a bit flustered, her face reddening. "Here's a piece of advice. Make sure to listen carefully to what he said. Try not to knock on the door anymore. Otherwise, I won't be polite either." And E said, and after that, she turned and walked back to her apartment without paying Wu Shan any further attention. Back in her room, and E shook her head with a cold smile, her sarcastic grin completely unmasked. "Unite and work together? Huh. When she had traveled through the stars and seen countless people suffering from disasters, she hadn't encountered someone like Wei Chen, who pretended to be weak and innocent. For a long time. Chapter 57. Out for rescue, however, aside from trading weapons, Yi's interest boiled down to eating and sleeping. She had no interest in dealing with someone like Wei Chen and didn't have the time for it. Coming from outer space, she didn't have grand ambitions. She just wanted to indulge in her hobbies. Eating enough and sleeping well was enough for her. As for her own capabilities, they would speak for themselves. Sitting by the air conditioning unit with a smirk, Yi took out a bag of packaged rabbit meat and slowly enjoyed the meal with a drink. In such hot weather, the food still smelled wonderful, releasing its aroma, although the packaging hadn't been heated, so the scent didn't spread too much. Next to Yi, there was a uniquely shaped machine with spinning blades on top. Strangely enough, while typical air conditioning units blow out cold air, this machine managed to suck up all the smells completely. In her exclusive space, there were many strange high-tech gadgets, but she just hadn't taken them out usually. As she gnawed on the roasted rabbit meat, Yi muttered to herself, "This machine is quite useful. I have plenty of them, but I wonder if Brother Chen needs one. How should I send it to him?" On the other side, Wei Chen returned to his bedroom and immediately took off his clothes, lying down on the bed to rest. He thought about Wei Chen and felt a wave of sarcasm in his cold gaze. What era was it now? Life was already so difficult. Yet she was not thinking about making her life more comfortable, but instead getting involved in all sorts of trivial matters. It seemed she was just bored. As long as that woman didn't come to disturb him from now on, everything would be fine. But if she dared to come, then it would be another matter. For the next 3 days, Wei Chen basically stayed home, following a very regular routine each day. The iron gate in the hallway remained quiet, and no one dared to come and disturb him. Wei Chen appreciated this. However, this situation didn't last long. On the morning of the 4th day, although the iron gate didn't make a sound, the door to Wei Chen's apartment did ring. Thinking about it, since the hallway was sealed off, the only person who could knock on his door was Yi. Wei Chen quickly put on a tank top and walked outside, where he indeed found Yi. She hurriedly spoke as soon as she saw him. "The rescue mission we discussed earlier, I just got the latest news. Do you want to join me? Take your time. First, tell me what it's about." Wei Chen invited her in to talk while enjoying the cool air and cold drinks, making it feel like a business discussion. In this area, apart from the first base, there were many small bases built by the residents themselves. Just last night, the leader of one small base requested rescue from them, and after an official meeting, they decided to send people to bring them back. The small base is about 60 kilometers away from here. It used to be a tourist attraction, but now it has suffered a heavy attack from a pack of wild animals, resulting in significant injuries to personnel and considerable damage to facilities. Our main task when we reach that small base is to eliminate that group of mutated animals. As for rescuing people, it's up to your own choice. I have already discussed with the base manager that as long as we go there to carry out rescue operations, we can be rewarded with 50 contribution points. And the rewards for eliminating wild animals can be calculated separately. After hearing all of this from Yi, Wei Chen immediately became interested and responded, "Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? I'm willing to go with you. The benefits are so high, and staying at home is just wasting time. I might as well go out and earn some contribution points. I'll definitely be staying long-term at Base 1, so contribution points are quite important for me." The time for the rescue operation was set for early tomorrow morning, leaving ample time for the rescue personnel to prepare supplies. That night, Wei Chen took out his frequently used backpack and carefully checked its contents. He had spent a lot of time organizing his backpack last time he went out, and the items inside hadn't changed much, so now he could use them whenever he wanted. He thought it was still early to go out, but unexpectedly, he had to use the backpack again so soon. Wei Chen only knew he was going out to carry out a mission, but he wasn't sure how long it would take. He couldn't bring too many items, but he had to make sure there was enough food. Otherwise, if he was out too long without anything to eat, that would be terrible. Although he could use his space to take out goods anytime and anywhere with just his mind, he felt that he needed to keep his strength while out and not reveal his trump card. So, for safety's sake, he decided to use his space as little as possible and definitely not let anyone notice. After all, there would surely be many people going this time, which was completely different from when he went out alone with Yi last time. Anyway, Wei Chen packed a lot of self-heating rice, various packaged snacks, and instant noodles of different flavors into his backpack. It was stuffed full, and with so much food, it would definitely last him for more than 10 days. After confirming that there were no issues with the backpack, Wei Chen lay down on the bed. The light on the ceiling had already been turned off, But there was still a night light by the bed, emitting a faint blue glow, illuminating the room well enough to see the general situation. Wei Chen didn't rush to sleep. Instead, he kept his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling while lost in thought. Since his rebirth in this life, he had spent the last few months mostly alone, doing everything independently. Having gotten used to being a lone wolf, he felt a mix of emotions at the sudden need to participate in a group action. In fact, he wasn't unfamiliar with group actions. After all, he often went out in groups in his previous life, but the impression group actions left him was not good. He had no idea what changes would occur when they went out tomorrow. Chapter 58. Do you look down on me? After lying on the bed and thinking for a long time, Wei Chen turned over and stopped thinking too much. After all, considering it more would be useless and only add to his troubles, so he might as well just sleep. The sun would still rise tomorrow. And as long as the sky didn't fall, the apocalypse wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, until this matter was resolved, it would always be a concern for him, so his sleep quality that night wasn't particularly good. After all, feeling uneasy led to many dreams, and he directly dreamt of various experiences from his past life. By the time morning arrived, the light outside the window was still dim, but Wei Chen was already planning to get up. Although he hadn't rested well, the moment he opened his eyes, the haze in his gaze sharpened, and he felt much more awake. And he had made it very clear when they agreed that their group would go out very early. So she suggested that he get up early to prepare his luggage. Therefore, as soon as Wei Chen got up, he started to hurry. And his morning routine was very quick. Considering the possibility of a long outing, he made sure to tidy up his room thoroughly. He also put away all the cooling equipment into his space to avoid any electric shock accidents, eliminating many safety hazards. However, that was still not enough. He specifically pulled down all the curtains in the house and then locked the door completely. He didn't have much experience with these things last time he went out, but now he had become very skilled at it. After putting everything away, Wei Chen casually took a piece of bread and some milk from his space, quickly finishing it as breakfast. He shouldered his large backpack and didn't linger, heading straight outside. They both opened their doors around the same time and saw each other as they stepped out. After a moment of eye contact, they greeted each other in unison. Good morning. Waking up so early. Seeing that Wei Chen had not only a large item on his back, but was also holding two small bags in his hands. And he extended her hand and said, "Since I'm empty-handed, let me help you carry one." Although she had prepared some items, they weren't many, just some food and a change of clothes. Wei Chen had initially wanted to travel light, but he felt that it was necessary to be well prepared when going out, so he made sure to bring enough supplies. Better to have more than less. It was always practical. Otherwise, if he couldn't find something later, he would just be anxious on the side. This was experience he had accumulated over many years. So every time he preferred to be a bit troublesome rather than find himself lacking later. The two of them reached the stairway, opened the iron gate, and remembered to lock it before leaving. Just as they passed the 6th floor, they heard a faint creaking sound from the 6th floor door. Upon hearing that, Wei Chen quickened his pace, not wanting to be caught up. But he was ultimately still a bit slow, just as he had taken a few steps down. He heard Wu Shan's voice behind him. "Oh, it's you guys." The tone sounded joyful, but a smart person could easily tell there was much pretense behind it. She deliberately lowered her voice and said, "Carrying so many bags, what are you preparing to do?" Her tone was cautious, clearly filled with respect for Wei Chen and Yi. Upon hearing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but frown, as if he sensed the shadow of Aunt Luo from back then. He didn't stop his pace at all, even quickening his steps. "Don't rush, slow down." Yi's voice came from behind, followed by the sound of quickening footsteps. The two of them moved quickly, chasing each other down the stairs, completely ignoring Wu Shan's question, as if they had never heard it. She stood awkwardly at the stairway on the 6th floor and through the gaps in the railing. She could still see Wei Chen and Yi running down the stairs. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded until they could no longer be heard. "Ah, Shan, who did you just greet?" Upon hearing this, Wu Shan couldn't help but take a deep breath and then turned her head, but her expression still couldn't hide her disappointment. It was the two residents upstairs. "I originally wanted to greet them, seeing them carrying so many things, feeling that they, like us, needed to go out for rescue. Just as I was about to ask clearly, they actually ignored me." At this point, Wu Shan lowered her head and asked, "Brother Wang, they must dislike me, right? Is it because I talk too much?" She looked quite pitiful, like a lotus flower in the lake, evoking sympathy. Wang Hua walked directly in front of Wu Shan, gently pinching her cheek and softly comforting her. "Don't think too much. Our Shan is so beautiful and kind-hearted. Basically, everyone likes you." "Then why?" Wu Shan was a bit confused, tears welling up in her eyes, almost falling. Wang Hua continued, "Actually, this is quite normal. After all, they are still strangers to you. There is no need for too much interaction. It's the apocalypse now, and everyone is still somewhat hostile, so your warmth might make them more alert." Wu Shan dumbly raised her head, her mouth opening and closing, looking quite charmingly pitiful. Once she regained her composure, she suddenly changed the subject. "But I think it's not that simple. That brother and sister seem to be dressed quite cleanly and stylishly. Being able to pay attention to their appearance in the apocalypse must mean they are quite capable people. They probably look down on me because of how I look." After saying this, Wu Shan specifically looked down at her dirty short sleeves. This shirt didn't fit and was clearly not hers. Since the apocalypse began, society had become extremely chaotic, and she took the opportunity to find a piece of clothing to wear. However, due to work and chores, her clothes had long been dirtied. Although there was water in the base now, it was still very precious, and she could only satisfy her basic drinking needs. Washing clothes would be an extravagant matter. Thinking back to yesterday when she saw Wei Chen, he was dressed in brand-name clothes and looked very clean. Even his shoes were extremely shiny. He looked like someone from high society. Chapter 59. Thorough preparation. At this moment, Wang Hua saw that Wu Shan was extremely downcast, having lost her usual cheerful demeanor. Seeing this, he immediately stepped forward and embraced Wu Shan, smiling, "Don't think too much. It's just clothes. Anyway, we have to go out for rescue this time. And there will be plenty of supplies to take. I'll specifically pick out the most beautiful clothes for you, and you can take a bunch. So you can change every day. How about that?" Although this sounded like obvious comfort at that moment, Wu Shan suddenly raised her head, her eyes seemingly shining. "Don't lie to me, Brother Wang. You usually take such good care of me, and now you're being even nicer. You're beautiful inside and out. So of course, I want to treat you the best." The door was not closed, and the conversation between the two at the door came through word for word into the room. The new residents on the 6th floor were not just two people. At that moment, Wei Zixiang and Pan Lily, who were tidying up their luggage, couldn't help but stop their actions after hearing this, exchanging glances filled with mockery and disbelief. Meanwhile, Wei Chen and an E walked down the stairs, thinking that it was just a small episode and didn't care about that little white lotus on the 6th floor at all. Wei Chen looked around and asked, "Are we still taking the truck this time?" On the main road of the base, there were still many vehicles coming and going. It seemed that everyone was busy, hustling for their lives. In fact, they had a car themselves, but the weather outside was too hot, and neither Wei Chen nor an E was willing to use it. Wei Chen was thinking when he heard an E leisurely reply, "This time is a bit different. Although we are completing a task for the base, we are actually working for ourselves, so the vehicle issue has to be solved by ourselves." After a brief pause, she continued, "Otherwise, let us use my car. I just filled it up with gas, so it should be enough." After Annie said this, she suddenly noticed that Wei Chen's gaze toward her had slowly changed. Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that?" Annie felt a bit shy but still pretended to be reserved. Wei Chen sighed and said, "You should have told me earlier that we need to use our own car. I would have remembered. I thought it was a small matter and didn't need to mention it." Wei Chen pouted, putting his luggage down on the ground, saying, "All right. Then you wait here for me. I need to go back and get something. I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, before he could see Annie explain, he immediately ran upstairs. He ran all the way to the 7th floor and returned to the apartment. After closing the door tightly, he began to take things out from the space, considering that they were using An Yi's car this time. He didn't take out the huge ice maker, but instead grabbed a small fan and 2 portable battery boxes. He even prepared gasoline, all specifically for An Yi. After packing these items, Wei Chen carried the heavy load downstairs. An Yi was still waiting in place, not moving. When she saw Wei Chen coming down with so many items, she didn't ask what they were. However, she quietly walked over to Wei Chen and carried everything he had placed on the ground. "If there is nothing else, then let us set off." Wei Chen nodded and then carried the things with An E to the underground parking lot. This parking lot, built under the apartment building, looked quite cool and damp. During the extreme cold period, basically, no one liked to come here. But now it was quite useful, as some people would hide in the underground garage to cool off every night. The residents' cars were well protected, and even if someone had ill intentions, they definitely couldn't take any car from here. After all, the rules in the first base were very strict. If someone stole, they would have to pay a serious price. An Yi's car was larger than Wei Chen's Hummer SUV, with a long body and armor on the outside. And the back was organized very neatly, making the interior space look even bigger. They had brought quite a few items, but they all piled in the trunk, taking up only a little space. Seeing this empty spot, Wei Chen revealed a satisfied smile. This outing, while completing a task, could also help find survival supplies. After all, consuming food and daily necessities every day led to a decrease in stock in the space, which was absolutely not acceptable. They must find a way to replenish it. Only then could they survive longer in the apocalypse. Moreover, there was so much space here that it would be more than enough to store some items. In such hot weather, driving the car out onto the road posed the risk of overheating at any moment. And he specifically left a small fan next to the engine to blow air on it, just to try to cool it down as much as possible. Wei Chen silently acknowledged this, clearly thinking she was not only beautiful but also attentive, preparing everything quite thoroughly. And he turned on the car's air conditioning and plugged in the two cooling fans, one facing Wei Chen and the other facing herself. Unexpectedly, there were so many machines in the car, and the power was quite sufficient, completely enough for them to use for a long time. Wait for me a moment. I'll check the tires, and then we can leave, and Yi said as she got out of the car. Wei Chen hesitated for no moment and followed her out. After all, the car hadn't been driven in a long time, and it was the perfect time to check it. Otherwise, it could be very dangerous if something went wrong. The two of them worked together to inspect all the tires and quickly completed the check. The tire quality was obviously very good, with no major issues. When they returned to the car, the temperature inside was much cooler than before. The refreshing temperature made them feel a lot more comfortable than when they first got in. Wei Chen took a box out of his backpack filled with ice cubes and said, "If it's too hot, you can just hold one in your mouth to cool down." And he naturally didn't engage in any polite conversation and immediately took an ice cube and put it in her mouth. Although the temperature inside the car was definitely lower than outside, and with various protections in place, they didn't feel too stuffy. Otherwise, maintaining a single position for a long time, even without much movement, would probably make them sweat a lot. I've heard that the base has started researching various cooling devices. So it probably won't be long before we can enjoy a lot more comfort with those devices, she said. Upon hearing this, Annie smiled with satisfaction. It was also the first time Wei Chen heard this latest news, and naturally, he felt quite excited. Chapter 60. The rescue team is huge. He remembered that in his previous life, even after the extreme heat disasters had passed, he had never heard of any large-scale deployment of cooling devices for refugees. However, he wasn't sure if this matter could actually be realized. After all, he had stayed in a small base and was basically oblivious to news from the outside world, which made him lag behind societal progress. Wei Chen didn't dwell on his past life, quietly turning his gaze to an E. Under Wei Chen's silent stare, and he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. "What are you doing? Staring at me like that makes me feel a bit uneasy." "It's nothing. I just feel it's really nice to have a neighbor like you in this apocalypse." Such heartfelt words were something he rarely expressed. In fact, Annie had many good qualities. As for her shortcomings, he hadn't seen any so far. As a neighbor, she was undoubtedly excellent, especially since she was close to the higher-ups in the base, allowing her to receive news very quickly. This was exactly what Wei Chen needed. Upon hearing his words, Annie laughed heartily. "Actually, I feel the same way. Being your neighbor is particularly comfortable. You're handsome, generous, and provide a strong sense of security." Although she didn't like to interact with too many people and seemed a bit cold at first, once you got to know her, you would realize she was actually a warm-hearted person. Most importantly, he had plenty of food and was willing to share many delicious dishes. After they exchanged smiles, they both appreciated each other very much. "Buckle up, we're setting off now." Wei Chen quickly fastened his seatbelt upon hearing this. Although there were no traffic police outside, and no electronic eyes capturing evidence, seatbelts were for personal safety, and everything had to be secure. After all, some things are not just for others, but also for one's own benefit. Nowadays, many places in the base were dry and cracked, requiring constant watering to avoid damaging the roads. The roads had become quite bumpy, so they needed to be more careful while driving. The requirements were not too demanding. They didn't seek speed, just a steady pace. Originally, the distance was not very long, but driving cautiously slowed them down significantly, and they took over 40 minutes to reach the agreed location. The assembly point for the rescue team was near the gates of the base, and when Wei Chen and an E arrived, they found many vehicles already parked there. Wei Chen squinted his eyes and looked far ahead, noticing a large truck at the front. Some supply trucks had set off early, but there were still countless vehicles at the scene, indicating that this rescue team was very large. In addition to trucks, there were also buses, cargo trucks, off-road vehicles, and sports cars, all forming a temporary team of rescuers. Not far away, he also noticed a few low-profile combat vehicles. There was no need to ask anyone. He could guess that the people inside those vehicles were definitely the leaders of this operation. There were also about 30 to 40 private cars, including Yi's. The heat outside was intense, and everyone was hiding inside their cars, making it impossible to estimate how many people were actually involved in this operation. However, Wei Chen believed that there was definitely a substantial number of people present. It was clear that the base was taking this rescue mission very seriously. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched so many people. While Wei Chen was pondering, he heard an Yi speaking softly beside him. Actually, I asked about the number of people in the rescue teams going to those small bases before. It's not as many as it seems now. It was evident that her thoughts aligned almost perfectly with his. Wei Chen felt a bit confused and couldn't help but glance at an Yi. In some situations, he might even suspect that an Yi was like a worm in his stomach or had some special ability to hear people's thoughts. Otherwise, how could she respond to his thoughts even before he said anything? He couldn't say he hated this feeling. But being exposed to someone peering into his inner world was at least a bit uncomfortable. Before an Yi could continue, a person in uniform approached, wearing a bulletproof vest and a gun at his waist. He came over and knocked on an Yi's car window. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing this sound, an Yi immediately rolled down the window, and the person outside handed her a walkie-talkie. If anything happens, use the walkie-talkie to contact us. No problem, thank you. After a brief exchange, the staff member turned to leave, clearly needing to distribute walkie-talkies to others. Nowadays, there were no mobile phones, and even the most basic communication tools were absent. Using walkie-talkies was indeed quite good. Wei Chen suddenly remembered something very important after seeing the dark walkie-talkie. Has the base thought about restoring communication to its previous state? And he nodded and immediately said, of course they have. Is that right? Wei Chen suddenly felt a bit surprised, his face filled with joy. Indeed, a few months ago during the extreme cold era, they had already begun efforts in this area. But now with the sudden warming, many circuits couldn't operate, catching people off guard. Most importantly, the emergency rescue for cooling was the top priority now. As for restoring communication equipment connections, that had to be delayed. After some time, they would likely be able to continue. However, under the current circumstances, at most, communication could only be restored within the base. If they wanted to achieve large-scale communication like before, it would probably be quite difficult. There was no need for an Yi to explain. Wei Chen was already very clear about this. However, if communication functions could be restored within the base, it would definitely be different. At the very least, there would be other routes to choose from, and he could even go online. Although Wei Chen now has a phone and a computer, the communication functions have long been lost. He can only check for videos that he had previously downloaded and stored. Apart from that, he is basically nothing. Despite Wei Chen not liking to interact much with others, he can't help but notice that those around him are gathered together, creating a lively atmosphere that looks very interesting. After all, humans are social animals, and if one remains alone for too long without communicating with anyone, even with a phone or computer all day, it would still feel quite dull. Chapter 61. Restini saw a comforting smile on Wei Chen's face and curiously asked, "You should still have your phone, right?" "I have one at home. It's not a big deal to leave it there since the place isn't that big." Wei Chen thought there was nothing significant about it, so he responded very frankly. Besides his phone, he also has a tablet and an e-reader. If someone else had a similar issue, he might have considered a different response and typically would have sidestepped the question. However, the situation was completely different now, and he couldn't be categorized as just anyone, so the response could be quite direct. "Once we get back, can you give me an extra one?" "What's wrong? Did you lose your phone?" Wei Chen found it a bit hard to believe. After all, her vehicle wasn't small, and she could carry plenty of weapons. But she didn't even have a phone. She thought it was useless before, so she didn't keep it with her. And he had her gaze fixed ahead, never making eye contact with Wei Chen. In fact, she had never owned a phone. After traveling through interstellar space, she had been busy preparing for survival. She really didn't have a phone. She couldn't just tell Wei Chen the truth. Upon hearing such a response, Wei Chen naturally didn't think too much about it. However, there were many people like an Yi who believed that a phone was useless in this post-apocalyptic world, so they didn't carry one. Back when disasters hadn't struck yet, everyone definitely had mobile devices. After all, that was an era with internet and electricity, and people could use their phones to browse online whenever they had free time. But now, in this apocalypse, everyone was focused on survival, so the need for phones and internet access had significantly decreased. Once there was no internet or power, having a phone in hand was useless, It couldn't be eaten or used for anything else, so it was less useful than a loaf of bread. In Wei Chen's own space, there were still plenty of brand new phones that had never been used, so giving one to an E wouldn't be a big deal at all. Sure, but the new phones are at the apartment. Remind me when we get back, and I'll give you one. That's wonderful. Thank you in advance. As they talked, both of them wore smiles. The rest of the group soon gathered, and the lead vehicle set off, forming a long convoy heading toward the small base. Everyone drove their own vehicles, without any worries. As long as they followed the car in front and didn't T-stall or shut down, that was enough. Moreover, in this apocalypse, there weren't many people on the roads, and there were no traffic lights around. The journey was mostly smooth, making it very convenient to drive. And he focused on driving, gripping the steering wheel while concentrating fully, so she didn't say anything for a long time. With this situation, Wei Chen found himself a bit bored. Since he was already feeling idle, he decided to find something to do. He took out a small bag from his backpack, filled with a variety of snacks. He randomly picked out a couple of milk candies, opened the packaging, and was about to hand them to an E. Unexpectedly, she slightly turned her head, her eyes fixed on the windshield, and opened her mouth directly. Clearly, she was asking to be fed. Seeing this, Wei Chen was momentarily stunned. But since she was driving, he couldn't distract her. That would be quite dangerous. So, he simply put the open milk candy into her mouth. Thank you. Annie, still focused intently on the steering wheel, couldn't help but express her gratitude. The morning passed unknowingly, but the convoy was moving slowly. So there was still a distance to the small base. Throughout the morning, the convoy proceeded in an orderly fashion, and in Yi's vehicle's intercom remained silent, leading her to wonder if it was broken. However, around noon, the intercom suddenly crackled to life. The entire convoy will take a 30-minute break, after which we will continue. This command was repeated 3 times over the intercom, and the convoy gradually came to a stop. Since everyone was willing to take on the task, they had to listen and obey the rules. Anyone who disobeyed could be expelled from the group. Seeing the car in front stop, an E gently pressed the brake, pulled up the handbrake, and unbuckled her seatbelt. There was no need to rush to solve the hunger problem since everyone could endure hunger. However, physiological needs were indeed difficult to hold back. After driving for a whole morning, everyone needed a proper rest. Thankfully, the spot where the convoy stopped was a road in the dense forest, so if anyone wanted to address their physiological needs, they could just find a patch of grass and take care of it there. For someone like Wei Chen, who had lived in the apocalypse for many years, this was nothing new. However, since there couldn't be anyone in the vehicle, he quickly took care of his needs and then let an E take over. Wei Chen took out some wet wipes to clean his hands and then pulled out self-heating rice. Knowing that they both liked meat, he specifically chose a fish-flavored stir-fried pork rice. After all, self-heating rice wouldn't taste as good as home-cooked meals. But now, being able to have a meal while out was quite satisfying, and he didn't want to be too picky. Once both boxes of self-heating rice were ready, Annie returned from the restroom. As soon as she opened the car door, she was greeted by a very enticing aroma of food. Seeing the situation, she hurriedly got into the car and quickly closed the door, afraid others would find out. However, even so, the moment the door opened, the aroma had already spread outside. The wind carried the scent, and others began to catch a whiff of it. Wei Chen and Annie didn't pay much attention to it, and didn't care too much. After all, they only needed to take care of themselves. Whether others were hungry or not had little to do with them. As they were almost done with the self-heating rice, Wei Chen noticed someone moving stealthily next to their car. Earlier, Annie had put a protective film on the car windows to maintain her privacy, so it was impossible to see what was happening inside from the outside. The group outside even deliberately moved to the front of the car to look inside through the windshield. Being stared at so intently through the window made Wei Chen feel uncomfortable, even though he wasn't scared at all. Chapter 62. Not even willing to help with this just as Wei Chen was clenching his fists and about to lose his temper. The 2 people in front of the car surprisingly walked away on their own. Wei Chen let out a slight sigh of relief, no longer paying attention to them, and instead continued to eat. It was still a bit stuffy inside the car, and if he kept eating slowly, he would probably end up drenched in sweat. As he was finishing his last few bites, someone suddenly knocked on the car window. Wei Chen frowned and looked up, only to see that it was not a stranger outside, but his new neighbor, Wu Shan. The girl was frantically knocking on the window, her anxious expression filling her entire face. Wei Chen remained expressionless, pretending as if he didn't know anything, and continued to eat. After he finished his meal and took a sip of his cold drink, he leisurely rolled down the window. It was indeed quite hot outside. The high temperature had turned her face red, and her skin felt a bit hot to the touch. In this environment of 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, if any skin was exposed, there was a risk of sunburn. If a person did not receive timely protection, they could easily faint from heat stroke. Wei Chen was indeed well protected, with white eye sleeves on her arms and leg sleeves on her thighs to avoid sun exposure. However, the weather outside was just too scorching. Staying out for too long made breathing a bit difficult. No matter how pitiful she looked, it didn't matter, after all. Wei Chen was not a person who would show pity. If he felt sorry just by seeing her like this, then he probably wouldn't be able to achieve anything significant. Suppressing his inner anger, Wei Chen said darkly, "What are you doing here in the middle of the day?" After being coldly confronted, Wei Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling that the other party was not easy to deal with. However, she did not back down and instead looked at an E. An E was holding a cup, sipping her cold cola with her head lowered, clearly indicating that she had no intention of acknowledging Wei Chen, so Wei Chen had to turn back to Wei Chen. You should remember me, right? I'm Wei Chen, the one living downstairs from you. Earlier, get to the point, Wei Chen interrupted coldly. Don't beat around the bush. My time is valuable. All right, actually, I just smelled the aroma of self-heating rice from your car and was wondering if I could trade for a box. Hearing this request, Wei Chen found it hard to understand Wu Shan's thought process. He slowly picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and then replied, no. He thought she would succeed, but to be rejected so decisively and quickly left her feeling a sense of loss. Wu Shan immediately became anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. Why are you refusing so quickly? Do you really not want to talk to me? We're all here for the rescue. We're at least teammates. How can you be so heartless? Plus, I can't eat cold food these days, so I need some self-heating rice. And I'll return it to you after we get back to the base. Wu Shan spoke very forcefully, as if everything was a given. If you give it to me when we get back to the base, does that mean you actually have self-heating rice but just didn't bring it? Am I understanding this correctly? No, I don't have that rice. Then I'm even more curious. If you have nothing, how can you trade with me? I have other things, like compressed biscuits. As Wu Shan said this, she immediately took out 2 packs of compressed biscuits from her pocket, saying, trading this many biscuits for a box of rice means you're actually gaining. Besides, I really can't eat cold food right now. So please have some sympathy for me. Don't you know that girls have those days every month? If you can't even understand this, that's really too much. After saying this, she even pouted and made a baby-like angry face. Seeing her like this, Wei Chen almost laughed out loud. Don't try to play the innocent card with me. I'm not buying it. Even if you have your period and can't eat cold food. Why didn't you just stay at the base? If you wanted to come out for a mission, there are self-heating foods in the supermarket. Spending some contribution points to buy a few boxes shouldn't be difficult, right? Now you come to me asking to trade after being unprepared. And you have the audacity to offer me compressed biscuits. That's just ridiculous. Is your pity something I cost? Or are you saying I should protect you just because you didn't plan well before going out? What kind of joke is this? Natural disasters are here, and everyone is struggling to survive. I don't have the energy to deal with your little problems. After venting his anger, Wei Chen finally closed the window. Once the window was shut, the heat from outside stopped seeping into the car, and it was hard to see Wu Shan's expression clearly. However, Wei Chen didn't bother looking at her reaction and turned his head away. But just as Wei Chen turned his head, he noticed Annie staring at him in shock. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Annie came back to her senses and forced a smile on her face. It's nothing. I just thought you were a bit what? After knowing each other for so long, don't you know what kind of person I am? Please don't misunderstand. I just thought you were really cool just now. You completely crushed that little white lotus. I think what you said was even more painful than the scorching sun outside on her face. After hearing this, Wei Chen fell silent for a moment before speaking. If that's the case, I'll take it as you're complimenting me. And he suddenly became serious and said earnestly, I am complimenting you. You were really handsome just now. Wei Chen chuckled awkwardly. All right. No need to flatter me anymore. Just tell me you admire me. Seeing that an E seemed even more excited than him, Wei Chen couldn't help but continue. Actually, many people in society like girls who appear delicate and weak because it makes them feel protective. Don't you think that's the case? And E waved her hand and said, I'm not a delicate flower, and I don't understand those people's mindset. No one has set a rule that girls have to be weak to be protected. After all, in outer space, there are plenty of strong women. There are women who can fight men to the ground with their bare hands and without any weapons, and you can count them by the dozens. Chapter 63. Arriving at the summer resort, and E naturally wouldn't have too much sympathy And didn't he like to protect those girls who pretended to be delicate? Having crawled through the bottom of the interstellar world for so long, most of the people she encountered were her clients. The feelings she invested were at most admiration. But she would never feel that Wei Chen, even when sitting and talking, seemed to shine brightly. Shaun, what is wrong with you? At Wei Chen's continuous calls. And he finally looked at him seriously, her eyes still a bit dazed. I'm fine. You worked hard this morning, driving for so long. Let us switch in the afternoon, and you can rest for a bit. Oh, so that is what you wanted to say? Of course, no problem. Let us switch seats now. The two of them jumped out of the car and immediately swapped seats. Not long after they sat down, the intercom inside crackled to life, announcing that all teams should start moving forward. Wei Chen simply turned on the small fan in the car, directing it towards himself and an E beside him. After fastening his seatbelt and adjusting his seat to a comfortable position, he started the vehicle. An E, sitting in the passenger seat, took out a map and studied it carefully for a moment. At the rate we're going today, we should arrive at that place by nightfall. Based on my experience, this mission is quite substantial. Besides rescuing the people there, we also need to eliminate those mutated wild animals, which could result in casualties. This trip is likely to take 4 to 5 days, and that's a conservative estimate. It really depends on the actual situation. It was similar to what he had guessed while at home, although his backpack couldn't hold too much. The food inside was definitely enough for both him and an E to last several days. Additionally, an E also brought plenty of food, so if they ran short, he could always share. While he was deep in thought, he saw Annie put away the map and take out a bag of chestnuts from her backpack. These chestnuts are quite tasty. Would you like to try some? If it's inconvenient for you, I can peel them for you. Wei Chen didn't respond, still focused on the road and driving carefully. He was momentarily stunned to see her using a sharp diamond ring as a tool to open the chestnuts. Was that an overkill? But then again, it could also be said that it was making the best use of available resources. The chestnut was just a small item, but held by An Yi's slender fingers, it looked quite appealing. An Yi was evidently skilled and peeled the chestnuts quickly, soon producing a lot of chestnut meat. Noticing Wei Chen hadn't eaten anything, she hurriedly said, "Why aren't you eating? If you don't like these chestnuts, I have other nuts. I brought plenty." Upon hearing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't he think of him as a little animal with all those nuts prepared? Throughout the afternoon, since they had nothing else to do, Wei Chen kept driving seriously while An Yi peeled various nuts. They took turns eating all the nuts, and the convoy gradually came to a stop. Wei finally arrived. The journey of more than 30 kilometers was quite long before the disaster struck. They could have made it in about 2 hours, but now it had taken them a whole day. A moment of reflection brought forth the heavy implications behind this situation. Wei Chen didn't dwell on it too much, but turned his gaze towards the summer resort in front of him. This resort was relatively close to the first base, only about 60 to 70 kilometers away. The resort was situated near mountains and water, with several towns nearby. Thus, there were still many survivors here. The long convoy quickly entered the resort. They found that the scale of the resort was quite large, and the parking shed was not small either. However, the parking lot still had some abandoned vehicles. Fortunately, the convoy had strong execution capabilities. They sent a few tow trucks and quickly removed all the abandoned vehicles. Eventually, the long convoy filed in one after another. Since everyone would not be driving anywhere else in the coming days, they needed to park their vehicles properly now that they had reached their destination. Seeing others gradually getting out of their cars, Wei Chen and An Yi quickly tidied up their backpacks and exited the vehicle. The resort clearly had a traditional Chinese style. All the buildings were generally not very tall, about 1 or 2 stories high. The doors and windows were wide open, and the structures were wooden. Before the apocalypse, this traditional style had a certain charm. However, after the apocalypse, even the most beautiful things lost their effect. In such hot weather, wooden materials were practically useless. They even noticed that some wooden houses had been torn apart, with the wood taken by refugees for firewood. Even sturdier buildings were not spared. They could have been damaged by humans or wild animals, leaving them in tatters. As far as the eye could see, the scene was one of devastation, making it hard to look at. It was simply too tragic. However, having spent too long in the first base, Wei Chen had seen such a heavy scene in a long time. Now that he saw it, it felt as if he had encountered it in a past life, leaving him with a sense of disorientation. Before they could move forward to assess the situation, some refugees emerged from a nearby building. The leader stood at the doorway, surprised and flustered to see so many vehicles arriving, and quickly turned to run back inside to spread the word. "They're here. They've finally come." Behind that person, Many others followed, running out. A group of people shouted as they ran, but it was hard to make out what they were saying. It was clear they were very excited. Within just a few minutes, the group had drawn closer. Chapter 64. Distributing food. One person stepped forward to maintain order. Although it was unclear what they were saying, it was evident someone was using a loudspeaker to call for everyone to return to their homes. Wei Chen and Denis followed behind and approached the building. Just as they entered, a strong odor rushed towards them, making them feel nauseous. Despite feeling unsettled, Wei Chen did not stop his pace. Though he hadn't smelled such a thing in this life, he had lived in such an environment in his past life. Even though life had become much more comfortable now, it didn't mean he couldn't endure hardships. Wei Chen had spoken a word when suddenly he heard a woman nearby muttering quietly. "This place stinks so much. How can anyone live here? The smell hits you as soon as you walk in. Can't they pay a little attention to hygiene? It's disgusting." The comment was quite soft, and Wei Chen stood in his place, too lazy to see who was saying it. They had already understood the team as structure before coming. The leader of the mission was a man named Zhang Kai, in his 40s, who seemed quite upright. Once everyone from outside had come in, Zhang Kai immediately instructed his subordinates to help carry the boxes from the vehicles inside. "Everyone, don't worry. I've brought food for you all. Is there anything to cook with? Let us get cooking right now." As soon as the word food was mentioned, everyone lifted their heads. Even those who were nearly starving and hiding in corners looked up eagerly at him, their eyes shining with hope. The room was dimly lit, and the corners were hard to see clearly. Even under such harsh conditions, one could still vaguely see the light in everyone's eyes. It just looks like everyone is like starving wolves, which can be quite frightening from a distance. Wei Chen squinted slightly, his eyes filled with sharpness, and his right hand instinctively rested on the handle of the knife at his waist. Even if others were unclear, Wei Chen knew in his heart that these starving crowds, if they truly became desperate, would probably be even more terrifying than the wolves in the wild. Fortunately, the chaotic scene he feared had not yet emerged. Although the environment of the small base was poor, there were still people inside who could give orders. Soon, someone started instructing their subordinates to bring pots and water into the house. Many people were using pots to cook. And although the weather here was hot and not much different from the first base, this place was once a tourist spot, so there were still many water resources available. The food that Zhang Kai brought was mostly compressed biscuits, and even the fruits were canned. It was difficult to ensure everyone had a portion of self-heating food. So after the cooking equipment was set up, he ordered people to crush the compressed biscuits and pour them all into the pot to stew slowly. He then cut some vegetables and canned meat and added them to the pot one after another. The millet he brought was not much, so he kept it in the vehicle for fear that more people would need food later. These items could be eaten directly, so they didn't require much time to cook. Before long, the food in the pot was ready. What came out looked unappetizing, but it smelled quite tempting. For those who were on the verge of starvation, it was definitely a delicacy. The food brought by Zhang Kai was primarily for the rescue team and the refugees. Those like Wei Chen and Denis, who were on a mission, could only eat their own rations. When some refugees who had been hiding in the shadows saw this, they rushed forward with their bowls or cups to the stove. Wei Chen and Denis didn't want to join the commotion, so they found a spot near the door and sat down. However, sitting near the entrance meant enduring the heat outside. Although it wasn't much cooler inside, it was still better than the scorching waves blowing onto their skin. Many refugees knew this and intentionally stayed back, hiding in the dark corners of the room. Wei Chen didn't think too much and quietly took out his backpack, ready to pull out the compressed biscuits to eat. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Annie taking out a small pack of compressed biscuits from her backpack. They exchanged glances without saying a word, both keeping their heads down and silently eating their rations. However, this was the first time they had eaten the compressed biscuits today. When Wei Chen bought these biscuits, he had nearly purchased all the brands and flavors available in the supermarket. The flavor he was eating was pork floss. It wasn't very hard to bite, and he could faintly smell the pork floss while chewing. Swallowing it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Wei Chen wasn't in a hurry. He ate slowly, and just as he was about to drink some water, he suddenly saw a bottle of mineral water being handed to him. He looked up and realized it was an E. "Drink if you're thirsty. I brought a lot of water," an E said with a slight smile, being very considerate. Wei Chen just smiled in response, then took the bottle, tilting his head back to take a small sip. In such hot weather, eating compressed biscuits without timely hydration could lead to severe thirst. The filling effect of the compressed biscuits was indeed quite effective. Just a small piece in his stomach, combined with some mineral water, made him feel full instantly. However, even though his stomach was full, his mouth still craved satisfaction. Wei Chen remembered that before the disaster broke out, he had seen a post while surfing on his phone that said humans are hard to satisfy. Even after eating, they still crave snacks for pleasure. Wei Chen always agreed with this statement. It was similar now. He knew he had eaten, but his mouth still felt unfulfilled and wanted more food. After swallowing, he finally took out a small piece of milk candy from his pocket and quickly popped it into his mouth when no one was paying attention. He didn't pay much attention while unwrapping the candy and had no idea what flavor it was until he had it in his mouth for a while and realized it was milk candy. Wei Chen liked milk candy. He enjoyed all kinds of candy, really. The moment he bit into something he liked, even if he had originally felt annoyed, he could find effective relief in a short time. Chapter 65. Eating in harsh conditions despite the harsh environment they were in and the presence of so many people. Wei Chen naturally felt very displeased with the situation, but he didn't show any signs of annoyance on his face. Wei Chen chewed on the milk candy and then looked around. The room they were in used to be the reception hall of a summer resort, so the space was quite grand and could accommodate many people. The original decor of the hall was quite luxurious, but after the disaster, it had obviously deteriorated significantly. Most of the valuable items had been destroyed, and people had taken them for their own use. It was clear that during the extreme cold period, some people had dismantled wood from the place to burn for warmth inside. The roof was blackened, and what was once a magnificent building had now become very simple. The large hall should have had an area of 400 to 500 square meters, but now there were hardly any people near the main entrance. Most were crammed into every corner of the room. Looking around, there were probably 400 to 500 people. The rescue workers who had just arrived added even more to the crowd, and in this space, it could accommodate hundreds of people. Many people were squeezed into this harsh environment, and just thinking about it made one take a deep breath, let alone Wei Chen, who was currently staying there. The group of people that had rushed out from the corner to queue for food returned to their spots, satisfied after receiving their meals, and continued to eat. The food was evidently very simple, basically just a pot of thick soup. Even so, everyone had been hungry for so long that they were very eager to eat. Zhang Kai stood by the large pot, with firewood burning brightly, the light constantly reflecting on his face, allowing those around to see him clearly. Take your time eating, everyone. This soup is freshly made and very hot, and there is plenty. It will definitely fill you up, so there's no need to rush. Zhang Kai repeatedly shouted this. But clearly, not many people were willing to pay him any attention. This crowd had evidently not eaten for a long time, and having finally received this food, they naturally didn't care about whether it was hot or not, directly shoving it into their mouths. Moreover, anything that could be eaten was considered a real gain. After about 20 minutes, the strong smell of food in the hall had lessened, clearly indicating that the group had finished their portions. Wei Chen squinted slightly, observing that after devouring their food, these people had meticulously licked their bowls and chopsticks clean, leaving no scraps behind. Once they finished eating, they immediately looked up at Zhang Kai with eager, shining eyes, even repeatedly stating that they were hungry, clearly hoping Zhang Kai would cook more for them. However, Zhang Kai quickly and ruthlessly refused. The supplies they brought were limited, and besides, the rescue team had the daunting task of not only taking this group away but also dealing with the mutated wild animals, meaning they would have to stay here for several days. If they distributed all the food right away, it wouldn't be long before everyone would be starving together. Yet, Zhang Kai was quite diplomatic, speaking in a way that made people feel acceptable. Now that everyone had eaten a bit, it was best not to eat recklessly after a long time without food, especially since it was already so late. Everyone should rest early, and breakfast would be ready for them at dawn. Learning that there would be food early the next morning, everyone finally relaxed. However, a small portion of people remained vigilant, hugging their belongings and sitting close to Zhang Kai. It seemed this group wanted to keep watch over Zhang Kai all night, worried he might slip away quietly. Although Wei Chen felt that their efforts were in vain, he understood their reasoning as he observed from a distance. After all, they had all walked a dangerous path. Such a savior appearing suddenly was not something they would let slip easily. At this moment, many people were still in the hall, but everyone maintained a silence. Now that they had at least filled their stomachs and the outside was dark, it was time to rest. Wei Chen opened his backpack and took out a small electric fan, and Yi beside him did the same, pulling out her fan and placing it next to her to cool herself. Wei Chen had actually brought a grass mat, but in the current situation, he certainly couldn't take it out openly. Most people in the room were resting in corners. If he disregarded their gazes, he would quickly become the target of others. Fortunately, he wasn't very tired at the moment. Before exiting the vehicle, Wei Chen had changed into a new vest, so he wasn't overly hot. With the fan blowing beside him, sweat wouldn't he appear out of nowhere. Wei Chen and an E placed their backpacks together and rested against them. You sleep first. I'll keep watch here. And he leaned closer and whispered to Wei Chen. Hearing this, Wei Chen looked at an E in surprise, as he had just been thinking about this. Being out in the open with so many people around, if he wanted to feel secure enough to sleep, it would likely be impossible. However, since an E had spoken first, Wei Chen didn't act coy and immediately nodded in agreement. No problem. Wake me up in the middle of the night, and we'll take turns keeping watch, rather than debating who would watch first. It was better to take the opportunity to get a few more minutes of sleep. Over the past year, even while living a very comfortable life, Wei Chen had never lost his vigilance. Even if he fell asleep, it would only be a light sleep at most, estimating that enough time had passed. Before anyone else came to wake him, Wei Chen slowly opened his eyes. Looking down at his watch, it was exactly midnight, not a minute late. Wei Chen glanced up at an E, just in time to meet her gaze. In the dim light, an E's eyes seemed to shine. After a brief moment of surprise, Wei Chen quietly reminded her, it's quite late. We should hurry and rest. There was still a little time before dawn. But if they didn't rush to rest, they would really struggle to fall asleep. Chapter 66, A Restless Night at the Same Time. And he merely leaned against her backpack, and after hearing Wei Chen's words, she smiled lightly. However, she didn't say much. After finding a comfortable position, she fell asleep against her backpack. Hearing an ES breathing gradually become steady and long, Wei Chen realized she had truly fallen asleep. Wei Chen slowly lifted his head and looked around carefully. He noticed that some people were also keeping watch like him. Clearly, these individuals had plenty of their own belongings. But most had already fallen asleep. With hundreds of people squeezed into this hall sleeping together, the noise was certainly not insignificant. The sounds of snoring and people talking in their sleep filled the room. Despite such a poor environment and the noisy sounds, it seemed strangely harmonious. The sight of so many people sleeping together in such a large space was quite spectacular. Wei Chen watched with interest and suddenly noticed something intriguing. He realized that there was a stark contrast between the rescue workers who had come from the base and the refugees who had remained here. Just by looking at their clothing and the disarray of their belongings, one could easily tell which group they belonged to. Although the people returning from the base wore light clothing, their clothes were clean and showed no signs of wear. In contrast, the refugees looked ragged and unkempt, as if they hadn't bathed in a long time, and their clothes hadn't been washed, leading to their current state. Their belongings appeared very chaotic. Although there were many, Wei Chen truly looked down on the shabby items. Meanwhile, among the rescue workers who had just come from the base, suddenly, one person silently stood up among the crowd. Wei Chen didn't pay it much mind. After all, everyone needs to use the restroom. Getting up at this hour wasn't unusual. However, it was worth noting that after that person stood up, several of his companions around him followed suit. They moved cautiously, clutching their belongings as they headed towards the door. Seeing this, Wei Chen remained quietly leaning against the wall, slowly narrowing his eyes. He quickly counted. A total of 5 people were leaving. As soon as they stepped out, they dashed towards the original parking lot. Just as these individuals hadn't run too far, some people among the refugees also began to notice something was off and got up to pursue them. They moved with great caution, their steps brisk and agile, making almost no sound. Even if Wei Chen closed his eyes, he would almost think no one was moving. But a slight opening of his eyes revealed people running out one after another. Watching these two groups leave, Wei Chen felt a bit restless. They had just arrived, and already some were losing patience. As he pondered the issue, a woman's scream suddenly pierced the air, her shrill voice echoing through the entire sky. Stop stealing. I barely have any food as it is. If you take more, I really will starve to death. You heartless creatures, Captain Zhang already fed you last night. And now you're so greedy that you want to rob us. If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have come here. I should have let those scoundrels starve to death. Such voices, in the stillness of the night, sounded particularly loud. Among these voices, one sounded familiar to Wei Chen. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before quickly recalling the situation. Just as he entered the hall, a rescuer had started complaining about the terrible smell and environment here. It was clear that such a woman was not a good person. The argument outside spread quickly, waking up most people in the hall. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Kai immediately stood up and gathered everyone to move towards the sound. Apart from these few people, neither the refugees nor the recently arrived rescuers had any intention of going outside. Even though it was night, the temperature outside was still high. Stepping out would likely make someone faint from the heat. Moreover, This matter had nothing to do with them. Going out would only cause unnecessary trouble. Wei Chen even noticed someone in the room quietly complaining. Their mutterings filled with resentment towards those who couldn't sleep at night and woke others up. It seemed that in this extreme heat, not only was the weather scorching, but everyone's tempers were also becoming increasingly irritable. A few minutes later, Zhang Kai quickly returned with a few people. The women beside him were talking incessantly, clinging to Zhang Kai. "Captain, you absolutely have to give us an explanation for what happened tonight. Those bastards took our supplies. They must return them." Zhang Kai remained silent. And suddenly another person burst out laughing. "You want me to give it back? Dream on. Unless you crawl inside my belly. Maybe I could fish out some scraps for you. Damn it, we came to rescue you out of kindness, but you repay our kindness with malice. Not only did you eat our supplies, but you dare to talk like this. Humph, you hit the nail on the head. I do repay kindness with malice. If you have the guts, come and chop me. Otherwise, stop whining here. Chop me? That would just dirty my hands. I can't be bothered to waste my time talking to someone like you. Don't you want food? I have plenty of meat on me. Either chop off a few pounds or get lost." They were arguing fiercely, their faces flushed with anger. Others who heard the commotion couldn't help but open their eyes to look at the two. "Shut up." Zhang Kai clenched his fists and shouted. "Stop making noise here and go back to rest. Captain, what about our food? That's your own stuff. What does it have to do with me? Besides, since this guy has already eaten, what can he give back to you now?" Zhang Kai was naturally annoyed by such trivial matters. After cursing a few words, he managed to calm the anger in his chest. He continued, "Now you remember the names of these guys. When the time comes, bring them back to base 1 and have everyone work to earn contribution points. Whether it's food or contribution points, we can distribute them to you later. How long do we have to wait? When will we get it back? If you don't want to wait, then there's another way. Keep arguing outside until you reach a conclusion and then come back. Just don't disturb everyone in this room." Since Zhang Kai could be the leader of this team, he was naturally quite capable and had a temper. Seeing him lose his cool, everyone present became deflated, not daring to say a word. "All right, I don't want to wait that long. It's just a few loaves of bread. I might as well treat it like it was thrown in the trash." The man knew he had been insulted, but he had a thick skin and was not angry. Instead, he maintained a cold smile. However, Wei Chen quickly sensed something was off, noticing the murderous intent in the man's eyes. This place was definitely different from base 1. Surviving here for so long was purely a matter of survival of the fittest, despite the man's outward smile. Having lived through a world of extreme cold and still thriving indicated he had considerable ability. However, now that the women's food had been stolen, they could easily deal with him and eliminate the threat completely, or they could swallow their anger and avoid causing more trouble. Regardless, they had not gotten their hands dirty. Although they had vented their frustration verbally, it had actually planted a significant hidden danger for themselves. Wei Chen did not dislike those who were ruthless towards themselves, nor did he have a problem with cold and cruel people. After all, this was the apocalypse, and people were selfish, given the harsh environment. Considering oneself was not a fault, but Wei Chen particularly detested brainless people, especially those like them, who clearly had no abilities yet still thought they were amazing. Wei Chen shifted his gaze, not wanting to look at them any longer. Once he turned his head, he caught sight of an E lying nearby. Despite the loud commotion in the room, an E remained completely still, her breathing smooth and steady, clearly still asleep. Wei Chen was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to admire her good sleep quality or to criticize her for being too carefree. After a short while, no further chaos erupted, and they safely made it through the night until dawn. When the sun finally illuminated the outside, the people in the room began to stir. Listening closely, he realized it was the group of refugees urging for breakfast. Zhang Kai didn't waste time with them and directly instructed his people to open their supply box and start cooking the breakfast food. Unlike the group of refugees who only knew how to wait, the rescuers who had just come from the base slowly emerged from the hall and approached their vehicles. Wei Chen and an E were quite in sync, following their example. Once they got into the vehicle, they quickly washed up in the back. The weather was getting increasingly hot, and brushing teeth and washing faces outdoors would likely cause skin burns. Even staying in the back of the car, the washing speed had to be quickened, otherwise, the stifling conditions would be unbearable for anyone. Wei Chen generally preferred light foods like porridge in the morning, as he had little appetite anyway. A bowl of thin porridge could cool someone down quickly. Initially planning to have this for breakfast, he had specially packed some cooked mung bean porridge in a lunchbox before heading out, and it appeared in his space. After taking the porridge out from the space, he quickly placed it in the ice maker while no one was watching. soon making it ready for consumption at any time. And he didn't notice this and instead looked outside, pointing to a dilapidated room in the distance, suggesting to Wei Chen, "How about we go over there now?" Wei Chen glanced in the direction she was pointing, considered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. And he unloaded a large backpack from the car. While Wei Chen carried a smaller bag, they found a corner where no one was paying attention, quickly set up the ice maker, and connected it to a battery to start cooling the porridge. The ice porridge would spoil quickly if left outside, so they needed to eat it as soon as possible. Besides the freshly taken out porridge, there were also some soup dumplings and layered pancakes. They placed them directly on the iron plate, and soon they started sizzling with oil. Seeing this, Annie took out her box and said, "These are fried sweet broad beans. They taste pretty good as a snack and can go well with the porridge." Although Wei Chen loved snacks, he didn't think it was necessary to eat them at every meal. So when he saw Annie even pairing her breakfast with snacks, he couldn't help but chuckle. The fried broad beans were coated with a lot of sugar, making them both salty and sweet, with a delightful crunchy texture. Whether mixed with the porridge or eaten directly, they were a great choice. Although the amount of breakfast was not much, it was quite a sumptuous meal in this apocalypse. Like Wei Chen and Annie, many others were eating their own food as well. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew, and Wei Chen could clearly smell the aroma of food nearby. After finishing breakfast, Wei Chen and Annie packed up all their bottles and jars and then turned back to the hall. The light in this hall was quite dim, even during the day. As soon as Wei Chen and Annie entered, they immediately noticed many eyes on them. When many people suddenly looked at him, Wei Chen felt no ripples in his heart. Instead, he calmly found a spot to sit down. Chapter 68. The urgent task of rescuing people. The rescue team members who had gone outside to solve their breakfast were now returning one after another. After everyone had spent about half an hour packing their things, Zhang Kai finally stood up. "Now that everyone should be back, I won't beat around the bush and will directly arrange the tasks here. I have basically asked everything I needed to know. Besides this villa, there are also some towns nearby with the presence of refugees. Your mission is very simple. Spread out to rescue and bring the refugees back. Additionally, our team will only stay here for 2 days. We need to head back to the base by 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Our time is very tight, and the task is quite difficult. The weather conditions are very poor, so I hope everyone can assist each other and bring back as many companions as possible." Zhang Kai clenched his fist and passionately delivered this short speech, but very few people were actually moved by his words. As soon as Zhang Kai finished speaking, someone stood up and asked, "Excuse me, Captain, if I remember correctly, our mission this time is not to search for refugees, but to deal with those mutated animals." Looking over, he found that the one questioning him was the woman who had her belongings stolen last night. Moreover, it seemed that these refugees often liked to steal and appeared to be living quite well, so there was no need for them to intervene and rescue. Hearing such ungrateful words, Wei Chen spat in his heart and couldn't help but mutter, "Idiot." Being publicly questioned like this made Zhang Kai's expression a bit off, clearly unable to save face. However, he was still quite shrewd and immediately replied, "Actually, I know very well that you came here specifically to deal with mutated animals. However, I don't know much about the situation with these mutated animals, but the refugees present should know more about it. So later, you can go find people to understand the situation, while the rest can set out with me." After Zhang Kai finished speaking, more than half of his subordinates immediately stood up and walked out together. Many of the rescuers who had driven their own vehicles here also followed along. It was easy to guess that this group intended to go save people. There were still about 30 rescue team members left in the room, who remained motionless, clearly here to deal with the mutated animals. After Zhang Kai left the room, their faces were all quite awkward. Initially, they naively thought that they could just follow Zhang Kai's large team and that the mission would be relatively easy. But now that Zhang Kai had taken people to conduct a rescue and left them behind, what were they supposed to do? The previously loud woman was also feeling anxious, scanning the room for a long time before raising her chin. "Since this captain doesn't want to pay attention to us, that's fine. We have quite a few people now, and as long as we find another capable person to lead, we can still complete the task of exterminating the mutated animals." As she spoke, someone immediately nodded in agreement. Wei Chen had been silent, leaning against the corner to rest, but the more he did this, the more it caught the attention of the arrogant woman. "Hey, what are you two planning? Are you going to join us in action or not?" Facing such an impolite question, Wei Chen did not hesitate to shake his head, saying, "I have no plans." He thought he would be able to lead so many people into action, but he didn't expect to be so decisively rejected by this person, leaving him a bit stunned. Not having any plans was simply a joke. Did they think they could act alone? Wei Chen had been enduring it. But facing her constant provocation, he said directly, "First of all, I have never joined your team. Secondly, I don't want to cooperate with you at all. Lastly, please do not question my abilities, thank you. But the more people we have, the greater the achievements we can create. Don't you want that? I really don't want to. And please don't disturb me anymore." How ungrateful. The arrogant woman was clearly furious, stomping her foot and shouting, "Fine, since you want to find your own death. I won't stop you. Just let you fend for yourself here." Wei Chen found it too boring and didn't want to stay any longer, so he decisively stood up. And he silently followed behind him, the two of them inseparable, gradually walking outside. As soon as they stepped out, they noticed that more than half of the vehicles in the parking lot were gone, likely having followed Zhang Kai. Wei Chen and Annie didn't think too much about it and turned back to their own car, wanting to leave. Suddenly, a voice rushed over at high speed, clearly heading toward them. A quick glance at the person's clothing revealed that they were a refugee from the base. Annie, who was originally sitting in the driver's seat, paused her actions with interest upon seeing this turn of events and turned to look at Wei Chen. "I wonder what this person wants. Let's wait and see." Wei Chen nodded in agreement, saying, "Sure, this person obviously has something to say to us." The weather outside was incredibly hot, and the person was running forward in a hurry, sweating profusely just a few steps in. "It looks like you should be a man. And just from the appearance of the other party, it seems he knows he is still quite young, probably around 20 years old at most." And he directly rolled down the car window and said, "Excuse me, what are you looking for from us?" The man standing outside the car seemed a bit nervous, swallowing hard before continuing to speak. "Are you here to exterminate wild animals?" "That's right. How did you know?" "Actually, I know where those creatures are." "Oh? Then please tell us." "That group of animals has mutated. Their numbers are very large, and their sizes are particularly big, including wild boars, even packs of wolves, and a bunch of mutated cats and dogs." And he was not afraid. Instead, she showed some interest. "Where did you encounter these things?" It was not surprising for wild boars and wolf packs to appear in the wild, but the presence of mutated cats and dogs here was a bit hard to understand. "Right near this base, as soon as you step out of the gate, mutated animals might come charging at you." Chapter 69. Gaining some intelligence after hearing this boy's answer. Wei Chen already had some expectations in his heart. Although the other party's face was a bit dirty, he still looked quite youthful, suggesting that his family conditions were decent before the apocalypse broke out. However, the natural disaster came too quickly, completely shattering his originally happy life, leading to his current plight. "Originally, I was in the urban area about 10 miles away, but my parents heard that there was a summer resort here specifically set up for refugees. So when the extreme cold apocalypse occurred, our family moved here. There is water and electricity here, and the conditions are quite good, but unexpectedly, not long ago, I started hearing a lot of wild animal howling noises near this base, which sounded quite frightening. One night, just the night before last, our family was sleeping well. But suddenly there was a howl of wolves at the gate of the base. Everyone was very scared, thinking the gate could hold, but unexpectedly, those wild animals charged right in. My parents sacrificed themselves to protect me." As the boy spoke to this point, his brow slowly furrowed, and his eyes dimmed considerably, making him look quite depressed. Wei Chen did not rush to speak. After considering for a moment, he asked, "Did many people sacrifice that night?" Hearing Wei Chen's sudden question, the boy was slightly taken aback for a moment, tears welling in his eyes. Then he nodded heavily and replied, "That's right. The living need to see the living, and the dead need to see the dead. Why didn't we see any traces yesterday?" When the rescue team arrived from the base, although the ground looked old and dirty, there were no signs of a battle. The ground, baked by the sun, was gradually drying and cracking, yet there were no bloodstains, which was scientifically unreasonable. Later, a pack of mutated wolves came and dragged them all away. After hearing this, it made some sense. After all, the wolf pack had bitten the people to death, and in this hot and harsh environment, dragging these people away as food was quite understandable. "Did you notice which direction those mutated animals came from? I want to know where their lair is." Wei Chen's expression darkened, looking much more serious, clearly planning something significant. "I know this. Those people came from the north because the area north of our base is all mountains. Many people say those animals hide in the mountains and come out to forage when it's quiet at night." Having grasped the information he wanted, Wei Chen naturally didn't feel like lingering here any longer. Without thinking, he pulled his backpack over and took out 2 long milk-flavored baguettes, handing them to the boy. "There's not much. Take this to fill your stomach." Exchanging this little bit of information for 2 baguettes was actually a good deal for the boy in this food-scarce world. The boy stared intently at the food, unable to help but swallow hard, clearly eager to receive it. After a fierce internal struggle, he quickly took the baguette, then discreetly stuffed it into his pocket, fearing that his other companions would see. Despite the boy's quick actions, Wei Chen noticed immediately. He saw that the boy's hands had become extremely dark and aged. His skin, even his nails, were filled with blood vessels and dirt. He looked scruffy, but it was clear that he had gone through hardships. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. Wei Chen slowly withdrew his gaze, feeling particularly calm inside. In this brutal apocalypse, there were countless people like him who had experienced similar things. He did not have the ability to help everyone, and of course, he was not willing to lend a hand. Just a little longer, once Zhang Kai brought them back to the base, as long as they were a bit diligent. Their lives would definitely be much better than now. And he was just about to close the car window to let the air conditioning keep running when the man outside spoke again. One thing I must remind you of is to be sure to pay attention to safety, because those animals have already mutated. They are extremely fierce and terrifying. And if you are not careful, you could get seriously injured. In fact, Wei Chen and an E had already realized this when they went out hunting those wild boars and rabbits some time ago. But the boy was also very considerate. Having received food from others, he naturally would not forget to remind them. After considering this, an E could not help but take out a sausage from her pocket and handed it to him. In this apocalypse, there are only eternal interests. You keep the stuff for yourself. Today, we can only consider it a transaction. Just understand it in your heart. After saying this, Annie closed the car window and started the vehicle's engine. The man stared longingly at the vehicle, and when it was about to drive away, he stepped back a few paces, watching them leave. After the vehicle had gone several dozen meters, Wei Chen could still clearly see that the boy stood still, his gaze fixed on their car. An E drove the vehicle, turned to look at Wei Chen, and seeing him staring blankly at the rearview mirror, she couldn't help but break the silence. I advise you, you'd better not be soft-hearted. We don't have much food on this trip and can't bring another person back. The term soft-hearted had never had anything to do with him. It was like two lines that would never intersect. Wei Chen laughed, reassuring her, then you're probably thinking too much. I will definitely not be soft-hearted toward anyone. That's best, and he also smiled, continuing, anyway, when Captain Zhang brings these refugees back to the base, they have hands and feet. As long as they are willing to work hard, they won't starve. And he had been reminding them all along, but her voice sounded particularly crisp and pleasant. No matter what, Wei Chen did not find it annoying to hear her talk. Most importantly, he was well aware of this in his heart. Chapter 70. The most powerful weapon should not be wasted. Once the vehicle drove out of the summer resort, it headed northward. The summer resort is actually quite well developed, with roads everywhere, and driving on them doesn't feel steep at all. Looking around, four main roads extend outward from this resort. It's easy to guess that Zhang Kai must have divided his people into 4 teams to go to different places to bring back the refugees. This actually provides convenience for Wei Chen and an E, as it avoids traffic jams and eliminates some dangers. After driving north for about half an hour, Wei Chen vaguely noticed the presence of a town ahead, and the vehicles belonging to Zhang Kai's group were also parked there. However, they had no intention of stopping. They continued to advance, likely not planning to halt until they saw the refugees. The vehicle kept moving forward, and Wei Chen didn't know how long they had been driving or the area Zhang Kai intended to search, not wanting to have any interaction with them. Wei Chen urged an E to speed up and chose to overtake that group. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed an E lightly pressing a button. Accompanied by this action, the vehicle underwent a significant transformation, almost like a transformer. Sitting in the passenger seat, he could clearly see 2 large iron plates emerging at the front of the vehicle. What are you planning to do? Wei Chen watched for a long time, feeling a bit puzzled. In fact, he didn't need an E to explain. He could guess what those iron plates were for. If wild animals suddenly appeared and charged violently, those plates would definitely provide excellent protection. When I thought about going out to complete a mission, I had already planned to modify the vehicle first. And he said seriously while holding the steering wheel. Upon hearing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This was definitely not an ordinary modification. Even after living a whole new life, Wei Chen still wasn't very familiar with these things. At first, he felt a bit nervous, as wild animals could pop out at any moment, and such encounters would surely have a significant impact on the vehicle. But now that the vehicle had heavy armor for protection, it drove steadily northward and gradually entered the mountains. Although the sun was so intense that it had withered large areas of the forest and some mountain streams were drying up, it couldn't obscure the traces of its former lushness. In this forest, even if wild animals appeared, it wouldn't seem particularly strange. After finding a spot, they parked the vehicle. And he had no intention of starting a fire. Instead, she took out an iron plate and a bag of spicy duck gizzards from her backpack. The marinated dish was already cooked and placed on the iron plate. It began to sizzle under the high temperature of the sun. The animals were nearby. As long as the scent spread out, they would definitely appear. Otherwise, we could ambush from the roof of the car and shoot as soon as we see them pop up. It would be more convenient that way. It's best not to engage with them unless necessary. Wei Chen nodded in agreement. Let us do it your way. The aroma of the spicy duck gizzards was extremely strong. Even without cooking, once opened, it was almost mouth-watering. After the scent began to spread, they climbed up to the roof of the car. At this time, Annie wasn't in a hurry to go back. Instead, she opened the trunk and pulled out a huge iron box. When the box was opened, a long, entirely black gun was revealed. The gun was very long, with a complex structure, but its shape was quite unique. Annie loaded bullets into it one by one and stuffed the extra bullets from the box into her pockets. After tidying everything up, they closed all the car doors. At the moment Wei Chen turned his head, he suddenly noticed that he was staring at the gun in Yi's hand with shining eyes. If you like it, go ahead and use it. As Annie said this, she handed the long gun to him. Looking at the gun being handed to him, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately shook his head and refused. Forget it, I'm not good with firearms. Something useful like this would be better used in your hands. No worries, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Now is not a good time for teaching. Let us take our time to figure it out when we get back to the first base. After all, we're about to fight those wild beasts. So we can't rush this. Wei Chen understood well that timing is everything. No matter how cool the long gun in front of him was, he couldn't be hasty. He needed to first determine whether he had the ability to wield it. Otherwise, even the best weapon would just be a piece of scrap metal in his hands. And he didn't press him further but nodded. Then it's settled. I'll teach you how to shoot when I have time. They didn't teach At much and immediately went up to the roof of the car. The temperature on the roof was still quite high, but they were wearing protective suits, which helped minimize the heat. They hadn't been on the roof for long when they heard a commotion coming from the dense forest nearby. The smell of the cooked duck gizzards became more intense, and those mutated wild animals would likely start showing up soon. If cooked for too long, it might even attract a crowd. Wei Chen and Annie turned their gazes towards the forest and soon saw many shadows rushing out from deep within the thicket. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that these shadows were relatively large and moved at astonishing speeds. Fire! As soon as Annie shouted this, her finger, which had been resting on the trigger, finally pulled it. Wei Chen did not hesitate at all. He held his breath, adjusted his mindset, and smoothly executed the shooting action. Since he had practiced shooting by the roadside some time ago, he clearly hadn't touched a gun in a while. When he first took hold of it, he felt a bit awkward, and several shots missed their targets. Chapter 71. What a treasure of a woman. However, Wei Chen didn't feel the slightest fear because of this. Instead, he remained calm, as he had always been, never afraid of any challenge. When he pulled the trigger for the fourth time, a wild wolf nearby was sent flying, appearing severely injured. The power of this gun was simply indescribable, far exceeding any weapon he had previously handled. The wolf that had charged at him was instantly lying in a pool of blood after being hit. Looking over at Annie, it was clear that her shooting skills were far superior to Wei Chen's. Almost every bullet she fired could blast the heads of the beasts, leaving no chance for misses. Although he had seen her shoot before, at this moment, Wei Chen still felt extremely amazed. Annie has always liked to wear a smile on her face, even to the point of being a bit chatty about her plans. However, the situation is different now. Her entire aura seems to have changed, radiating a sense of murderous intent, with a dark gaze filled with bloodlust. At this moment, Annie continuously fires her weapon, ensuring that she can replenish her ammunition in time to keep the firepower unwavering. Wei Chen occasionally glances at her before immersing himself back into the battle. For him, this shooting isn't just about completing the extermination task. It's also a great opportunity to practice his marksmanship. In the past, there wouldn't have been so many mutated wild animals around, nor would he have the chance to kill them freely here. The two of them work very efficiently together, eliminating dozens of wild wolves in just 10 minutes. Wei Chen uses his binoculars to look into the forest. Despite the branches obstructing his view, he can still see the shadows of wolf packs moving. He wonders if these mutated animals have enhanced their eyesight, as he feels like countless eyes are closely watching him when he gazes into the depths of the thicket. Although it's still sunny outside, the eerie glint in the animal's eyes sends a chill down his spine, just as Wei Chen is about to take another look. He suddenly notices that the pack of beasts has changed positions, frantically retreating deeper into the mountains. He only puts down his binoculars when he can no longer see them. At this moment, Annie slowly stands up from the top of the vehicle, raises her eyebrows at Wei Chen, and smiles, saying, "It seems we've had quite a fruitful haul this time, although they are not yet sure how many contribution points a wolf will yield. Given that wild boars or meat rabbits can yield dozens of points, these 30-plus wild wolves must be worth even more." Wei Chen has always paid attention to contribution points, and suddenly having so many feels like striking it rich, filling him with joy. "Let us collect the food first, otherwise it'll be overcooked," Annie says, nimbly jumping down from the top of the vehicle. Although the food serves as bait, resources are scarce in this apocalypse, so nothing can be wasted. Once she lands, she steadies herself and says to Wei Chen, "Go ahead and jump. I'll catch you." "No need for that. I'm not that incapable," Wei Chen politely declines, then mimics Yi's earlier action and quickly reaches the ground. Even if he is ordinary, he is trained in martial arts for many years and possesses some skills. Moreover, having struggled to survive in the apocalypse for so long, he certainly hasn't been idle. Not to mention this height. He would dare to jump down from the second floor. Seeing this, Annie just smiles and doesn't say much more. The two walk toward the forest and soon arrive at the iron plate filled with duck gizzards. At this point, the gizzards are already well cooked, but still chewy. Annie doesn't show any signs of disgust, and says, "These would be delicious if served cold. Do you have any of your spices with you?" Wei Chen, feeling curious, can't help but ask. "Of course." Annie answers decisively, smiling, "Food is precious now, and we can't waste even a little." Annie always speaks with reason, and Wei Chen naturally doesn't oppose her, nodding in agreement. "Since there is no one else around, why don't we just have a meal here?" Wei Chen, smelling the delicious aroma, feels his appetite awaken. However, Annie hesitates. "I have no objections, but I'm not very good at cooking." "It doesn't matter. I can handle it. In that case, I'm in for a treat today." After saying this, Annie quickly runs back to her vehicle. A few minutes later, she returns with a large bag filled with various items. "I'm giving you all these spices. Just use what you need." Wei Chen opens the bag and finds it filled with countless jars and bottles of spices, sweet bean sauce, chili sauce, sugar, vinegar, salt, and more. All crammed into the bag. "It looks like you prepared quite a bit." Wei Chen nods and says, "This will definitely be enough. Just hearing you say that is enough for me. I'll go prepare some bowls and chopsticks. Let us enjoy something fresh." Annie, already craving food, quickens her pace and soon brings back empty bowls and clean chopsticks. They first scoop the duck gizzards into 2 bowls and then pour in different spices. Annie even prepares some hot water to sanitize the bowls and chopsticks, adding, "We can wash them later. They're quite useful." Seeing her series of actions, Wei Chen is somewhat surprised but feels more that she is truly a treasure of a woman. However, Annie is not just an ordinary meat lover. She particularly enjoys these kinds of dishes. The iron plate doesn't need any additional ingredients. Simply pouring in the marinated duck gizzards makes the sauce sizzle and release oil when heated. While waiting, Wei Chen, filled with curiosity, can't help but ask, "If you can't cook anything, why do you buy these spices?" Nowadays, the base does have some spices in stock, but the prices are still high. To be honest, I bought a lot of spices and even prepared some recipes to study on my own, but my cooking skills haven't improved. It's fine if you cook other foods, but handling duck gizzards like this will definitely waste some. Although Annie knows her limitations, she seems to be overly self-aware, leaving Wei Chen momentarily speechless. The cast iron pan has become very hot under the sun, and Wei Chen sprinkles some spices on the iron plate. The aroma starts to rise from the hot oil of the marinated dish, making it incredibly tempting. Although they don't have garlic or similar ingredients, being outdoors means they don't have to be too picky about food. As the iron plate continues to sizzle, the fragrance quickly spreads. Wei Chen takes out his personal lunchbox and pours all the freshly cooked duck gizzards into it, then adds the sauce and stirs continuously. Seeing this scene, Annie can't help but exclaim in admiration, "Your cooking skills are impressive. If you opened a snack shop at the base, I'm sure many people would come to support you." Wei Chen shakes his head, smiling, "Don't tease me. There are plenty of good cooks at this base." Although Wei Chen doesn't know how many people are at the first base, he can guess there are definitely thousands. Among so many people, finding someone who can cook is certainly easy. It's not that the people at the base can't open a restaurant. It's just that resources are too scarce now, and they feel powerless despite their intentions. After all, this is not a good time. And he smiled slightly at the words spoken by the other party, not in a hurry to respond. After all, this topic was somewhat heavy. and mentioning it would remind people of the sorrow of the apocalypse, so naturally, no one liked to bring it up. Once the items on the iron plate were almost done, Wei Chen poured all the remaining ingredients into the pot. There was still a bit of residual oil and seasoning on the iron plate, and the smell was absolutely fantastic. After adding some rice and mixing it simply, it formed an exquisite fried rice. Once he closed the pot lid, Wei Chen immediately looked around, feeling a bit anxious. Mutated animals were not scary. But if that group of people smelled this aroma, it would be troublesome if they found their way here. But what did it matter? No matter who came, they couldn't lose any of their food. The fierceness in this statement made her seem completely different from her usual carefree self. Even if he didn't say this, Wei Chen would definitely not let anyone take away the food from their mouths. However, Wei Chen still hoped that it would be best if others didn't come over, as disrupting their mealtime atmosphere would be bad. He didn't know if they were lucky, but in any case, no one came to disturb them until they finished cooking. Even the wild beasts in the mountains roamed nearby, but never appeared before them. They had just finished breakfast not long ago, and it was definitely still too early for lunch. So they casually ate a few bites and then stored the rest in the vehicle, wanting to enjoy it fully at noon. Not long after, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning, and surprisingly, no other wild beasts had appeared again in the whole morning, looking quite stable and orderly. Each of them held their lunchboxes and quietly began to eat, both enjoying the happiness brought by the delicious food. The amount of duck gizzards was originally not much. After all, a bag poured out as a snack could probably be finished by one person. Fortunately, he added many other items, not to mention a whole pot of fried rice, enough to fill them both. However, the two had not eaten good food for a long time, so now that they tasted such delicious items, their appetites were fully awakened. Wei Chen even specifically took out a large handful of noodles from his backpack, and he remained silent, her gaze fixed on the pot. After adding some mineral water and then putting the noodles in, the seasoning was already quite sufficient, so there was no need to add anything else. Annie rested her chin on her hands and murmured, "The noodles should be almost done, right?" Looking at Annie's greedy expression, Wei Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. If he hadn't been by her side all this time, he might have thought this little girl hadn't eaten in a long time. After having just eaten a large bowl of fried rice and duck gizzards, it was surprising that she was hungry again. Indeed, her appetite was not something ordinary people could compare to. The noodles themselves were not particularly difficult, so after being placed in the hot water pot, it didn't take long for them to float lightly like drifting fish, continuously bobbing in the water. The seasoning quickly boiled out of the bottom of the pot, and upon seeing the scene in the pot, Wei Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This large pot of noodles was indeed quite good, but still a bit lacking as they hadn't eaten vegetables for a long time. However, after pondering for a moment, he let it go. After all, no one could eat too much, as eating too much would lead to overthinking. Once cooked, he still followed the previous distribution method and filled each person's bowl with a large serving of noodles, along with a rich broth. After finishing everything, both of them couldn't help but rub their bellies against the car, not wanting to move. Satisfaction. This was true satisfaction. Wei Chen had a smile on his lips. Such a happy life was indeed quite good. When he first reincarnated, Wei Chen was always worried about whether he would have to continue living independently like before, struggling through this cruel apocalypse, living the life of a wandering knight alone. But now he had unexpectedly met the capable Annie, and their relationship was no longer as simple as neighbors. Perhaps describing them as inseparable partners was more fitting. They spoke as if there were no worries, and this feeling made both of them feel quite comfortable. Chapter 73. The sudden arrival of a person. While Wei Chen was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Annie stand up from the car and say, "You've worked hard today, so just rest for a while. I'll wash the bowls in this iron pot and bring them back." Before he could respond, Annie quickly grabbed the items and got out of the car. Watching Annie's departing figure, Wei Chen felt an indescribable emotion in his heart, as if this action could warm him for an entire year. He had always thought this partner was quite good, but now seeing her, she was simply the perfect partner. There was absolutely no one he would want to exchange her for. After Annie washed the bowls and chopsticks clean, the two of them worked together to drag the group of prey they had just killed to the side of the car. If they could fit in the back of the vehicle, they tried to pack them in as much as possible, with whatever couldn't fit piled on the roof. Alternatively, using the old method of tying them with steel wires was also a good choice. In short, the results of their hard work could not be carelessly missed. Fortunately, the vehicle performed very well and could carry a lot of items. Even around 30 wild beasts could easily fit inside. However, if too much was loaded, the speed of driving would slow down somewhat. The two kept going back, and when passing a village where people lived, they did not see any rescue vehicles. Wei Chen glanced outside and speculated, if I'm not mistaken, they probably already rescued the people and took them back. And he nodded in agreement, continuously saying, that seems likely. Most people would definitely want to go back to the base with them. Even those villagers, while they might hoard some food, in this dreadful weather, they can't sustain themselves. Food is consumed day by day, and even the landlord's family has no surplus grain. Choosing to stay outside the base would definitely lead to a dead end sooner or later. Just as Wei Chen was about to continue speaking, suddenly a scream echoed from a distance. Wei Chen's pupils contracted, and he immediately turned to look at an E beside him and asked, "Did you hear any noise just now?" An E frowned, her expression serious, and then continued, "I think so. I seem to have heard it too." However, the sound was carried by the wind from nearby, so they weren't sure exactly which direction it came from. They exchanged glances, but neither proposed going out to check the situation. Even so, someone still wanted to keep them behind. At that moment, Annie saw some movement ahead through the windshield, then stepped on the brakes and gestured forward. She continued, "There are traps deliberately set on the ground. They probably don't want us to leave." Wei Chen let out a bitter laugh, looking in the direction she pointed. There was a pile of weeds on the ground. Other places had weeds too, but they were only a thin layer, clearly accumulated from the weeds crushed by passing vehicles. However, the large area in front looked much thicker than in other places. As long as one's head isn't caught in the door, it's basically possible to see that something is off. Wei Chen immediately had a thought. Those robbers they had encountered before had laid a layer of iron nails right in the middle of the road, trying to use that method to stop them. But that previous group came openly, while this group was hiding in the dark, using this trap to force them to stop the car. The corner of Wei Chen's mouth slightly lifted as he said, "These people must know we have seen this thing and are probably waiting for us to get out of the car." Although there were no people around the road, Wei Chen was very clear that as soon as he and Annie got out to clear away the stuff under that pile of weeds, someone would definitely come out. After hearing this, Annie couldn't help but laugh and said, "Since there's nothing else to do, let's play with them. Since they want us to get out, let's just go along with their wishes." As she spoke, Annie began to conspire with him. "How about this? I'll go out first, and then you wait in the car." The two had already developed a good understanding, and even if they didn't finish the remaining words, the other party could guess what they meant. "All right, be careful." And he didn't hesitate and immediately opened the car door, slowly getting up and walking out. As soon as Annie closed the car door, someone immediately emerged from the nearby bushes, clearly having been lying in wait for a long time. They split into two groups, one group heading straight for Annie, while the rest purposefully walked toward the vehicle. They were all dressed quite lightly, with some even coming out bare-chested. From their tank tops, it was clear they hadn't washed in a long time. A white shirt could turn completely filthy. Wei Chen sat in the car, observing the movements of this group, while someone began to kick the car door repeatedly. "Hey, hurry up and get out. I advise you to be sensible." Wei Chen maintained a calm expression, showing no visible emotions and not even looking at them, because he knew that the greatest disdain was to ignore them. At that moment, his eyes were solely focused on Annie, who was standing in front of the car. Upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that Annie had been surrounded by 3 people, each holding a weapon. They had sticks and knives, a mixed assortment. Clearly prepared for this, Wei Chen remained inside the car, and with the windows tightly closed, he couldn't hear what was being said outside. However, seeing their fierce and menacing expressions, he knew they weren't saying anything nice. He had been watching Annie, but even now, she hadn't given him any hints. Wei Chen was also very clear in his mind that it wasn't yet time for him to get out of the car. A few minutes passed, and he saw those people escorting an E toward the car without any resistance, clearly hiding their strength, obviously intending to put on a show. An E stood in front of the car door, knocked on the window, and her expression seemed a bit off as she shouted at him in a tone she had never used before. "Hurry up and open the car door. Can't you see your aunt is about to be beaten to death?" The leading thug made it very clear, as long as they obediently handed over everything, they could be integrated into their group and would have protection in the future, at least not living as poorly as they were now. And Yi's tone was filled with anger, but it was clear she was putting on an act. The leading thug couldn't see through it, and instead laughed heartily, saying, "The little girl is right. I advise you to behave. With so many of us here, there's no way to run. If you cooperate, it'll be less painful for you. But if you don't, our methods will become extreme. After all, it's a hot day, and our brothers are feeling restless, especially with a beautiful woman in front of us." The following words didn't need to be elaborated. Everyone could understand what was meant. even after such harsh words. Wei Chen remained unmoved, his expression still calm. Chapter 74. Achieving a counterattack. Seeing that the other side was unfazed, and Yi seemed to go crazy, continuously banging on the window. Hurry up and open the car door. Can't you hear me? Faster. Although her words sounded urgent. When Wei Chen saw an Yi wink at him, he no longer hesitated and pressed the button, causing the car door to unlock. The guys outside saw Wei Chen's action and naturally thought he was giving in, bursting into laughter. However, such laughter probably wouldn't last long. After Wei Chen opened the car door, he suddenly pulled out a compact wild horse and fired at the opponent in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Shortly after Wei Chen fired, and Yi's expression remained calm as she took out her weapon. Then came a series of loud noises, almost deafening. They were all standing right in front, essentially welcoming the moment of slaughter. Wei Chen didn't waste time aiming. He fired a few shots casually and at such close range. He was almost guaranteed to hit. And Yi, in this situation, had it even easier. She hardly needed to exert herself, casually shooting a few times to easily take down the others. Now, killing them felt similar to killing that group of beasts just moments ago. There were a total of 9 people present, who had previously been brandishing weapons, arrogantly threatening Wei Chen. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, they all lay dead on the ground. Most of them were sprawled in pools of blood, showing no signs of life, while others were only wounded, looking at the two with terror in their eyes. After knocking them down, they still had to deal with it themselves. Without an E needing to finish them off, Wei Chen quickly raised his hand and shot the last few remaining guys. Only one thug was left with a bit of breath, seeing the brutal scene before him. He fearfully backed away. However, his legs were already injured, and he had no ability to move, only able to shout repeatedly, "Please don't come over. I'll give you anything for my life." And E, hearing this, strolled over to him and coldly said, "Then you better clarify what you can offer us." Of course. All the supplies in our team, and many beautiful women. To be honest, we have quite a few pretty women in our base, and when we get back, we'll definitely arrange them for you. After saying this, Wei Chen couldn't help but sneer. It seemed this guy thought he was a lecherous man. Wei Chen was tall and handsome, and as long as he wanted, women would never be lacking around him. But now, in the apocalypse, having too many women around could actually be a concern. And he showed no reaction to the guy's pleas for mercy, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. Seeing her expression, the man immediately raised his stakes. "By the way, big brother and sister, you must have not tasted meat for a long time, right? To be honest, we have plenty." And he clearly became interested and couldn't help but ask, "What kind of meat do you have?" "Be clear." "Well, there's nothing to hide. It's all meat from 2-legged sheep. The taste is definitely good." Where did you get this meat?" "Well, let me put it simply. A few days ago, wild animals attacked the summer resort, and they killed quite a few people here. After those beasts left, we went to collect it. After all, they are already dead. Leaving them on the ground is simply a waste. Instead of letting them rot there, it's better to take care of one's own needs first." He spoke with conviction, believing that all of this was only natural. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Wei Chen abruptly raised his hand and pulled the trigger, blowing the other person's head apart. Wei Chen's gaze became extremely sharp as he glared at the beast lying on the ground, filled with endless rage. After all, in his eyes, someone who had consumed a 2-legged sheep was no longer worthy of being called human. These scoundrels had no other path available to them besides death. "We still need to take care of this place." And he reminded him expressionlessly. It wasn't just a passing thought. Everything she said now was certainly for a reason. If they left them here unattended, sooner or later someone else would witness this scene and could also fall into the same fate as those beasts. If that's the case, then let's just incinerate them. As Wei Chen spoke, he turned back to the car to grab some gasoline. They moved the bodies lying on the ground to the side and then poured gasoline over them. In this situation, even a small spark would surely burn them to ashes. Not long after, they paid no attention to the raging fire behind them, but instead focused on clearing away the pile of weeds in front of them. Upon getting closer and seeing the obstacles on the ground, Wei Chen couldn't help but sneer. It was even worse than encountering nails scattered on the ground. When Wei Chen and an E left, the fire was still raging and would likely continue for several minutes. If someone saw this situation and wanted to use them as food, there would be nothing they could do to stop it. After all, having come this far and continuing down the path of death, it was probably impossible to turn back. As they drove forward, the two did not encounter any more unexpected situations and smoothly returned to the summer resort. As soon as they entered the door of the small base, they noticed that many vehicles had appeared in the parking lot outside. Without needing to guess, they knew it was Zhang Kai and the others who had returned. Just as their own car had not yet stopped, they saw someone coming out of the hall, looking in their direction. The moment the person saw them, he immediately turned and ran back into the building. In just a few seconds, Zhang Kai led a group out, walking quickly towards them. I need to go negotiate with him now. Do you want to come along? And he turned her head and couldn't help but ask Wei Chen. He shook his head and said, there's no need. You can go by yourself. After all, Wei Chen was quite averse to dealing too much with the official personnel of the base, so it was perfectly fine for an E to handle it all. When she opened the door and stepped out, Zhang Kai happened to be approaching the car. The two stood face to face, even though they were outside. The distance was close enough for Wei Chen to hear their conversation clearly. From their dialogue alone, it was evident that they were quite familiar with each other. Chapter 75. High contribution card. They negotiated face to face, quickly agreeing that a wild boar would be exchanged for 1 contribution point per pound, and the same price for wolves. Zhang Kai instructed his subordinates, and soon someone drove over in a large truck to bring back the scale. It was unclear if he had anticipated such an event. Otherwise, how could he always have the scale ready? They worked together to unload the wild boar and wolves from the truck, specifically weighing them, and after completing everything, they loaded them all into the truck. Annie did not stay outside for too long. When she returned to her car, she was holding a very unique card. This was the special card given by Captain Zhang, used for the official allocation of contribution points, containing a fixed amount of 5,000 contribution points. When we return to the base, we can go to the service center and transfer these points to our own cards. Wei Chen took the card and examined it closely, noticing that it clearly bore the emblem of Base 1 and was similar to a regular bank card, with a long string of numbers at the bottom. The card had been issued in 2 copies, and they each kept one, so they could use it when they returned to the base. Even if they did nothing in the coming days and just lay here quietly, it would still be quite a windfall. Wei Chen nearly had an illusion that having completed the task to this extent, it would be completely sufficient to stay in the base without going out. I brought some snacks. Do you want to try them first before we go inside to rest? Annie turned her head and suddenly asked Wei Chen. After taking out his pocket watch and looking at it, Wei Chen realized it was only a little past 2 in the afternoon. It was still early. Wei Chen joked, is the quantity of snacks a lot? If there's plenty, we could just have them for dinner. Annie didn't take it to heart and casually replied, just a little something to satisfy my hunger. It's not much. Hearing Annie say this, Wei Chen naturally wouldn't argue much and vaguely felt there was some truth to it. After all, they had eaten lunch quite quickly today. In such hot weather, it was fine to eat a little something. If necessary, they could just exercise more later to burn off the fat. The snacks they had were not anything special, but 2 small bowls of beef board noodles. The self-heating mini hot pot was all tomato and beef brisket flavor. And once opened, the rich aroma filled the vehicle, saturating the air with a strong beef flavor. Given the hot weather, after eating, they found themselves sweating even more. But that was no problem. The car had air conditioning, which could quickly disperse the smell inside, preventing it from becoming too stuffy. Moreover, both of them were very particular about hygiene, so in such situations, they wouldn't emit any unpleasant odors. After finishing their meal and tidying up the garbage, they headed straight towards the shed in front of them. This room was even more spacious and brighter than before. But the number of people was still as high as ever. Half of them could sit on the beds, while the other half were mostly sitting on the floor. People were doing all sorts of things inside the room, and there were sounds of chatter, laughter, and even crying. The noise created a very dissonant atmosphere, making it quite noisy to the ears, causing Wei Chen to frown. It seemed that there were even more people in this room than before. While Wei Chen hesitated, and he did not think too much and directly stepped inside. The moment she walked in, the smells that hadn't been noticeable at the door suddenly rushed in, hitting her nose like an explosion. Too many scents mingled together, and the only word to describe it was pungent. At that moment, Wei Chen immediately halted his steps, clearly deterred by the expressions around him. Faced with such an odor, Wei Chen felt quite familiar, having lived in such environments before. If he had to endure it, he could manage. However, he didn't want to be so passive now. He couldn't appear overly privileged, but he also couldn't be too casual. Otherwise, he would have truly wasted this life. Wei Chen turned his head to look at Annie, his tone becoming cold. I'm not planning to go in yet. Upon hearing this, Annie felt calm inside, slowly retreating without asking for a reason. It seems that they should know what the other party is truly worried about. I don't believe that in this villa with so many rooms, there isn't one where we can stay. Saying such words greatly satisfied Wei Chen, and they quickly left the place. It was very hot in this villa, with heat waves everywhere, making it almost difficult to breathe. After wandering around for half a day, they finally found a place to stay that was relatively suitable for them. The house was not big, but it was very spacious inside and not too dirty. With a little cleaning, it could still be livable. Moreover, they were not picky at the moment. They took out a broom and a rag from the car and did a simple cleaning, ensuring there wasn't too much dust before they could relax. The weather outside was still a bit hot, but having a house to block the sun was certainly better than being exposed outside. Before an E could even wait for a response, she was already preparing to go out again. Not long after, she specifically took out the ice cubes stored in the ice maker from the car. She also brought in the battery and fan to lower the room temperature a bit. Upon seeing her actions, Wei Chen immediately said, "You just rest over there. I can't let the room cool down without your help." After saying this, he went to help, claiming he would take out all his things to help lower the indoor temperature. And he smiled at Wei Chen and welcomed his help, saying, "Of course, you can." After spending such a long time together, it indeed wasn't good for them to be so calculative with each other. However, upon reflection, she realized she also had many things hidden from him, like the fact that she had a personal space but hadn't mentioned it. Still, and he felt that their current way of getting along was quite good. At least both of them could accept it. Chapter 76. Found a place to stay with the help of the ice cubes and the fan. The temperature in the room quickly became cool. Although it was extremely hot outside, the barriers of the doors and windows prevented the heat waves from entering. Inside, it felt like spring. Although it was a bit stuffy at first, as time passed, their bodies adapted to the indoor temperature, and they no longer felt uncomfortable. After working for a long time, the sky outside gradually darkened. "How about we go to bed early tonight?" And he suddenly suggested, noting that Wei Chen hadn't rested for a long time, and that staying up too late wasn't good for his health. She knew very well that Wei Chen had woken up in the early morning, and it was already evening. They hadn't rested at noon and had indeed gone a long time without sleep. Wei Chen didn't resist much, calmly nodding. "All right, then as usual. I'll sleep first, and you can wake me up when it's time to switch." Deal. Although there were only the two of them in this room, they were still in the wilderness, and there were other survivors in the villa. If someone suddenly barged in, it would still be dangerous for them, especially since there were many supplies in the room that they couldn't afford to lose. Someone had to stay vigilant at all times. Wei Chen didn't hesitate. He took out a straw mat, laid it on the ground, and prepared to rest. Unlike yesterday, he could feel the difference between lying down to rest now and leaning against the wall before. Moreover, with the straw mat, lying on it made him feel even cooler. Just as his eyes closed for a moment, Wei Chen quickly fell into a deep sleep. This was a basic skill that everyone could master after spending a long time in the apocalypse. After wandering outside for so many years, he finally had time to rest. If he continued to overthink, he would probably be awake until dawn without even closing his eyes. And he heard his calm and steady breathing and guessed that he had fallen into a deep sleep. She couldn't help but glance at him. Even while sleeping, he maintained a vigilant state, as if he could jump up at any moment if he sensed an enemy approaching. Despite having endured severe cold and now the scorching heat, he showed no signs of weariness and instead seemed to be thriving. Although the living conditions were not as good as before, he was still able to adapt as much as possible, making life not much worse than in the apocalypse. And Eve felt the temperature in the room. It was still a bit hot. So, she quietly took out a silver gray machine from her weapon space, pressed a button, and cold air started to flow out. As the cold air increased, the temperature in the room gradually dropped. She could clearly see that Wei Chen was sleeping even more soundly in this cool environment. Seeing this, a smile of relief naturally appeared on an ES face. Her space had always only been able to store weapons, and this machine, which had originally been a weapon, was modified by her to primarily function as a cooler. As a high-ranking person from the interstellar world, she had been equipped with a personal transport space since birth. When she first fell to Earth, that space became unusable and was almost impossible to open. However, later on, when the apocalypse fully descended, she managed to acquire a lot of gold, and the transport space gradually restored its functionality, allowing her to use it normally again. Besides that, this transport space could also serve as a communication tool for transferring items between planets. Even now, while she was in this world, she could still maintain communication with the interstellar realm. Unfortunately, the technology in this apocalypse was incredibly backward, and there was nothing worth her time. The only thing she could mess with was probably food. After all, she still didn't have enough to eat. So she could only save a bit to buy some materials for weapon modifications. She basically didn't lack weapons. At this moment, there was no urgency for other things. She could manage. However, if she could stockpile a lot of food, that would definitely be delightful. But her contribution points were still quite a lot, however. She couldn't just buy whatever she wanted at the base, as there were limits. The food she could eat was also limited. She could only buy everything available and try to stock up. But even she didn't know when more supplies would be sent from the interstellar realm. If she could get a spaceship from her space. Of course, the premise was that she had to come clean with Wei Chen first. Thinking of this, Nes brows furrowed. It was that she couldn't say it, she just didn't know how to start. Just as she was pondering, sounds began to come from outside the door. And he immediately turned off the ice maker and quickly stored it in her space. After finishing all these actions, Wei Chen was also awakened and slowly opened his eyes. What happened? Wei Chen asked while sitting up, waking from his dream. He was initially a bit confused but quickly regained his clarity. And he put on a puzzled expression and said directly, I'm not sure what exactly happened. We need to go take a look to find out. Upon reaching this point, Annie stood up and walked towards the door. Just as she reached the doorway, before she could even touch the door, there was a loud commotion outside. Hearing the noise, Wei Chen reacted quickly, standing up from the straw mat and hurriedly running towards the door. At that moment, Annie quickly pulled open the iron door. This room was quite cool, and there weren't many people inside, so step aside quickly, we need to go in and rest. The man in front had dark skin and a handlebar mustache, looking rather sharp-featured, and his tone was very harsh, making it a little hard to adapt. Annie blocked the doorway, not allowing anyone to enter, and said, No. You can give up on that idea. Haha, what a joke. This isn't your home. It's reasonable and legal for us to go in. What does it have to do with you? Moreover, there are too many people in that large shed across the way. It's noisy all day. And some of us here have had trouble sleeping. We need to change the environment. The man said this with righteous indignation, as if he thought an E had an inseparable responsibility for the matter. Chapter 77. The struggle in E.'s face darkened as she coldly replied, What does it have to do with me? If you want to find an empty room, go somewhere else. There are plenty of vacant houses in this villa. Don't come to mine. Seeing the other party's firm tone, the man shifted his approach and said, It's already dark outside, and it's so hot. If we go out now, we might find it hard to breathe. Don't you have any compassion? A cold light flashed in Yi's eyes as she replied in a low voice, No matter how hard it is for you, it has nothing to do with me. The man looked up in shock and began to shout, What? How can you say that so resolutely? Didn't we come from the first base together? Don't you have any thoughts of mutual help? That's too cruel. Cruel? Yi curled her lips in disdain and replied, We don't even know each other. At most, we took the same road, but that's it. We have no other connections. Without further ado, she said, If you don't let me in today, I want to be polite. Angered by the refusal, the man trembled all over and immediately clenched his fist and swung it at her, just as his fist shot forward. And he reached out to stop it, making it hard for him to retract. And he narrowed her eyes, seemingly not using much strength, yet the man was struggling greatly. When she gently pushed him back, he stumbled and fell, knocking down a few companions behind him, who landed on the ground in a rather disheveled manner. With your meager skills, don't even think about dealing with me. There's someone even stronger inside, and you probably can't handle them. And he crossed her arms and continued with interest, I advise you to leave quickly. If you provoke me, none of you will be able to leave. After that, she didn't say much more, yet even so, the group could feel a chill in the sweltering heat. For some reason, they felt a slight sweat breaking out. Those people dared not provoke her further and had no choice but to turn around and head towards the densely populated shed. After seeing those annoying guys walk away, Annie let out a slight sigh of relief. Just as she was about to turn back into the room, she suddenly noticed Wei Chen standing behind her. It's still quite early. You should go back and continue lying down. Annie changed her strict tone to a gentle one. Wei Chen directly shook his head in refusal, saying, Those people clearly have serious injuries. I could smell a strong scent of blood coming from one of them. Hearing this explanation, Annie frowned, deep in thought. Although she and T asked those people why they were bleeding so much, it was easy to guess that they must have fought with the mutated beasts here. If they returned, it would be a stroke of luck, but such actions undoubtedly brought greater trouble to the villa. The apocalypse has developed to a serious level. Those mutated beasts possess higher intelligence than humans and formidable strength. If someone can escape after encountering them, it would be extraordinary luck. But what if it was intentional? If it belongs to the latter category, then it would indeed be terrifying, sending chills down one's spine at the thought. In such situations, everyone must pay attention and absolutely not ignore them. If his speculation is accurate, then today and the next few days will likely be hard to endure. And he clearly considered this point and said with a serious face, I need to go out for a bit and discuss something with Captain Zhang. All right, you go ahead. Wei Chen replied as he watched an E quickly run ahead, then rolled up the straw mat and packed it into his backpack. Wei Chen glanced at his watch and realized he had tea rested for long, at most 1 or 2 hours. Now, he felt his energy was indeed much better than before. Sitting alone in the corner, Wei Chen stared at the bare wall, suddenly remembering something. Although he had been resting, he was still in a light sleep state and could feel what was happening outside. He felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped considerably, making him feel quite refreshed. However, once he opened his eyes, the temperature returned to normal, as if nothing had changed. Could it be that all of this was due to the effect of his straw mat? Before Wei Chen could come up with an answer in his mind, and he began to push the door open and walked back inside. I've already shared my suspicions with others. Captain Zhang and his team said they would keep an eye on follow-up actions, and it's better to remain vigilant. After hearing this, Wei Chen could only nod. But he didn't comment further. It's good to mention such vigilance. It counts as contributing to the group. If they don't believe it, then there's nothing to complain about. Although Captain Zhang's abilities aren't particularly outstanding, he is still a talented person with many teams under his command. They can lend a hand if something needs to be done. They stopped communicating after that and remained silent, resting in the corner. Time flowed continuously. The heat outside rolled incessantly. Even as night fell, the streetlights illuminated the rolling waves clearly. About half an hour later, it was already past 9 in the evening. At such a time, it was probably just the beginning of nightlife before the apocalypse broke out. However, now, many people had already gone to sleep. It's no exaggeration to say that some had already fallen into a deep slumber. Yet Wei Chen and an E remained quietly alert, maintaining a high level of wakefulness without resting at all. Why sleep long in life, when you must sleep forever in death? Just after 10 o'clock, there was suddenly a commotion outside the door, and Wei Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. Upon careful discernment, he realized it was a huge creature gradually approaching. With a dull and noisy sound, the dense clamor making him a bit anxious, and Wei Chen couldn't help but heighten his vigilance. He looked over at an E beside him, only to find that she was also staring at him. The two people looked at each other, then in perfect harmony, they pulled out their weapons and slowly approached the window. This window was very solidly made, so tightly sealed that not even the hot wind could blow in. Peering through the crack, they could clearly see many dark shadows moving outside. Numerous shadows began to approach the various houses, clearly with a target in mind. However, upon witnessing this situation, Wei Chen was not nervous at all, as it was evident that everything was within his expectations. Chapter 78. Beast Attack. Seeing this scene, Wei Chen maintained his calm demeanor on the surface, but inside, his heart was still in turmoil. After waiting for so long, these mutated beasts were finally approaching slowly. It was clear that these creatures were quite intelligent, knowing to launch their attacks in the dead of night for a surprise effect. To think they had acquired human-like reasoning was shocking, but even more frightening was their behavior. The beasts were naturally adept at hunting, thanks to their inherent skills. The apocalyptic disasters were relentless, making survival for humans in this world exceptionally difficult. Now, these beasts had become very cunning, even treating humans as prey, causing them to suffer more in this apocalypse. The group of beasts outside moved slowly, but they were already right in front of them. So it wasn't long before they reached the doors and windows. Apart from their own house, many beasts were also outside other houses. Just then, the window of the shed was opened, and many firearms were displayed at that moment. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted like spewing flames, echoing throughout the large manor, with smoke enveloping the scene. The beasts, which had been cautiously approaching, were startled by the sudden gunfire and scattered in all directions. However, what happened next was unexpected. Cries of despair and alarm from humans immediately rang out nearby. Even though Wei Chen and an E were a distance away from the shed, they could hear it clearly. And he squinted slightly, her gaze becoming extremely sharp. The gunfire that startled the beasts also, in a way, stimulated them. At that moment, despite the beasts fleeing in panic, they still remembered to continue charging towards the shed. The beasts moved noticeably faster than before, with some rushing directly towards the door, while others jumped through the windows. There were simply too many beasts in the manor, and a whole bunch were rushing in from outside the manor gate. It was evident they had a plan, and it seemed like there was someone in command, almost like an organization. The beasts at the front acted as vanguards, charging forward one after another without fear of death. Without hesitation, Wei Chen and an E made their choices, and he had long since taken her weapons out of her vehicle and loaded them with bullets. Now, she immediately opened the window and began firing wildly at the outside. Wei Chen stood behind her, although his firing rate wasn't as high as hers. He was still very accurate, hitting his targets with every shot. With the addition of these two fierce individuals to the battle, the pressure on the shed significantly decreased. However, even so, mutated wolves and hunting dogs still managed to break into the shed. Wei Chen heard a chilling and eerie howl, sending shivers down his spine. Some people couldn't hold back and rushed out of the room. But at this critical moment, rushing outside was almost like seeking death. The beasts outside were gathering in increasing numbers, and any human that appeared within their sight would be pounced on without hesitation. Faced with such a sudden event, Wei Chen and an E remained calm, as if they hadn't noticed, continuing to shoot steadily. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the beasts were about to pounce on the humans, they were shot down beforehand. However, as more and more people rushed out, the number of those who could be saved was limited. Even so, Wei Chen didn't say much throughout. After all, fate decides life and death, and wealth is determined by heaven. While he wanted to help, his abilities were still limited. He could only do his utmost to save more people. But he couldn't save everyone. These humans were in a panic trying to escape, only aware that beasts had broken into the house. So they focused solely on getting out, forgetting that more beasts were waiting outside. In their panic, they failed to think, which ultimately led to their demise. This battle lasted for over an hour, but it had to come to an end. In the end, only about 20 beasts managed to escape, while the remaining ones lay dead in pools of blood, with no signs of life left. Although they had driven back this group of attacking beasts, the survivors paid a heavy price, and it couldn't be determined who won or lost. Wei Chen and an E did not rush to leave their room until they saw Captain Zhang and the others come out of the shed. Then they pushed open the door and walked outside. The manor was in chaos. The previously stifling area, covered in a layer of yellow dust, was now stained red with blood, and the stench filled the air. Captain Zhang turned his head and gave a few simple instructions, signaling his subordinates to quickly clean up the area. The weather was so hot now that if these remains started to rot, it could easily lead to disease. If a plague spread, there would be no cure here, making it even more dangerous. Captain Zhang walked over to an E and Wei Chen, sincerely thanking them. Tonight, we owe it all to you. Otherwise, it would have been very dangerous. If it weren't for Wei Chen and an Yi's warnings and their assistance earlier, even more lives could have been lost. Just as an E was about to speak, someone stumbled over, their voice shrill like a duck's quack. Captain Zhang, you are being too unreasonable. Why do they get guns while we don't? If we had decent weapons, none of our brothers would have been hurt earlier, and certainly, we wouldn't have lost so many lives tonight. Upon hearing this familiar tone, Wei Chen turned around and immediately recognized it as the sharp-tongued woman from this morning. Wei Chen thought he had seen many people without sense or brains, but encountering such thoughtless fools was a first for him. Captain Zhang's face darkened at the question, and he replied sternly, "Nonsense. Who told you that their guns were issued by me? Haha. You don't need to hide it from me. If it wasn't you who issued them, how could they have these weapons?" The girl had just finished speaking when someone else stepped forward. Chapter 79. How to deal with green tea, Captain. Today's incident was too sudden. Many people have already lost their lives in this battle, and there are those who are injured. Even some who seem fine have definitely been greatly frightened. Xiaoya must have been too shocked earlier. That's why she spoke out of turn. If there's anything offensive, please don't hold it against a little girl like her. Although the voice sounded soft, it was filled with an air of a white lotus. As soon as the other party spoke the first word, Wei Chen recognized it. It was clearly Wu Shan's voice. While speaking, Wu Shan approached Zhang Kai and continued, "Captain, I actually think what Xiaoya said isn't entirely unreasonable. After all, we've encountered such a fierce beast, and we don't have any suitable weapons. Basically, only a small number of people have firearms. If each of us had weapons, it probably wouldn't be as brutal as it was tonight. Moreover, as the leader of the team, you must act fairly and justly. Otherwise, how can everyone continue to trust your words?" Wu Shan said this very seriously, as if everything was for Zhang Kai's consideration. Wei Chen sneered coldly beside her. He initially thought Wu Shan was just a naive flower, not worth worrying about. But he never expected that this innocent flower also had the shadow of a scheming girl. However, the outside was too hot now, and Wei Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to her anymore. He glanced coldly at Wu Shan and said, "Did the gunfire just now deafen you?" Captain Zhang made it very clear that our guns are not matched for him. Wu Shan was slightly taken aback and asked, "If they weren't given to you by Captain Zhang, then where did you get these firearms?" Wei Chen couldn't be bothered to engage further and casually replied, "It's already the apocalypse. Do you think things like firearms are hard to come by? But I didn't know that when faced with unreasonable people, saying you don't know is your only response. You're quite good at shirking responsibility. I'm not that kind of person. Wu Shan pouted, her eyes misting with tears. Although she didn't know how she had offended him, he had been very rude to her since their first meeting. You can't treat me so coldly everywhere. Wei Chen lowered his head, fiddling with the gun in his hand, and said, then you probably look down on me. I never disrespect others. I either don't do it or go all out. As he spoke, Wei Chen suddenly flashed and was right beside Wu Shan, pressing his compact wild horse gun against her forehead. I don't care if you're a white lotus or a green tea girl, from now on. As long as you appear in front of me, don't talk to me in that annoying tone. If you do this again next time, I won't be polite and will send you back to be reborn, so you can learn to speak properly. Do you understand? When Wei Chen said this, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Wu Shan trembled from head to toe. After enduring for a long time, she finally managed to utter a word. Understood. Just remember that. Wei Chen slowly withdrew his gun and added, as long as you cooperate with me, I will definitely not be rude to you. Wu Shan looked at him, just slightly, then quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze again. Wei Chen turned to an Yi and Zhang Kai, casually saying, it's getting late, and I don't need to help anymore, so I'll go back to rest. And he nodded and didn't tea refuse, no problem. You can go back and sleep for a while. I still have things to discuss with Captain Zhang here. After all, we killed so many prey tonight. And we need to calculate the contribution points. Zhang Kai couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this, feeling speechless. What time is it now? And this girl is still thinking about contribution points? However, he also couldn't comment too much since she did help a lot tonight, and indeed deserved proper thanks. It couldn't just be a verbal apology, something substantial was needed. Moreover, they had already made it clear before leaving the base that as long as they killed the prey, they could exchange contribution points. This was already a set rule and couldn't be casually changed. Wei Chen nodded to an E, didn't he say anything, and then walked into his room without looking back. After Wei Chen entered his room, an E casually glanced at Wu Shan, seeing her still immersed in the lingering fear, and coldly snorted in disdain. Captain Zhang, let us not be polite here. Let us settle this right now. Hearing an Yi's impatient urging, Zhang Kai couldn't help but chuckle. All right then, since you've put it that way, I'll definitely go with you. Don't worry, it won't take you long. After all, it's easy to figure out. And he changed the subject and reminded, the firearm I used just now is quite rare in this world, and the bullets and caliber can be easily recognized. So they won't mix with yours. I absolutely won't take any advantage. I see, then let's set off now. As soon as they finished speaking, they got busy and didn't spare another glance at Wu Shan and the girl named Xiaoya. Previously, Xiaoya had been very loud, but now, seeing Wei Chen press the gun against her best friend Wu Shan's head, she immediately fell silent, her presence diminishing to the lowest. It wasn't until she saw an Yi and Zhang Kai take the remaining subordinates away that Xiaoya walked over to Wu Shan, looking pitiful, and said, Sister Shan, you weren't scared, were you? Wu Shan opened her mouth, feeling a bit shy to speak, but had to say, I feel my legs are warm. Why do they suddenly feel so weak? Xiaoya was a bit confused by this statement and continued, what happened? The moment the question left her lips, Xiaoya suddenly thought of a possibility in her mind. Chapter 80. Inexpressible words. Sister Shan, you wouldn't have been scared to the point of wetting yourself by that guy just now, would you? Although she didn't say the latter part, they both understood. Wu Shan felt a bit embarrassed to continue speaking, as this was hard to say, but she eventually nodded and choked out, Xiaoya, what should I do now? I can't move at all. Wu Shan had been scared stiff. Besides her thighs feeling warm, her nerves felt oppressed, as if filled with molten iron, leaving her unable to move at all. Xiaoya was clearly encountering such a situation for the first time, and her head felt dizzy. Sister Shan, wait here for me. I'll go get someone right now. Xiaoya hurriedly turned around and jogged away, leaving Wu Shan unable to stop her, only able to watch her go. Besides feeling warmth in her calves, she also felt a tingling sensation, unable to move. It was too hot outside now. If she stayed here, she would probably pay the price. If Wu Shan hadn't said those words earlier, she wouldn't have angered Wei Chen and wouldn't have been scared to the point of losing control. It can only be said that this was her own doing. She brought this upon herself and couldn't blame anyone else. Strictly speaking, Wei Chen hadn't done anything outrageous. He merely said a few slightly domineering words. Ultimately, what happened later had little to do with him. Zhang Kai's team was quite efficient. In less than half an hour, they had basically clarified the number of beasts that needed to be counted. These miscellaneous beasts add up to more than 60 in total. If converted into contribution points, that would be around over 10,000 points, which is equivalent to a normal person working at the base for 10 years. Zhang Kai set off from the base earlier with some contribution cards, but no matter how much balance was in them, it wouldn't cover the payment for Wei Chen and an E. How about this? I have 10,000 contribution points on this card, and I can give it to you directly now. As for the rest, you'll have to wait until we return to the base to settle it. That should be fine, right? And he smiled and accepted the card, saying with great understanding, it's no problem. I might distrust others, but Captain Zhang, I will definitely trust you. Zhang Kai is officially recognized by the base, and barring any accidents, there shouldn't be any changes. There are still many areas in weapon development at the base where an ES assistance is needed, and a mere few tens of thousands of contribution points is basically a small matter for her. Hearing an ES honesty, Zhang Kai seemed to guess what she was thinking, but he didn't say everything at once. All right, since we've settled everything, let us not linger here. It's really hot outside. Let us hurry back and rest. Zhang Kai nodded and immediately agreed. Okay, everyone must be exhausted tonight. Let us get some sleep to recharge. We have other things to do tomorrow. Upon hearing Zhang Kai say this, and he didn't feel anything was amiss, so she didn't say much and quickly left. Watching an ES receding figure, Zhang Kai was somewhat dazed, unable to come back to his senses for a while. He and an E had known each other for some time, and he felt that this girl should be easy to talk to. Usually, she wore a kind and approachable smile, but in reality, it was hard for others to get close to her. At first, Zhang Kai thought an E treated everyone this way. However, from observing the little things now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Thinking back to when an E stood next to Wei Chen, Zhang Kai always felt there was nothing wrong. After all, these two, despite being male and female, shared too many commonalities, and the domineering pressure they exuded while speaking and acting was remarkably similar. Meanwhile, after Annie returned to her room, she saw Wei Chen sitting next to the ice maker enjoying the breeze. Wei Chen was holding a cup of ice cream topped with matcha and chocolate, which looked quite delicious. Seeing him enjoying it so much, Annie couldn't help but swallow. The things he had eaten earlier in the afternoon had all been consumed by the large amount of activity tonight. Annie didn't waste any more time and walked over, immediately hearing Wei Chen say, I even specially made you a cup of ice cream. It just came out. Sit down and eat while you rest. And he looked to the side and found that there was still a cup of ice cream stored, still emanating cold air. Looking very well preserved. She didn't wait long, didn't say much, and found a corner to sit down, directly opening her backpack to take out things. It wouldn't do to only eat ice cream, right? She definitely needed some snacks to go with it. Wei Chen curiously leaned over to look at an E and saw that she had taken out a bag of candy beans. After seeing her actions, Wei Chen couldn't help but laugh. This backpack isn't very big, but you always manage to pull out all sorts of things from it. It can't be a treasure chest, can it? Looking at an ES backpack, which was very bulging, but could still produce many items, he indeed found it suspicious. Although he was just joking earlier, it did spark a sense of curiosity in him that was worth pondering. Just as he was thinking, and he showed no hesitation and immediately unzipped her backpack. There's nothing special, just take a look. Wei Chen looked inside, curious. And aside from some compressed biscuits and candies, there were indeed various snacks, though not in large quantities, yet they filled the entire backpack. Wei Chen gave Annie a thumbs up and couldn't help but praise, you're amazing, you can bring so many things. Annie smiled as she opened the packaging and didn't say much, directly sprinkling the candy on top of the ice cream. I might not be good at much else, but I can responsibly tell you that very few people can compete with me when it comes to food. Without Annie saying it, Wei Chen already knew this point. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought so many snacks. What Wei Chen was more curious about was where Annie had gotten so much food. This kind of ice cream shouldn't be eaten too much, otherwise it would lead to stomach issues. Just a little to relieve the heat would be enough. Wei Chen couldn't help but remind, and his gaze toward an E involuntarily became somewhat complicated. In fact, they had other food, but the current environment was indeed troublesome. If they cooked something too fragrant, it could attract unwanted attention, which was completely unnecessary. However, ice cream could solve the immediate problem, help them relax, and alleviate hunger, truly killing two birds with one stone. They didn't hesitate and directly chose the ice cream. Chapter 81. Restoring vitality. By the way, the air here has always been very fresh and cool. Don't you find it strange? Annie raised an eyebrow and deliberately posed this question, meeting the gaze of this beautiful girl. Wei Chen realized something was indeed off. Yeah, what is going on? To tell you the truth, I specifically brought an air purifier this time. What? You actually brought a machine? Wei Chen's eyes widened, feeling a bit incredulous. After all, The things she brought along weren't many, but this machine was extremely large. How did she manage to bring it? The principle of the air purifier is to expel the murky air from the room. But if that's the case, then no matter what is cooked in the room, it wouldn't have a strong smell, but the outside would be different and could easily draw attention from others. And he seemed to guess what was on his mind and smiled. Don't worry, my machine is completely different from others and is very advanced. Wei Chen gasped, feeling he was left speechless. How could there be such advanced technology in this world? Even in the realm of black technology, it would be impossible to leave no trace. People like you are very suspicious. And he saw through his thoughts and said earnestly, when we return to the base, I can give you one. Everyone who has used it says it's great. After saying that, Annie couldn't help but feel a wave of joy in her heart. Initially, she had been struggling with what reason to give to send such a gift, but now that the conversation had gone this way, it was naturally logical to give it away. Feeling happy, Annie casually scooped a spoonful of ice cream and put it in her mouth. As she tasted the sweetness of the ice cream, she could discern what she wanted, allowing her to feel a bit of coolness amid the scorching summer. Wei Chen watched Annie, and although he couldn't see what she was thinking, he could tell from her expression that she was in a good mood. As she was gazing at her, she suddenly looked up and followed his gaze. After a long moment of eye contact, Annie shifted the topic and asked, "Have you changed your flavor?" Wei Chen was momentarily taken aback, not quite understanding what was happening. Just then, a drop of liquid fell onto his hand, and the cold sensation made him realize that the ice cream in his hand had melted into a puddle. Seeing this, Wei Chen remained calm, first placing the ice cream on the ground and storing the sweet liquid in the freezer. He then wiped his hands clean with a piece of paper. Although it was a bit time-consuming, it was indeed a good remedy. By the time they finished their ice cream snacks, it was already past midnight. Annie claimed she had something to do and went out, returning with a large piece of wood in her hands. Wei Chen looked at her curiously and asked, "What do you need that for? It's pretty heavy." Annie didn't rush to answer. Instead, she turned around and locked the door, then placed the wood horizontally behind the door, effectively blocking it. If they locked the door now, it might still be forced open, but with this piece of wood, it would take at least 4 or 5 people to get through. They could finally have a good night's sleep. Although bringing back the wood didn't guarantee that nothing unexpected would happen, it was better to have it than not, providing a sense of security. Moreover, if someone tried to force the door open, the noise would be enough to wake them. They hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. So after resting a bit, they quickly closed their eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. Not just them, but many refugees in the entire villa felt they hadn't had proper rest for too long. So now, they lay comfortably in their beds, and before long, the whole villa fell into silence. A night without incidents. Everyone slept very soundly, without any surprises. They slept for a long time, finally replenishing their energy and getting a good rest. When they woke up, they didn't forget to brush their teeth and wash their faces as usual. And they also remembered to have breakfast. Even in the apocalypse, where food was scarce, they couldn't skip their 3 meals a day. After all, it wasn't friendly to their stomachs. Even if they could save a bit of food, it would be like picking up sesame seeds while dropping watermelons. And he told Wei Chen to continue resting in the house, while she chose to go to the hall alone. Wei Chen didn't go out, but stayed by the window, looking outside. After experiencing the previous drop in temperature, the weather outside was still hot. However, compared to yesterday, it was definitely more suitable. If they were planning to return to the base today, it would be the best choice. Since leaving the base, everything had been very rudimentary. Whether it was the living conditions or the environment, making him uncomfortable. Wei Chen had already begun to miss his cool and comfortable bedroom. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly noticed someone walking out of the hall in the distance. Although it was not a long distance, Wei Chen could still tell that the person was glaring at him with a look full of hatred. Seeing this, Wei Chen felt curious and even a bit surprised. Observing the figure closely, he guessed it wasn't Wu Shan or Xiaoya, but who else could hate him so much? Suddenly, his curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't help but pull back his gaze and shut the door, returning to the room. In truth, it didn't matter who that person was to him. After all, if they dared to do anything out of line, he could simply eliminate them. Chapter 82. The news brought back. It didn't take long for an E to return from the hall, bringing back 2 pieces of news. "We need to pack everything in this room. We're getting ready to go back to the base. Captain Zhang told me that even though the mission wasn't completed, it has basically achieved the expected results, and the losses are quite severe, so we need to return to the base for a period of adjustment. By the way, there's another piece of news. Wu Shan died last night." When Wei Chen heard her say this, his pupils contracted, and a complex mix of emotions began to stir inside him. But he quickly replied, "Oh, what does that woman's death have to do with me? I didn't kill her." He remained calm and composed, as if none of this had anything to do with him. In fact, if Zhang Kai hadn't been there last night, Wei Chen would probably have shot Wu Shan on the spot. However, even so, he was curious about how she died, and he frowned, initially hesitant to speak, but eventually said, "I don't mind telling you now, after she had contact with you last night. She was so scared that she wet herself and probably didn't pay attention to hygiene, leading to a bacterial infection. You know, the weather is quite harsh right now, and if you're not careful, you'll get sick. That's what happened to her, and she died overnight. So that's the truth." Wei Chen maintained his calm demeanor and nodded, saying, "I see, that doesn't matter." Suddenly, he remembered that Wu Shan had lived below his house, making her somewhat of a neighbor. Though she also had several companions living with her, Wei Chen's mind raced, and he couldn't help but connect it to the man who had been glaring at him not far away, asking, by the way, "Did Wu Shan have any companions with her?" And he nodded, saying, "That's right. After I heard this news, I was worried that her companions would hold a grudge against you because of last night's incident, so I made sure to find out the details. She had a total of 4 companions, 2 of each gender, and one of the men named Su Kong was quite close to Wu Shan." Upon hearing this, Wei Chen suddenly realized it didn't take much thought to know that the man glaring at him outside was definitely Su Kong. Wei Chen didn't take Su Kong seriously and slowly started packing up the luggage in the room, saying, "So when do we plan to head back to the base?" The main group was already in the hall packing up, and it probably wouldn't be long before they set off, maybe in about half an hour. The timing was just right, so the two of them worked together to clear the room, moving any usable equipment or food into the vehicle, no matter what it was. Anything that could be used must not be wasted. It would definitely be useful. Once back in the vehicle, an E immediately turned on the air conditioning and fan to quickly change the stuffy environment. Wei Chen took out 2 ice packs from his backpack and placed them on himself to slightly lower the temperature and feel cooler. When they felt that everything they needed to withdraw was ready, they finally waited for Zhang Kai to lead the group out of the hall. Initially, when they arrived, the trunks of the convoy were mostly empty, but now, as they were about to leave, everyone was fully loaded and returning with quite a haul. Just before departure, a small incident occurred. These buses were originally prepared for the survivors, but unexpectedly, there were too many people. As they were trying to transport them, the survivors rushed to sit in the comfortable buses, unwilling to squeeze into the uncomfortable back of the cargo trucks. Although they had not experienced which vehicle was more comfortable, it was easy to tell that the buses were specifically designed for people, possibly even with cool air conditioning. The cargo trucks were different in the stifling conditions. It was likely unbearable for anyone, and there might not even be a place to sit, possibly forcing them to sit on the ground. Despite this, they still filled the buses to capacity, even crowding the aisles. However, even so, many people still couldn't get on the bus and had to obediently line up to board the cargo trucks. Some refugees even took it a step further, seeing the situation. They audaciously threatened to take the private cars brought by the rescue team, saying they wouldn't leave if they weren't allowed to sit. Of course, such unreasonable proposals were firmly rejected. However, in a large group, there were always some kind-hearted rescue team members who, upon hearing the refugees' requests, momentarily softened and allowed them to board the private cars. There were also survivors who knocked on Wei Chen and Yi's car windows. But the result was predictable. They were directly rejected. In fact, it would be more accurate to say they were ignored. Now, as the convoy was about to set off, if they continued to linger outside, they might not even get on the cargo trucks. So those refugees who couldn't get their way had no choice but to grit their teeth and leave angrily. At first, the convoy appeared spirited, giving off an ambitious vibe, and everyone's spirits were very high. But now, as they were about to evacuate, everyone looked unwilling, each with their own thoughts. Many rescue team members in the convoy were hoping to pick up some benefits, thinking that by following everyone, they could snag some perks. However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they probably never imagined that instead of gaining benefits, they would lose many friends and even loved ones in vain. Compared to them, the duo of Wei Chen and an E, who suffered no losses and even gained a lot, quickly became objects of envy. Not long after the convoy left the villa, they took a brief break at noon. As Wei Chen got out of the car, he noticed many unfriendly gazes directed at him. However, he never took such stares to heart. After all, for someone capable like him, it didn't matter who was looking at him. He never overthought it and felt that it was all irrelevant. Chapter 83. Kill. Before the apocalypse erupted, firearms like gunpowder weapons were strictly prohibited. However, in today's world, as long as one had something in hand and could utilize some connections. Acquiring firearms was not a difficult task. Now, these people wanted to survive here and also had to go out to complete tasks, so they definitely needed a powerful weapon. Otherwise, they would eventually suffer losses. Wei Chen didn't think too much. After using the restroom, he walked straight out of the bushes. Just a few steps forward, someone suddenly jumped out. Although the other party was fully armed, Wei Chen could tell who he was with just a glance. "Su Kong, are you looking for me?" Wei Chen recognized him immediately, and upon hearing this, Su Kong was a bit surprised but soon revealed a sly smile. "Since you can recognize me now, I think there's no need to explain further. You probably understand that I'm here for revenge." After staring at the other party for a moment, Wei Chen said, "Well, I just think if someone wants to play dumb in front of me, that person should be you. You little brat, you're looking for death." Su Kong was almost furious to the point of shaking, clearly infuriated to the extent that he could barely control himself. "All right, since we've reached this point, I think there's no need to be polite with you." Su Kong seemed to feel well prepared and rushed towards Wei Chen without hesitation. However, the weather was too hot, and just moving a little made one break into a sweat, which affected his combat capability. Su Kong dared to come in front of Wei Chen to shout, clearly wanting to avenge his beloved woman. At the same time, he thought that since the other party was alone, it was the perfect opportunity to showcase his strength. He felt he had the advantage in terms of timing, location, and personnel, so he wouldn't be polite with anyone. However, from past novels or films, those with such thoughts often ended up disappointed. Su Kong's punches or sweeping kicks could easily be dodged by Wei Chen, no matter how many times he threw them. After just a minute or two, Wei Chen lost interest. He initially thought that Su Kong was bold enough to seek revenge, so he must have been fully prepared. But he never expected the other party to be so weak, far below expectations. Wei Chen was too lazy to waste time with him, so he took out a dagger from his waist. This short blade was something he carried with him, having killed many with it. It could be said to be a sharp weapon that could cut through iron like mud. Seeing Wei Chen pull out the knife, Su Kong gasped, feeling a bit nervous. When he wanted to curse, he had just opened his mouth, and before he could make a sound, he felt something sharp touch his throat. And a sudden chill spread throughout his body. With the dagger in hand, Wei Chen turned it slightly and slashed across Su Kang's neck. Wei Chen hardly exerted much force, easily slicing through Su Kang's skin and cutting his windpipe. In the current hot weather, the blood flowed quickly, almost like boiling water, and when the blood vessels ruptured, blood spurted out immediately. Wei Chen watched Su Kang's body fall onto the cracked ground, maintaining an expressionless face as he slowly took out a piece of paper to wipe the blood off the knife. When he returned to the car, and he looked over with concern. Did something happen? Did it really take that long just to go to the restroom? Wei Chen chuckled lightly. With no intention of hiding anything, I ran into Su Kong on the way back. Upon hearing this, and he seemed to have anticipated this outcome and leisurely asked, "So is he dead now?" "That's right. Since this guy was determined to seek death, I had to help him with that." In this world, there were many choices. Su Kong, having a good life, chose to seek his own doom. Wei Chen naturally wouldn't reason with such a person, nor would he be polite. He directly attacked and killed him. As the captain of the convoy, Zhang Kai only gave everyone a maximum of half an hour to rest. Now the rest time was up, and the captain immediately ordered everyone in the convoy to continue. Everyone had more or less returned to their respective positions, and no one lingered elsewhere. However, at this moment, in a small vehicle, Shaya noticed that Su Kong had not returned for a long time. Connecting this to the strange behavior of the other party lately, she recalled that ever since Wu Shan died, he had been extremely angry, and a bad premonition began to surface in her mind. The other companions in the vehicle noticed that Xiaoya's body was shaking violently and approached her with concern, asking what had happened. Xiaoya was extremely frightened, fearing that others would notice something was wrong, so she hurriedly shook her head and couldn't say a word. Seeing that she remained silent, the others naturally didn't ask further questions. After all, it's a common trait for people to distance themselves from matters that don't concern them. After resolving all personal mistakes, the convoy continued its journey, and Captain Zhang informed everyone over the walkie-talkie that there would be no more stops until they returned to the base. Xiaoya sat in her vehicle, turned her head, and kept her gaze on the distant outside as the vehicle started. Su Kong still had not appeared, and it seemed they would not meet again. Suddenly, the thought crossed her mind that he had told her before that he must deal with Wei Chen before returning to the base, and Xiaoya couldn't help but feel scared. Su Kong had not fulfilled his plan, and not only that, he had lost both his wife and his life. Now looking at Wei Chen, she suddenly felt that this expressionless guy was truly terrifying. Fortunately, she hadn't been involved, and since they were almost back at the base, she decided to avoid contact with this terrifying person as much as possible. She intended to never see Wei Chen again after returning to the base. After thinking of this, Xiaoyu felt a bit comforted and relaxed her mindset. Chapter 84 Finally home at you. Wei Chen suddenly sneezed in the car, unaware that at this moment, someone viewed him as a great threat, terrified to the core. Wei Chen didn't pay it any mind, but took over from an sitting in the driver's seat and driving forward. In fact, there were other vehicles leading the way, so the road became very smooth with hardly any obstacles. At that time, there were still too many cars, and everyone simply couldn't stop. By the time they returned to the base, the sky had completely darkened. When the convoy entered the base, everyone didn't gather but directly scattered to their respective points. Wei Chen was no different. He drove straight back to his residential building. After parking the car, they worked together to carry the items from the car into the room, and then Annie drove her car to the parking lot. Since they had been using the air conditioning while on the road, a significant amount of gasoline had been consumed, and there was only a little left in the car. Even though it was running low, gasoline in this world was definitely considered black gold, even more valuable than gold. Even a drop could easily be stolen by others. In the end, Annie extracted the gasoline and carried the fuel tank back. When she reached her residential building and just got to the 6th floor without going up further, she suddenly saw that the door on that floor was not tightly closed, and she could clearly hear sounds coming from inside. Now that Wushan was dead and Su Kong was missing, it seemed there was no need for them to continue staying here. Originally, they had planned to rent this place because Wushan suggested it, and Su Kong had paid nearly half of the rent, but now that both of them were gone, it would be difficult for them to afford such a place in the future. I think we should just go back to that big room. Even living in a collective dormitory wouldn't be bad, just a little dirty. No joke, things are no longer what they used to be. We brought back so many refugees. And that collective dormitory is probably even messier now. Sigh, this matter can't be dragged out any longer. Renting this house costs money per day. We must find jobs. But it's so hot outside. Annie didn't continue to listen. She could tell what these people were going through, but it didn't really concern her. So she ignored it and walked upstairs. Upon returning to her home, Annie suddenly remembered something they had agreed upon earlier in the wild. So she took out an air purifier from her space and immediately carried it to Wei Chen's door. Knock, knock, knock. As Wei Chen was tidying up some things in his room, he immediately knew Annie had returned when he heard the knocking. When he opened the door, he saw Annie standing outside, looking bright and cheerful, with a cylindrical machine beside her. What is this? We had promised that when I returned to the base, I would give you an air purifier, and I suddenly remembered this as soon as I got back, so I brought it over. And he also specifically added that this machine is very convenient. It can operate normally as long as it has electricity, and you can adjust the mode slightly to use it properly. Wei Chen had a good memory and still remembered the agreement they had made. You've given me this machine. Do you still have one for yourself? I have one at home. You don't need to worry about that. Hearing this response, Wei Chen felt relieved and immediately brought the air purifier into the room. In that case, I should thank you. My ice maker has produced some ice cubes. So take a basin back. It will definitely come in handy. Sure. Although Annie readily agreed, she had no intention of going inside. After all, she usually didn't like going to others' homes, feeling it would invade their privacy, so she stayed at the door. Seeing this, Wei Chen felt very pleased and didn't say much. Directly moving the air purifier he had just received into his bedroom. Before long, he brought out a small yellow basin filled with ice cubes, still emitting a chill. After handing the basin of ice cubes to Annie, Wei Chen continued, saying that if the ice wasn't enough, she could come to his house anytime for more. Then it's settled. I'll come over again when I have time. They saw each other often, so there was no need for pleasantries. A few simple words sufficed to understand each other's intentions. After returning to his bedroom, Wei Chen skillfully turned on various cooling appliances in the room, including the air conditioning, fans, and ice maker. Although it consumed a lot of electricity, the sunlight outside was very intense. The solar panels were continuously operating at high intensity, providing a steady supply of electricity without worrying about power consumption. He had just returned and needed to eat something. He also wanted to try out the air freshener that Annie had sent him to see if it worked. Wei Chen turned on the air freshener and then took out a hot pot from his space. He had watched a movie while idling at home before, where a character was eating hot pot in an ice cellar. At that time, he felt envious. Now that the temperature in the room had finally dropped, he had the chance to try out that scene from the movie and see how it felt. Before the apocalypse happened, he had specifically ordered a hot pot from a restaurant. The moment it was cooked, he discreetly stored it in a space. Now, taking it out. The hot pot retained its original appearance and was still bubbling. Steam was rising, and the unforgettable aroma made his mouth water. He also took out some hot pot ingredients from his space and casually added them in. The room was small, and as the fragrance gradually spread, the entire place was filled with the smell of hot pot. Chapter 85. This technology is too amazing, but Wei Chen quickly realized that despite the smoke obscuring his vision, it would soon be sucked in by the air freshener and wooden tea spread to other corners. He wanted to test it further, so he went to a corner. But to his surprise, he couldn't smell any hot pot at all. Despite having prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. This technology was incredibly impressive. He couldn't figure out where they had gotten such a treasure, but it didn't really matter as long as it worked. Wei Chen sat down on a wooden rattan chair, opened a pack of elastic beef balls, and poured them into the hot pot one by one. As soon as he took out a small dish, he could just pour it into the hot pot without even looking. He believed the ingredients must be very fresh. Before the apocalypse, if someone was eating hot pot alone, that person would probably feel very lonely. But now it was different. Wei Chen sat in front of the hot pot alone, surrounded by cool air, while the aroma of the hot pot lingered around him. The contrasting sensations of cold and hot mingled together, making it indescribably delightful. Far from feeling lonely, he felt incredibly happy. Was there anything more enjoyable in this world? After experiencing so much, he truly believed there was nothing better. After finishing the 2 plates of meatballs and side dishes in front of him, the hot pot was still steaming, cooking other ingredients. Wei Chen took out his tablet and watched a movie he had recently enjoyed. Enjoying his favorite film while eating his favorite food, he felt like he had reached the pinnacle of life. This meal took him about 1 to 2 hours. But since it was hot pot, he could keep adding broth and ingredients, so he didn't have to worry about it going bad over time. When he finished the last small dish of ingredients, he couldn't help but crack in 2 eggs and add a bag of instant noodles. After he burped in satisfaction, the meal was finally perfect. After he had eaten and drank enough, he specially brought in a bathtub from the bathroom and soaked himself in it, enjoying the joy that the cold water brought him. After being away from home for so long, it was very inconvenient in the wilderness, and even washing his face required considering water resources. But now that he was back home, everything felt better. Although it was only just past 9 in the evening, Wei Chen chose to go to bed early. After so many days without lying on his own bed, the cool and soft bedding made him feel so happy that he could fall asleep instantly. Indeed, nothing beats one's own nest. He closed his eyes and thought about the time. If it weren't for the earthquake and natural disasters coming in more than a year, it would be uncertain whether this residential building would hold up. If he could keep it, he would definitely transfer this happy home into his name. But if the earthquake ruined everything, then he wouldn't need to waste his efforts now, making it very unnecessary. The next morning, after Wei Chen got up, he started to restore his previous discipline. He was in a hurry to wash up. After simply waking up, he strengthened his muscles until they were pumped up. After a quick wash, he prepared to have breakfast. After finishing this series of simple tasks, he realized it was already past 9 in the morning. Suddenly, Wei Chen remembered something and took out a brand new phone and tablet from his space. He then opened the door and went to find an E. After a while, when she saw the newly acquired phone and tablet, her face was filled with uncontainable joy and excitement. After playing with them for a bit, she finally set them aside and said, "I have to go out to find Captain Zhang at the service center. There are some things that need to be resolved quickly. After all, I'm worried he might default on his debt. I don't know if you remember, but Captain Zhang owes us some contribution points. Once we get those contributions, we can also handle the paperwork to transfer all the points to our cards." These matters were something they had to go through together, and Wei Chen naturally had no reason to refuse. Wei Chen returned home first, quickly changed into clothes to go out, and then went downstairs with an E. Although the service center was also in the base, the area was so large that the distance between the residential building and the service center was still a bit far. So they had to take a car. Annie had emptied the gas tank before, and now she skillfully added some gasoline before getting in the car with Wei Chen. Once he warmed up the car, they were able to hit the gas smoothly. Annie drove her private car at a moderate speed, and she could see people slowly walking outside through the window. As the car passed by, it was clear to see the envious looks from people, all of them staring at her. These gazes were complex, filled with various emotions. Seeing this group of people, Wei Chen remained calm and didn't bother to look at them again. It was really hot outside, and they just wanted to finish the paperwork and head home with a bunch of contribution points. After about 10 minutes of driving, and he parked her car in front of a relatively well-decorated building that had the words First Base Service Center written on it. Places like this had been established long before the apocalypse occurred. However, since then, the base's official personnel and some workers had reinforced certain facilities here, making it better. For example, they installed solar air conditioners that could run for a long time and incorporated some advanced technology, and even the security system had been significantly enhanced. Chapter 86. What does this woman want? Even though Wei Chen was comfortably sitting in the car, he could clearly hear the buzzing sound of many air conditioning units running outside the service hall. After hearing such noise, Wei Chen suddenly felt a bit envious. In his previous life, if he could have used an air conditioner, life wouldn't have been so hard. Even now, he used air conditioning very cautiously. Although the power supply was sufficient, having an air conditioner installed in a personal room consumed a lot of electricity, and accidents could easily happen. In such hot weather, using high-power appliances recklessly could lead to fires and other situations. He had to prevent such accidents, so even when he used the air conditioner, it was for a very short time, and he had always been very careful. And he didn't ask him to get out of the car. She just hoped he would stay inside, which Wei Chen was more than happy to do. On such a hot day, it was likely that no one would want to go out. Although there were quite a few people driving around here, and none of the cars had visible signs, making it hard to tell the quality of the vehicles. One could tell that those who could afford private cars certainly had a significant status and strength. Moreover, when they got out of the cars, they were all dressed quite appropriately, indicating that they were powerful individuals. However, some of these people were obviously office workers here. But even these public servants still had a stable job, ensuring they could eat well, sleep well, and stay warm even in the apocalypse. While Wei Chen was sitting in the car feeling a bit restless, he suddenly felt someone knocking on the door. Turning his head to look outside, he found someone staring at him. After rolling down the window, he asked the person outside, "Is there something you need?" "Sir, I noticed your car has been parked here for a long time. If you need any help, feel free to ask me. I might be able to assist you," said the woman, who had delicate features. From her tone and attitude, it seemed she meant no harm. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that there was a hint of pride in her speech. Otherwise, she wouldn't have assumed she could help without knowing what Wei Chen was there for. Wei Chen shook his head and directly declined, "I don't need any help." Regardless of what the woman was thinking, he still understood some etiquette, so he spoke politely. While he was talking, the woman had already assessed Wei Chen's attire and appearance, and her gaze seemed to brighten significantly. "Actually, you don't need to be so polite with me because I have a bit of status here. If I speak, everyone around here would probably listen to me." Although the woman hadn't revealed her identity yet, her expression showed a hint of self-satisfaction, indicating that she indeed held some authority. After all, being a public servant in the base meant a different level of power. If some strong young men had heard her say such things and showcase some strength, they would likely be chasing after her. After all, she had always been successful with such tactics before. But those men couldn't compare to the handsome young man before her. Although she had never seen Wei Chen before today and didn't know his identity, just by looking at his attire and the fact that he could drive a car within the base, it was clear he was not an ordinary person. If she could associate with someone like him, wouldn't her living standards rise significantly in the future? This thought sparked a calculating glint in her eyes, making her feel shocked and full of anticipation for the future. Seeing that Wei Chen had been silent for a long time, the woman continued, "Why not keep talking? You don't need to be so polite with me after all." Wei Chen noticed the change in the woman's eyes and understood the kind of trick she was playing. Hearing her words, he chuckled and shook his head, politely refusing, "I think it's better to leave it at that. It's not about being polite. It's just that my matters might be beyond your ability to help. Don't joke around. Even if you heard something, I can still call the shots here. Don't underestimate me," she said confidently. "That's what you said, right?" "I would never lie," he replied. "All right. Is there someone named Zhang Kai in here?" "Yes, who else could it be?" "I'm very familiar with Captain Zhang." "That's great. I'm here to ask Zhang Kai for the contribution points he owes me from the wilderness. He still owes me over 10,000 contribution points. If you can help me get them back, that would be awesome." Are you sure it's over 10,000 contribution points?" The woman found it hard to believe, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You're really funny. Do you think this is the right time to joke around?" Wei Chen maintained a serious expression and said, "I have a characteristic of never telling lies, especially not joking with anyone, so you can rest assured. Moreover, how could this be a joke? You just need to verify a little, and you'll know whether it's true or not." After hearing this, the woman felt it made sense. Wei Chen spoke again, "There's no need to say more. Can you help me get it back?" "Well," the woman hesitated for a moment before looking at Wei Chen. After meeting his clear gaze, she quickly shook her head. I think you might be misunderstanding. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't trouble you here. After saying this, the woman hurriedly rushed off to another location. But just as she was flustered and trying to leave, she suddenly noticed Zhang Kai was looking at her. The reason she could recognize Zhang Kai at a glance was that he had a name tag around his neck with his name and position. In such hot weather, everyone still had to dress properly, and appearances could be recognized immediately. Besides looks, the work badge was also easily identifiable. Captain Zhang, the woman exclaimed in surprise and greeted him. Chapter 87. Greed blinding the heart. Zhang Kai's expression was emotionless, and his tone was calm as he spoke. Stop pretending here. I've heard you're quite impressive, thinking there's nothing you can't handle here, right? Actually, I don't have much to explain. You don't even have your work badge on. Have you forgotten the regulations just issued by the base? It seems you've really become more arrogant. No, Captain Zhang, please don't say that. The woman's flustered response made her panic, and she quickly took out her work badge from her pocket and put it on her chest. At that moment, she became very awkward, even a bit flustered. She hurriedly turned her back to Wei Chen, making it impossible for him to see her badge. Suddenly, an he, who had just appeared, spoke up, reading it aloud. Salesperson, Zhang Yeye. And Yi's voice carried a hint of amusement as she coldly said, Captain Zhang. I didn't expect that a salesperson here could handle anything. It seems the base is quite good. With that in mind, I might want to become a salesperson too. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai's expression darkened further as he reprimanded, Zhang Yeye, where is your post? Who allowed you to babble nonsense here? Right now, go to the HR department and clearly explain everything you did today. If you don't go or hide any details, then I'll come personally, and the consequences will be different. Hearing Zhang Kai's words, Zhang Yeye's body shook, and she immediately began to cry and plead, Captain Zhang, I was wrong. This time I was blinded by greed. Please let me go. I already said, don't waste time here with me. Do you want me to take you there personally? Of course not. I will definitely cooperate with your work. I will go right now. After saying this, Zhang Yeye hurriedly ran towards the service center. And he squinted her eyes and meaningfully asked, Captain Zhang, your base should never lack people for work, right? That's natural, Missin. You can rest assured. I will send someone to handle this matter and give you a satisfactory answer. I might not trust others, but I have to trust Captain Zhang. Your ability to get things done is quite reliable, so I will leave first, and I will wait for your news next time we meet. As soon as an E finished speaking, she waved at Zhang Kai and then quickly got into her car. Wei Chen, sitting in the car, casually nodded at Zhang Kai as a greeting. An E took the driver's seat and rolled up the window, personally driving away. Wei Chen looked in the rearview mirror and could still see Zhang Kai standing in place. What is so interesting to look at? Hearing An Yi's simple question, Wei Chen withdrew his gaze and chuckled. Not really, I just find this guy quite amusing. In fact, regardless of the time period, whether before or after the apocalypse, as long as there are people, they will always use their position to engage in these little tricks in hopes of gaining personal benefits. After hearing this, An E only smiled softly. Actually, that woman just now was really meaningless, only knowing how to deceive to satisfy her own vanity. That is what is truly amusing. Wei Chen remained silent after hearing this, not saying a word. Even his gaze towards her became somewhat complicated. Under Wei Chen's gaze, An E felt a bit uncomfortable and couldn't help but reply, Why are you staring at me like that? Was my analysis not on point? Wei Chen shook his head, expressing his opinion. That's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand. If you think carefully about An Yi's description of Zhang Yeye, there is indeed some truth to it. However, when she said it was amusing, she certainly wasn't referring to Zhang Yeye. This was the first time Wei Chen profoundly understood what it meant to point a deer out as a horse. After realizing this, Wei Chen almost laughed out loud. He ultimately couldn't hold back, and his eyes curved into a smile. And he caught a glimpse of him smiling and laughed along. For a while, they didn't continue to communicate. After a while, they drove to the office hall. They had just gone to the service center to reclaim contribution points. And now that they had obtained the contribution points, they naturally needed to find a way to split them in half. However, the service center didn't have the authority to do this, so they had to come here to complete the procedure. Although the base was just a temporary institution, its efficiency and style of work were still quite similar to before. An E parked the car and turned off the engine, without any hesitation. She got out of the car with Wei Chen and walked towards the office hall. For some unknown reason, there were surprisingly many people in the office hall today. Densely packed with hardly any place to stand, as soon as they entered, it was a scene of people jostling each other. It's no exaggeration to say that there were definitely 1 or 2 times more people than the last time Wei Chen and an E came. However, even though there were many people, the space in the office hall was limited, so the number of people wouldn't be overwhelming. Wei Chen glanced around and quickly spotted an available window. Without hesitation, he walked over with an E. Wei Chen took out the card that an E had given him earlier and began to inquire with the staff at the window. He said that the card had roughly 15,000 contribution points, which was still quite a large amount. The staff, who had been sitting at the window all day, had seen all sorts of people and had witnessed many returning from missions or other tasks, loaded with rewards. But even so, they were not surprised by the contribution points. However, when the staff looked at Wei Chen, their eyes were surprisingly filled with shock, their mouths agape for a long time without speaking. And even their processing speed increased a bit. The whole procedure took no more than 5 minutes, and Wei Chen's card quickly added 15,000 contribution points. Once Wei Chen completed everything, he stepped aside to make way for an E to continue her process. Chapter 88. Why don't we go to the supermarket? When the staff saw the balance on an ES card, they also showed unparalleled shock, nearly dropping their jaws. Wei Chen felt that the staff might be questioning their lives, wondering if these two had discovered some loophole. Otherwise, how could they have accrued so many contribution points here? Fortunately, the staff here were still quite professional. Before the apocalypse broke out, they were diligent civil servants, so their professional ethics remained intact, regardless of what thoughts they had. The speed of processing did not decrease. Annie took back her card, looked at Wei Chen, and said, "Since we are already out, why don't we go check out the housing rental hall?" Wei Chen did not refuse and readily agreed. "Sure, I'm all ears." Wei Chen also wanted to go there. After all, he was still renting his place, although he had rented it for a few years. The utility bills needed to be paid daily, so he had to settle that first. Now that he had so many contribution points, it was almost an endless amount. And if he didn't spend it, it would be a waste. However, he also understood that after this extreme heat apocalypse ended, earthquakes and natural disasters would follow. And whether the base would still exist at that point was another question. Right now, he wasn't in the mood to think about that much. The housing rental hall was near the office center, so they didn't drive and walked there directly. Wei Chen used his contribution points to prepay for 3 months of utilities and then didn't spend any more. After all, the earthquakes and natural disasters would be coming soon, and there was no need to stockpile for too long. After walking out of the housing rental hall, Wei Chen felt very relaxed. Before the apocalypse, he simply thought it felt great to have money. But now his requirements were very simple. As long as there were no shortages of supplies and contribution points after the apocalypse, he would be very satisfied. Just as Wei Chen was preparing to return to his apartment to rest, and he suddenly said, "Now that we have so many contribution points and are quite well off, why don't we take a stroll in the supermarket?" After hearing this suggestion, Wei Chen couldn't help but look at Annie, meeting her sincere gaze, and nodded in agreement. Annie had helped him solve so many problems, and since they had some free time now, why not accompany her to the supermarket? However, there weren't many supermarkets inside the base, and they were a bit far from this location, so they definitely had to drive there. Anyway, they had enough time now, and they had plenty of contribution points, so there was no need to consider too many factors. They decided to go to the most luxurious and largest mall in the base to buy some daily necessities. And he didn't discuss it much and headed straight for the biggest supermarket. Fortunately, the weather was no longer as scorching as before. It used to reach over 60 degrees and could almost make people faint from the heat. But now it was different. It was usually just over 40 degrees. Although it still felt stuffy, it was at least somewhat bearable. Perhaps because everyone thought this weather was suitable for going out. A long queue had already formed at the entrance of the largest shopping mall. People were holding umbrellas, so it didn't feel too troublesome. Wei Chen had previously come to this mall during the extreme cold. At that time, the base had just been completed, and there weren't many open windows. It could be described as very few. But now it was completely different. There were actually more than 10 open windows, although they still couldn't enter the supermarket freely. The level of openness was much greater now. In fact, there was a reason for the base's arrangement. With the weather so hot, if people stayed outside for too long, it would inevitably lead to heat stroke. By arranging more windows, shopping would naturally be much more convenient. Since they couldn't enter the supermarket, and he suggested, "If you can't go in, just wait in the car and enjoy the air conditioning. I'll go wait in line." Seeing the crowd outside, Annie took the initiative to express her request. Hearing this, Wei Chen immediately shook his head and refused. "That's not okay. It's just a bit of sun. I can handle it. I'll go with you." After all, There were some umbrellas in the car that would be just right to use. And he didn't say much. They directly got out of the car and saw a queue at one of the windows where there were relatively fewer people compared to other places. So they chose that one without hesitation. Wei Chen stood in front of an E and casually glanced ahead, noticing there were about 10 people in front of them. The wait felt long, and Wei Chen asked, "By the way, do you have any idea what you want to buy here?" It had been a long time since he had been here, and he hadn't thought about what to buy, so he said, "Let's just look around for a bit." Just as Wei Chen was about to speak, a customer in front of him suddenly turned around. The young people nowadays really rush to spend their contribution points as soon as they earn a bit. Instead of going out to buy a few instant noodles or bottles of mineral water, they could just go home and survive for several days. From the tone and manner of speaking, it was clear the speaker was an older man. Before the apocalypse broke out, everyone probably thought instant noodles were just a snack and wouldn't often use them to fill their stomachs. But now the situation was different. Instant noodles had naturally become a staple food, and just eating this could potentially sustain one for 3 meals a day. However, the uncle was just trying to advise the young people to be a bit more sensible, and Wei Chen and Denise certainly understood the good intention. They didn't react much, just nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The few customers in front of them finished their purchases surprisingly quickly, much faster than Wei Chen had anticipated. After about 10 minutes, it was already Wei Chen's turn at the window. At first, he had only come to accompany someone and had no intention of buying anything. So he hadn't thought it through. But when he got to the front, he noticed some staple foods on the shelf next to the window that caught his eye. There were actually sweet potatoes and potatoes. Chapter 89. Generous spending. These tubers, although small, looked like they had been grown without sufficient nutrients, leading to their underdevelopment. Seeing Wei Chen staring silently at the sweet potatoes and potatoes, the salesgirl urged impatiently, "Hey, are you going to buy something or not? There are a lot of people waiting behind." Hearing this, Wei Chen finally came to his senses and said, "Oh, then I'll take 3 pounds of each of those tubers." 3 pounds? You're not joking, are you? The salesgirl's voice rose considerably, clearly shocked to see someone spending so generously. These items were quite precious now. 3 pounds would cost 50 contribution points. Maybe you should reconsider? Wei Chen didn't waste any more words and directly said, "No problem, just swipe the card." Saying that, Wei Chen took out his card. Seeing his action, the salesgirl didn't say anything further and directly placed the items on the scale, weighing a total of 3 pounds for each kind. "By the way, I need to tell you something. Since you came empty-handed, it's best to get a basket. You might have a lot of items. We do have plastic bags and cloth bags, but you have to use contribution points to buy them." Seeing a small sign next to the supermarket that clearly stated plastic bags cost 1 contribution point and cloth bags cost 2, he thought it was better to grab something instead. Wei Chen was speechless. He didn't know what to say for a while. In the past, shopping in supermarkets, although plastic bags did cost money, they weren't this expensive. Now, people working in the base could only earn around 100 contribution points a month. He didn't expect to easily spend 1 contribution point here. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was a loss. Fortunately, he had plenty of contribution points. Otherwise, it would have hurt. Wei Chen slipped his hand into his pocket without hesitation and took out a few plastic bags he had brought with him. "Actually, I have some." In fact, his pockets were empty. The plastic bags were stored in his space, and putting his hand in his pocket was just a ruse. He discreetly took a few plastic bags out of his space while no one was paying attention. After all, there were many people around, and he figured not many would notice his actions. Although Wei Chen had a lot of contribution points, they were hard-earned and should not be wasted. Additionally, he often traded, and he would never trade a contribution point for plastic bags. He packed the tubers into his cloth bag and then handed over his card for the transaction. Although it was the apocalypse now, their method was still the same as before, with a machine set up for transactions. He placed the card filled with contribution points on it, and with a beep, the transaction was successful. After a while, the card machine suddenly showed a successful transaction, and a bright light indicated the balance on the card. When everyone looked closely, they found it had 5 digits. Everyone gasped in shock, and the level of astonishment reached its peak. The salesgirl saw that number and truly understood why someone could buy so many things at once. It seemed there was indeed a reason for it. With such a large amount of savings, this Wei Chen must be a capable person. And the salesgirl thought to engage him in conversation. In fact, these tuber products were new items cultivated by several scientists at our base, known for their ability to withstand extreme cold and heat. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so expensive. If you don't believe me, you can take some home to try. When Wei Chen had seen the tuber products earlier, he had already thought of this aspect, as he had heard of such items in his previous life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much money without blinking an eye. He didn't expect the salesgirl to add that extra note. I understand now. Thank you for the reminder, Wei Chen said, after which he casually put his magnetic card into his pocket and discreetly stored it in his space. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he held onto the tuber products he had just purchased and leaned against the window. Seeing that Wei Chen hadn't left, the salesgirl couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Just before she could say anything, she heard someone say, "I'll take 3 or 4 pounds of that tuber too." The salesgirl was momentarily taken aback and widened her eyes in disbelief at the new customer in front of her. She glanced at Wei Chen and then carefully looked at Annie, quickly realizing that the two were companions. After all, there has always been a commonality in society, like attracts like. Since they were so wealthy, they must be good friends. Having learned from her previous experience, the salesgirl said nothing and directly packaged Annie's tuber products. Also, could you give me a bag? I didn't bring anything with me, so I'd appreciate it if you could help me pack it, Annie said calmly. After being shocked a few times, the salesgirl had grown accustomed to it. She nodded and replied flatly, "No problem, please wait a moment." Annie looked behind the salesgirl and could only see shelves stocked with tuber products and some simple snacks like biscuits and bread. "Is there anything else in your supermarket besides these?" "I'm not quite sure what you're referring to," the salesgirl replied, a bit confused. "I mean, what exactly do you want?" "Nothing much. I was just asking casually." "Let us just swipe the card." The salesgirl didn't think too much and took the card, placing it on the card reader. After deducting Annie's contribution points, she noticed the same 5-digit balance on the screen, yet she appeared even calmer than before. Watching Annie and Wei Chen gradually walk away, the salesgirl's eyes were filled with envy. Chapter 90. Is this the back door? Once they returned to the car, Wei Chen asked Annie, "I felt like you wanted to buy something earlier, but I couldn't figure it out. Could you tell me about it?" Annie smiled and shook her head, explaining, "Actually, I didn't want to buy anything else. The things we bought earlier were already attention-grabbing enough. If I bought more, it might provoke jealousy and lead to different thoughts from others." Wei Chen instantly understood Annie's meaning and couldn't help but admire her meticulousness. Since it wasn't convenient to buy things in front of so many people, did that mean they could buy some privately? As Wei Chen pondered, he noticed Annie driving and suddenly turning at a fork in the road, parking the car in front of a large house. Wei Chen looked closely and had a premonition, unable to help but say, "Is this the back door of that supermarket we just visited?" "Exactly. Very few people come here. Only internal staff know about this road. However, most people don't buy a lot of things, so there are usually not many people around." After explaining, Annie got out of the car and immediately knocked on the door of the house. There was also a small window on the door, and soon the window was opened, revealing a vigilant staff member. The staff member immediately asked, "What do you intend to buy?" "Just some food. Please bring me 5 boxes of instant noodles, 2 bags each of silken tofu and vegetables, and 1 bag of tofu puffs. If you have milk, please bring me 3 boxes. Annie continued, "By the way, we also requested some condiments earlier. Those are quite important too. So could you give me a few bottles?" After finishing her request, Annie turned to Wei Chen in the car and asked, "By the way, are you planning to buy anything?" Since they were not far apart and Wei Chen was in the car, he clearly heard Annie's words. He simply shook his head, indicating he had no desires. However, the items Annie requested were already piled high in his space. If he wasted contribution points on such items, there likely wouldn't be enough space left. Annie glanced at Wei Chen, then turned back to the staff member at the small door, saying, "Also, I'd like some snacks. Please get me a few packs of spicy strips and dried tofu, and if you have any drinks, just get me a large bag of any flavor." Since women are generally not too picky about snacks, hearing Annie's series of requests still made Wei Chen think she was a bit greedy. However, in light of Annie's demeanor, she seemed somewhat adorable. After this, Wei Chen became more curious about how many space points would be needed to buy such a variety of items. He didn't wait long before the door opened, and the staff began bringing out boxes of the items Annie requested. And he opened the trunk and signaled for the staff to load the goods into the car. Once everything was packed, the person who had spoken to Annie earlier said, "I did a rough calculation of the internal prices, and it will be 200 contribution points." Annie didn't mind this situation at all. She found it very normal. She immediately nodded in agreement and handed over her card to swipe. Wei Chen was somewhat surprised at how freely she was spending. After all, 200 contribution points was a height that most people found hard to reach, likely taking years of work to earn that much. Yet she casually spent it all at once, which was indeed hard to imagine. People with wealth are different. Spending so many contribution points didn't seem to bother her at all. However, thinking about the fact that an E had twice as many points on her card as he did, Wei Chen naturally didn't dwell on it too much. If he had as many contribution points as an E, he wouldn't feel out of place spending even more. The quantity of items sounded considerable. But once they were loaded into the trunk, it turned out not to be much. However, upon careful consideration, it made sense since all the items were consumables. And once used, they wouldn't be produced again. It's reasonable for things to be priced higher. There's nothing wrong with that, even if it takes a lifetime. After the onset of the apocalypse, he definitely wouldn't encounter anyone selling these items. The fact that they can still be bought today is quite lucky. In fact, only the base here would dare to do such a thing. If it were anywhere else, there definitely wouldn't be any stockpiling. After successfully trading everything, he drove back to their small building where they lived. They worked together to move the items, bringing all the goods they bought today one by one to the apartment upstairs. Once they cleared everything out, he suddenly stopped Wei Chen, who was about to head home. Wait, don't rush to leave. Everything I bought at the supermarket's back door today was in double portions, and the extra is specially reserved for you. Take it home now. Wei Chen truly didn't expect this. He had been curious about why he bought double portions, and now it all made sense. However, seeing the plethora of items before him and recalling how many contribution points he had spent, he felt a bit embarrassed to accept them. Wei Chen slowly replied, "Maybe it's best if I pass. That won't do. Although we are partners, public and private should be separated. While we were out, you kept giving me your food. Now that I have plenty, I naturally have to give you something in return. Otherwise, it would seem like I'm not giving you face," and he argued, sounding quite reasonable, making it hard for him to refuse. If they were to settle accounts, he had also taken the air freshener he had given him. Plus, the food consumed during their outing wasn't much. They had only been gone for 2 or 3 days and didn't eat that much. But now, the food in the room was simply too much to count. Chapter 91. Learning to cook. The two stood facing each other, looking at one another, each seemingly having their own opinions. After waiting for a moment, Wei Chen suddenly laughed. For some reason, he inexplicably thought of the scene they had just exited, which resembled children playing house, throwing little tantrums. It was quite amusing. In that case, I won't be polite anymore. However, my space is indeed limited. How about this? I'll put the stuff at your place first, and when I need it, I'll come pick it up. What do you think? But that makes me feel a bit embarrassed, and he said, "Don't think like that. I absolutely want to be polite. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to learn how to cook when we were in the wild?" Wei Chen suddenly suggested. "Now I just happen to have the opportunity to teach you. I'll come over before each meal, and we can cook together with these ingredients. You can learn to cook while using up all this food. If that's the case, it really is a good choice." Seeing that he had made up his mind, and he naturally wouldn't insist any longer, she quickly said, "You've been out all morning. You must be tired. It's better to go back and rest. For lunch, let us just handle our own meals. If you're free in the evening, come to my place, and we can cook dinner together. No problem?" "It's settled then. See you later." After agreeing, they both returned to their homes. When Wei Chen got back to his bedroom, the smile on his face hadn't faded. It had been lingering. After all, the scene they had earlier was just too funny, like children arguing but not really quarreling, each having their own thoughts, which made him chuckle. Suddenly, he stopped thinking too much and directly brought the starchy foods he had bought today into his room. Once he collected his thoughts, he started to seriously study the items they bought, knowing they were newly grown produce. This was the crystallization of scientists' efforts during the apocalypse, and the value of these items couldn't be summed up in just a few words. The starchy items weren't even as big as his palm. Apart from their size, they also varied in type, which was indeed a bit different. They were called starchy foods, but in reality, they were small morsels, perhaps even small enough to be eaten in one bite. Wei Chen held the food to his nose, took a simple sniff, and felt that this food was indeed lighter compared to potatoes. There were just some differences in certain areas, but he wondered how the taste would compare when cooked. Wei Chen decided to take out some water, wanting to see what the outcome would be, and started boiling the food in his room. After he cooked the potatoes, he began to cut them open. Given the current weather, growing plants was already quite rare, so being able to eat this was a significant challenge. After cooking the potatoes, he simply tasted a bite. Though it was just a small sample, the crisp and sandy texture was indeed quite different, making him feel like he wasn't eating food but rather fruit. Aside from the slight difference in texture and smaller size, everything else seemed fine. However, to be honest, if he had the opportunity to set up a greenhouse here and plant some crops, He could potentially solve not only the food issues for everyone at the base, but perhaps even alleviate hunger for many others. As long as everyone could maintain self-sufficiency and balance, they could even produce more than they consumed, which would mean no more worrying about significant crises during the apocalypse. In his past life, Wei Chen always lived in relatively backward areas, and without a space, many places were restricted, making it impossible for him to encounter such scientifically researched foods. Now, having seeds in a good environment, and with plenty of time, Wei Chen planned to try his hand at planting. If he succeeded, he would surely reap a lot, even if he failed. It wouldn't be a big deal, just a matter of spending more time and effort. Having made up his mind, Wei Chen didn't rush to plant immediately. And he had bought many starchy foods earlier and even asked him if he wanted to plant them together. Wei Chen had little experience in planting, but if someone could cooperate with him, it would be a great choice. As evening approached, Wei Chen walked directly to Yi's door and couldn't help but knock. Before the door opened, Yi's voice came from inside. "I'm coming to open the door." Before long, footsteps approached, and the door was quickly pulled open. After Wei Chen entered, he closed the door behind him. "Have you started cooking in your bedroom already?" Wei Chen rarely came into this house, but upon closer inspection, the room was surprisingly clean and tidy, with no signs of cooking. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Exactly, you're right. Let us go in. It's cooler inside." Hearing Yi's words, Wei Chen did not hesitate. Although he rarely came here, as long as he had the owner's permission to enter the room, he naturally wouldn't refuse or feel any embarrassment. In this small bedroom, there was a bed, a movable air conditioner, and even a folding table and chairs, along with some boxes in the corner that could be used. The entire bedroom, though not very large, looked quite spacious due to its well-arranged decor, giving a clean and tidy impression that reflected the owner's personality. He couldn't tell how long the air conditioner had been running in this bedroom, but the moment he stepped inside, Wei Chen felt a refreshing coolness. Chapter 92. In Yi's bedroom clearly, and he didn't have as many cooling facilities as he did. Just a small air conditioner, yet the indoor temperature didn't seem to differ much. However, no matter how curious Wei Chen was about these matters, he kept his thoughts to himself. After all, regardless of how the apocalypse unfolded, he had never been particularly inquisitive about others' private affairs. The room's decor wasn't as warm and filled with girlish charm as he had imagined. Instead, it had more of a homely vibe, filled with essentials like rice, oil, salt, and some sauces and tea. Wei Chen took a closer look and noticed that Yi had prepared quite an ample amount of seasonings. There didn't seem to be any other items in the room, be it entertainment facilities or fitness equipment. Everything was related to food, which wasn't surprising given their difficult living conditions. After all, wanting anything extra would be a luxury. Food was the most fundamental necessity to hold on to. And he found a recipe from the bookshelf, flipped through it, and immediately locked onto a target, showing it to him. "I think this stir-fried with fish flour would be delicious." As Yi spoke, she flipped through a few more pages and added, "Actually, this green pepper stir-fried shredded pork is also quite appetizing. It makes my mouth water just looking at it. Fortunately, I have all these ingredients. And if you stir-fry some lotus root slices as well, that could be our dinner for today. What do you think?" Hearing Yi's suggestion, Wei Chen looked toward the nearby folding table, where the ingredients were already neatly arranged and looked very tempting. These materials were all prepared by Yi, and it was normal for her to want to learn how to cook, so Wei Chen had no objections. "Sure, let's go with what I suggested," Wei Chen said patiently, his tone calm. Both the stir-fried with fish flour and the green pepper stir-fried shredded pork needed to be first fried in oil. Otherwise, the next steps couldn't continue. Noticing that Yi had quite a bit of lotus root slices, Wei Chen decided to make a cold lotus root salad as well. The thin lotus root slices were placed in a bowl with various seasonings, then oil and vinegar were added to mix. Cold dishes don't require too many sauces, so after tossing it a few times, it could be eaten immediately. Although the method was very straightforward, the taste was visually and aromatically appealing. If there were others in the house, anyone who took a bite would feel like they were floating in this apocalypse. Others might miss out on such delicious food. But Yi clearly loved it, giving Wei Chen a thumbs up while eating. "This is absolutely amazing. It's the best cold dish I've ever had." Seeing Yi like this, Wei Chen found her somewhat cute and casually asked, "Why does it seem like you've never eaten this type of cuisine before?" "To be honest, I really haven't." "What are you joking about?" Wei Chen paused his actions and repeated the question, confirming that she had never tasted such a cold dish before. However, before Yi could answer, Wei Chen had already come to a realization. Such street food probably wouldn't be sold in slightly higher-end restaurants. It was evident that in Yi's conditions before the apocalypse must have been quite favorable, so it was understandable that she had never tried this kind of street food. But he suddenly couldn't fathom how an Yi had ended up in a situation where she couldn't even afford food as the apocalypse approached. Of course, those were all past events, and there was no need to delve deeply into them. An Yi, who was eating the lotus root slices mixed with sauce, paused slightly and then smiled at Wei Chen, saying, "What you made is just too delicious. I need to learn your skills. I might have to trouble you more in the future." After hearing this, Wei Chen's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't find it troublesome. Life is long, and teaching an Yi how to cook could be seen as adding a beautiful scenery to his life. However, since it was said to be teaching, an Yi had to do the cooking while Wei Chen stood by to guide her. Wei Chen's instructions were similar to the recipe, but he would delve into the details and tell an Yi when to add which seasonings. An Yi's hands-on ability was quite strong. She learned quickly, and the stir-fried with fish flour turned out quite well, tasting pretty good. The two of them stood by the air conditioner, occasionally catching the scent of the spicy dish. Although it was fragrant, it was also quite pungent, making their cheeks flush. Once the stir-fried with fish flour was done, it was plated in a stainless steel dish. Since the weather was still hot, there was no need to worry about it cooling down and becoming unappetizing. Taking advantage of the moment, an Yi quickly washed the pan, added oil again, and started on the green pepper stir-fried shredded pork. The green pepper shredded pork was also a great dish to go with rice. So she was very dedicated while learning, showing no signs of slackening off. Wei Chen stood by, letting an Yi stir-fry, and occasionally helped by adding seasonings. Under their combined efforts, 3 dishes were prepared in no time. Additionally, an Yi had specifically steamed a pot of rice earlier. After the two of them tidied up, they sat down by the air conditioner to have dinner. An Yi didn't pick up her chopsticks but looked at Wei Chen eagerly, asking, "How does it taste?" Upon hearing this, Wei Chen turned to an Yi and could see her anticipation in her eyes. Even when they had faced dangers while out, they had never been so tense, not even showing any change in expression. Yet now, because of a dish, an Yi appeared nervous. Wei Chen's emotions were somewhat complex, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he seriously tasted the stir-fried with fish flour and gave a reasonable response. The seasonings are actually enough, but the heat and timing could be better. However, considering this is your first attempt, it's already quite excellent. As for the green pepper shredded pork, the meat might be a bit tough, and there's too much green pepper, which could affect the taste. Other than that, it's still quite good with rice. Chapter 93 Thoughts. Wei Chen always felt that the fact that someone doing these dishes for the first time could achieve such results indicated a remarkable talent. Hearing Wei Chen's praise, an Yi finally smiled with satisfaction. "If you think the food is okay, then eat a little more. Let's not waste it today. It's really not easy to have such a lavish dinner in this apocalypse." She had been anxious before, worried that making so many dishes would disappoint people. But the result was unexpectedly good. Although Wei Chen felt something was off, he didn't say much. When he looked at an Yi again, he found she was seriously eating. So he didn't think too much and focused on his meal. There was still quite a bit of rice left from dinner, but the 3 dishes had been completely devoured. They didn't make any soup, but after eating so much, they were bound to be very thirsty. And he took a drink from the hook on the wall. After opening it, she saw that all the drinks were orange juice and casually handed 2 bottles to Wei Chen. Although it was hot outside, the temperature in the bedroom had dropped significantly due to the air conditioning, so the drinks had turned cold. And Yi moved her slender fingers, looking at the orange juice with amazement. It's really not easy to drink such sweet water. Wei Chen noticed in Yi's expression and found it quite interesting. After seeing her like this, he suddenly felt something in his heart, but he couldn't quite describe it. It felt a bit strange. After hesitating for a long time, Wei Chen finally said, "I don't know why, but it seems like you're unfamiliar with many things, almost like an alien." And Yi's astonishment at the orange juice indeed made her seem different from a normal person. "Actually, it's not a big deal. I really haven't had orange juice before. After all, I haven't come into contact with these things much lately." Wei Chen found it unbelievable. Although he thought she should be living a very happy and wealthy life as a rich young lady, it was hard to believe that she had never even had a common orange juice. Even the richest people wouldn't completely detach from the lower classes, would they? And do wealthy people really avoid orange juice? That didn't make much sense. Wei Chen looked at an Yi with sympathy, wondering whether she was truly a rich young lady. However, he didn't pursue it further, as it would be a bit impolite to others. He figured that memory must be something an Yi didn't want to revisit. So it was better not to mention anything that could make her sad to avoid awkwardness. After considering this, Wei Chen directly said, "What does it matter? Anyway, there are still plenty of things in the supermarket. and you haven't contributed much, so if you want to eat something in the future, just go buy it. You'll have the chance to try it. And he was thinking about how to make an excuse to cover her tracks, but after hearing his reasoning, she immediately nodded in agreement. She had been nervous about whether he would continue to press her, fearing that if he kept asking questions, her alien identity would be exposed. However, Wei Chen completely went the opposite way. Not only did he not ask those unnecessary questions, but he also comforted her, which was quite unexpected. This made Annie feel as if she had been living in dire straits before. But upon careful consideration, the planet she had previously stayed on was relatively advanced and had a profound culture. Moreover, this civilization was not inferior to others, and in her original hometown, she was indeed quite wealthy, living a quality of life that belonged to the upper class. If it came to food, there was no way it could be better than here. If she had to put it that way, it seemed that Annie's previous life had indeed been quite difficult. Upon realizing this, Annie suddenly felt something was off. Wei Chen had been watching her and noticed her mood gradually sinking. And he inexplicably felt he might have guessed correctly, so he slowly changed his tone. Actually, there's one more thing I want to tell you. But I'm not sure if I should. Annie's eyes seemed to sparkle at his words, and she immediately asked, "No problem, just go ahead." Actually, it's mainly about the tuber food we bought this morning. Wei Chen said seriously, expressing his thoughts directly. After I cooked it, I found the taste quite good. I was thinking that if we have the opportunity to plant it on a large scale, it could not only solve the hunger problem here, but also be sold to the base, which could bring us a significant income. The idea was good. But did you plan to plant it yourself? I have thought about it, but I don't know if you want to collaborate with me on this. Upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but show a bitter expression. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't know how to grow vegetables. If it were about handling weapons, he would definitely be an expert. But if you give him a hoe and a sprayer and ask him to plant something, it might be a bit difficult. It wouldn't be exactly a case of using talent in the wrong way, but it would still be quite troublesome. After all, professionals should do professional work. And asking someone who knows nothing to do something would certainly lead to many difficulties. Furthermore, as a woman, even if she had a lot of strength, she still wouldn't particularly enjoy doing things related to planting. Actually, I don't know how to either, but if you're genuinely interested and have a specific goal, we can work towards that direction. And I also have some books and videos about planting that we can learn from. Wei Chen suddenly said this, as if encouraging her. Chapter 94. Agreed. Okay, since you said that, let's give it a try. But when are we planning to plant? And he was clearly moved by his words and immediately became more positive. Seeing how agreeable she was, Wei Chen felt very pleased and smiled. There's no rush. I just came to discuss it with you today. Since you agreed, I'll go back and prepare. And he stared at Wei Chen, and after a while, when she didn't hear him continue, she took the initiative to ask, "You have work to do. What about me?" Wei Chen looked at Annie and found her eyes clear and bright, clearly very serious. And Yi's appearance was reassessed at that moment. She truly was stunningly beautiful, and no woman could compare to her. At the very least, in his 2 lifetimes, Wei Chen had never seen a woman more beautiful than Annie. After exchanging glances with Annie for a moment, Wei Chen came back to his senses and immediately said, "How about this, when you have time? Ask Captain Zhang whether the tuber plant needs water for planting or if we need to add nutrient solution." "No problem, I'll take care of it." And he agreed readily, as if she were worried that if she took even a moment longer, she might lose this task. It was getting late. And since they had already said what they needed to say, Wei Chen stood up. "All right, there's nothing else. I'm leaving now." After saying this, he prepared to head out. After all, they lived right across the hall, and even if he crawled out of his bedroom to his own home, it wouldn't take more than 5 minutes. Even though it was hot outside, the temperature in the room had dropped significantly, and with the air conditioning, it was already at a comfortable level for the human body. "Then I'll see you off." This had become their habit. They always accompanied each other to the door when leaving, no matter how close they lived. The ritual could not be omitted. After noticing this, Wei Chen swallowed the words he had on the tip of his tongue. After bidding farewell to Annie, Wei Chen quickly returned home and ran straight into his bedroom. The air conditioning was always on in the bedroom, so the cooling effect was quite good. Even though the walls separated them, the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors was still significant. After simply taking off his coat, he flopped onto his bed, which was covered with a straw mat, and immediately took out his tablet to search for the content he wanted. In fact, he had many tablets, each downloaded with different content. The one he was holding now was entirely filled with knowledge about agriculture. After glancing at it, he saw a dense array of text, images, and even videos covering almost all aspects of this field. Seeing this, he felt delighted. grateful that he had the foresight to categorize each tablet before the apocalypse broke out. Otherwise, if he wanted to find a specific piece of information now, it would take a lot of effort, unlike now where he could simply pick out what he wanted. Lying on the bed studying, he was unexpectedly engrossed and ended up continuing until around 10 o'clock in the evening. Before the apocalypse, this would have been quite normal. Even the nightlife just beginning. But after the apocalypse, everyone had gotten used to going to bed early and rising early, so it was already quite late. He didn't hesitate any longer, immediately turned off the tablet, shut off the lights, and went to sleep. Perhaps because he was so immersed in studying that night. As soon as he closed his eyes, the images that floated into his mind were all about agriculture. In his dream, Wei Chen unknowingly began to envision a strange scene. In this dream, he found himself not only having succeeded, but also having spread these foods on a large scale, ensuring that everyone had food to eat. The tubers he grew were exceptionally large, enough to fill the stomachs of 10 people. Not only tubers, but other staple foods as well, suddenly making him the most powerful grain king in the base. The next morning, Wei Chen finally woke up leisurely, staring at the ceiling. His vacant gaze taking a while to come back to reality. He didn't even know if it could be considered a metaphysical phenomenon. Many people's dreams are closely related to their thoughts. After all, the saying what one thinks during the day, one dreams at night holds true. He had never thought about achieving anything great in terms of food supply. At most, he just wanted to be free from worries about food and clothing, which was his biggest dream. However, Wei Chen didn't expect that now he had mastered this technology and even caught a whiff of business opportunity. If he could seize this chance, his achievements would surely be significant. Originally, his idea of growing these tubers was just to pass the boring time. After all, he had nothing to prepare now and plenty of time to utilize. After studying educational videos for a long time, he had made some progress, at least mastering a lot of content. Wei Chen now knew that both potatoes and sweet potatoes needed to be germinated first before transplanting. Before the apocalypse broke out, it would take about a month to successfully grow such tubers and yield a harvest, and the cultivation method was quite simple, apart from fertilizing and planting. There wasn't much else to do. However, that couldn't be fully applied to the current situation, after all. The seeds in front of him were all things that scientists had spent a long time researching and summarizing. These tubers could be considered a new product. And whether the growth cycle and cultivation methods would change, even he couldn't say for sure. After thinking about this, Wei Chen sighed helplessly. At this point, he had no clues about such matters, so he quietly remained in his bedroom, waiting for new information. Chapter 95: Preparation for Planting. After finishing breakfast in the morning, Annie unexpectedly came over as promised and knocked on the door. When Wei Chen opened the door and saw her, he noticed she was all smiles, looking like she had good news to share. Before he could say anything, Annie spoke up. I just went to the service center and asked Captain Zhang. He told me that with the apocalypse having broken out, everything has suddenly mutated, so it's basically impossible to grow anything in our current soil. But you don't need to be too pessimistic because the tubers we bought come with specially formulated nutrient solutions, which were developed by experts sent by the base. As long as we have this nutrient solution, we can plant on a large scale. I even bought back a lot of nutrient solutions and learned the planting methods. The stuff we bought before was all grown in water, so they were smaller. Oh, and I got some news. People in the base have already started planting. And the base is willing to buy back these products, and the prices are not low. So we can also earn a lot of contribution points this way. And he finished speaking in one breath, and even lifted the bag in her hand. All the nutrient solutions are right here. Since they had already decided to work together to grow this, research naturally became a shared task. Wei Chen opened the door wider and stepped aside, saying, "It's okay. Let's talk inside." And he hesitated a little and said, "If it's not convenient, we can research at my place." Wei Chen looked at her in confusion and curiously asked, "Of course it's convenient. Why would you think otherwise?" There was no reason for it, so since that's the case, let's get started. As An Yi was speaking, she took a long stride and walked straight into Wei Chen's home. Wei Chen looked at An Yi a bit puzzled, then closed the door and followed her into the bedroom. She had always respected others' privacy. If she were to go into someone else's home, she would surely need their consent. Otherwise, she would never enter easily. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and get into the bedroom, or the air conditioning will escape, Wei Chen said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Annie finally felt relieved and walked forward. Although it wasn't her first time in someone else's bedroom, she had come in last time to help move some things. This was entirely different from the current situation. I didn't expect that just a short time away would lead to such changes in this bedroom. When I first walked in, I felt that every design was quite poor. But out of courtesy, I didn't know how to express my thoughts. However, now, Whether it's the decor in the corners or the bed and furniture, everything looks quite beautiful. Just a glance makes one feel very comfortable here, and even staying for a long time wouldn't feel tiresome. After Wei Chen entered the bedroom, he immediately took off his sun protection jacket and even removed his ice sleeves, as there wasn't much sunlight in his room. So there was no need to worry about getting sunburned. Not hearing any movement behind him, Wei Chen turned around and suddenly noticed that the other person was still standing still. Seeing an E in such a posture, Wei Chen quickly realized what was happening. Wait a moment. Wei Chen suddenly thought of something and immediately ran to the corner, squatting down to search under the bed for a moment, before finally pulling something out. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that he had taken out a pair of pink foam slippers for women. Why don't you try these on? The floor is quite cool. And being too cold isn't good. It was during the extreme cold season, and Wei Chen had bought these from the women's clothing store at the base for a very low price. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been willing to spend. At that time, it was just a precaution, thinking it might come in handy in the future. He didn't expect that it would finally be useful now. He wasn't sure if the slippers would fit her size. While Wei Chen was still pondering, he saw an E without any hesitation immediately put on the slippers. And he gently stepped on the ground and immediately smiled, saying, "They're quite comfortable. You're really thoughtful. As long as you like them, just wear them and stay here." And he walked over and found a suitable spot to sit next to Wei Chen. Although his bedroom wasn't very big, the sofa was long enough to accommodate many people. After sitting down, Annie took out the items she had been holding in her bag. Inside were 3 bottles of green liquid and a book that wasn't too thick or thin. "This is the nutrient solution. I bought it at a high price." Annie explained while shaking the bottle filled with liquid. Wei Chen understood and immediately began to read the book without needing anyone to persuade him. Seeing Wei Chen so focused on the book, Annie's gaze fell on him. Unlike before, he was now very serious and engrossed in reading, almost completely shutting out all external distractions. And E, with her delicate features resembling a doll, was sitting beside him, and the fragrance emanating from her could easily intoxicate someone. After observing for a while, Annie felt that one word could describe Wei Chen: masculine charm. The book didn't have many pages, and most of it consisted of illustrations. So Wei Chen quickly understood the content and finished reading it. As soon as he looked up, he saw Annie staring at him. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Wei Chen asked, reaching up to touch his face. "What is it? Tell me." Annie came back to her senses and immediately shook her head to brush it off. "It's nothing. Don't overthink it. I was just lost in thought." "Oh, I hope that's the case." Wei Chen felt relieved and didn't dwell on it further, as he was now focused on preparing for planting. These little distractions wouldn't affect him at all. "I finished reading this book, and I've memorized all the key points. It seems like there are good chances for implementation. Plus, the nutrient solution is easy to mix. As long as I can find the right proportions, I can develop more and more nutrient solutions. So I think planting is quite a good idea now." And he, having no objections, immediately replied, "All right then, since you say so, let's work on it together." Wei Chen nodded in agreement, saying, "With you supporting me here, I believe we can definitely succeed." After saying this, they exchanged smiles, and it seemed that there was a deeper understanding between them.